politely before leaving the room. Whap! Darius turned Regel's document into ash with a cold smile on his face. I thought you were a hindrance every single time, but you're giving me an opportunity this time. I'll grant you a painful death as a reward. The next day at noon, Palin Cephia walked up to the window and took a letter from the window's frame. She placed it on top of a table at the center of the room instead of reading it. The response has arrived. Good job. Rayon smiled and picked up the letter before opening it. It was written that they had accepted the assassination request, and it was asking her to send them the information about Rayon and Dorian until evening. I knew it. If the Black Snake was an ordinary organization of assassins, they would have never accepted the request. However, Darius Robert was behind them. Rayon had expected them to accept the request to kill him and shackle Palin Cephia afterward, and that was exactly what happened. Rayon burned up the letter with 10,000 flames cultivation before he took out a piece of paper from his clothes. Please write a letter with the contents of this paper and place it in the window frame. Ah, yes. Palin Cephia received the letter with a trembling chin. She opened the paper and her eyes widened after she checked the contents. She swallowed nervously while holding the paper with a trembling hand. Can I ask a question? What is it? Why are you baiting the assassins? The Black Snake is an organization that has never failed before. Isn't this going to be dangerous, even for you? It is dangerous, but I can't leave them alone since they are making money out of human lives. Rayon coldly looked down on Palin Cephia. Her throat was trembling like a frog facing a snake. Bullshit. There's no way you would think like that. Wrath frowned and pointed out how absurd it was. You are right, however it works against other people. The honorable nickname is useful at a time like this. Since he was named Frostfire Sword of Valor, no one would rebuke him when he said something like that. The name was usually annoying, but it was extremely convenient to pretend he was working for a great cause. You just need to follow my instructions. You will be able to sleep soundly tonight if you do so. Yes, yes. Palin gave a stiff nod like a marionette upon hearing that she could sleep soundly. I don't know what she did to her, but she's perfectly traumatized. He could estimate that she needed at least a year to overcome the mental shock. In fact, it could take even longer since Palin was a prideful person with an immature mentality, and in the meantime she's pretty much my underling. By the time Palin regained her sanity, the company would already be Dorian's. Rayon watched Palin write the information about the Jammery Mountain Range and the Drake on a piece of paper before he stood up. Are you leaving? I need to get there in advance to make preparations. Rayon turned around before he left the room. Remember that she might be watching you at any moment. You should behave normally. You understood. Palin's body trembled as she nodded. What a terrifying threat. Wrath pinched his own arm, saying that it was giving him goosebumps. Rayon chuckled and left Palin's room after removing his presence. Rayon finished his preparations and left the central administration building. Dorian was stamping his feet in front of the door while waiting. What are you doing? I'm aware that we need to go as fast as possible, but I'm reluctant to leave because the Black Tower is supposed to be coming. Dorian grasped his head, complaining that scary things had to happen every single time. Wrath clicked his tongue while watching Dorian. He was giving the impression that he'd changed, but he's still a coward. A human being can't change that quickly. Rayon chuckled and tapped on his scabbard. Don't worry about it. We aren't the ones who are going to fight the Black Tower. What do you mean? I've called in reinforcements. Really? Did you call the Light Wind Squad or something? It's not them, but they are really good with the sword. Although their sword is targeting our lives. Aren't you going to tell him about you calling the assassins? He'd start crying and refuse to leave if he knew. That's reasonable. He would definitely do that. Wrath giggled at Dorian, who was breathing a sigh of relief. Let's go. Rayon tapped on Dorian's shoulder and went ahead. We need to settle there before the Black Tower arrives. Yes. Dorian nodded with a brightened expression on his face and followed him. When they were about to leave the city while riding on a horse that they got from the company, a noblewoman who was hiding her face with a parasol came towards them. That woman, there was no way he wouldn't recognize her. He could feel Denning Rose's presence from her. Why is she here? Just like the name implied, the black market's officers never showed up outside. That was why her appearance was implying that an unexpected incident had occurred. Rayon created an aura barrier to block the sound. A problem has occurred. Denning Rose stepped up right next to him and raised her parasol slightly. The Black Tower managed to find the Drake's location, but we've already expected that to happen, didn't we? Since the Black Tower was moving towards the Jammery Mountain Range, it could be guessed that they had already found out about the Drake's nest. However, it didn't really matter since he had enough time until the Drake's return. Yes. However, the Black Tower took a detour instead of heading straight to the mountain range. Blood was flowing from Denning Rose's lips, which could be seen under the parasol. They attacked Werther's village. A middle-aged man with half of his brown hair turned white was walking out of a small forest while carrying a string bag on his back. The string bag was filled with chestnuts, and their large and lustrous appearance looked extremely delicious at a glance. Neji, the middle-aged man, called someone's name towards the iron door located at the center of the stone wall. Huh, a young man who seemed to be in his 20s poked his head out above the iron door. Mr. Joran, you returned early today. It's understandable since the other people aren't even working today since it's the weekend. The young man named Neji smiled at the middle-aged man. I quickly finished the job since I had to go to the city afterward. I still brought quite a lot though. The middle-aged man named Joran pointed at the string bag on his back. Wow, those are some fat chestnuts. We can take it easy this year. Neji nodded with a cheerful smile on his face. It's not just the chestnuts. The berries are also great this year. I noticed they are rather expensive nowadays too. Won't we be able to expand the village at this rate? That's why I'm heading to the city. Are really? Yes, we need more manpower, so I'm planning to find the workers in advance in the city. Wow, what are you waiting for? Come inside already. Neji's footsteps could be heard as he ran downstairs, and the iron door split in half and opened up right after. It's because you didn't open the door before. Joran smiled. When he was about to enter the village, heavy footsteps were heard from behind him. He looked around and found that a group of people clad in black robes were walking towards the village. Who are they? There were some infrequent visitors to Werther's village because they were famous for their berries and chestnuts, but their unexcited appearance didn't suggest that they were tourists at all. They are dangerous, the intuition of his 30 years of life as a mercenary was whispering to him, telling him to run away as fast as possible. However, he couldn't simply run and leave his home and family behind. Joran hurriedly closed the iron door that was being opened and stood in front of the door. Who are you? There were a lot of people, but none of them responded. They continued walking and arrived right in front of the village's entrance. The man at the very front raised his head. His black eyes looked like they were completely scorched. Goosebumps appeared all over his body upon seeing his eyes. Mister, who are they? Don't come outside. Joran shook his hand at Neji before leaning his back towards the door. Is this Werther's village? The black-eyed man opened his mouth. His voice was an embodiment of unknown darkness, and it echoed as if he were talking from deep underground. Ah. His heart skipped a beat just from hearing the voice. His strength left his body and he couldn't do anything at all. Why, yes. Joran bit his lip tightly and nodded. How many people live in this village? Why are you asking that question? How many? I don't know who you are, but... Your opportunity ran out. The black-eyed man shook his hand as if he were chasing a fly away. What do you mean? The dark claws emerged from his hand, and Joran's body was cut into 4 pieces. Silence. Neji, who'd been watching from above, started to scream and tried to ring the bell, but the man's hand lowered smoothly, as if he were directing an orchestra. Crack, the dark claws dwelling in his hand fell diagonally. The iron door and the stone walls burst without leaving any trace, and even Nejihu was standing bewildered into a pool of blood and fell. Gasp. Whoa. What's happening? Werther's villagers watched the scene from below the walls and sank to the ground as if they couldn't control their bodies. The terror they felt from the black-eyed man's intense energy was that great. Gather every villager in one place. Yes, the black-robed men scattered like ghosts upon hearing the black-eyed man's command. Let me go. The black-robed men dug holes into people's bodies with hooks that were covered with dark energy and dragged them like cattle toward the center. There's a mean rat over there. The black-eyed man shook his hand towards the right side. Dark claws extended from his hand, then fell upon a sturdy house to completely crush it, creating a huge scar on the ground. PSSH, a dangerous amount of flesh and blood flowed to the ground along with someone's shoulder from behind the collapsing wall. Rumble. The house collapsed and the person who lost their arm was crushed under the debris before they could even scream. The black-eyed man stared at the collapsed house for a moment before he turned his head. The villagers were only looking at the ground with their faces turned pale. 39. Their number is enough for the sacrifice. He nodded while looking at them. How are the preparations going? It's done. We finished injecting the demonic energy into everyone. A woman nodded. Her robe was dragging on the ground because of her small height. We are bringing all of them. Yes. The small woman stood in front of the people upon hearing his order. A strange resonance coming out from her mouth wasn't a human language, and the people lost focus in their eyes upon hearing it. They stood up while wobbling like zombies and started walking towards the Jammery mountain range. The black-eyed man rolled his lips into a smile while watching them. I'm curious about what kind of monster they will make once they are reborn. Rayon couldn't stop himself anymore and turned his head towards Denning Rose. What do you mean? Why did they attack Werther's village? Werther's village was close to the Jammery mountain range, but they weren't in their path. The Black Tower would have needed to stray far into the right, and Rayon couldn't understand why they went out of their way to attack them. I don't understand either. Our agent in the village seems to have been killed, as we aren't getting any response after he said that the Black Tower was attacking them. Denning Rose clenched her fist without raising her head. He must have been an agent that she cherished, as it was rare for her to reveal her emotions. How is this happening? Dorian gathered his trembling hands upon hearing about the unexpected incident. This is just an assumption. Denning Rose slowed her steps and looked at Rayon furtively. Yes, tell me. In my opinion, they must be trying to sacrifice the villagers. Sacrifice. I'm guessing that they are going to inject the mana of darkness into the villagers and feed them to the drake to accumulate the negative energy inside the drake before killing it. Negative energy. Rayon nodded while touching his lips. Indeed, that's the most likely scenario. He agreed with Denning Rose that it seemed to be the only reason why the Black Tower would suddenly attack the village when they were trying to kill the drake. No, he was hoping that it was the case, as sacrificing them meant that the villagers would still be alive. Mana of darkness. Wrath violently ground his teeth. How dare they disturb the King of Essence's dessert when they are nothing but peasants who borrow a demon's power? He furiously ground his teeth and unleashed the energy of wrath because he couldn't eat the food he wanted anymore. It's a bit different. What's different now? The Black Tower does use the energy of darkness, but it's not an ordinary energy of darkness. What else is it? They use the energy of darkness after absorbing it into their vitality. The Black Tower didn't simply use the energy of darkness, but combined it with their own life, their vitality. It was truly an insane method. That was why their output was a lot stronger than the normal method, both in terms of martial arts and magic. They aren't even demons, yet they combine the mana of darkness into their vitality. Are they trying to kill themselves? They don't die, unfortunately. Rayon sighed and looked at Wrath. You should help if you want to eat the mountain berry pie or the braised chestnut. Of course, the King of Essences got this. Wrath confidently clenched his round, ham-like fist. Even though he was usually nothing but a useless mouth, he was bound to be helpful sometimes. I should leave Dorian behind. Since the Black Tower made the first move and they even had hostages, he couldn't guarantee that everything would go according to plan anymore. Since bringing the cowardly Dorian with him could become even more troublesome, Rayon figured it was better to leave him behind. Dorian, you should him. Rayon's eyes widened once he turned to look at Dorian. What's going on? He thought Dorian would be trembling in fear, but he was staring at him while clenching the hilt of his sword. His trembling hand showed his fear, but there was no darkness in his glowing eyes. I am also going. Dorian took a step forward. I'm sure there will be something I can do. Rayon smiled faintly while meeting his eyes. You grew up. Rayon wasn't too impressed even when Dorian became the highest-level expert, but he could clearly feel his growth upon seeing his eyes. We should bring him with us. Yes. Rayon nodded and looked at Denning Rose. We are going to leave right away since every second counts. There's no dimensional door since it's a remote place. We've prepared horses on the way so that you can switch as you go. The rest is up to you. Denning Rose had already made the preparations despite the urgency of the situation. She was truly an amazing person. Rayon nodded and left Rockin' City with the horse, just in case. He went to the bushes outside the city and quietly called Merlin so that Dorian wouldn't hear him. Merlin. He couldn't feel any presence at all, unlike the other times. Merlin had mentioned that she still had something left to do, and it must have been true. A madwoman like her is never there when you need them. Wrath frowned while saying that it was classic behavior of mad women. It can't be helped. We have to go without her help. Rayon sighed briefly and mounted the horse. It was going to take longer, but he had no other method available. We won't rest until we arrive. Yes, Dorian swallowed nervously and gave him a big nod. Rayon smiled at Dorian because he wasn't running away from his fear. Let's go. Creak. Darius Robert was sitting in front of a man who had a carefree expression on his face like a playboy inside his office. The door was opened before Regil entered the room. My lord. Regil straightened his back and bowed at him. We've finished the confirmation. A drake's nest really exists at the peak of the Jammery mountain range, so Palin Cephia was telling the truth. Darius smiled coldly at Regil. Yes, it's not a reason to be relieved, but at least the suspicion is gone. Regil closed his eyes and nodded. Lockton. Darius looked at the middle-aged man standing in front of him. Yes, my lord. The middle-aged man named Lockton lowered his head. His voice was heavy, unlike his frivolous expression. Can you get rid of Rayon Sieghart? Darius Robert sounded like he was asking a question, but it wasn't actually a question. He was ordering him to achieve it no matter what, of course. Lockton nodded, without being intimidated by his frightening order. He's just a child who is good with a sword. I can play him like a toy and kill him. He shouldn't be underestimated. He can determine his opponent's martial art at a glance. Darius frowned while remembering Rayon's swordsmanship, which he'd seen in the arena. So he's a genius that even my lord acknowledges. It makes it even easier for me. Lockton smiled while spinning his wrist. Because I'm a genius when it comes down to hunting those greenhorns. I believe in you. However, don't massacre people unnecessarily. Of course, I won't. I don't kill people for pleasure. Don't deny it. You are a murderer who destroys an entire village every time you go on a mission. Haha, that was when I was still young. Lockton awkwardly scratched his cheek. However, his eyes were glowing with a murderous intent that couldn't be hidden. Do you need anything? Darius looked down on Lockton coldly. There's one thing I need. What is it? We might arrive there after everything's over because it took too much time to gather information. May I ask to take care of the movement? Lockton scratched the back of his head while murmuring that he couldn't even be bothered to walk. Regil. Darius Robert nodded at Regil instead of Lockton. Tell him to make the preparations. Yes, Regil bowed before he left the office. You won't reach the mountain range, but he should be able to bring you to the vicinity. Lockton smiled and raised his hand. Energies with various colors creeped out from his finger. Even though he's a genius who is rumored to be the strongest warrior in the future, he's going to perish before he realizes what happened to him. I'll melt down his corpse and bring the drake's heart back as a present. Rayon kept changing horses and even used the footwork to reach the area near Werther's village. It's so eerie. The walls of Werther's village used to have a warm scenery despite its thickness. However, the village he was seeing from afar was completely ruined. It almost looked like a dragon had crushed it with its claws. Let's go. Yes. Rayon sighed deeply to brace himself before he entered the village. As soon as they entered the village, Dorian covered his mouth and groaned. It couldn't be helped. People's corpses were ripped apart like pieces of paper, and chunks of flesh were decomposing like rotten meat. The entire village was covered in disgusting stench of fertilizer and evil energies. Rayon clenched his back teeth while looking at the corpses that had turned black from decomposition. Mana of darkness. They looked like they'd been rotting for months even though the assault had only happened a few days ago, and that was proof that they were killed with the mana of darkness. What a nasty stench. Just like you said, something is mixed into their demonic energy. Wrath also frowned in displeasure. Ha. Rayon examined the village without averting his eyes from the cruelty and the stench. There aren't enough corpses. Considering the village's size, he could expect the number of villagers to be from 30 to 50 people, yet there were only 10 corpses around. That implied that the other people hadn't died inside the village. Were they really taking a wham? Is that someone breathing? He had just thought that Denning Rose had predicted the situation correctly when he could hear the sound of a person breathing from a collapsed building. It was an extremely thin and weak breath that sounded like it could stop at any moment. Rayon used footwork to quickly run towards it and lifted the debris. A man without an arm and a hole in his stomach was under the rubble, and he opened his eyes with difficulty. This is the carbon cultivation technique. The technique was made for a situation where the user had to deliver a message despite a serious injury, and it consisted of removing one's breath to feign death. However, they were bound to die the moment they finished the technique, and an intense pain visited them while they survived. That was why most people didn't use it even if they'd learned the technique. The man in front of him had been enduring the deadly pain while waiting for someone's arrival. Are you from the black market? Why, yes. Just like Rayon had expected, he was the black market agent that Denning Rose had dispatched. Why, you must be Sir Rayon. The agent's voice was shivering. He was about to die. Yes, if you have anything to tell me. The Black Tower's black commander came to the village and took away the villagers. He said that he was going to feed them to the drake as sacrifices and shoved the mana of darkness in their bodies. The agent grabbed his own body with his only arm and continued. He said that he could accumulate the mana of darkness inside the D-Drake by feeding it people who were poisoned by the mana of darkness. They must be planning to leave the people in the nest to feed them to the drake before killing it. Please have a drink. Dorian tried to give some water to the agent, but he refused with a faint smile on his face. The Black Commander can unleash claws of demonic energy from his hand. I couldn't defend against it even though I hardened my defense. There was also a small magician, and her mana was extremely powerful. The agent had even figured out the Black Commander's attack pattern and the level of his subordinates. Please. He didn't even mention his name or beg for his life. All he asked was for Rayon to save the villagers as he forced himself to smile while grabbing Rayon's hand. That was when he hung his head, his thin breath suddenly coming to an end. Rayon grasped the agent's hand, which was quickly getting colder tightly. The agent was simply dispatched to the village. He didn't really know the villagers nor was he close to them. He was only making that request because he was a human being. It was the last request made from the man who'd lasted that long while simply living as a human. I accept your request. Rayon bowed to the agent, whose name he didn't even know. Dorian, yes, Dorian ran up to him while wiping his tears with his sleeve. He was cowardly and even more of a crybaby, but he'd become a trustworthy fellow. I have a job for you. Leave it to me. Rayon spread the map out while listening to his response. He pointed behind the highest peak where the drake's nest was located. Head to the nest by climbing the cliff behind it to avoid the Black Tower's notice. I suppose to climb the mountain. Yes, please protect the villagers from the drake in the Black Tower. You understood. Dorian was terrified like always and was about to shake his head, but he bit his lip and nodded sharply. You should be able to do it. Equip every single artifact that you have that can conceal your presence. Okay. Dorian took out various pieces of equipment from his belly pocket and equipped them around his body. What about you, Vice Squad Leader? Rayon closed the map and looked up to the highest peak of the Jammery mountain range. Crimson lightning sparked in his eyes as he looked into the darkness. Shall take out the trash from there, without a single exception. Groaning could be heard from the collapsed people numbering more than 30 in the Drake's Nest at the highest peak of the Jammery mountain range, which seemed to reach the red moon. Sniff. Please save me, you are. Please, everyone had a dark hole in their bodies. Strangely, no blood was flowing from the wounds. However, the holes were getting gradually larger, and their blackened blood vessels could be seen. The flesh around the holes was being crushed like rotten fruit. The Black Commander looked down on them coldly, as if he were looking at insects, before he made his way down from the peak. Izzle, yes, a small, blonde-haired woman stepped forward and knelt upon hearing the Black Commander's call. How are the preparations going? It's done. The Drake shall return before sunrise. A black sphere floated from Izzle's hand. Her eyes turned serious as she looked into the sphere. What about the black spirits? They are guarding the surrounding area to reduce the burden on the floor overseer. They will start their move once the Drake returns. Good job. The Black Commander nonchalantly nodded. He went to the stone mountain on the right and concealed his presence to avoid being noticed by the Drake. Black Commander. Izzle hid behind the boulder next to the Black Commander and quietly called to him. What's the matter? Why did you bring your noble self here when we would have been enough to take care of the matter? The Black Commander stared at Izzle without saying anything. Izzle bit her lip tightly. She seemed to be afraid of his dark eyes. It was the order from the tower's Vice Master. The Vice Master's order. The Drake that settled here is a special one that can use the power of ice. It might turn into a mythical monster if we feed it with the mana of darkness in the sacrifices. The Black Commander responded emotionlessly and looked up to the summit. A mythical monster. Izzle clenched her fist while following his gaze. This is my chance. The lengthy explanation from the Black Commander implied how much he trusted her. She wanted to be recognized by the Black Commander, who was acting under the direct order of the tower's Vice Master. Please leave the Drake's capture to me. I won't disappoint you. Izzle, yes. Izzle raised her head upon hearing the call. However, she could never hear the response she was looking for. You just need to amplify the mana of darkness inside the sacrifices and call the Drake. That's the only job you have. You should know your place before running your mouth. Please excuse me. Izzle lowered her head with a trembling chin. She couldn't move at all because she could feel the cold gaze piercing her. However, the Black Commander wasn't even interested in her. He quietly kept staring at the summit just like when he'd arrived. 5 summits were rising on the other side of the stone mountain where the Black Tower's masked men were hiding. Lockton frowned while crouching between those summits. What's happening? Why are the Black Tower goons around here? He would have been discovered if he'd arrived a bit earlier or later, but the Black Tower didn't notice his presence because they were too occupied with injecting the mana of darkness into the people before amplifying it. Are they also targeting the Drake? Judging from the situation, they seemed to be unaware of Rayon's arrival, and they were preoccupied with injecting the mana of darkness into the people to feed them to the Drake. Lockton smiled coldly while looking at the stone mountain where the naked men were hiding. Perfect. Since Rayon Zeekhart was named the Frostfire Sword of Valor, there was no way he would overlook the situation. He was bound to clash against the Black Tower, which meant that he could get his job done without having to do any work. No. Painless death is wasted on him. His lord had been annoyed by Rayon Zeekhart many times in the past. Lockton figured that it would leave a bitter taste in his mouth if he let such an unpleasant bastard have an easy death. Whap! Lockton snickered and raised his finger. Gray and green energies emerged from between his index and middle fingers. This is the best one to use when it comes to pain. They were concentrated poisons. The gray was from a mineral, and the green was from a plant. I'll make you have your last dance as you die. They were already powerful poisons as they were, but combining the two created a poison called the Devil's Bloody Dance, named as much because the struggle of the affected one looked like a dancer bewitched by a devil. The poison was difficult to use, but he was confident he could poison everyone by spreading it while Rayon was fighting against the Black Tower. Lockton carefully concocted the poison when the team leader of his poison crew walked up to him. Sir Lockton. What's the matter? Shouldn't we be reporting the Black Tower's arrival? He briefly licked his lips while pointing at the location where the Black Tower was hiding. We don't need to. Lockton slowly shook his head. But you must be feeling insecure because the order to report is engraved in your brain, but we don't need to do it today. He snickered while pointing behind him, because our lord has already sent additional informants. Lockton smiled coldly as he completed the Devil's Bloody Dance. I am sorry. The team leader bowed to him and stepped back. Don't worry about such a trivial matter. Did you finish your preparations? Yes, the team leader nodded. We can change the direction of the wind to spread the poison whenever you want. All right, be ready. Lockton grinned while tapping the back of his hand, where where the devil's bloody dance was dwelling with his finger, for our dancer's arrival. Yes, that's right, start by cladding yourself with wrath. Wrath's voice was quietly echoing in his ears. You have to use the wrath instead of the aura. That's the real way of using the perception of the snow flower. Rayon nodded and widened his perception as much as possible. The wrath surged from the bottom of his soul to spread toward the end of his aura perception. It felt like his skin was stretching endlessly. He realized that the perception of the snow flower was really supposed to use wrath as fuel instead of aura, just like Wrath had said. Don't stop there yet. Wrath's wrath was seeping into him. He wasn't trying to take over his body. He was trying to help him further extend his perception. Once you're clad in wrath, spread yourself into nature. It should feel like you are becoming one with nature. Rayon carved Wrath's advice in his mind and scattered his mana mixed with wrath. It felt the same as when flowers were blooming from the flame spirit. The extremely thin and intricate mana incorporating the wrath scattered all around the world. Whap! He felt like he was taking off eye patches that were covering his soul, and his visioner rather, all of his perception broke through its limits and expanded endlessly. Whoosh! The stench of a gutter could be scented from the rocky mountain on the right side. It was the location where the Black Tower's masked men were hiding. Is he the one? One of their numbers' pressure was particularly nasty, and Rayon figured that he must have been the Black Commander, one of the Black Tower's floor overseers. Rayon identified the presence of the Black Commander, a magician with a relatively large amount of energy, and 30 black spirits before moving his aura perception to the left. PSSH. He could feel the presence of 40 people above a steep summit. They were the shadows sent by Darius, so they are here after all. Rayon guessed that they must have used teleportation magic since they'd arrived earlier than himself. He started to identify their presence one by one when he felt a huge yet familiar poisonous aura. Wait, is that Lockton? There weren't many deviants in the world who carried such a disgusting stench of poison with them. He must have been Lockton, a poisoner who taught the shadows how to use poison. I get to see another piece of trash here. Lockton had turned an entire village into a poisoned area instead of his target in the past when he was trying out a new poison he'd made. He'd also fed snake venom to Rayon and the other children during a poison lesson and left them until they were on the verge of death. The ones next to him aren't any better. Lockton's poison crew used human venom, which is acquired by killing people. The amount of poison they had suggested that they'd massacred people unrelated to their mission, just like Lockton. Their disgusting aura told him that they were definitely murdering people for fun. Perfect. I wanted to take care of them. Rayon was aware of why Lockton was sent by Darius Robert. He must have been planning to poison him, as an average assassin wouldn't achieve anything against him. However, it won't work against me. The fact that he already knew about Lockton's poison was one of the reasons, but he also had poison resistance and the Ring of Fire. He could devour such garbage poison without any issue. Darius was going to lose another precious subordinate of his. As for the last, Rayon focused his senses at the highest summit of the Jammery Mountain range where the Drake's Nest was located. About 35 people. The number of villagers on the summit was smaller than what he'd heard from the agent. They must have used them to call the Drake. He could guess that the Black Tower's masked men had killed some of the villagers and scattered their blood in order to hasten the Drake's return. They aren't in a good condition. A powerful demonic energy was coming out from their bodies because they were poisoned by the mana of darkness. All of them are going to die before tomorrow morning at this rate. Indeed, he agreed with Wrath. They didn't have much time left. You must save them at all costs for the sake of the King of Essence's desserts. Don't worry, Dorian has arrived. He could feel an extremely small presence behind the summit where the people were located. It was small enough that he wouldn't have been able to feel it without Wrath's help, and Dorian was sticking to the side of the summit. It's my turn now. Rayon exhaled softly before he reduced the perception of the snow flower and focused on the snow flower's veil instead. Whap! The wrath in his soul engulfed his body and assimilated him into the world. He buried his presence into the flowing sense of wind and soil. It's not enough yet. Wrath shook his finger, telling him that he could do better. Feel nature more deeply. Imagine that you are breathing with your lungs instead of your nose. He unleashed his wrath to show the example. Wrath seeped into the flow of the world, and his plump cotton candy body couldn't be found anymore for an instant. All right. Rayon analyzed Wrath's flow through the Ring of Fire and engulfed himself with the exact same flow, unlike the perception of the snow flower, which felt like his body was scattered in all directions. He felt like the world was entering his body. His presence used to be as small as a pebble, but it diminished to the size of a grain of sand. It's pretty decent now. Wrath nodded, saying that it wasn't too bad. However, you'll be found out if you get too close. I know. He needed them to find out anyway to make the Black Tower bastards follow his presence. Rayon calmed himself before he moved to the right. He used the supreme harmonies. Third step to move like flowing water and reached behind a black spirit who was guarding at the edge. PSH. He stabbed the black spirit's heart with the blade of Requiem and covered his mouth. He didn't even know what happened to him as he immediately perished. What? Why is this so clean? I already told you I'm good with assassination. He immediately moved aside to sever the second black spirit's neck. Just like the previous one, he sank into the darkness before he could even let out the smallest groan. Rayon went around outside the black commander's perception range to eliminate the black spirits one after the other. After he killed 5 black spirits, he went towards the center. He will find out if I assassinate them from this distance. Moving silently should have been fine, but the black commander was going to notice if he assassinated anyone. However, that was the key part of his plan. PSH. Rayon went towards the center and pierced the heart of the closest black-robed man. Wham! Even though the assassination didn't make any sound at all, a frightening amount of energy burst from the Rocky Mountains. The black commander was unleashing his mana of darkness. I did it. He used the Supreme Harmonies. Second step, which was the fastest, to run to the other side of the summit. He unleashed a small amount of the 10,000 Flames cultivation and fired it to the front. The faint heat spread around like perfume and created a line between the Rocky Mountain where the Black Tower was located and the summit where the Poison Crew was hiding. It's your turn now, Black Commander. Instead of heading to the summit, Rayon escaped to a hill that he'd previously investigated with a smile on his face. Have fun with the trash. Izzle, the Black Commander, called to the woman who looked like a magician inside the Rocky Mountain. Yes. Gather the black spirits, but right now. Hurry up, you understood. The woman called Izzle gathered the black spirits, but only 24 of them appeared. How is this happening? There's an assassin. The Black Commander narrowed his eyes while looking at the summit on the other side, where he could feel a faint fragrance of mana. Cast the scanning spell in that direction. Ah yes, Izzle scanned and the mana's flow became visible. The red line was directed at the multiple summits on the west. It's connected to that location. So the assassins were there. Yes, around 40 people are hiding their presence. You vermin, how dare you? The Black Commander ground his teeth and kicked the ground. The darkness burst out around him to spread into black wings. Follow the floor, Overseer. Izzle and the black spirits started running towards the summit and followed the Black Commander. What? Lockton's jaw dropped as he saw the Black Commander and the black-robed men running towards him. Why are they coming here? He could feel a faint heat around him and they suddenly started to run towards him like crazy. He couldn't understand what was happening. It looks like they discovered us. The team leaders walked up to him and swallowed nervously. How? We aren't sure about that. They shook their heads, telling him that they couldn't understand either. God damn it. Lockton swore and stood up. He could tell that the Black Commander had found out his location. Move the wind. We are getting rid of them before the mission. The Black Tower was extremely persistent, as expected of people who used the mana of darkness. They were going to follow even if they escaped, which meant that killing them while they still had the geographical advantage was the best option. Lockton raised his hand. The devil's bloody dance that he'd concocted a moment ago burst out like an invisible heat haze. It can't be helped. He'd prepared the poison to kill Rayon, but he didn't have time. He had to use it to defend against the Black Tower. Whoosh! He released the devil's bloody dance into the wind that the team leaders had created. The colorless and odorless poison followed the wind and spread throughout the Black Tower's group. Right before the devil's bloody dance fell upon the tower's spirits, the Black Commander raised his hand from the spearhead. The black claws emerging from his hand looked huge enough to reach the sky. Die. He slashed with the claws of darkness as he spoke, and the entire summit was cut apart. Damn it. Lockton bit his lip and stepped back. The summit that was hiding them was severed in a single strike, and it could only be described as insane. Spread out, and kill them. I'll take care of that violent boar. Yes, the poison users who managed to survive scattered in all directions and thrust their swords at the black spirits. So you were the one who did it. The Black Commander's black eyes were directed at Lockton. Life for life, according to the Black Tower's laws. The extensive energy spreading from his hands looked like he was clad in the night. He almost looked like he was holding a sword of darkness. You crazy bastard, what have we even done to you? Lockton climbed towards the peak and threw daggers from his hands. 5 blades with different poisons applied in them pierced through the air toward the Black Commander's vitals like an eagle. Clang! The Black Commander fended off the daggers with his darkness-clad cape before he closed the distance from the front. You are the ones who started it. We didn't even do anything. I don't know what happened to you, but it was someone else's doing. Make it believable at least. You reek of the stench of an assassin. It was not our doing. Lockton slammed his chest in frustration. You unleashed the wind and poison as soon as we approached. You looked like you were waiting for it, but that was made for someone else. Your chance is over. The black eyes glowed from the Black Commander, and the mana of darkness burst out like a fire around him. His long claws bent like a whip to fall upon Lockton like lightning. Wham! The summit that Lockton had been climbing was cut apart and started to fall under the cliff. Damn it! Lockton bit his lip tightly as he jumped down from the summit. The yellow aura of poison was emerging around his body. Fine, I'll grant your wish and kill you. He created a wall of poison and glared viciously at him. I'll melt you down without leaving a single bone. I'll turn your flesh into sacrifice. The Black Commander's mana of darkness and Lockton's poison clashed against each other. Wham! They weren't the only ones. The poison users and the Black Tower's masked men started to fight against each other all over the Jammery Mountain range. Clong. Endless clashes between the assassin's blades and the energies of darkness created a dissonant orchestra throughout the area. Rayon softly lowered his hand like a conductor from the top of a hill, where he could witness the entire hellish scenery, poison and the mana of darkness. They were both nasty energies that sucked the life out of their opponents alongside intense pain. The black spirits and the poison users were the perfect matches for each other. Rayon raised his eyes to examine the drake's nest on the other side. He managed to climb. Dorian had reached the drake's nest in the midst of the chaos. His trembling limbs revealed his extreme fear, but Rayon was proud of him since he kept moving to save people. Now then, a deadly glow sparkled in Rayon's eyes as he watched Lockton and the Black Commander attack each other with a poisonous fist and claws of darkness. Let's prepare for the grand finale. Clong, thud, the battle between the assassins and the black spirits intensified more and more over time. Since both the poison and the mana of darkness caused intense pain to the opponent at a single touch, they were doing their best to kill each other while dripping with bloodlust. Rayon snickered while looking down on them. Serves you right. The sight of their faces twisting in pain brought a smile to Rayon's face. It felt so nice to see them because they were scoundrels who didn't care at all about the other people's pain. Kiua arg. Some of them started to die because of the poison or mana of darkness, but Rayon didn't feel guilty in the slightest. The Black Tower had attacked innocent villagers to turn them into sacrifices, and Lockton had massacred people before by spreading poison. All of them deserved death. Wrath gasped while watching the chaotic battlefield. It can only be described as insane. What are you talking about? You did mention that you would play them to your advantage, but the King of Essence didn't expect it to actually happen. Wrath had thought that Rayon had finally gone insane when he'd said that he would make the two parties fight against each other when they were completely unrelated, but it was actually happening. He couldn't stop his head from trembling from how ridiculous it was. This isn't the first time, though. Indeed, that's the most irritating part. Wrath was helping him because the Black Tower was a hindrance to his dessert, but he couldn't help getting angry because everything was going too well. It was strange, but he felt angry whenever Rayon was having a great time. Aren't you going to act? I'll take care of those two by myself. Rayon pointed at the Black Commander and Lockton, who were fighting right under the summit. I said this before, but I need to prepare to finish this for now. It's not my turn yet. He turned around and looked at a lower summit from far away. I have another thing to do for now. Did you even notice that? Because my aura perception ascended to a whole different level. Wrath frowned in displeasure. Why are you so irritated when you are the one who taught me how to use the perception of the snow flower and the snow flower's veil? He's angry because you are too good with them. He shouldn't have done that. He punched the ground, saying that he was distracted by mere desserts. What's done cannot be undone. Rayon tapped Wrath's shoulder and turned around. It's too late to regret. He used the Supreme Harmonies third step and went to the lower hill around the entrance of the Jammery Mountain range. The Supreme Harmonies third step was the most quiet and delicate footwork among the Supreme Harmony steps. He reached his destination in an instant without leaving the faintest trace on the ground. Once he climbed the summit, he could see a masked man hiding between two large rocks. He was watching the battle between the Poison Crew and the Black Tower with a telescope, so he was here. He was an informant whose job was to scout and report. He was hiding there instead of joining the battle to report in case a problem occurred to Lockton and the Poison Crew, which means that he's the last bastion. Rayon smiled, as that implied that he could escape Darius's gaze as long as he killed those informants. Smack! Rayon approached him from behind and immediately stabbed his heart and covered his mouth. Just like the previous assassination, he quietly placed the corpse down and moved to the right. He made sure to only step on solid boulders and rocks to avoid making any sound, approaching the last informant, who was hiding in a bush from the side. Just like the previous one, the informant was watching the battle between the Poison Crew and the Black Tower with a telescope. What's going on? He took his eyes off the telescope and laughed bitterly. Why are they fighting against each other? It's because of my interference. Ah, you Kua. Rayon severed his neck before he could turn around. Arg. The informant collapsed on the ground with trembling eyes. Tell them once you are in hell. Rayon destroyed the informant's telescope and smiled coldly, to make space in advance since many are about to go down. Dorian's shoulders trembled as he shoved his finger into a wall. Is this really okay? Rayon had told him to climb the summit once it became hectic, but he had no idea when it was going to be hectic. He was holding on because he was confident in his strength at least, but he felt like his heart was about to burst out from the tension. He's so difficult to follow. He was sighing in his mind before he heard the sound of weapons clashing from below. It's happening. He instinctively realized that it was his time to move and poked his head to the side while climbing to the highest peak. People clad in black robes, presumably the Black Tower's spirits, were fighting against people wearing sticky night traveling clothes, who seemed to be assassins. What's happening? Why are they fighting against each other? He couldn't understand why the hell they were fighting against each other when Rayon couldn't even be found. Poisons and the mana of darkness were fired all around the place. It looked like they were going all out against each other. I don't even know anymore. I guess he's got them. It was impossible for him to understand Rayon's plan. He kept climbing towards the peak while thinking that it was just another one of his schemes. Hop. His body was getting drenched in a cold sweat because he was climbing a steep cliff without using his aura, but he mustered all of his strength while thinking about the people on top to keep his limbs moving. I've finally arrived. As soon as he reached the drake's nest at the highest peak, he could see the dying people. Please do something. They were letting out hoarse groans while grasping the black holes engraved in their bodies. The black holes were as big as a person's head, and the flesh around them was rotting like a zombie's. What's happening? Dorian's chin trembled as he witnessed their state. Those evil bastards. He was aware that the villagers would be in pain, but he hadn't expected it to be so bad. He couldn't believe that a human being could be so cruel to another human. The anger welling up inside him was powerful enough to make his fear disappear. He suppressed the urge to immediately go down to slay the Black Tower's masked men and examine the old man in front of him. There was a hole in his shoulder, and the black blood was etched in the veins all the way up to his neck. Are you okay? Instead of me, please take care of my granddaughter. He was panting like he was about to die, but he pointed at the small child on his right side instead. I am Finsniff. The brown-haired girl seemed to be around 10 years old. She was forcing herself to shake her head while grasping the black hole on her waist. Arg. Dorian swallowed nervously. He started boiling with anger as they cared for each other even though they could die at any moment. My superior is extremely competent. He will save you all if you hold out a bit longer. Please wait a moment. Dorian searched inside the belly pocket to take out painkillers and holy water to help. He even used footwork to distribute the painkillers to the villagers. Swallow it right away. The villagers put the painkillers in their mouths with hands that trembled because of the mana of darkness encroaching into their bodies. As for the ones who couldn't move anymore, Dorian personally helped them swallow the pills. It must hurt, but you have to endure. Dorian opened the holy water's lid. It was an extremely precious holy water from the holy kingdom of Kelton, but he didn't care at all about the price. He made a drop of holy water fall on the old man's wound while hoping that they would last. PSSH. With the sound of burning flesh, the old man started to struggle. His body trembled like an epilepsy patient and his eyes rolled back. You can do it. You have to survive and live with your granddaughter. His words must have been helpful as the seizure weakened and the black lines that had reached his neck started to fade away. The large black hole also started to decrease in size. It's effective. It was good enough to be called real holy water. The pain couldn't be avoided, but it was possible to save everyone. I'll save all of you. Please endure a bit longer. Dorian went around the summit and spread the holy water on the people's black holes. They were in so much pain that they started to scream, while some couldn't even scream, but the holes in the black blood vessels were definitely decreasing in size. They were so exhausted that they could only breathe weakly. Dorian helped them drink some water before observing the lower area. They are still fighting. The Black Tower's masked men and the assassins were still stabbing each other while scattering their poisons in darkness. Fortunately, none of them were paying attention to the summit. Where the hell is the vice squad leader? The assassins and the Black Tower didn't even have 10 members left in their respective camps. Rayon was nowhere to be seen, even though they were definitely going to come to the summit if one of them ended up winning. It's really exhausting to deal with this superior. He turned around after he sighed and suddenly came to a halt. Something huge was flying towards them at a tremendous speed from the direction of the Western Sea. His hair stood on end upon witnessing the crimson eyes shining from the darkness. It's here. Dorian stepped back in panic. The Drake has arrived. Where the hell is he? Die. Lockton threw a dagger toward the sky. 10 daggers scattered in the air and dropped like an eagle toward the Black Commander's vitals. What an annoying fellow. The Black Commander slashed with his hand. The darkness surrounding his hand turned into a huge claw to deflect all of the daggers before falling upon Lockton's head. Damn you. Lockton extended his hands, which were covered in aura. His dark green aura turned into a tidal wave and soared. Wham. The clash between poison and darkness created a huge explosion. The energies that weren't extinguished on the spot spread all around. The land and the trees perished on contact and turned completely dark. Go. The Black Commander's skin had turned pale because of the poison, and black blood vessels had reached Lockton's neck because of the encroaching energy of darkness. Let's put an end to this. Fine, you deaf bastard. Lockton unleashed a poison fog and withdrew. The Black Commander immediately escaped the fog as if he were expecting the move, then thrust his energy of darkness. Wham! They even forgot about their original missions, doing their best to kill each other. The energies of darkness and poison clashed against each other countless times. Rayon fixed his grip on Heavenly Drive and the Blade of Requiem while watching Lockton's poison fist and the Black Commander's energy of darkness. They have weakened. Their willpower had dwindled because they had to continuously endure the pain, and the poison and darkness encroaching into their bodies were making it impossible for them to use their full strength. It's almost there. However, it was still impossible to ambush them both despite their weakened states. It was necessary to wait for the opportunity. Rayon utilized the Snowflower's veil as much as possible to bury his presence in between nature's flows. Wham! He was reducing his presence while watching the clash between Lockton and the Black Commander when a huge creature appeared above his head and hid the moon. Kiye, along with an ear-splitting roar, a ferocious pressure covered the entire Jammery mountain range. The Drake had returned to the nest. Drake. Ha! Is this becoming a three-sided battle? Everyone's gazes and senses were focused on the Drake, including the Black Commander and Lockton. Now is the time. Rayon used the Supreme Harmony steps. His vision narrowed down as he extended his left foot. He pierced into the area between the Black Commander and Lockton in an instant. They were still distracted by the Drake. Rayon slashed down Heavenly Drive and the Blade of Requiem at the same time. Rip. Once he could feel the blades piercing through their flesh, he incorporated ghastly energy toward the Black Commander and heat toward Lockton. Cuh, you bastard. The Black Commander and Lockton's gazes were directed at him, but it was already too late. Rayon met their astonished and painful gazes and finished slashing Heavenly Drive and the Blade of Requiem. PSSH, crimson blood gushed out like a fountain, and the Black Commander's right arm and Lockton's left arm were sent into the sky. Thud, along with the falling sound of the two arms, the flow of time returned to the world that felt like it had come to a halt. Kua, the Black Commander, and Lockton quickly stepped back while grasping their right and left shoulders respectively, instead of a three-sided battle. Rayon arrogantly raised his chin. How do you like a four-sided battle? He shook off the blood from Heavenly Drive and the Blade of Requiem. His carefree gesture looked like he was making fun of them. Why you are. Rayon Sieghart, how did this happen? The Black Commander and Lockton's chins were trembling in disbelief. However, their gazes were telling him that they still hadn't given up. You must be thinking that it's still fine. Rayon nodded while meeting the Black Commander and Lockton's eyes. You are thinking that you can still win since you only lost an arm, right? I actually did it on purpose. He unleashed the Ring of Fire and the 10,000 Flames cultivation at the same time with a frightening smile. His murderous aura, which was tightening the area, was hot enough to evaporate blood, because it would be a shame to grant an easy death to people like you. I wanted to see how good you are at enduring the pain. As soon as he finished, he used the Supreme Harmony steps. He jumped through the space and reached Lockton's left side. Ubaska. Lockton pushed the land and withdrew to his right. His reaction was fast, but the 10,000 Flames cultivation's heat was disturbing the poisonous aura's movement inside his body. Slash. Rayon didn't miss the opportunity and slammed down with Heavenly Drive. The violent teeth of the fangs of insanity dwelling inside the blade slashed Lockton's chest. Blood didn't gush out because the heat was scorching the wound, but the pain multiplied several times. Kua. Rayon was about to stab Lockton's abdomen while listening to his scream when a huge power burst out from behind him. It was the Black Commander's energy of darkness. You can't even wait for your turn. Shut your mouth. How am I supposed to shut my mouth when there's a hole in it? Rayon laughed coldly and turned around into the Black Commander's strike with the energy of darkness. The dark energy was falling like a dragon's claws. Rayon clenched the Blade of Requiem and unleashed Glacier Whir. The ghastly energy inside the Black Commander responded to the majestic sword resonance of coldness. Kuh. The Black Commander attacked with the energy of darkness while enduring the pain, but Rayon had already left the spot. Wham. He charged right through the collapsing ground toward the Black Commander. You rat bastard. The Black Commander didn't withdraw, extending his hand while stepping up instead. The dark energy spread around like a web to entangle Rayon's body. It's a powerful technique, but I already saw it. He drew a semicircle with Heavenly Drive. The moment the blade clad in heat managed to push back the darkness, he pierced into the Black Commander's space and slashed with the Blade of Requiem. Swoosh. The yellow blade of ghastly energy pierced through the darkness and ruthlessly severed the Black Commander's chest. Kua. The Black Commander groaned and faltered backward like a drunkard. Huff, Lockton, and the Black Commander were drenched in cold sweat because of the pain from their arms and chests as they looked at Rayon with trembling eyes. Is that all? Rayon rolled his lips into a smile while looking down on the Black Commander and Lockton. I thought you would be patient at least since you love tormenting others, but you keep screaming so much. Was it your plot all along? The Black Commander glared at him with powerful bloodlust in his distorted black eyes. Yes. Rayon nodded while raising Heavenly Drive and the Blade of Requiem. Did you hear about the saying, deal with your enemy with another enemy? I was just taking care of trash with more trash. You bastard. Damn you, the Black Commander and Lockton started moving at the same time. They unleashed as much poison and darkness as possible, while enduring the interferences of ghastly energy and heat inside their bodies. The green aura of poison turned into a tidal wave, and the black energy covered the sky and turned into rain to fall upon him. Your pain is only getting started. Rayon didn't withdraw even though he witnessed the trace left by the huge amount of power. He casually advanced and thrust Heavenly Drive. Kring, starlight was dwelling on his blade as it slashed along with the horizon. Rayon Zeeghart-style swordplay. Third form, sword's silvery dream flurry. Thousands of blades scattered around like a dream and pierced into the Black Commander and Lockton's visions, perish amidst endless pain. Though Sword's silvery dream was originally a deadly swordplay that consisted of hiding a real blade behind a fake to pierce vitals. However, Rayon had changed the flow because trash like Black Commander and Lockton didn't deserve an easy death. He divided the killing blade into dozens of different pieces and created an endless blade storm. It was a flurry, as the name indicated. Sword's silvery dream flurry was an evil technique that consisted of slashing every single vital point of an enemy. Wham! The blade engulfed in a blue light tore apart the Black Commander and Lockton's openings. Blood gushed from their wounds and seeped into the land as two different energies assaulted him from left and right. Slash! Rayon swung the blade of Requiem at the two energies at the same time which were targeting his heart and neck. Huff. During the short instant where his focus was directed at the blade of Requiem, the Black Commander and Lockton stepped back with painful groans. A poison user and a short magician ran next to them. They were the ones who had fired the magic in the poison aura. Sir Lockton, had you attacked any later, I would have died. That bastard is even more dangerous than what I heard. Lockton spat out the blood welling up in his mouth and forced the bleeding to stop. He bit his lip hard and unleashed all of the poisonous aura from his energy center. Are you all right? I'm fine. The Black Commander shook his hand at the magician and straightened his back. He ignored the bloody injuries all over his body and wrapped himself with the energy of darkness. The energies unleashed by Lockton, and the Black Commander soared high enough to reach the night sky. The remaining poison crew and black spirits gathered behind them. Rayon examined the summit behind those powerful auras. He's doing well. Dorian was fighting the Drake without taking a single step back. This is also an opportunity for him. Wrath furrowed his brow while looking up towards Dorian. He's the type that always tries to run away from a fight. Since he can't run in this situation, it should allow him to develop his mind even further. Indeed, the Drake wasn't using its ice breath because it was underestimating Dorian. It was the perfect opportunity for him to gain experience as long as he watched out for the breath. I should still take precautions, just in case. Rayon focused the perception of the snow flower on Dorian so that he would be able to act whenever it was necessary before he walked up to the Black Commander. How insolent. Rayon smiled coldly at the poison user and the magician from Black Tower, who had managed to save Lockton and the Black Commander. Has no one told you to not interfere in a fight between adults? You're one to talk. Rayon increased his pressure, and the poison user and the magician nervously stepped back. Take the explosive pill and unleash the dreadful blood wind formation. The poison users followed Lockton's order and took out black pills from their inner pockets before pouring them into their mouths. Veins bulged from their foreheads, and their poisonous auras were multiplied more than twice. It was the evil formation that had destroyed an entire village in the past, the dreadful blood wind formation. Izel opened the demonic ocean. Yes, the magician called Izel placed her hands on the ground and started to chant some strange lines. Thud, Rayon snickered and kicked the ground. You are underestimating me too much. He moved to the right in an instant and dashed towards the magician called Izel. You punk. 8 black claws emerged from the Black Commander's back like a wing and fell upon Rayon like a whip. Thud, Rayon stepped on the collapsing land with the Supreme Harmony steps and advanced. When the Black Commander was trying to connect the next attack, he unleashed the Flame Spirit from the 10,000 Flames Cultivation's 100 Flames. Whap, the raging flower bloomed to push back the darkness and created a path for Rayon to break through. PSSH, Rayon ran in a straight line and severed Izel's heart with Heavenly Drive. A dangerous amount of blood gushed from her chest. Waiting for the enemy only happens in a novel. It doesn't matter. The magic has already been activated. The ground started to turn dark at the same time as she sneered. the demonic ocean. The battlefield where the tower's masked men could use the best of their abilities was welling up into the world. Rayon swirled Heavenly Drive and licked his lips. I decided to take care of her first because I already know what the dreadful blood wind formation does. This is getting troublesome. You don't look troubled, though. Wrath frowned while looking at his expression. You look like you're feeling happiness right before tasting an ordered dish. How is that supposed to look? Your face is full of anticipation. You can finally read the mood. HMPH. The King of Essence has always been called a genius in that aspect, even in devildom. That doesn't sound right. Rayon chuckled and fixed the grip on Heavenly Drive and the Blade of Requiem. Anyway, you are right about that. I wanted to have a proper fight. Rayon had never used his full power after he'd absorbed the Ocean Soul's flower petal and the ghost jellyfish's energy core. Since he didn't even use astral energy during the spar in the company, he wanted a proper fight against a powerful opponent where he could use his full power. Deadly poison burst from the dreadful blood wind formation created by Lockton and the poison crew. Even the floor turned black and melted down, the trees and grasses crumbling into dust from the powerful venom. Wham! The energy unleashed by the Black Commander and the Black Spirits was even more intense. The repulsive darkness was soaring to the sky to cover the entire area. Die already, you fucking monster. The Black Commander and Lockton unleashed the poison and darkness at the same time, as if they had agreed upon the timing. The tremendous wave of power engulfed the land and the sky and stormed towards him. Rayon's fingertips were trembling from the sheer pressure. Do you know what the biggest pain a human being can experience is? Rayon rolled his lips into a smile even though he was facing the huge wave of energy. It's when you are given hope just for it to be taken away. He crushed the land with his left foot and thrust the Blade of Requiem. White shadow emerged from behind the crimson blade. Rayon Zeeghart-style swordplay. Fifth form, White Shadow Slash. The white shadow surrounding the Blade of Requiem pierced into the energies of poison and darkness, which looked like they were about to devour the entire world. His sword wasn't fast, powerful, or sturdy. However, the majestic flow created as a result embraced the poisonous aura and the mana of darkness. Kring. White Shadow Slash had abandoned the concept of counterattack and solely focused on defense, and the Crimson Blade soared in the meantime. 10,000 flames cultivation, 100 flames, flawless sea of fire. A drop of flame condensed at Heavenly Drive's tip and spread around to create a huge flow. A flaming tidal wave burst from the ground and sprawled in all directions. Gasp, defend. What the hell is that fire? The wave of fire destroyed everything in sight and assaulted the poison crew and the Black Tower's masked men in an instant. Swaya. Once the torrent of fire subsided, the Black Commander and Lockton could be seen on their asses with burns all over their bodies. No one other than them had managed to maintain their shape. Hua. What the hell? The Black Commander and Lockton couldn't even move a single finger of their staggering bodies. Letting out those pained groans was the only thing they could do. Ha. A faint smile briefly appeared on Rayon's face as he looked at the hands holding Heavenly Drive and the Blade of Requiem. I've gotten stronger. The heat was completely different from when he entered the submarine dungeon. He wasn't even going to lose even if his opponents hadn't exhausted their strength beforehand. The Black Commander's chin trembled violently as he raised his eyes. His black eyes were brimming with anger and pain. Why are you doing this? Lockton bit his lip. He looked like he couldn't understand the situation. You were the ones who tried to kill me first. How did you know Kua? Lockton perished before he got the answer and fell backward. There are no secrets in this world. Rayon raised Heavenly Drive to behead the Black Commander, and he clenched his teeth. Don't tell me you attacked us just because we used that trash as sacrifices. Trash, their lives are meaningless anyway. Did you pick a fight against the Black Tower for the sake of some vermin that don't have any power or intelligence? A pitiful life awaits you. The Black Commander's white teeth could be seen as he sneered. You won't be allowed to have an easy death. The higher-ups from the Black Tower. You are the one who isn't allowed to have an easy death. Rayon smiled coldly and slammed the Blade of Requiem into the Black Commander's shoulder. I leave it to you. The Blade of Requiem's sword resonance sounded like, I got this, as it shoved a huge lump of ghastly energy into the Black Commander. Since his devilry was similar to the white blood religion, the Blade of Requiem also seemed angry at him. Crush. The ghastly energy inserted by the Blade of Requiem tore the Black Commander's mana circuits apart and started to rampage throughout his body. Kua. The Black Commander screamed for the first time as he writhed in pain. The intense pain was bringing life back to his dying body, and his eyes trembled like crazy. Please kill me. You love pain, don't you? This is my gift for your long journey, so make sure to take it with you. Please. Don't forget that pain even after your death. Rayon left the Black Commander alone to die slowly from the ghastly energy and looked up at the Drake's nest. He's still looking fine. Of course, he's the King of Essence's subordinate. Rayon was planning to help him if it seemed impossible, but Dorian was still standing in front of the drake like an iron wall without taking a single step back. Rayon chuckled and twirled Heavenly Drive. Children grow up so quickly. You are also a child. Dorian's chin trembled as he looked at the huge creature flying in the air. He felt like the pressure from the flapping wings was peeling his skin off. His heart tightened from the oppression of the majestic roar. The skill was called Fear, which was only used by superior monsters. Whoosh, the drake descended and smashed down with its huge claws. Dorian could feel the tremendous power of a master's slash and immediately used footwork to escape to the right. Wham, the attack location collapsed and the people faltered from the ground. They could have fallen under the cliff if the impact was stronger than what it was. I must not avoid it. The people behind him were going to die if he used footwork to dodge the attack like always. He had to confront it no matter what. For now, I need to save them. Dorian took out a thick plank from his belly pocket and planted it on the ground to prevent people from falling before he stood up. The drake was striking with its right claws. It was even faster and more powerful than the previous attack. Whatever. Dorian bit his lip and unleashed the 10 flowing form swordsmanship. Clong. Even though he was going all out, his sword was bending so much that it looked like it was about to snap. He poured out as much aura as possible to somehow endure the attack. GRR. The drake looked even angrier than before, its eyes already scar-glowing like a raging fire. Let's talk this the drake's roar sounded like it was telling him to shut the hell up, and it aimlessly swung its claws from its hands and feet. Wham, wham, Dorian maximized the 10 flowing forms to defend, but his creaking shoulders and knees felt like they were about to break. Even though he was confident in his strength and stamina, he quickly understood that he wouldn't be able to last for a long time. When the vice squad leader something long was charging at him at a tremendous speed when he thought about Rayon. Since he was watching the drake's hands and feet, it was obvious what it was. The tail, the long tail falling like lightning, was as sharp as a blade. Dorian stomped the ground and unleashed the Spinning Flow's heavy art of 10 flowing forms. A chunk of heavy cloud emerged from his sword to clash against the drake's tail. Wham! He was stunned for a moment and couldn't even raise his hand from the impact, but he fortunately managed to stand his ground. The drake looked extremely angry because he managed to defend the tail attack, and it spread its wings wide with a loud roar. It then flew upwards and started attacking with its claws. Why the hell does it have so many different attack patterns despite being a drake? Dorian shouted and unleashed the 10 flowing forms special technique, the blue flower floating cloud. Soft pieces of cloud gathered in one spot to turn into a robust flow. Wham! As the drake's claws and the aura blade from blue flower floating cloud clashed against each other, a fissure appeared at the center of the summit, and its border started to be destroyed. Dorian even felt like throwing up, which was a sign of internal injury. The drake looked even more infuriated because Dorian managed to endure and flew up into the air. It gained some distance before it opened its jaw. A huge amount of coldness was emerging from its dark throat. An ice breath. It reminded him of the information he'd heard from Denning Rose. The drake was supposed to have used an ice breath before around the nest. I am screwed. Dorian's lips trembled as he witnessed the converging coldness. How am I supposed to defend against that? Whether he could defend or not, a huge amount of coldness was already condensed. And maybe I should be running away right now. He'd equipped cold-resistant equipment as soon as the drake had appeared, but he still couldn't imagine himself surviving against that breath. He wanted to just give up and run away. However, the people behind him stopped him. He couldn't run away and leave them behind. They were innocent people. Crack. Dorian gritted his teeth to the point of breaking and pulled out all of his aura from his energy center. He couldn't run away at that point. It was necessary to try even if it killed him. Swaya, the drake's jaw opened up even further and the blue energy filled his vision. It was an ice breath. A tremendous amount of coldness was pouring upon him, and it was powerful enough to freeze up the entire summit. Rayon Sieghart, you psychopath. Dorian loudly insulted Rayon and exploded the aura he'd gathered. He unleashed the 10 flowing forms last special technique, the Great 10 flow slash, and the aura cloud emerging from his sword filled the space above him. The cloud would normally spread in a cross shape, but Dorian created a semi-spherical wall instead to protect the people. Wham! His body felt like he was getting crushed by the ice breath's torrent of power. He lost his senses, which suggested that the tips of his hands and feet were frozen, and his painful breath was evidence to his exhaustion. In fact, even his breath was frozen. I want to run away, but he couldn't do that. He realized once again how hopeless it was to be unable to retreat. Dorian mustered his aura until the last drop and maintained the wall. His aura gradually became thinner, and it was about to be destroyed when the drake closed its mouth, and the ice breath finally came to a halt. Huff. Dorian went on his knees before he knew it as a result of exhausting his strength. He really couldn't even move a single finger. GRR. However, the drake opened its mouth once again, and even more energy gathered around it. The deadly blue glow of the second ice breath in its throat told him that it would be even more powerful than the first. I can't defend against this. He wanted to stand back up with his sword, but he really had no strength left in him. Arg, Rayon, you freaking anemone, octopus, sea cucumber, weasel, you deserve divine punishment. I can understand a weasel, but why am I an anemone, octopus, and a sea cucumber? All of them are slippery and sneaky, huh? Dorian briskly turned around just as Rayon jumped upwards. He looked like he was flying into the sky as he smashed the drake's head with his sword before it used its ice breath. Smack! The silver blade was hammered into the drake vertically after cutting through its skin and bone. Key. The drake still tried to resist, struggling despite the blade stabbed into it, but it was crushed by Rayon's sheer strength and violently fell. Wham! The tremendous impact occurring at the summit underneath them felt like an earthquake was happening. Dorian poked his head out to see what was happening. The drake was lying at the center of the summit with a sword stabbing into its head. Dorian's jaw dropped. Is a drake really supposed to die so easily? The drake was already dead even though it didn't even look like Rayon had used astral energy. Rayon pulled the sword out of the drake's head and returned to the summit with a single jump. How long have you been here? Around the point where the drake used the tail swipe. I was in danger. Why did you not do anything? You looked like you were having fun. Rayon grinned as if he were stating the obvious. What about the breath? You looked like you were having even more fun. Huh. The focus disappeared from Dorian's eyes. Is he really even human? His pounding heart felt like it was going to burst because of how Rayon was turning more and more into a demon. It was really dangerous when it used the breath. The others could have died, not just me, but you did it. Rayon smiled while looking at the people who weren't affected by the coldness. You won't achieve any growth if you only take on easy tasks. Rayon's casual words were pulling his heartstrings. Was he helping my growth? When he thought about it, he was thrilled by the sense of achievement when he managed to defend against the breath even though it was difficult. It was a feeling that he would have never gotten if Rayon had done it in his stead. Moreover, Dorian could guess that Rayon had blocked the coldness that had gone past him to protect the others. He was thoughtful despite his carefree appearance, and he was cool-headed and kind-hearted at the same time. It was seriously way too difficult to understand his mind, but one thing he knew for sure was the fact that Rayon was helping him. Oh yeah, Dorian was bowing at him, but Rayon snapped his fingers and turned around. You called me a psychopath, anemone, octopus, sea cucumber, and a weasel, right? Oh, that's. I'll show you what a genuine psychopath is as soon as we return. Dorian's hands trembled upon witnessing the terrifying smile on his face. Rayon was already evil as he was, so Dorian couldn't even begin to guess what he was planning to do. You can look forward to it. Dorian sniffled while wiping away his tears with his frozen sleeve. He's a real demon. That's for sure. You just called me a demon in your mind, didn't you? You. Rayon ignored the trembling Dorian and examined the unconscious people on the summit. Their condition isn't too bad. Indeed, they've gotten a lot better. There were black holes in the villagers' bodies, but the size wasn't too big, and there weren't too many black veins around them. It was much better than when he examined them through the perception of the snow flower in the beginning. His first aid was well done. He thought that Dorian only gave them painkillers, but the villagers were doing a lot better than he expected. He was about to ask what he did when he noticed the glass bottle beside the patient's. Is that what he used? What a dirty and ugly stench. Wrath frowned while looking at the glass bottle. I guess you'd feel that way since this is holy water. Moreover, it's extremely expensive holy water. It wasn't ordinary holy water, but the real deal brought from the holy kingdom of Kelton. On top of being expensive, it was difficult to acquire even with money, yet Dorian had used it without hesitation. Rayon chuckled and looked around. Dorian was terrified because of the hell that was about to happen, but he was still feeding water and food to the injured villagers. He's just way too kind-hearted that it's troublesome. According to physiognomy, he's a perfect victim of a scam. You even have physiognomy in devildom. Don't underestimate devildom. We even have a book on physiognomy from a systemized theory. The personality depends on the length of the horn. There's all sorts of information there, it seems. Rayon chuckled and nodded. Anyway, the King of Essence can't bring himself to hate him because of that. He was cowardly and a bit slow sometimes, but he was extremely good-natured. I guess I'll only quadruple his training once we return instead of quintupling it. Rayon decided to slightly decrease the amount of training, as he couldn't overlook Dorian calling him a psychopath. Is overlooking it not even an option? Of course not. How are you even human? Wrath's chin was trembling in shock. Rayon turned his head and put his hand on the should of the old man in front of him. Now then, the question is how I can get rid of this. It was difficult to completely remove the mana of darkness, since it was a negative energy that had the tendency to stick to human bodies. I guess I have to burn it up with the Ring of Fire and the 10,000 Flames cultivation. When he decided to count on the Ring of Fire's purifying ability and the 10,000 Flames cultivation's purity to burn the mana of darkness, a sword resonance occurred from the blade of Requiem in its scabbard. Are you telling me that you can do it? The blade of Requiem resonated even louder in approval. Since Rayon believed in the blade of Requiem, he decided to try it out and brought the crimson blade toward the old man's wound. The blade of Requiem unleashed its yellow, ghastly energy and started to absorb the mana of darkness from the old man's body. The black bulging veins subsided, and the black hole narrowed before disappearing completely. PSSH, red blood gushed from the wound once the mana of darkness was completely gone and the old man's complexion returned to normal. It worked. Rayon smiled and pulled out the blade of Requiem. It kept its word and completely absorbed the mana of darkness from the old man's body. I can't believe this worked. Ghastly energy, bloody energy, and demonic energy are all negative energies with lots of similarities. It's a useless trick, though. Wrath shook his finger, saying that it wasn't a big deal. The blade of Requiem completely ignored Wrath and focused on digesting the energy of darkness that it had just absorbed. Dorian had been watching from the side and came running at him in surprise. Stop his bleeding. I'll continue with the next person's treatment. Yes. Dorian's expression was also bright because he saw that the old man's complexion had returned to normal. He immediately took out a styptic and a bandage from his belly pocket to stop the old man's bleeding. Next up is, when Rayon was about to examine the little girl lying next to the old man, messages popped up in front of his eyes. You've manipulated. You've prevailed. Rayon immediately turned off the messages and brought the blade of Requiem to the girl's wound. Aren't you going to check them out? There seem to be lots of messages. Wrath glared at the spot where the message had appeared with a trembling chin. That's not important right now. He had no time to rejoice in his own growth because he had to treat people as fast as possible. The blade of Requiem absorbed the energy of darkness just like Wrath eating the ice cream, and he managed to finish the treatment by the time the sun started to rise. The blade of Requiem quietly fell asleep after making a sword resonance that sounded like it was expressing its satisfaction over the meal. It seemed to be making preparations to digest the energy of darkness. It's over. Dorian grinned after he stopped the bleeding on the shoulder of the last patient, a middle-aged man. What should I do now? We have two problems. Yes, the first one is about that drake. Rayon pointed at the drake that had been slammed into the summit right below them. He was originally planning to ask the black market to help with the transportation, but they weren't ready because of how urgent the situation was. Why are you even worrying about that? It's simple. Dorian shrugged his shoulders and went under the summit. He picked up the drake's head and shoved it into his belly pocket. Rumble. Even though the drake was huge, it was absorbed into Dorian's belly pocket as if shrinking magic was being used on it. Did that actually go in there? Rayon fell speechless because of how ridiculous it was. He just witnessed a drake, over 30 meters long from head to tail, go into the belly pocket. It wasn't even shocking anymore, was starting to get terrified. Dorian jumped to easily return to the summit. See, it wasn't a big deal. Why, you are right. Rayon awkwardly nodded. What's the second problem? We have to transport those people. Rayon pointed at the unconscious villagers. Since there were too many of them, bringing them back to the village wasn't going to be an easy task. It would take too long if we brought them down one by one. The energy of darkness was gone, but they still needed to recover their stamina. That was why he wanted to bring them home quickly so that they could rest. Can you connect those summits to create a slanted, icy road? Dorian pointed at the summits that were pointing up like a stair. I can. Rayon nodded. He'd used lots of heat from the 10,000 Flames cultivation, but he didn't use much coldness from Glacier. Creating a slanted, icy road was an easy task in his state. Then please make it. We can bring them in one go. Dorian grinned and put his hand in his belly pocket. Once his hand came back out, he was holding a luxurious carriage. Moreover, it was a huge carriage, one that was supposed to be pulled by 8 horses. He has a carriage. A carriage just came out. Rayon and Wrath dropped their jaws at the same time. Wait, should I really be surprised by this? He'd just seen the drake entering the pocket, so it wasn't too strange for a carriage to come out. Whether it's surprising or not, it does make it more convenient. Since Rayon and Dorian could control the speed from the front, the carriage would allow them to carry all of the villagers a lot faster and more easily than bringing them one by one. Of course I have a carriage with me. It's one of the necessities. Dorian grinned while putting chains around the wheels to prevent slipping. Rayon swallowed nervously while watching the smiling Dorian, who believed it was normal to have a carriage in his pocket. What is even considered a non-necessity for you? By the time Rayon and Dorian arrived at Werther's village with the people on the carriage, the sun had reached the center of the sky. He was planning to remove the debris to make space for the villagers to rest, but many people were already rebuilding the village. Greetings, White Sword Dragon. I'm the branch manager's direct subordinate, Henderson. A middle-aged man stepped forward and bowed to them. The man, who had half of his gray hair swept back, was the warrior who used to be standing next to Denning Rose. What brought you here? The branch manager ordered the restoration of the village, since White Sword Dragon was going to return with the rescued villagers. Rayon exclaimed while looking at Henderson. Was she expecting me to win? Denning Rose should have already figured out about the assassin's movement. It was interesting that she predicted, or rather believed, that Rayon would manage to rescue the villagers through the assassins in the Black Tower. What a peculiar woman. Everyone in the black market could have ended up dying if she made a mistake, yet she still believed in him and sent all those people. Her boldness was truly extraordinary. We also brought a priest and healers. Please leave the treatment of the villagers to us. Henderson pointed behind him. An old man wearing a priest's outfit and people who appeared to be healers were standing there among the workers restoring the village. Dorian nodded and opened the carriage. He brought people out of the compressed carriage and laid them in front of the priest and the healers. Huh, the priest gasped and suddenly raised his head. Those injuries are definitely caused by the energy of darkness, yet there's not even a trace left in them. How is this possible? His jaw dropped in surprise while examining the injuries. How did you even treat them? Rayon smiled while pointing at Dorian. I used my aura to remove it afterward. He added some lies since he didn't want the Blade of Requiem's ability to be known. Even if holy water was used, the energy of darkness can't be removed so perfectly. How curious. There shouldn't be any lingering effects. The priest smiled while saying that it was a relief. He blessed the villagers' bodies to increase their regeneration before leaving the treatment to the healers. Your skills are truly extraordinary. After he blessed all of the villagers, he walked up to Rayon and grabbed his hands. How about coming with me? People might start calling you a reincarnated saint with your abilities. Haha. Rayon laughed awkwardly. He looks like he doesn't know who I am. Rayon realized once again how good the Blade of Requiem's treatment was. An excellent priest was praising him so hard. I don't deserve such praise. Priest came in. He must be tired because he's been fighting all night long. Excuse me, it was my fault. The priest bowed politely and stepped back. He was rather impatient but didn't seem to be a bad person. We've prepared a location for your rest. Henderson pointed at a camp set up on the right side. It must have been the highest grade tent since it was wide, smooth, and odorless. Rayon licked his lips while watching Dorian, who was blankly staring at the tent. I guess Dorian should rest. After climbing to the summit with bare hands, he even fought against the drake and pulled the carriage. It could be expected that he was tired to the point of collapsing. Vice squad leader, I'm going to raise. Dorian started bowing at him with a smile and suddenly fainted. He was tired. Yes, it looked like he had fainted when the tension left him. He's such an interesting fellow. Rayon chuckled and laid Dorian on the bed inside the camp before going to a tent assigned to him. Ha. Rayon sat on the bed at a deeper part of the camp and sighed. Fortunately, I managed to do everything I could. He stopped Darius's attack, annihilated the Black Commander and the Black Spirits, and even managed to rescue the kidnapped villagers safely. Since he also obtained the Drake, which was the original objective, it wasn't excessive to call it the best result possible. It was close, but it wasn't too bad. Wrath nodded. Then let's check out what I received. You received? What have you even received? Your gift, Rayon smiled cheerfully and loaded the messages that he'd previously turned off. The King of Essence never gave you a gifa. Wrath's jaw dropped. Rayon checked the messages while ignoring him. You've manipulated multiple enemies with an excellent plan. You've prevailed against a combined attack from 2 warriors with a higher realm than yourself. All stats have increased by 8. The points seemed to be given because he'd made the Black Tower and the Poison Crew fight against each other, then won against the combined attack between the Black Commander and Lockton. However, the messages weren't over yet. Trait. Perception of the Snow Flower has ranked up. Trait. Bleeding Curse has ranked up. Trait. Poison Resistance has ranked up twice. Trait. Snow Flower's Veil has ranked up. The second batch of messages was about the increase in rank of the traits he'd used. He was expecting the Perception of the Snow Flower and the Snow Flower's Veil to rank up, but the 2-level increase in Poison Resistance was rather unexpected. It must be from when I ate the ghost jellyfish's energy core. It finally came out after I defended against Lockton's poison. Rayon figured he might be able to resist Lockton's poison without even using the Ring of Fire with the current level of his Poison Resistance. His Poison Resistance was getting pretty high, just like his Fire Resistance and Water Resistance. He could feel that his weaknesses were gradually disappearing. How is this even possible? Wrath's lips trembled as he read the messages. How could you give him so many stats and traits when all he did was kill some weaklings? But I did a good job, didn't I? Not at all. Those guys would have died if the King of Essence crushed them with his pinky finger. Actually, shooting his booger would have been enough. Those rewards are way too excessive. He started to pick his non-existent nose while saying that he could really kill them with a booger. Rayon started to wonder how he even had a sense of smell without a nose. The King of Essence can't accept this. You honestly did nothing this time and only watched them fight. I finished them off at least. And what are you going to do if you can't accept it when I have already received the reward? Sue me. Arg, he wishes he could sue you. Wrath ground his teeth violently while glaring at Rayon. Once the King of Essence returns, the first thing he does will be to destroy the system and make a new one. It's so stupid. Rayon wanted to say that he was the stupid one, but he suppressed his urge because he figured Wrath was going to rampage even more. I'm sorry, but I have some bad news. What is it now? I don't think we'll be able to eat the berry pie and the braised chestnuts. What kind of bullshit is that? Wrath briskly turned his eyes to look at him. Rayon's fingers trembled because his glare was even more intense than when his stats were taken away. Lots of people have been injured and died. I can't exactly ask them in this situation. Nonsense. That's the whole reason the King of Essence is here. It would be a different story if we stayed here for about a week, but we have to return in 2 days at most. I'll buy you delicious food at the company. No, the King of Essence is going to eat the berry pie and braised chestnuts from this village no matter what. He held onto the ground and shook his head to show his determination to stay. He almost looked like a kid lying down on the marketplace, trying to pester their parents into buying them some candy. I mean, it's impossible no matter how much you want it. The village was destroyed and there were lots of casualties. The villagers were unable to move both mentally and physically even if they wanted to give them rewards. HMPH, you underestimate humans too much. What? You aren't planning to accept any money from the villagers, are you? Of course not. Then let's make a bet with the King of Essence. Wrath sent him a message at the same time. Wrath is suggesting a bet. Condition: leave Werther's village without being treated with a berry pie and a braised chestnut. Success: all stats plus 10. Fail plus 10 in emotion of Wrath. Eat everything Wrath wants for 3 days after returning to the Cephia company. What do you think? Accept the challenge if you're so sure about it. Wrath snorted while pointing at the message. Okay. Since Rayon could utilize the Wrath, it wasn't exactly a penalty for him, so he decided to accept it. In return, we're going to leave in 2 days. That's fine. Wrath nodded with a grin on his face. You know nothing about human nature because you are a demon. You are the demon, though, 2 days later. Just as Rayon predicted, the villagers repeatedly bowed at him with teary eyes to express their gratitude, but they didn't bring him any berry pies or braised chestnuts. Rayon snickered while looking at Wrath's frown. I told you we wouldn't get it. They can't afford to make any dessert right now. It's not over yet. Wrath shook his head, saying that they still had more time left. It's pointless. We are leaving before lunch, just like I previously mentioned. He's well aware. Rayon left the village and examined the surrounding area. He spread his aura perception just in case the Black Tower, Darius's shadows, or monsters were around, but he fortunately didn't find anything. Since many of the warriors from the black market were in the village, he figured he could leave without worrying about them. You are such a worrywart. Being a worrywart is better than you, who is only looking for food. It's just the King of Essence's hobby. It looks more like the whole purpose of your life. That's not true. Rayon returned to his tent while making fun of Wrath, only to find that the village chief was waiting for him. Chief, our benefactor. The village chief bowed so deeply that his head almost touched the ground. You've returned. I already told you you don't need to bow so much. He was feeling extremely uncomfortable because every single villager, including the chief, was bowing like that all the time. No, this is far from enough to express our gratitude. He shook his head with an awkward smile. He tightened his lips, saying that he would be repaying that favor for the rest of his life. I heard you were leaving today. Is that true? Yes, I have an important matter to attend to. Rayon nodded. He had to return to the Cephia company in advance and make preparations, as anything could happen in the competition for succession. I see. You are really going to return before we can pay anything back. He bowed once again and apologized. We'd like you to at least accept the reward money that we've prepared. That fund is necessary for the restoration of the village. Rayon shook his head. Since he wasn't expecting any reward to begin with, he was satisfied with his victory against Wrath. In that case, please accept something else. The village chief looked behind him, and a girl with a freckled nose stepped forward and showed him 2 boxes. My granddaughter made them with the best berries and chestnuts remaining in the village. Please eat those and return to visit the village later. The chief and his granddaughter bowed at the same time. Rayon's jaw dropped as he accepted the boxes inside the luxurious packages. Did they seriously make them? He couldn't believe they were giving him their regional products when the funerals weren't even over yet. He fell speechless in his shock. Yuhahaha. Wrath started rolling on the ground with frivolous laughter. The King of Essence told you. You don't know anything about humans because you are a demon. He was calling Rayon a demon as if he himself were a human being. Rayon tried his best to maintain a composed expression, and messages appeared when he was about to open the box. He bit his lip as he thought he had lost the bet. You've won the bet against Wrath. All stats have increased by 10. 5 additional points have increased from the consecutive victory. However, the message was announcing his victory. What's going on? Are you seriously broken? Why did the King of Essence lose the bet? I'm not sure either. Rayon tilted his head and opened the boxes. Once he saw the contents, he realized why he received that message. There are no pies or braised chestnuts. The boxes contained pink macarons made from berries and sugar-glazed chestnuts. Wrath's jaw dropped as he looked at the food. They are new desserts that are going to succeed the berry pies and braised chestnuts. We'd like our benefactor to have a taste before they are revealed. The village chief smiled, saying that they were even more delicious than the berry pies and braised chestnuts. They do look really delicious. Rayon nodded while looking at the desserts. He was trying to suppress his laughter, but it was so difficult that he had to cover his mouth with his hands. What's going on? Wrath shouted towards the sky because of the unexpected situation. Why does this happen every single time? Why the hell did they have to come up with new recipes right now? They are thanking us. Bring the berry pies and braised chestnuts. This is so unreasonable. Why does the world hate the King of Essence so much? Rayon packed up his baggage in the tent before going out to the entrance of Werther's village. The destroyed iron gate and walls were perfectly repaired under Henderson's command. I can return now without worrying about them. He could leave the village without any problem since there were no enemies or monsters around the village. The villagers had somewhat regained their peace, and Henderson was still going to stay with them for a while. Monsters could appear in the future because the Drake was gone, but that wasn't going to happen for a good while, so he was planning to request the Cephia Company to dispatch warriors to the village once he arrived. He should have. Rayon was waiting for Dorian in front of the gate when he heard Wrath's sigh going even deeper than the bottom of the earth. He should have said regional products instead of berry pies and braised chestnuts. He should have done that. How long are you planning on staying like that? Wrath had been repeating that over and over ever since the village chief's granddaughter, Lucy, gave him the berry macarons and sugar-glazed chestnuts. He wasn't even sulking at that point. He seemed to be going insane. He should have said regional products instead of berry pies and braised chestnuts. Hey, why did they have to come up with a new recipe now? This entire world must hate the King of Essence sniff. He murmured that the unreasonable world made him lose the bet that he believed he was going to win for sure, his eyes filled with tears. I feel bad for him. He looked slightly pitiful because he had even stopped asking for food. I can't exactly give him the macarons. I should buy him some mint chocolates as soon as we return. He couldn't eat the macarons since he'd promised Denning Rose that he would return with specialty food from the village. He decided that he would buy whatever Wrath wanted once he returned to the Cephia Company. Vice Squad Leader. He was patting Wrath's head as he sniffled when Dorian came out of his tent. I'm ready. Dorian smiled while rubbing his belly pocket. Rayon still couldn't believe that a 35-meter-long drake was inside the small pocket on top of the 8-horse carriage. Let's go. Rayon chuckled and pointed at the gate with his chin. Are we leaving without even saying goodbye? Dorian tilted his head while looking back at the village. Do you want to boast about saving them? No, I'm not boasting, but we should say goodbye. They've already thanked us enough. It's better to leave quietly and avoid putting pressure on injured people. Sure. Dorian's stretched response showed his displeasure. Rayon tapped on Dorian's shoulder. When he was about to jump over the wall, multiple people's presence moved at once from behind them. Our benefactor, I knew it. You really are going to leave. A bunch of villagers covered in bandages came running out towards Rayon and Dorian at the same time. The villager chief tightened his lips and leaned forward. The villagers also bowed at them after the chief. Their trembling voices conveyed how much they appreciated him. Rayon bowed back at them with a smile. Please stay well. Benefactor. It wasn't a word of modesty since he simply voiced what he wanted from them, yet the villagers were even more impressed and bit their lips. You look perfectly normal right now, but why do you become insane from time to time? Yuha, Dorian's mumbling could be heard from behind him. Rayon glared at him, which made him flinch and back away. Benefactor. Rayon raised his eyes upon hearing a childish voice. The village chief's granddaughter, Lucy, was running towards him with 2 baskets in her hands. She was the one who gave him the berry macarons earlier. Please take those with you. A sweet and refreshing scent was coming out from the baskets. They are the berry pies. Pies, why are you giving them to me? I made them because you looked so happy when I gave you the macarons earlier. Lucy timidly lowered her head. I looked happy, she says. He was covering his mouth because he was laughing at Wrath, but he must have looked like he was happy about the macaron. Arg. Wrath started to scream while shoving his face into the basket. Why are you giving it to him now? You should have given them up earlier. She must be a god's apostle. She's making fun of the King of Essence. He twisted his fluffy body while saying that a god's apostle had to be exterminated. Rayon kicked Wrath away because he kept rampaging around, accepting the baskets containing the berry pies. It's nothing. I just want you to enjoy the food. Lucy shook her head with a smile. We will be back later. Rayon turned around after meeting the gratitude in the villagers' eyes one after the other. Please take care. We will make sure to visit. Dorian energetically said goodbye and followed Rayon. We really are coming back, right? Yes. Rayon chuckled and nodded at Dorian. Sniff. He should have said regional products instead of berry pies and braised chestnuts. He's getting started again. Wrath kept rambling even though they'd already left the village. Judging from his state, Rayon had the feeling that he would continue for a few days at least. Vice Squad Leader. When he was about to mount his horse after leaving the village, Dorian walked up to him. Since we have 2 pies in total, what about eating one of them while it's still hot? He should have said regional products instead of. As soon as Dorian asked to eat the pie, Wrath's cry of despair suddenly came to a halt. He used to stare blankly at the sky, but he was instead giving a secret glance. It can't be, does he seriously want to eat the pie now, even though it was the very reason why he fell into despair? Rayon laughed bitterly and opened one of the baskets. The berry pie inside was cut into 5 pieces, and he gave one to Dorian before taking one for himself. Gulp. The gulping sound from Wrath echoed like a thunderstorm. Is this Demon King serious right now? Rayon shook his head and put the berry pie in his mouth. The warm and crispy crust was pleasant to eat, and the sweetness of the mountain berries and their juice engulfed the tongue. Moreover, the nutty flavor of the baked almonds was a perfect grand finale to the taste. Rayon couldn't suppress his smile. He could understand why the specialty food's reputation was spread far away into the continent. Hee. Rayon heard the happy laughter and turned to look at Wrath. The focus had returned to his blank eyes, and the corners of his mouth were soaring to reach the sky. It's so delicious. Rayon was dumbfounded as Wrath grinned while covering his cheeks with his hands. What the hell is this guy? Is he really the Demon King of Wrath? Rimmer was standing in front of the annex building like a loafer. Knock, knock. He lightly knocked on the door, and the head maid, Helen, opened the door and came outside, the Light Wind Squad leader. Hello, Rimmer smiled cheerfully and waved his hand. Long time no see. What brought you to the annex building? Is Lady Sylvia inside? Ah, please wait a moment. Helen bowed at him and walked into the corridor. It's been a while since the last time I came in here. Rimmer smiled while looking around the annex building. It's such a mystery that Rayon has such a cold personality despite being from a happy family like this. He could feel as soon as he entered the annex building that the atmosphere around him was the warmest in Sieghart. He couldn't believe that monster Rayon was born in such a cozy household. Swordsman Rimmer, Mr. Elf is here. Julius and Yua were passing by in the corridor and stopped upon finding Rimmer. They'd gotten rather close because they kept meeting each other whenever Rimmer skipped the training and visited Roan to play around. What brought you here? The 2 children tilted their heads while looking up to Rimmer. I'm Sir Rimmer. Sylvia was walking out from the end of the corridor when Rimmer was about to respond. Are you here because of Rayon? No, that's not the case. Rimmer simply shook his head. I see. Sylvia bowed. Her eyes were showing a mixed emotion between relief and disappointment. I expected you to be more nervous. Rimmer smiled faintly while looking at Sylvia's composed eyes. I thought you would be trembling from your worry about him. I'm worried. It's only natural that I'm worried about him because he was kidnapped recently. Sylvia quietly sighed. But it doesn't change anything even if I keep worrying about him, and I can't hog him for myself forever. I just have to believe in Rayon so that he won't be worried about me. That's all I can do. She quietly closed her eyes before opening them again. The distant light sparkling from her eyes looked like polished rubies. Rimmer smiled while meeting her eyes. She's changed. She used to beg Rimmer to take care of Rayon when he used to be a trainee, yet she had gained a clear trust towards him although she was still worried about him. Sylvia's heart had grown up, just like Rayon's height. They are the exact same in this aspect. She looked frail, but her eyes were similar to Glenn and Rayon. No matter what people said about her, she was clearly a part of their family. Don't worry about him too much. Rimmer smiled at Sylvia. He's not the type that is easily defeated. You must have heard that he even managed to beat up Garona and Caddies. We even took measures against kidnapping, so you can stay relieved. I do feel relieved after hearing that. Sylvia nodded with a gentle smile. What brought you to the annex building if it wasn't because of Rayon? It's because of those children. Rimmer lowered his finger to point at Ewer and Julius, who were staring blankly at them. I'd like to scout them into the Light Wind Squad. Scout, Light Wind Squad. Ewa tilted her head and Julius's eyes sparkled as he said the Light Wind Squad. Yes, do you want to join the Light Wind Squad where Rayon, the one who saved you, belongs? What do you think? Do you like it? Wow, I'm coming. Please let me join. Ewa energetically put her hand up and Julius grabbed Rimmer's sleeve and started shaking it. Hoo, that's great. Let's stamp a seal right away. Rimmer grabbed Ewa and Julius's hands tightly with an expression that made him look like a scammer in every aspect. Please wait. Sylvia hurriedly interfered and separated Rimmer from the children. He looks too suspicious. She was standing in his way before she knew it because Rimmer's face looked like a gambling addict for a moment. What are you planning to do with the children? I'd like to ask for their help. Rimmer shrugged his shoulders while looking at Yua and Julius. The Ragged Saint is going to bring some children here soon. The Saint will. Yes, I'd like Yua and Julius to help them because they have some serious scars in their hearts. His expression was bitter as he looked at Julius and Yua. I see, but why are you asking them to join the Light Wind Squad? Ah, I wasn't lying about that. Rimmer caressed Yua and Julius's hair with a grin on his face, because the Light Wind Squad will be promoted into the Light Wind Division as soon as Rayon returns. Rumble, a frightening bang could be heard inside the underground cavern where Robert's shadows were raised. It was Darius Robert. He was stomping the ground with a red face. All he did was push the land with his foot, yet it had created a huge hole with no end in sight. Ha! It looked like it wasn't enough to quell his anger since he clenched his fist. The red blood flowed from the back of his hand and dropped from his grasp into the hole. My lord. When Darius was about to stomp once again, Regil appeared from the darkness and knelt. Did you finish the investigation? Yes. Regil nodded and raised his gaze. The red atmosphere swaying around Darius's eyes revealed his murderous urge. He could kill me with his eyes alone. It wasn't strange for Darius to be so angry. As Lockton and the Poison crew had disappeared along with the informants they'd sent him, then there was the large number of recent damages they had taken. In fact, he still managed to suppress his anger to a certain degree because he was Darius. Anyone else would have already gone mad from anger. The Black Tower's members were at the mountain range instead of Rayon. The Black Tower, yes, they must have been trying to get the Drake. The traces and corpse of the Black Commander have been confirmed. Darius laughed bitterly and dropped his gaze. So are you telling me that they went on a war against the Black Tower instead of killing Rayon Zeekhart? That seems to be the case. Regil's lips trembled as he nodded. He'd been serving Darius for a long time, but he hadn't experienced such an intense bloodlust in a long time. What about Rayon Zeekhart? He arrived late at the scene and finished off the exhausted Black Commander and Lockton. He saved the villagers and even took the Drake's corpse with him. Hallelujah. Darius sighed deeply while looking up to the dark ceiling. Kuhahaha. He started laughing like a madman while sweeping his hair up from his forehead with a bloody hand. I can't even tell if he's just lucky or if he's managed to play with the whole world. I still can't tell for sure when it comes to him. Darius Robert lowered his head. His eyes used to be brimming with anger and bloodlust, but they quickly turned icy cold. My lord, don't clash against Rayon Zeekhart for a while. Instead, you will gather information about him. Use the Northern Network to find out everything about him from the moment of his birth until today. Understood. Regil swallowed nervously and nodded. I won't underestimate you anymore. Darius smiled faintly and shook the blood flowing from the scar on his hand into the hole. I'll find out everything about you before I put an end to your life. Before returning to the Cephia Company, Rayon first went to the Rockin branch of the Black Market. He followed the same path as the one he was previously introduced to, and Denning Rose was waiting for him inside a small room. Denning Rose stood up from the seat and leaned forward. It was a polite bow that still retained her dignity. Rayon had never heard that name before, but he could understand who she was talking about. It must have been the agent he'd met in the village, who managed to deliver the information about the Black Tower while the mana of darkness was killing him. He should be able to rest in peace now. Even though she was speaking nonchalantly, Rayon could feel her deep sorrow. The agent called Ference must have been her cherished subordinate. I've only met him once and our encounter was short, but I have a deep respect for him. Rayon closed his eyes and opened his mouth. He wasn't simply saying it for courtesy. Using the carbon cultivation technique to extend his life while the mana of darkness was creeping into him was such a painful task that Rayon wasn't even sure whether he himself would be able to do it. I'm sorry about it, as it happened because of us. I'm sorry. Rayon and Dorian lowered their heads. No, he was simply doing his job according to the request. He should be satisfied since the villagers were saved as a result. Denning Rose smiled faintly, saying that he shouldn't feel sorry about it. She was regaining her composure in no time, as expected of the successor of the Black Market's master. Please sit for now. Rayon followed her gesture and sat on the chair on her opposite side. We are planning to protect Werther's village for a while. Monsters are probably going to take the opportunity to attack the village since the Drake that used to be the king of the mountain range is gone. I see. Denning Rose seemed to have determined the same thing that Rayon had. I'm so relieved to hear that. The Black Market was an organization of the lower class made to protect the people at the bottom of society. That must have been why she cared about the people before anything else. Of course, they might obtain the right to circulate the mountain berries and chestnuts in return, but it was beneficial for both parties. Dorian. Rayon nodded while calling Dorian's name. Yes. Dorian understood his meaning and put his hand inside his belly pocket before taking out a basket and a box and placing them on the table. What are those? They are the products that I promised to bring. And Rayon smiled faintly and opened the lids of the basket and the box. The berry macarons and the berry pies that he'd received in Werther's village could be seen. I see. Denning Rose smiled and brought a piece of the pie in her mouth. Her eyes widened like a moon. Her face told him that she never knew it could be so delicious. It's delicious. The crust is still crispy and it's brimming with the sweetness of the juice. Try out the macarons now. They said they are new products that haven't been revealed yet. New products. Her eyes sparkled as she looked at the macarons because she was satisfied with the pie. She quickly moved her hand to take a bite of a macaron. This is also delicious. No, this is actually even more to my taste. Macarons are too sweet nowadays, but this has a perfect harmony between the refreshing taste of the fruit juice and the softness of the crust, which is so much better than the extreme sweetness we usually find. It's even better than the ones made by patisseries from large cities like Cameloon and Rock-and Denning Rose blushed upon noticing that Rayon and Dorian were staring blankly at her. You must love desserts. Rayon smiled while looking at the trembling macaron in her hand. She isn't completely unapproachable. Rayon had previously thought she was like an iron maiden because of how impeccable she was, but the way she described the dessert with a flushed expression made her look like a girl of her age. The King of Essence also likes it. Let him taste one, you stay out of this. Rayon easily pushed Wrath away since he was clinging onto him to ask for some macarons. I like it a little. Denning Rose lowered her head and responded. Her earlobes had turned completely red. The other successors from the Cephia company are also returning with their own results. She was clearly trying to change the subject, so Rayon simply chuckled and moved on. Do you know what they brought? Yes, of course. Denning Rose nodded and placed the half-eaten macaron to the side. Her trembling eyes showed that she was suppressing her urge to finish eating it. There are some macarons left. The King of Essence also wants. Rayon figured that Wrath, who kept whining from the side, and Denning Rose, who couldn't take her eyes off of the macaron, would make a perfect couple. The third daughter, Palin Cephia, managed to acquire highest-grade claws, teeth, and a horn. The second son, Dylon Cephia, is apparently bringing an entire stuffed drake. Lastly, the first son, Jesser Cephia. Denning Rose looked at Dorian. She swallowed nervously and continued. Is bringing a drake, and a special one at that. A special drake, just like the one we killed. Yes, I heard the drake has a wind attribute. I didn't hear exactly how big the drake from the Jammery Mountain range was, but it's such a big drake that I'm not sure whether we can win or not. What size is it? I heard it's over 25 meters long. It's really rare to have such a huge drake. Rayon and Dorian looked at each other, their lips curving into a smile upon hearing that. Is it 25 meters long? 25 meters, I see, is that it? Rayon left the black market and headed to the Cephia company. The merchants' gazes were stabbing into them like arrows when they passed by the company's shopping district. Their stares are frightening. Dorian swallowed nervously upon feeling their gazes. Why are they looking at us like that? They are trying to check if you brought a drake. The news about Addie's Cephia asking them to bring in a drake to decide on his successor was spread throughout the company. It was only natural for the merchants to be frantic about it since the matter was going to decide who was going to be the next president. He didn't bring anything. It must be inside his subspace pocket, which means he should have only brought some claws and bones, just like the third lady. It could be even worse. He went with the white sword dragon, though. He should have brought that much at least. The merchants ascertained that they had only brought a few parts instead of an entire drake as they watched Rayon and Dorian walk toward the central administration building. I guess the second young master will become the successor after all. That should be the case. I never imagined anyone could bring an entire drake in a single week. His connections are really amazing. It's a priceless treasure. The merchants who followed Dorian's second brother, Dylon, believed that the winner was already decided, judging by the smiles on their faces. Bullshit. The first young master hasn't returned yet. You shouldn't keep your expectations too high. That's right. Sir Jesser is going to bring something even better than a stuffed drake. Don't blame me if you end up crying later. The merchants who followed the first son, Jesser, glared angrily at the merchants supporting Dylon. The first young master might even bring an entire drake that he's defeated. Yes. Moreover, its size is going to be incomparable to a stuffed drake. I'm looking forward to how this trial is going to end. The easygoing smile on some of the merchants' faces implied that they must have already heard about Jesser bringing a drake he had defeated. The winner is going to be either the first or the second young master. It was already obvious from the beginning. It's a shame that the third lady was defeated so easily. I didn't think she would lose like that. I had some expectations for young Master Dorian because he brought the white sword dragon with him, but I guess he's too young after all. It can't be helped. All he's done is train swordsmanship in Sieghart after all. The merchants were only talking about Jesser and Dialonas if they were the only candidates left for the competition. Dorian stopped walking in front of the central administration building with trembling hands. Why aren't you entering? I'm so frustrated. I'm going to show them what we brought. He put his hand in his belly pocket and turned around to show the drake to the merchants. Rayon sighed and hit the back of Dorian's head. Smack! With a loud bang that sounded like the cracking sound of a watermelon, Dorian sank to the ground while grasping his head. He raised his head with teary eyes. Why did you hit me? Why would you even show that to them when we've been hiding the information on purpose? Rayon created an aura barrier to stop the sound from spreading out and shook his head. What? No one believes you will win the trial, right? Even though it's not even over yet, they all believe that one of your brothers will be the successor. Why, yes, that's why I want to tell them. Dorian furrowed his brow while rubbing his belly pocket. That's not what you should do. Rayon briefly clicked his tongue at Dorian. Just imagine you will take that 35-meter-long drake from your stupid belly the moment your brothers are assured about their victory and the merchants are about to celebrate. What do you think is going to happen? They will be bamboozled. Don't you want to see those bamboozled faces? I do. I want to see. Please let me see them. Dorian nodded, his eyes as round as rats when he was hungry. That's why you should suppress your urge for now. The humiliation you're feeling right now is nothing compared to the exhilaration you will feel soon enough. Rayon patted Dorian's shoulder and smiled. It needs to be shocking to let him take over the company. Not only the staff from the central administration building, but all the merchants in the surrounding area were going to gather when they announced the result of the trial. Taking out that drake the moment everyone believed it was Jesser's victory was bound to leave a powerful impression in the merchants' minds, as they had been underestimating Dorian. As a result, it was going to be a huge step towards taking over the company. The company is apparently already yours in your mind. Wrath frowned at Rayon. It will in fact be mine, Dorian. See, you said it was yours once again. You sound sane for once. Did you enjoy the macaron? Denning Rose had shared some of the macarons in the black market, and Wrath had returned to normal after having his fill. It was awesome. The King of Essence would have taken that girl as his subordinate if it wasn't for what happened. Wrath licked his lips, saying that it was unfortunate that Lucy, the village chief's granddaughter, had decided to give him the macarons before the pie. You are really bad at describing taste. Rayon sighed at Wrath. You should try taking after Denning Rose when it comes to describing the taste. She was making it worthwhile to give her the food. Denning Rose's descriptions of the berry pie and macaron were as elegant as a gourmet's. Since Rayon agreed with her to a certain extent, it even made him want to give her more desserts in the future. The King of Essence can also do it if he tries. Try it then. Wrath scratched his chin with his round fist before he suddenly raised his head. The macaron's cookie was as crispy as tree bark, and the berry cream was as soft as a rag. He seemed to be copying the comparison that Denning Rose had made, but it was completely different. Rayon couldn't even begin to guess where he should start with the criticism. You have no talent. Sniff, just give up. Rayon told Dorian to rest and went to Palin's room. Knock, knock. Rayon knocked, and an irritated voice could be heard from inside. Who's there? It was followed by footsteps that were as irritated as her voice before the door was opened. I said no one was a loud gasp. Palin started shouting, her hair disheveled, but she suddenly shut mouth. Welcome. She was acting like a savage beast but suddenly shrunk into a herbivore upon seeing Rayon. Rayon looked around. No one was around, and he could guess it was because Palin had made them leave. Rayon casually entered her room as if it were his home. How did it go? I'll be the one asking questions. Rayon curtly interrupted her. Please excuse me. Her eyes showed that she was still being crushed by fear. Did you get any messages from the Black Snake before I returned? There was no message. I left a piece of cloth on the window, but no one came to visit. Palin shook her head and told him that they never connected her after she gave them the information. I knew it. Rayon chuckled and nodded. He must be planning to get rid of the Black Snake. An assassin organization normally had to pay compensation if a mission ended up a failure or announced their failure before dispatching additional assassins to complete their mission. The fact that they didn't do either signified that Darius was planning on erasing the name of Black Snake from the world. It's so obvious what you're planning to do next. He won't attack me anymore for a while since I defeated him 3 whole times. It was the 3rd time he'd lost to Rayon, and since even the orphanage and the submarine dungeon were taken away from him, Darius was bound to regain his cool from his extreme anger considering his personality. Considering that he was even getting rid of the Black Snake, he must have been planning to gather information instead of getting involved with Rayon, all to ambush his shady part or weakness later on. I still can't be careless though. Darius was extremely persistent and rational. It was necessary to prepare for the worst even if he could tell what he was thinking. Rayon put his thoughts together before he turned his head towards Palin. Did you bring the articles for the trial? Yes. But it looks like it's already over for us. Palin started chewing on her lip. My second brother is bringing an entire drake, and my eldest brother shouldn't lose to him. It must be impossible for us to win at this point. She seemed to believe that they'd failed to kill the drake from the Jammery Mountain range, probably because she saw Dorian returning empty-handed. Indeed, since it was unnecessary to tell Palin about what happened, Rayon simply nodded before standing up. I won't be visiting you. Do you understand what I mean? I must forget what happened so far. You're pretty smart. Rayon smiled at her and grabbed her chin. You will have to completely erase it from your memory, to the point where you won't open your mouth even when you are drunk or brainwashed. She will come back to get you if a problem occurs because of this. As soon as he told her that Merlin would return, Palin started freaking out and fell on her ass while struggling. I absolutely won't tell anyone, so please, please. Palin went on her knees and begged for forgiveness. Just keep your mouth tight. Rayon pointed at her mouth with his finger and looked down at her. Yes, yes, absolutely. Palin frantically nodded with bloodshot eyes. Considering her terrified state, Rayon figured that she had no intention of talking about it for the rest of her life. I wonder what Merlin even did to make her so terrified. Rayon laughed bitterly while leaving Palin's room. The King of Essence doesn't even want to know. Wrath started to tremble as he thought about Merlin. It's better to not know when it comes to a madwoman like her. He desperately shook his head, saying that he didn't want to know or see her. You said you had experienced something similar in the past, right? Indeed, that one stuck to him like a leech. A leech, you say. He walked towards his room while talking to Wrath, and there he found Dorian and Ligwin, Addis's butler, in front of his room. Sir Rayon, the president would like to see you. Do you have time right now? Ligwin bowed politely. I do. Let's go. Rayon nodded. Since he somewhat expected it to happen, he followed Ligwin to the president's office. He opened the office door and entered. Addis was working on documents from his desk. He was sitting with the exact same posture in the exact same room as their previous visit. It's been a while. Addis put down his pen on the document and raised his eyes to look at Rayon. How did it go? You should ask the person in question instead of me. Rayon pointed at Dorian with a smile on his face. Addis nodded and looked at Dorian instead. Did you bring what I've asked for? Yes. Dorian nodded hopelessly. He seemed to have understood what Rayon had told him previously. Judging from your gloomy answer, you must have failed to acquire what you wanted. He must have been avoiding the response because he wasn't good at lying. The problem with Drakes isn't simply the fact that it's a powerful monster. You shouldn't be too ashamed that you couldn't defeat one or acquire a sample. However, Addis glared coldly at Dorian. That's what average companies would say. Since you are trying to stand at the peak of Cephia, you will have to create a Drake even if you can't find one. Indeed. Dorian nodded while fidgeting his fingers. His flushed cheeks hinted at his urge to take out the Drake to brag about it. Well, of course he would. He must have been suppressing his urge since he usually loved to take things out of his belly pocket and brag about them, and he finally had an opportunity to show off in front of his father, who had been looking down on him. However, it was necessary to endure for an even larger gain. Take out what you brought. I'll take a look to find out how good it is. Addis's voice was cold, but his gesture was gentle. He seemed to be trying to advise him, and no. Dorian grasped his belly pocket tightly and shook his head. Why not? I have to wait until the anticipation is at its peak. Anticipation? I didn't say that. Sniff. He looked at Rayon with trembling lips. Rayon sighed in his mind and closed his eyes. I need to see what you brought too. No, because the information might be leaked to the other candidates if the president saw what I brought. Dorian raised his head and yelled. Rayon smiled faintly while looking back at Dorian. That wasn't too bad. He seemed to be saying whatever came to his mind, but it was a nice way to refuse against Addis. Are you telling me that I might be your enemy? Indeed. Addis stroked his chin and nodded. His eyes looked even calmer than before, but the passion deep inside his eyes was burning even more strongly than before. He seemed to approve of Dorian's response. All right, you can leave now. See you on the appointed day for the trial. Addis shook his hand, showing that he wasn't going to care about it anymore. Dorian's lips trembled because of his cold reaction and rubbed his belly pocket. Let's go. Rayon bowed to Addis and dragged Dorian out of the office before he made a mistake. Ligwin smiled gently while looking at the door where Dorian and Rayon had left. The fourth young master has definitely grown up. Yes, he confidently declared that while seeing me as an enemy. He indeed changed a lot. Addis lightly tapped on the desk with his finger and nodded. Certainly his companion seemed to be an important factor. The White Sword Dragon. He's not a person that can be judged simply from his age and might. Ligwin nodded. He looked proud of Dorian's growth. That's why it's called a bond. Addis picked up the pen that he'd previously put down with a satisfied smile on his face. I'm looking forward to the trial. He must have brought something interesting. The final day of the trial for succession had arrived, and it was also the day of the Grey Hammer Guild's visit. Rayon lightheartedly went to the company's training ground. Countless people were already settled in the training ground, and it looked like the Cephia Company's merchants had gathered from all around the continent. This makes me realize once again how many merchants are affiliated to the company. Dorian swallowed nervously while looking around the training ground full of merchants. It's only natural that they are here, as we are deciding on who is going to be the next president. Whoever became the successor could completely change the future of the Cephia Company's merchants, and that was why they were all visiting the central administration building despite their busy schedules. Are all of them going to be my subordinates once I become the president? Yes, you will have to take responsibility for all of them. Can you do it? I am honestly not confident. But Rayon turned to look at Dorian. His neck was trembling behind his lowered head. I think I might be able to do it if others help me. Dorian quietly raised his face. Even though his eyes were trembling, a dim glow of determination could be seen. That cowardly child is finally saying something likable. Wrath's smile was proud as he praised him for once. Indeed, asking for help takes courage. I like your answer. Rayon nodded in satisfaction. Asking for help from trustworthy people is a great method if you can't do it on your own. I'm expensive though, and extremely expensive at that. You know that fact, don't you? You will also have to pay in advance for remaining friends. Ah, sure. Dorian's eyebrows drooped and his lips turned pale. Why are you bullying the King of Essence's subordinate again? Wrath barked while grabbing Rayon's sleeve, because it's fun. Rayon tapped on Dorian's shoulder and went to the center of the training ground. The second son, Dialon, and the third daughter, Palin, were already waiting there. An entire drake a bit smaller than 20 meters in size was placed in front of Dialon, and drake claws, teeth, and a horn were neatly displayed in front of Palin. Jesser isn't here yet. The first son, Jesser, hadn't arrived in the company yet. Rayon could only laugh because he could tell what he was trying to achieve. Rayon went next to Palin along with Dorian. Hello, it's been a while. Palin awkwardly greeted them while Dialon frowned slightly as he lowered his head. Their expressions were rather gloomy even though they had brought the materials for the trial. It looked like they were already aware of what Jesser was going to bring. We are just sidekicks now. The winner is already decided. Our older brother has won. Dialon bit his lip tightly while looking down at the stuffed drake. Why is the young master Dialon looking so gloomy? I know, right? Why does he look like he gave up on the competition even though he brought an entire drake? Did you still not hear the rumors? The young master Jesser is bringing a drake a lot bigger than that one. Really? Why is he not here then? He's waiting for the perfect moment to appear. The rumor seemed to have already spread, and people believed that the first son, Jesser, was going to be the successor without any doubt. Thud! Before the sun reached the center of the sky, the training grounds door opened wide and the Cephia Company's president, Addes, made his appearance. He moved in front of the three successor candidates with calm yet powerful steps. Our clients from the Grey Hammer Guild are going to arrive soon. I'll check out what you've brought before they do. Addes looked at the three successor candidates one after the other with his hands folded behind his back. President. Dialon raised his hand and narrowed his eyes. Our brother Jesser hasn't arrived yet. Keeping the time limit is also an important quality for a merchant. If he's still not here at noon, he will be disqualified regardless of the drake he brought. Take it easy, please. Addes was frowning and Dialon's face was getting flushed when Jesser's casual voice could be heard. What? Where is he? He's above us. He's coming from above. Everyone raised their heads upon hearing the merchant's shout. A dark spot next to the sun, which looked like a star in broad daylight, became bigger and bigger before falling at the center of the training ground. Wham. The impact wasn't too strong probably, because he'd used a spell, but a thick pile of yellow dust surged over the training ground. Whoosh! Ligwin shook his hand, and the dust subsided to reveal what had just fallen into the training ground. There was something huge tied with thick fabric on top of a gray plank that surpassed 30 meters in length. I'm not considered late since it isn't noon yet, right? Jesser arrived while riding the plank and walked up to Addes. Addes slowly nodded. Yes, you've arrived exactly on time. Jesser bowed politely. His gesture and expression were brimming with a winner's composure. It looks like the others have already taken out what they brought. In that case, I shall also show you mine. He went back to the plank, took off the black fabric covering his item and sent it flying. The fabric soared into the sky like a flapping flag, and the drake that had been hiding underneath was finally revealed. Jesser's subordinates came up to him and stretched the drake's head and tail to the sides. Its size was huge enough to fill half of the training ground. It was a colossal drake, far surpassing 25 meters in length. Woo, is that really a drake? How is it even so big? Are you sure it's not a dragon? This is crazy. The result is already decided. It's so obvious now. Young Master Jesser is going to be the successor. The merchants filling the training ground started to shout. Judging from their cheers echoing throughout the sky, Rayon could guess that a lot more merchants were following Jesser than the other candidates to begin with. Damn it. Dialon and Palin bit their lips tightly upon seeing the drake that Jesser had brought. They couldn't even think about competing against him because of the huge difference in size. Jesser was proudly standing there and enjoyed the gazes that were only focused on him. Rayon smiled faintly while watching him. It's going exactly according to my expectations. He arrived at the last moment just so he could create this scene. With Jesser's connections, it should have been possible to arrive earlier by using magic in the worst case, yet he hadn't arrived until the appointed day. He must have been planning to make a grand entry to win the merchant's hearts. It was great. However, you will be the sidekick in the end. The winner is already decided. Jesser arrogantly looked down on the other successor candidates. Just like in the dining hall, he didn't even look at Dorian. He wasn't even considered his brother or a competitor in his mind. Shouldn't we have my siblings go back home? No. Addy's raised his hand and interrupted Jesser. Dorian didn't take anything out yet. He simply didn't bring anything, did he? I wonder, I'm not sure myself. Addy's looked at Dorian and Rayon standing behind him. If you brought anything, then take it out now. Yes. Dorian swallowed nervously and stepped forward. Please stay back, everyone. He shook his hand towards Palin, Dialon, Jesser, and the subordinates behind them. Moreover, he even asked the spectators to stand back. What is he even asking us to do all this? Isn't he just trying to bluff? He might be like a last struggle. I guess he wants some attention. People moved back because Addy's was watching them but shook their heads while laughing at Dorian. Dorian slowly caught his breath and looked at Rayon. Do it. Yes. Once he saw Rayon's smile of consent, he put his hand into the belly pocket. The first thing that came out was the head of a small reptile which looked like a lizard. Wahahaha, what the hell is that? Why did he bring a lizard when he was supposed to bring a drake? It's Oviha, gasp. However, the moment the reptile's head came out from his belly pocket, it suddenly expanded and turned into a drake's head big enough to swallow multiple people whole. How is that? Gasp. The moment the over 35-meter-long body of a drake finished coming out of Dorian's belly pocket, the successor candidates including Jesser dropped their jaws. They actually looked like they were dislocated. Both the loud and quiet celebrations for Jesser's victory suddenly disappeared, and the entire training ground fell silent. Rayon smiled while watching that quiet scene. I was looking forward to those expressions. When surprised, people were inclined to shout. However, when faced with pure astonishment, silence reigned. Astonishment was the perfect word to describe the training ground state. No one could pull themselves together because the drake was already over 30 meters long even though the neck and the tail weren't stretched out yet. Rayon looked to the right to observe their expressions. The merchants had been waving their hands and cheering for Jesser's victory until just a moment ago, but the expressions on their faces had turned as dumb as an oyster. On the other hand, their eyes were as wide as they could go, frantically examining the drake that was taking up the entire training ground. The other candidates should be in the same situation. Rayon smiled faintly and looked at Dialon and Palin, who was standing next to him. Palin, who used to believe that Dorian was in the same situation as her, had fallen on her ass from surprise. Meanwhile, Dialon was drooling from his mouth while staring at the drake that was too big to be seen at a glance. That guy is completely out of his mind. Jesser was standing at the center, and the focus was gone from his eyes because of his disbelief. His mind seemed to have been blown by the fact that Dorian had surpassed him even though he'd been ignoring his existence. Addy's was the last person Rayon looked at. As for him, he hasn't changed. He's indeed extraordinary. He was the only person in the training ground who was casually examining Dorian's drake without being surprised. Rayon had the impression, once again, that one needed to be extraordinary to run a huge company like that. All of their faces have turned yellow. Wrath grinned while looking around him. Looking at those dipshits falling silent feels as good as eating mint ice cream. Rayon nodded with a smile. It feels great indeed. It definitely felt great to watch the pale expressions of despair descend upon the faces of the merchants, who kept saying that the winner was already decided from the moment they returned to the company. Rayon looked aside upon hearing the quiet sound of breathing. Dorian's shoulders were trembling with his fists clenched. Judging from the way his lips were curved into a smile, he also seemed to be feeling the same exhilaration from their reactions. After the short silence that felt like an eternity, time resumed for the stunned masses, and they started talking once again. Is that really a drake? Isn't it a dragon? It's way bigger than the young Master Jesser's drake, even though it's not even stretched out yet. It's gonna be over 35 meters long once the head and the tail are pulled. How did he even get a drake like that? Look at that. The scales still have some vitality left in them. It means that he defeated it during the trial just like the young Master Jesser. But the white sword dragon is the only person who went with the young Master Dorian, which means the two of them must have defeated that monstrous drake. The merchant swallowed nervously while admiring the overwhelming size of the drake and Rayon's might. Wait. Jesser came up next to Dorian with trembling lips. What's going on? How did you get a drake like this? He was looking at Dorian for the first time, even though he'd been acting like he didn't exist before. We defeated it. Dorian shrugged his shoulders, saying that it wasn't a big deal. Where did you defeat it? Jesser yelled. He looked like he completely forgot about how he'd been ignoring him. From far away, Dorian casually responded with a smile on his face. He must have been taking after Rayon. You bastard, are you making fun of M? Jesser was about to rush at Dorian when Addy's cleared his throat while walking up to them. Dorian, try stretching out the drake. Ah, yes. Dorian ignored Jesser and ran up to the drake, pulling its head and tail into a straight line. It was already bigger than Jesser's drake when it was folded, and once he finished stretching it, it made Jesser's drake look like a baby in comparison. The difference in size is so much more obvious now. Indeed, the young Master Jesser's drake should be around 25 meters long, and the young Master Dorian's drake should be over 35 meters. The successor is pretty much decided at this point. We are screwed. Jesser's followers shook their heads and sighed deeply. They seemed to believe that it was over. Addies nodded while listening to the merchant's reactions. It's decided, the successor. Not yet, it's not over yet. Jesser raised his hand and stepped forward. The arrogance in his eyes had turned into impatience. What's not over yet? Addy slowly turned his gaze to look at Jesser. I admit that Dorian's drake is bigger than mine. However, bigger isn't always better. My drake's claws, teeth, and bones should have better durability. Moreover. He narrowed his eyes while pointing at Dorian's drake. Look at those scars. There are plenty of cracks on the scales. Its insides must be devastated, and it can hardly be used as a material. Indeed. He must have pierced it multiple times with astral energy in order to defeat a huge drake like that. The inside is probably ruined. The scales are indeed rather messy. Even Jesser's followers raised their voices after him in an attempt to seize that last opportunity. Rayon snickered while enjoying their desperate struggle. I'm even more confident in that aspect. The drake had multiple scars because it was an old individual, but he had killed it with a single strike to its head. Once they inspected the state, they were bound to be shocked by how clean it was, even more than the size. Dorian anxiously rubbed his belly pocket, since he wasn't the one who killed it. You aren't exactly wrong. Addies nodded while looking at the two drakes one after the other. In that case. However, I'm not the one who is supposed to decide. He pointed at the training grounds entrance, where heavy footsteps could be heard. Our client is going to personally decide for us. The training grounds door was opened right after he said that. The men who entered had such thick muscles that it would have been believable if they were introduced as orcs. The gray-haired old man at the light had the most unusual appearance. Despite his bulky muscles, he was as small as a child and had a long beard flowing down from his chin. Wrath licked his lips while looking at the old man. It's been a while since he last saw a shorty. Rayon narrowed his eyes while listening to Wrath. Is that how demons usually refer to the dwarves? The Grey Hammer Guild's master wasn't actually human, but a dwarf. Moreover, he was a celebrity that was known throughout the continent. Greetings, Grey Hammer's master. Addies walked forward and bowed at the dwarf. What an excessive greeting, Cephia's president. The dwarf lowered his head slightly while stroking his beard. This much courtesy is natural since I'm meeting Sir Borgos, one of the continent's blacksmiths. Addy shook his head with a smile. Borgos, that dwarf, was one of the continent's blacksmiths, just like Vulcan, who had forged Heavenly Drive, and Kuberad, who had made the Blade of Requiem. Nothing good will come from praising Emma. Borgos shook his hand, but suddenly widened his eyes and ran forward. Even though his legs were short, he ran forward at a tremendous speed and reached the drake. What is this? Borgos used to look like he wouldn't be surprised even if a meteorite fell from the sky, but his eyes trembled frantically upon seeing the drake. What a huge drake. It's almost as big as an adult dragon. He chewed his lip, saying that he'd never seen such a huge drake during his long career as a blacksmith. Moreover, it's an ice drake with a water attribute, which is the best for forging equipment with. Look at those wing bones. They look unbreakable. Look at those scales. They are brimming with coldness, and it would already make blade-proof scale armor by simply putting them together. The blacksmiths, who came with Borgos, examined the drake and started to laugh loudly. They looked like they wanted to bring it back right away to forge weapons. You idiots. Borgos clicked his tongue at the blacksmiths. You are so absorbed by that aspect that you've been distracted in the most important part. What do you mean? He ignored the blacksmith's questions and went towards the drake's head. A single strike. Borgos swallowed nervously while looking at a small cut at the center of the drake's head. What? This huge monster has been slain in a single strike. He raised his eyes. He looked around with trembling eyes and finally came to a halt upon seeing Rayon. Was it your doing? Borgos exhaled faintly and walked up to Rayon. You look young, but I can feel an unbelievable prowess of the sword from you. Genius isn't even enough to describe it. He had managed to perfectly grasp Rayon's prowess even though he was hiding his aura. He had the abilities befitting his title of Continent's blacksmith. May I ask your name? Rayon nodded politely. He liked how polite Borgos was, even though he was from a different race and was far older than himself. My name is Rayon Sieghart. I heard that name before. Are you the so-called White Sword Dragon? Borgos already knew about his nickname. The rumors must have already spread to the Grey Hammer Guild. I've witnessed multiple swordsmen with the title of Sword Dragon in my life, but you are even more exceptional than them. I can understand how this monster was defeated in a single strike. He nodded while looking at Heavenly Drive underneath. Cephia's president, our guild will take this drake. Borgos walked up to Addie's without even looking at the drakes that the other candidates had brought. Wait a moment. Jesser cut in between Borgos and Addie's with his hands gathered together. Please look at the drake I defeated. It's smaller in size, but there are barely any scars on the outside because I've made sure to keep it clean when I hunted. Moreover, it has the wind attribute, and the bones should be strong. Do I look blind to you? Borgos's voice turned frighteningly cold. What do you mean? I already saw your drake the moment I entered this place. I thought you brought something befitting your fame, Jesser. Ah, in that case. But your fame was apparently exaggerated. Borgos furrowed his brow while glaring at Jesser. Your drake is indeed clean on the outside. However, you've damaged the inside a lot. You must have even used magic on top of tearing it apart with astral energy. Wait. Doing such a thing will shatter the bones and melt down the inside of the scales, and there's barely anything left to be used as material. It's just a low-quality good in the end. Ah. Jesser's face turned as white as a sheet. I've been wielding a hammer since before Yauno, long before your father was born. You must underestimate me if you're trying to trick me with those shallow words. Borgos clicked his tongue at his pathetic behavior and turned around. That was foolish of you, Jesser. Addie sighed briefly while looking down on Jesser. I have simply acquired the requested material by all means. I've never said that. What I told you was that I would even allow you to steal from others, but flawed materials were the one thing I wouldn't allow. You must have completely misunderstood me. Ah. Jesser fell on his knees and hung his head. He must have realized that it was over for him since his expression was full of despair. It's over. The young master Jesser is done for. They didn't even pay attention to the young master Dylon. Does that mean that the young master Dorian is really going to be the successor? The merchants standing behind Jesser and Dylon were watching them with trembling eyes that looked like the desperate flapping of a butterfly on a tidal wave. Who even expected this result? And no one. There's no way anyone would have followed the young master Dorian. Wait, doesn't that mean it's an opportunity for us? We can become his followers, indeed. I might be able to become an executive. The merchants took their asses off their chairs and licked their lips, aiming to ride on Dorian's rope instead of the rotten rope. They looked like they were about to run at Dorian as soon as the results were announced. I'll buy your drake. Borgos walked up to Dorian and extended his hand. Dorian looked behind him at Rayon and Addie's instead of shaking his hand. What are you waiting for? The matter's already settled. Rayon didn't say anything and Addie's furrowed his brow. No, it's not over yet. Dorian smiled and didn't take Borgos' hand. He seemed to have gotten a hint from Rayon's silence and Addie's words. It's time for the negotiations. He confidently raised his voice. Correct. Addie's gently nodded and went next to Dorian. Since you brought perfect merchandise for the client, getting paid as much as possible in return is a merchant's job. Addie's smiled proudly at him for the first time. You are finally at the starting line, Dorian. Dorian and Borgos went into a conference room in the central administration to start the negotiations. Rayon and Borgos' disciple were standing behind them. As we requested, we will buy the horn, teeth, claws, and all of the skin and bones. Borgos raised his gaze to meet Dorian's eyes. I'll be honest. The drake you've slain has the highest grade materials that even I have seen before. That's why I don't exactly know how much it should cost. Ah, I see. Dorian nodded stiffly. Since the corpse of an ordinary drake costs from 800 to 1,000 gold coins, I'm thinking 4 gold ingots for this one. Borgos wrote 4 gold ingots on the contract that Dorian had given him. 4 gold ingots. 1 gold ingot was equal to 1,000 gold coins in value. He was offering a tremendous amount of money. Dorian furtively looked back to ask for advice. Rayon shook his eyes slightly as Dorian looked at him. I am sorry, but it would be difficult with that price. Dorian swallowed nervously and shook his head. In that case, I'll add 300 gold coins on top of the 4 gold ingots. How about it? Borgos added 300 gold coins to the amount written on the contract, which is 4,300 gold coins. Dorian's breathing intensified and he looked back. Rayon lowered his eyes. He looked like he wasn't satisfied with it once again. That's no good either. Fine, 4 gold ingots and 600 gold coins. Gasp. Dorian looked back once again and Rayon didn't raise his eyes once again. Borgos groaned even though he didn't even hear Dorian's response. He had realized who was deciding the price. Fine, I'll add a large amount so you won't be able to refuse. I'll give you 5 gold ingots, 5 gold ingots. The price had gone up to 5,000 gold coins in total. Dorian screamed and turned around. His trembling hands were begging him to accept it already. Rayon casually shook his head. Gasp, ha. Dorian, Borgos, and even his disciple widened their eyes. Despite their astonishment, Rayon was peacefully sipping his tea with his arms crossed. Hey, Wrath tilted his head. How much is that drake even supposed to cost? I have no idea. He'd heard that the Dylon stuffed drake cost 1,000 gold coins, but he had no idea how much the huge drake normally cost. Then why are you refusing? There's a saying that you should refuse 3 times during a negotiation. You just refused 4 times, though. I did once more just in case. What is this, madman? Wrath gasped in disbelief. This is insane. Borgos frowned and raised his head. You might have to redo the trial for succession if I leave without buying it. He grabbed the table in a threatening manner. Dorian turned around in panic, but Rayon was still as composed as before. The exam consisted of bringing a drake's claws, teeth, horn, and bones. It's not necessary to conclude the negotiation. Tell him that. He wasn't bluffing. Addies had clearly said to bring the drake, not to sell it no matter what. The exam consisted of bringing a drake's claws, teeth, horn, and bones. It's not necessary to conclude the negotiation. Tell him that. Dorian even said the tell him that part, which he shouldn't have said. Borgos's chin was trembling as he looked up at Rayon. Are you the real authority here? Wrath's jaw dropped while watching the scene. Just sit at the negotiation table if you're going to do this. Rayon snickered while looking at Dorian's trembling lips. He was glancing at him with worry because he thought that he'd made a grave mistake. He's so special. Rayon had only repeated what Addies had said about the exam, but he actually went ahead and even said the tell him that part. You didn't need to say that part. I am sorry. Even his aura message was trembling. Well, it can't be helped since you've already done it. I'll cover it up with confidence. Rayon confidently raised his chin, even though they'd found out that he was the one giving the instructions. What the hell is wrong with you? Wrath furrowed his brow in bewilderment. Did the madwoman mind control you or something when she kidnapped you? He already knew that I was the one giving those instructions. Rayon could see from Borgos' eyes that he was aware of who was making the decisions in the negotiation. The tell him that had only confirmed his suspicions. Sit at the table if you are going to do that. Borgos pointed at an empty seat while saying the same thing as Wrath. I'm just an outsider in this matter. Rayon shook his hand with a smile. Outsider? He looks more like an outsider in my eyes. Borgos laughed bitterly while looking at Dorian. No way. Dorian is the one who is about to be the Cephia Company's successor, and that successor is in the palm of your hand. I was just doing it for Dorian's sake. Bullshit. Say that again after you remove that greed brimming from your eyes. Rayon rubbed around his eyes with his sleeve and blinked. I removed it. He wants to beat you up to death. Wrath's plump fist trembled violently from anger. I never expected it to be so difficult to deal with a young man. Borgos sighed deeply. Please sit at the table. It would be impolite to refuse an elder's request twice. Rayon immediately sat next to Dorian. I'll be standing. Dorian also immediately stood up and smiled cheerfully. They both looked so peaceful as if they'd returned to where they should belong. Yes, this is more like it. Borgos nodded with an enervated smile. All right, we can finally discuss it. White Sword Dragon, I suspect that you aren't looking for money. There was no way someone like Rayon Sieghart would simply ask for money. Borgos was certain that he must have been looking for something else. What could it be? As he thought about Rayon's actions, he remembered the scabbard he'd shown him under the pretense of coincidence. The sword felt like Vulcan's, while the dagger felt like Kuberad's, which means what he wants might be. Borgos raised his eyes to look at Rayon. His suspicion was confirmed upon meeting eyes that were as deep as a lake. That was it. He smiled in satisfaction as he fiddled with the contract. Rayon remained as calm as always and licked his lip while watching Borgos. I wasn't, though. I was looking for money. He couldn't tell what Borgos was thinking about, but he just wanted money, because the Drake is just extra. The only goal he had at the company was to make Dorian the successor. I knew it. Borgos nodded wildly. He must have taken the silence as a yes. What the hell is that shorty dirtbag saying right now? Wrath furrowed his brow while looking at Borgos. I wonder. Who does he even think you are? You are just a punk with a money addiction. You must have been lifting your cape over and over to show me the two swords. The sword is from Vulcan and the dagger is made by Kuberad, am I right? That's true. Rayon wasn't trying to show him the swords at all, but he simply nodded because the part about who had crafted those blades was correct. Can I take a look at them? Yes. Rayon took out Heavenly Drive and the Blade of Requiem and gave them to him, curious about how far Borgos was about to go. Shring. Borgos started by drawing the Blade of Requiem. His eyes trembled upon seeing the red color of the blade, a possessed blade. Moreover, this possessed blade is burning with resentment by sacrificing itself as fuel. There must have been an unfortunate incident for Kuberad to forge this. He bitterly caressed the Blade of Requiem's edge. He must have done his best. It should be one of the better weapons from Kuberad. Borgos admired and returned the Blade of Requiem to its scabbard before he unsheathed Heavenly Drive. A clean and refined touch, it's definitely Vulcan's work. This sword grows alongside its owner. It can become a divine sword or a demonic sword depending on how it's used, and it looks like your path isn't decided yet. He smiled while watching Heavenly Drive's blade. Borgos returned the two swords with a smile. White Sword Dragon, you must be looking for equipment that won't be outdone by those two swords. He nodded with a satisfied expression that suggested that he finally understood everything. No, You provoked this Borgos by showing him those two swords, not bad. I can't lose to Vulcan and Kuberad. Tell me what you want. Borgos slammed the table, telling him to say anything he wanted. Rayon gasped while watching the passionate flame in Borgos' eyes. Is this really happening? All Rayon had done was to remain quiet, yet he was about to get equipment from a continent's blacksmith in addition to the money. The world was truly a strange place. In that case, can I ask for a package of throwing daggers? Since it was an opportunity, he ordered the throwing daggers that he'd been wanting to have. Have you even learned the throwing art? A little. All right, there's nothing in the world that I can't forge. And Rayon turned around and pointed at Doran, who was blankly staring at them. His sword was broken. I'd like to get a new one for him. Is it possible? My disciple will take care of it. He looks like a wimp, but he's still the second best blacksmith in our guild. Borgos pointed at his disciple standing behind him. Rayon could have never dreamed that such a bulky man who seemed capable of crushing an orc with muscle powers alone would be called a wimp. I don't mind it. Dorian bowed, saying that he was extremely thankful, which means the price will be 5 gold ingots, 1 package of throwing daggers, and 1 sword. Borgos modified the contract before he returned it. All right, and please be more casual towards me. Rayon nodded in satisfaction and shook Borgos' hand. What? Wrath's jaw dropped as he watched the handshake between Borgos and Rayon. Why is everyone volunteering as a doormat for him? Why is the number of doormats multiplying itself? Rayon left the central administration building with Borgos after the negotiations were concluded. I never expected that you would make that request in addition. Borgos shook his head in disbelief. It's best to leave it to a professional. Rayon lowered his head slightly and smiled. You are not wrong. I just didn't think that the White Sword Dragon would have such a sly personality. I don't even know my own personality. He wasn't lying. His personality and tendencies were slowly changing along with his. Swordfield Creation S development. He was about to return to the training ground where the Drake was located when a bunch of merchants came running towards them. Young Master Dorian, nice to meet you. My name is Latrin and I run a clothing shop named Cameron. I am delighted to make your acquaintance. It's been a while. I am Sizern and I am in charge of circulating the wheat. Young Master Dorian, congratulations on becoming the successor. I am in charge of commerce with Cameloon. Young Master, please wait a moment. Countless merchants came running and clung to Dorian. Some of them were even shoving gifts onto him to gain a favorable impression from the new successor. Vice Squad Leader, good luck. Dorian was getting buried under the merchants, but Rayon ignored him and went to the training ground with Borgos. Aren't you going to help him? He needs to get used to it since it's going to happen over and over in the future. Rayon smiled while opening the training grounds door. I've already had this impression earlier, but you really don't feel like a child. Your might could be explained by talent, but that experience couldn't have been acquired for no reason. Borgos narrowed his eyes while looking at Rayon. I've had a difficult life. Rayon shrugged his shoulders and stood in front of the Drake. I leave it to you. Ha! Borgos licked his lips and took out a dagger from his clothes. Its blade was thin enough to be called translucent, and it was shining in a dim red color. He carefully cut the Drake's neck with the dagger and took out a hexagonal object from inside, which was shining a brilliant blue. Rayon clenched his fist while witnessing that light, the Drake heart. It wasn't as good as a dragon heart, but it was a natural storage of mana with a huge capacity. That should be enough. It had the power of ice, but it also had a high purity since it came from nature. That was why Rayon assumed that it shouldn't cause any issues when into Sylvia's energy center. Rayon bowed to Borgos before he accepted the Drake's heart. He could have taken it out by himself, but he wanted it completely unscathed. That was why he asked a professional for assistance. If you're trying to sell the Drake heart, I'll introduce you to a good one. You should be able to sell it for higher than an auction. Borgos wanted to be helpful and told him that he could introduce him to someone. It's fine, I have a use for this item. Since it was reserved for Sylvia, he had no intention of selling it no matter how much he was offered. In fact, he didn't even care about how much the Drake would cost as long as he obtained the heart. Is that so? I see. Borgos nodded with a smile. Shall I send the promised goods to Sieghart? Yes, please send them to the Light Wind Squad of Sieghart. I'll do it. He smiled and took a piece of cloth from his inner pocket. He dropped the cloth, and once it reached the Drake's body, the over 35-meter-long body shrunk to 5 meters in size. The blacksmiths from the Grey Hammer Guild immediately picked up the plank with the Drake on it, then stood behind Borgos. See you later. Borgos casually waved his hand and left the training ground. The doormat is gone. Wrath spat in his direction, calling him the worst of all doormats in the world. He's not the worst. Why not? He offered all the money and equipment before you even asked, because he's definitely not worse than you. No doormat in the world could even dare to match up to the giving Wrath. Rayon tapped on Wrath's head, and when he was thinking about returning to the central administration, a middle-aged man with tidy hair walked up to him. Sir Rayon. Rayon's jaw dropped upon seeing him. His appearance had drastically changed, but there was no way he wouldn't recognize his impure energy. He was the saber of the fallen flower Mark Goat, whom he defeated in the same training ground. May I ask when you will finish your consideration? Consideration. Rayon fell silent and thought about it, then remembered the conversation they'd previously had. He had come along with Palin and begged for Rayon to let him be a follower. Rayon also remembered that Hidi told him to wait since he had a more important matter to attend to. It'd been a whole month since then, and he must have been waiting for the response while staying in the company. Is it because he's a knight? He was originally a knight from the Warner Kingdom. Knights had a tendency to obey their master no matter what, unlike swordsmen, and Rayon figured that was the reason he'd been obeying that order. He must have been serious about it. Rayon could assume that he must not have been lying about becoming a follower. Am I really getting a master for free? No, it can't be. He might be serious right now, but he will probably change his mind soon enough. Since human nature didn't change so easily, Rayon wanted to test his patience. Mark Goten, yes, your body still doesn't seem to be in a good state. I am sorry. I've been training, but... Do you see the mountain over there? Rayon pointed at a steep rocky mountain located to the west of Rockin City. Do 4 round trips to that mountain per day without using your aura. It will be extremely helpful in recovering your ruined body. If you can't, then... I'll do it, Mark Goten nodded and took off his clothes before immediately running towards the mountain. Vice Squad Leader. Rayon was watching his back when Dorian came running at him while panting. You left me behind, that was so mean. Dorian raised his head with a frown. I'm sorry. Rayon smiled gently at Dorian. Do you want to run away from those people? I do. I'm not used to this, and I'm also sad that they are looking for me only after I won the trial. Dorian sighed briefly. In that case, I have the perfect solution. Solution, don't do it. Wrath suddenly raised his head. It will definitely end up badly for you. Just look at his smile. He was giving a powerful warning, but Dorian obviously couldn't hear him. Will you do it? I will. Rayon smiled and pointed at the rocky mountain where Mark Goten had run a moment ago. Mark Goten should be over there. You should observe him and climb those rocks 4 times a day. Rock climbing without any equipment was extremely helpful for developing the fingers and wrists, which are important for using a sword, and even helped the lower and upper body's development in addition to a sense of balance. Since Dorian's body wasn't mature yet, it was the perfect training for him. Say that again. Climb the mountain. Go now. I don't want to do it after all. Dorian frantically shook his head. I'd rather see those merchants instead. I just remembered, you called me a psychopath before, right? Let's do focus enhancement training instead. I'll be back. He covered his ears and hurriedly ran towards the rocky mountain. Rayon nodded in satisfaction while watching Mark Goten run with Dorian following him. What a perfect sight. Were you a lone shark in your previous life? The next day, Rayon went to Adi Sephia's office, guided by his butler, Ligwin. He was slightly nervous because it was the first time he had been called for without Dorian. Why is he calling for me? He couldn't understand why he was calling for him because the successor had already decided. Also, the negotiations were over. The King of Essence knows the answer. Wrath sneered. The corners of his lips curved into a long smile. What is it? It's obvious. He finally got his cowardly kid to be his successor, but he's acting like your underling. It's only natural that his father would be angry with that. He giggled, saying that it was such a foolish move to make the successor of a large company monitor Mark Goten. And that might be the case. Since Addis cherished Dorian despite how he looked, Rayon thought it wasn't completely impossible. He couldn't exactly rebuke him because he didn't really know how other families were. You deserve a hard time. Wrath grinned, saying that it would be a fun sight. A berry pie would be perfect to have while watching this. Seriously, Wrath stuck his tongue out while laughing at him, and Rayon kicked him away before standing in front of Addis' office. Just like the last time, Ligwin looked like he wasn't planning to enter and quietly opened the door for him. Please enter. Rayon nodded at Ligwin and entered the office. Unlike the other times, Addis Sephia was sitting at a table at the center instead of at his desk. You called for me. Addis' voice sounded colder and more unfavorable than the other times. You should be aware that I don't like beating around the bush. Can I get right into the topic? His gaze also felt sharper. Rayon thought that Wrath might have guessed right. Yes. Rayon briefly caught his breath and nodded. His voice already sounds so angry. Get ready to be criticized. Wrath started dancing while wagging his finger, but his wish never came true. The Sephia company would like to invest in Sieghart. No, it's correct to say that we'd like to invest in Rayon Sieghart. Addis Sephia stared at Rayon with serious eyes. Wrath bit his lip tightly while looking into Addis' clear eyes. He was another doormat. He started to squirm in the air, saying that it couldn't be happening. You are from one of the 5 largest companies. Why are you volunteering to be a doormat? Is it hereditary? Rayon's lips curved downward slightly as he met Addis' dry and serious gaze. Was this his purpose? However, it didn't look like he was trying to help him unconditionally. What do you mean by investing in me? It means what it is. I'm ready to spend money on whatever Rayon Sieghart desires. Addis responded without any hesitation. He seemed to have prepared the response. But why? You should invest in something else. This guy drinks money like a hippo. Shut up. Rayon smacked wrath away like a fly and looked at Addis. Can I ask the reason? It's only natural for a merchant to voluntarily invest in the upcoming strongest in the continent. That doesn't seem to be the only reason. If Addis only cared about his might, he should have welcomed Rayon from the beginning, but he hadn't exactly tried to be friendly with him. There must have been another reason behind his decision. You are really different for your age. Indeed, I do have another reason. What is? Because you are capable of changing people. Did you say change? Yes. There are many powerful people on the continent, not to mention geniuses. The wealthy are even more abundant. There are so many people who are great in their fields that anyone would know their names, but few are capable of naturally changing the others. Addis tapped on the table as he continued, a habit of his. Dorian became a man capable of succeeding the company just from following you, and even the sword of the fallen flower, with such a sarcastic name, managed to rise once again. That's not something that just anyone can achieve. I did help Dorian's growth on purpose, but the case with the saber of fallen flower was nothing but a coincidence, and no one else managed to achieve that coincidence in dozens of years. Mark Goten became a master at a young age and was considered as a rising star that would shine upon the Warner Kingdom. However, he was devoured by himself and ended up as a mercenary under the shameful name of Saber of the Fallen Flower. Many people still wanted to get him on their side because he was still a master even though he couldn't improve himself, but no one managed to open his heart. However, the man in front of me is different. All Rayon had done was to honestly swing his sword without any intention of enlightening or obtaining the heart of the Saber of the Fallen Flower, yet he managed to touch the heart and soul of a loser who hadn't even been able to face his wall in a long time. It was an impossible feat to achieve, even if someone knew how to do it. It was only possible for those with a whole different quality than might and talent. An appropriate action is required to move someone's heart. And you are capable of such a feat for someone else on top of yourself. That's why I'd like to invest in you, I see. Rayon heavily nodded. What a frightening person. He wasn't planning to invest in me because of my might or because I raised Dorian. Cephia's president, Addis, was trying to invest in Rayon because he managed to understand what kind of person he was. I have a question. Addis suddenly stopped tapping on the table. I'm listening. Do you have any intention to become Sieghart's head of house? Rayon was at a loss for words even though it was a simple question. Head of house. He'd been thinking about it for a while and was asked about it multiple times, but his answer had always been that he had no intention of becoming one, because it wasn't my objective. He decided that the most important objective for his second life was to reveal Darius Roberts' identity and completely destroy him. Even if he had to die one more time, it was the one thing he had to achieve beforehand. Becoming the head of house will make it easier. Antagonizing Darius as the head of house could be an easier way to achieve his objective. However, a tremendous number of people are bound to perish. If it turned into a war between two houses instead of two individuals, countless innocent people were bound to die. He didn't want to become as cruel as Darius in his quest for revenge against him. He'd rather have a difficult and lonely fight if it would cause unnecessary sacrifices, and it's meaningless for my second objective as well. He could restore Sylvia's status as a member of the direct line after becoming the head of house, but if he managed to gain enough achievements to become the head of house, he would have managed to restore her status long before then. In conclusion, it was unnecessary for his second objective as well. Becoming the head of house isn't my goal, however. He must have grown attached to the house called Sieghart because he wanted to be with the people from the house and had the desire to make it bigger and increase its prestige. I don't even know what I want. He wanted to become the head of house but not at the same time. That was why he couldn't give Addis a definitive answer. He will probably cancel his proposal to help me. Addis was a merchant. He was bound to expect a return from his helping hand. However, the return was only going to happen after Rayon became the head of house, so he could be expected to cancel his proposal once he heard the answer. But he'll feel better by telling him the truth. Addis was the father of his companion and the president of a large company who couldn't be easily read. It was meaningless to half-heartedly lie to him. Seriously. Wrath furrowed his brow at Rayon. Your personality is incomprehensible. You were literally a thug yesterday and you sound like a sage today. In the end, you are just a madman. I don't even know myself. Rayon sighed deeply and raised his gaze to look at Addis. I don't know, you don't know, indeed. It's not about whether I can become the head of house or not. It's because I don't know yet what I can achieve by becoming the head of house. That's why I can't answer that question about becoming the head. Addis grumbled and furrowed his brow. I don't understand. You should be well aware that an indecisive answer isn't a good choice, so why did you decide to say that? Isn't it better to tell me you will become the head of house, even if it is a lie? Indeed, that would have been the better choice. Rayon nodded with a faint smile on his face. However, I remembered what you told me, President, when I was about to lie. What is it? It's better to bring a stolen good to the client rather than presenting a faulty product. Rayon told him what he said to Jesser in the training ground, and Addis' lips parted. I am not a merchant, but I am pretty much a product in this situation. I didn't want to trade with you using a product covered in lies. Wow. Addy stopped tapping on the table. His shoulders trembled and a wide smile appeared on his face. Huahahaha. Addy's let himself loose from his usual cold and adamant attitude and laughed loudly. I can finally understand it. I see that was why. He stared at Rayon with an entertained gaze. His caring eyes looked similar to Dorian's, unlike before. I must told you in the beginning that I am confident in my discernment. Indeed. And my discernment must gotten old. What? I didn't expect the man called Rayon Sieghart to have this much caliber. Addy smiled gently. It somehow looked like it was his true expression. You told me before to speak more casually to you since I am the father of your companion. Is that still valid? Yes, it is. I accept. His smile deepened and he leaned his back in his chair. I am even more certain now after hearing your answer. The Cephia Company will invest in Rayon Sieghart. Addy's extended his hand. He looked like a load was taken off his mind. We will follow you no matter which path you decide to take. Tell me anything you want. Gasp. Wrath suddenly jolted, even though he'd been quietly watching. That was the one thing you shouldn't have said. You idiot, stay out of my view. Rayon smacked the trembling cotton candy away with the back of his hand and leaned forward. What I want right now is the expansion of Sieghart. Expansion, yes. Sieghart is the most closed faction among the Six Kings because we are located at the northern corner. Addy's nodded in agreement, and it's all because of our location. That's why I'd like to increase the infrastructure and road network from there. Rayon had been thinking about it for a while. Manpower, roads, and money were all necessary to develop Sieghart, and a huge company's help was required to achieve it. I understand what you mean. As expected of a president, Addy seemed to have already understood his meaning. It will require a large amount of money, time, and manpower. However, the return will be even bigger than that. Our head of house never fails to reward a merit, nor let a fault go unpunished. Many people are currently trying to ally themselves with Sieghart, but none of them has been decided yet. In that case, we shall make the first move. He nodded, saying that he would quickly devise a plan. And the next up is for the Light Wind Squad. Next, Addy's eyes expanded twice the size upon hearing that there was a next. But you said I could say anything I wanted. I did, but I didn't think you would have more requests. Addy's finally realized the bad turn of events and his lips started to tremble. I have a lot more left. Rayon raised his chin slightly and smiled cheerfully. I'm only getting started, so please listen to me carefully. It didn't take a long time before Addy's regretted his decision. Sieghart's audience chamber. The place felt as detached as the North Grave Mountains peak with a cold atmosphere storming all around, and a bunch of small and cute children entered at once. They were fidgeting their fingers while looking around the audience chamber with bewildered looks in their eyes. Glenn Sieghart fiercely glared at the ragged saint, Frederick, who was standing in front of the awkward children. Who are these children? I already told Rimmer about them. Did you not hear about it? I did, but he never mentioned that there were this many of them. I also told him the number. Frederick pointed at Rimmer, who was grinning at the children. Rimmer. Rimmer's shoulders flinched upon hearing Glenn's sharp voice. I forgot. Rimmer laughed awkwardly and scratched the back of his head. Glenn shot a deadly glare at Rimmer, and a bone-chilling atmosphere filled the audience chamber. Lord. Why is it so cold all of a sudden? The children started to tremble even though they were wearing thick fur coats. Glenn, we have children with us. Glenn frowned and removed all of his pressure. The warmth appeared inside the audience chamber instead, implying that he must unleash the heat to create a warm wind. Wow, that was so mean. He just spread his pressure with kids around. Rimmer quickly went next to Roan and started to talk shit about Glenn. Hoo-hoo-hoo. Roan was smiling gently at the cuteness of the children with his hands clasped behind his back, misleading him about the number isn't even a big deal. His personality is so weird, trying to kill people for a small mistake like that. Hoo-hoo-hoo. Rimmer kept talking shit about Glenn even though Roan wasn't responding. Glenn grumbled and looked at the children instead. So these children were brainwashed. Indeed. Frederick nodded while looking back at the children, whose eyes were trembling in fear. Glenn examined them one by one. Even though they were at an age where they should still be protected by adults, the area under their eyes had turned black. They looked like adults who were tired of life rather than cheerful children. Why did you bring them here? Because it's possible to remove the remaining brainwashing and the bad memories they have by using the cold atmosphere in this area. Glenn unleashed his aura perception to further examine the children. The limping energy inside them and the severe damage to their mana circuits seemed to have been caused by the brainwashing. Can you heal them? I can heal these children. Frederick smiled awkwardly along with an ambiguous answer. Then, don't tell me you are planning to reject those children who came all the way to this cold land. When Glenn was about to nod at Frederick, Rimmer's voice could be heard. It's not like we have no bread to feed them. After all, Rayon is earning a lot of money for us with his great work. Hoo-hoo-hoo. He can't possibly make that decision as a human being, don't you agree? Hoo-hoo-hoo. Stop saying hoo 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 and agree with me. I'm the only one getting screwed now. Rimmer barked, but Roan didn't change from his gentle laughter. I'll accept them. Glenn nodded at Frederick. Send them to the mansion near the annex building. The warmest place inside Sieghart was the annex building where Sylvia was dwelling. He figured having them stay close to the annex building was the best decision for their recovery. Frederick bowed at him with a smile and opened the audience chamber's door. Let's go. The children left the audience chamber one after the other. Frederick. Glenn called Frederick to stop him when he was about to leave with the children. Did you tell Rayon to smile in front of me? Ah, yes, I did. How was it? Did you like it? Frederick turned around with a grin on his face. Glenn bit his lip tightly without any response. The corners of his lips were vibrating like a leaf in the wind. Q-ha-ha-ha, I knew it. Frederick laughed in delight and left the audience chamber after telling him that he'd come back in the evening for a drink. Roan, prepare enough side dishes. Pick that beggar's favorite ones. Understood. Roan smiled gently and nodded, and Heir. Glenn moved his finger, and Rimmer's body suddenly floated in the air when he was trying to leave after Frederick. Slam. Roan didn't miss the opportunity and closed the audience chamber's door. Sir Roan, hoo-hoo-hoo. Stop laughing. Why did you close the door just now? I told him to do it. Rimmer turned around upon hearing the frightening voice. Glenn had stood up from his throne and snapped his fingers. Zap. Crimson lightning spread throughout the space like a spiderweb and filled the entire ceiling in no time. Rumble. Rimmer's chin trembled as he witnessed the crimson lightning pouring down upon him. Again? Ack. Roan's laughter wavered throughout the space alongside the falling lightning. Hoo-hoo-hoo. Even though Rayon managed to obtain everything he wanted, he didn't leave the Cephia Company for 2 weeks. He was standing at the peak of the Rocky Mountain. He stared at the countless stars in the night sky for a while before he lowered his gaze. Q-ah, Mark Goten screamed while climbing on the rocks. His slow speed made it difficult to believe that he was a master, but he was steadily advancing step by step towards the peak. Ehehe. Dorian was floundering next to Mark Geo-10 with his tongue stuck out from his mouth like a dog. His eyes had already lost focus, but his speed wasn't too bad because his strength had always been his strong point. They are both pretty decent now. It was already the 7th time that they were climbing that day, and they were a lot faster than the very first time they climbed. They are sloppy guys with no talent, but they are definitely taking a step forward. Wrath's lips curved into a slight smile as he said that they weren't doing too badly. This isn't too bad. Indeed, they are getting better and better. Dorian was also growing, but Mark Goten had the most drastic change. He was recovering his ruined body by rock climbing all day long instead of doing a fixed number of round trips. I should help them. Rayon smiled faintly and gently rubbed a boulder at the peak. Don't tell me. You guessed right, Rayon grinned and smacked the boulder with his fist. Wham! The boulder shattered in pieces even more violently than expected because of the title King of Destruction, and the rubble started falling towards Dorian and Mark Goten. Gasp, ah! Mark Goten and Dorian ducked while screaming. They were both busily moving around in order to dodge the falling stones after seeing them. Their eyes were brimming with their determination to survive. They are dodging pretty well. Rayon dropped the rocks where Mark Goten and Dorian were trying to escape to force them to keep thinking about the next move. This is fun. I should play it with the Light Wind Squad once I return. Dropping the stones while they were rock climbing allowed them to raise their sight, predictive ability, and even agility on top. It was truly the best training method. Best training method. Bullshit. Just send them to hell already. Because of Rayon's continued sabotage, Dorian and Mark Goten only managed to reach the peak when the moon reached the center of the sky. Huff. Dorian was drooling from his mouth while lying flat on the ground, and Mark Goten sank to his knees and gasped for breath. Good job. Rayon smiled at Mark Goten, who still hadn't collapsed despite his exhaustion. He's really changed. According to the rumors about Mark Goten as the saber of the fallen flower, he should have already given up on the training within a single day. He had never been a patient person, and his personality must have gotten even worse while he worked as a mercenary. However, Mark Goten hadn't skipped his training a single time for the 2 weeks he'd been doing it, climbing the Rocky Mountain from morning to night. Because he'd been devoting all of his energy to it, his body had completely changed to the point that he looked like a different person. The extra fat he'd gained from liquor and side dishes was gone, and the solid muscles replacing it made him look like a proper warrior. His change is the expression of his determination. It feels like he is holding onto his last rope. Mark Goten was committing his body and soul to grasp the new opportunity presented in front of him. Rayon could tell because he'd been watching him for the past 2 weeks, just like the President Addies had said. Mark Goten was serious about wanting to be his follower. However, he was hesitant for one reason. Rayon walked up to Mark Goten, who was standing on his knees. Mark Goten. Yes, it felt like the entire mountain trembled from Mark Goten's loud and clear response, even though he was still gasping for breath. You said you would become my follower, right? Do you still think the same? I do, even if I can't raise your realm. The reason why Mark Goten couldn't increase his realm wasn't simply because of the martial arts and aura he'd learned. It was probably a psychological issue. He could potentially climb if he trained like the Light Wind Squad, but it wasn't certain that he would. That was why Rayon wanted to make sure to get his response before he continued. Mark Goten closed his trembling eyes instead of giving the immediate response that he'd been giving. He opened his eyes again a moment later, and his eyes became as calm as when he was training. It doesn't matter. Are you sure? I am satisfied with getting to dream once again. It's true that I am looking forward to it, but I don't think I will despair like before even if I hit the wall once again. The wall of the realm. That wall looked easy the first time he saw it, was irritating 5 years later, and made him despair 10 years later. He hadn't faced that wall since because of his fear. He'd been hardening his resolution while waiting for Rayon for a month, and trained his body for 2 weeks by climbing the mountain. He had the feeling he wouldn't be afraid of seeing the wall once again, not anymore. Rayon nodded while looking into Mark Goten's clear eyes. He's definitely changed. The mercenary Mark Goten who despaired from his ability had turned into the knight Mark Goten after finding a small glimmer of hope. Dorian, yes. Dorian stood up while panting. What did you think about him? Since Dorian was the one who'd been watching Mark Goten from nearby for the past 2 weeks, it was important to ask for his opinion. Dorian smiled cheerfully while looking at Mark Goten. He's a good mister. He even taught me a trick, and more importantly, he's a hard worker. I think it will be a good idea to bring him with us. He added that he could see that he was really doing his best as he watched from below. I see. Rayon nodded. Rayon had been watching him from above instead, and he agreed that Mark Goten had always been going all out. I'll bring him with me, but what if he quickly ends up giving up? When Rayon finally made up his mind, Wrath suddenly interrupted. I can just shove his resolution back into him if that happens. What? I'll bring him back to his senses whenever he gives up. How? With my fist or my sword will also work. A beating can always solve that issue at least, according to the saying. Who the hell even said that stupid shit? I did. Wrath's jaw dropped, and Rayon ignored him while extending his hand towards Mark Goten. Come with us. Mark Goten stared blankly at Rayon's hand for a while before he tried to rub the dirt off his hand on his pants. It's worth holding your hand because it is dirty. Rayon held his dirty hand, and Mark Goten lowered his head while biting his lip. Congratulations. You are also part of the light. Dorian started walking up to Mark Goten, and Rayon stopped him. You had room to look at how he was doing from below. I can understand it as it was too easy for you, right? What? And not at all. Definitely not. It was because you asked me to observe him, Vice Squad Leader. I got it. I'll remember it when I make the next training schedule. Why, you devil. He's a real devil. Rayon chuckled while watching Dorian fall on his knees and slam the ground. It's time for us to return. Since he managed to obtain everything he could possibly get, it was time to return to the house. He was worried that Rimmer might have caused issues in the meantime, and whether the other members were training as they should. Let's return. Rayon was waving at Mark Goten and Dorian when messages appeared in front of his eyes. The Blade of Requiem has finished absorbing the mana of darkness. A new trait has been created. Rayon lowered his gaze to read the messages that were appearing like stairs. The Blade of Requiem has finished absorbing the mana of darkness. A new trait has been created. The trait. Divinity blooming from the underworld has been created. The new trait's name was rather strange. Rayon wanted to check the contents, but there were still more messages to read over. The Blade of Requiem is offering the purified mana of darkness. The trait. Adaptation to ghastly energy has ranked up. All stats have increased by 8. The second set of messages said that the Blade of Requiem had given him the purified mana of darkness, which led to an increase in his trait and stats. What? Wrath jumped in front of the message while pouting. Why is this spending the King of Essence's ability when that insignificant creature is giving you the energy? This is way too unreasonable. He puffed up his round cheeks in extreme displeasure. The world has always been unreasonable. Shut up. The King of Essence won't overlook this matter. He will destroy that insignificant creature and reclaim his bright future, but you're a demon king. Priests were more likely to talk about a bright future. Rayon laughed bitterly at how ridiculous it was for a demon king of wrath to desire a bright future. Step aside, please. Rayon pushed Wrath away and examined the description of the new trait, divinity blooming from the underworld. This is a holy power of reversed flow created from a mixture of negative energies, ghastly energy, bloody energy, and demonic energy. It can be mixed with other types of energy. Rayon's jaw dropped upon reading the description. Does that mean that mana and holy power can be combined? Mana and holy power couldn't normally be combined. Even if one has both types of energy, they had to store it in different spots and use it separately. However, the trait was saying that it was possible to achieve what should have been impossible. While Rayon was reading the description once again, a secretive and auspicious energy seeped into his energy center from the Blade of Requiem. Is this the Divinity blooming from the underworld. I am really fine. Holy power would have normally caused a huge problem the moment it entered the energy center, but it really was a special type of holy power that could be mixed into his mana if it managed to enter without any issues. However, the amount of holy power wasn't too large. A single usage was enough to deplete it, and he could expect it to take a long time to replenish once he did. It won't be easy to accumulate it. It was necessary to increase the trait's rank in order to increase its quantity and quality, which meant it required a large amount of time and effort. Holy power. Impossible. Why are you getting holy power out of bloody, ghastly, and demonic energy? That's why it says it bloomed from the underworld. This isn't even the King of Essence's trait. Why did this? Aha. Wrath's eyes briskly turned towards the blade of Requiem. It's all because of that insignificant creature. Unforgivable. Wrath couldn't suppress his anger and unleashed his wrath and coldness, pouring them onto the blade of Requiem. The blade of Requiem created a wall of ghastly energy to take him on. How arrogant. Wrath unleashed the tremendous amount of wrath and coldness he'd been accumulating. He seemed to be seriously irritated. Rumble. Even though the blade of Requiem had gotten stronger, the wall of ghastly energy was crushed in no time because of the original difference in power. The blade of Requiem screamed in pain. I should try it out. Rayon unleashed the blade of Requiem's ghastly energy and the holy power dwelling deep inside his energy center to stop wrath. The holy power sparkled silver and mingled into the ghastly energy to create a majestic wall capable of stopping Wrath's attack. Crack. The wall of ghastly energy was fortified by the holy power, and it even managed to counterattack on top of perfectly fending off the attack. Wrath withdrew while shaking his hand as if he had burned it with boiling water. How can you use the dirty and disgusting holy power? Wrath's large eyes became teary from frustration. How was it? Is it really holy power? Indeed. It doesn't have the same stench, but it's definitely that hateful holy power. What a relief. He managed to confirm it was indeed the holy power because it worked against Wrath. However, the amount is too small. The quantity was as small as an acorn. It was completely exhausted from fending off Wrath's attack a single time. The blade of Requiem gave out a small resonance to express its gratitude for saving it. You don't need to thank me. Rayon smiled faintly and tapped on the blade of Requiem. It must be nice to be friends. HMPH. Wrath briskly turned his head away and snorted like a bison. I'll also compliment you then. Rayon chuckled and patted Wrath's head as well. But whose power is this divinity? Dorian's chin trembled as Rayon thought about the trait while taking care of the blade of Requiem and Wrath. Why are you smiling right now? That evil smile. What are you plotting this time? No, I really can't do anything anymore. Kill me instead. Rayon was just taking care of Wrath and the blade of Requiem, but Dorian stepped back with terrified eyes and jumped under the rocky mountain. Rayon licked his lips while watching Dorian run down the mountain like a beast, running down the cliff. It looks pretty good as a type of courage training if he's forced to suppress his aura. Mark Goten was sweating nervously upon hearing Rayon's playful voice. Is it really fine to follow this person? Rayon got ready for the departure and turned around. Mark Goten was standing straight behind him like a guard. He seemed to have been released from the time he had spent as a mercenary and returned to being a knight. Did you finish the preparations for the journey? Yes, Mark Goten nodded. But you have no baggage with you. I have nothing to bring with me since this weapon has always been the only thing I had. He tapped on the shabby saber hanging around his waist. He must bought a cheap saber after the previous one was destroyed during the spar. I should buy one for him pretty soon. Even though he wasn't in great condition, Mark Goten was still a master. Rayon wanted to buy him a weapon befitting his might. Munch, munch, munch. Rayon looked at his right upon hearing the sound of a squirrel chewing on a leaf. Dorian was eating some snacks that he took from his belly pocket. Are you really leaving with me? Aren't you going to take the successor education here? The president told me that I should follow my vice squad leader, no matter what, and watch and learn all kinds of things. And he took out a spherical bead from his belly pocket. He said he would give the education I need through this. Dorian smiled cheerfully. He seemed glad that he could leave with Rayon. Are you planning to take the successor education on top of my training? You are brimming with passion. Rayon looked down on Dorian with a grin on his face. Dorian's shoulders trembled. He seemed to have finally remembered about the training. Wasn't I going to be exempt from the training? No, but I am the successor of this company. I am your superior. Rayon shrugged his shoulders, and Dorian's face turned pale. I'll stay here and complete the successor education before I return. Mark Goten grabbed Dorian by his neck as he stepped back. He was quick to understand the situation, probably because he'd been a knight and a mercenary in the past. Mister, we were comrades who climbed the mountain together. Are you already betraying me? I am sorry. Dorian struggled with teary eyes, but Mark Goten didn't let him go. Rayon turned around and looked far up into the sky. I'll be 20 years old by the time I return to the house. He was finally out of his teens and was entering his 20s, but it didn't exactly feel special. He was simply reminded that there were only 2 years left until the duel against the Axe King. Let's go to Sieghart. Yes. Yes, 3 people left the Cephia company with a weak voice and a loud shout. Cephia smiled while watching Rayon and Dorian's departure. They seemed to be having fun even when leaving. Are you sure it's okay to let him go like this? Ligwin came next to him and quietly sighed. You've been wanting to see the young Master Dorian all this time. Being with him for a month and 2 weeks is good enough. It'd be greedy to desire more than that, but you could make him stay by using the successor education as an excuse. You'd like that boy to witness more in the world. Addie smiled faintly while watching Rayon walk in front of Dorian. The successor's education was important, but he had the feeling that growing while watching Rayon's back was more advantageous for Dorian and the Cephia company alike. Being acquainted with the White Sword Dragon is indeed a priceless experience. He even gave me great inspiration. Ligwin nodded while following Addis' gaze. Yes, he's an amazing fellow. Addis' fists suddenly started to tremble. He's all over money from head to toe. He's bound to become bald in the future since he loves money so much at such a young age. President. Ligwin's eyes widened as Addis suddenly started to rampage. Please calm down. Addis' eyes finally returned to normal after he grabbed him by his shoulders and shook him. My bad, I just lost too much to him. Addis shook his head and sighed. It was an unexpected expense. Developing the area around Sieghart wasn't the end of Rayon's request, but only the start. He resolutely spoke of all of his detailed requests as if he were getting ready for a war. Addis was getting a headache because he couldn't even grasp how much money he would need to prepare all of it. He would have gotten big even if he didn't become a warrior. And Addis heavily nodded while watching Rayon's back as he moved further away. He then looked at Dorian, who was finally started walking on his own feet after getting dragged along for a while. That boy is also bound to gain more qualities while watching his back, but I lost way too much. Rayon Sieghart, you bastard, President. It was a quiet beach. A white portable bed was placed on the sandy beach, which was sparkling like gold. The fallen was lying on the bed with a faint smile on his face. It's so peaceful. The soul-severing sword was standing at the coast and was staring far into the ocean without responding to him. Peace. The response came from the right side instead of the soul-severing sword. Such a thing doesn't exist in the world. The man who shook his head was hiding his body with a robe that made it look like he was clad in darkness, and blue flames were burning inside the eyes of his skull mask. The colors are all fake, just like this beach. The man wearing a skull mask snapped his fingers. The blue ocean turned as dark as if squid ink had been released into it, and the golden sand turned into bloody lumps of flesh. Spectre, why are you ruining my fun? The fallen snapped his finger again, and life returned to the hellish scenery of the beach. Despite the extreme change, the soul-severing sword was simply staring at the faraway horizon while standing in front of the ocean. Spectre, did you confirm about that matter? Yes, I found them. The flames inside the Spectre's eyes subsided upon hearing the fallen's question. There were exactly 1.65 times more than the information claimed. The entire area will be destroyed if it explodes. Perfect. I leave it to you, understood. The Spectre stood up from his chair and bowed. Are you already leaving? You don't have to be so hasty. Schedules are all connected to each other. I have a lot of work to do since I have to make up for that idiot's mistake. The Spectre briefly clicked his tongue. A divergence suddenly appeared from the thin air and Merlin came out of it. Who are you calling an idiot? Merlin was wearing an old woman's mask, and she stared at the Spectre with a frightening smile. Idiots are bound to appear when they are called idiots. The flame inside Spectre's eyes intensified even further. Come on, stop fighting. The fallen shook his hand with a smile. He stared at Merlin for a while before he clapped his hands. He seemed to have suddenly remembered something. Did you hear about it? Rayon Sieghart attacked the Black Tower. The soul-severing sword was the first one to react instead of Merlin. It was a small movement, but his head turned towards them. The fallen seemed to enjoy that reaction, as he rolled his lips into a smile and continued. Eden, the White Blood Religion, South North Union, and now the Black Tower. It's been a long time since someone made enemies with 4 out of the 5 demons. The fallen narrowed his eyes slightly while looking at Merlin. Merlin, what do you think about this? I don't care. Merlin shook her hand and lay down on a portable bed. You don't care, but your family is inside Rayon Sieghart. You need to take revenge. I would have already destroyed his flesh and bone if I could save Lochter by doing that, but his soul has already devoured the soul. It's already too late. She sighed deeply and closed her eyes. The restoration is my only objective now. The idiot is talking sense for the first time. Your bald head is the idiot, don't you think? Merlin snorted at the Spectre. Shut your mouth, it's my mouth. What are you gonna do about it, huh? A frightening amount of coldness emerged from the Spectre's fissured white skull. Fight me if you have a problem. I'll go easy on you as your senior. You are as insane as before. Spectre and Merlin stood up at the same time and scattered a large amount of mana around them. The Fallen quietly watched Merlin and Spectre with a dry smile that looked rather terrifying on his face. Sieghart's fifth training ground. The sun shining upon the world settled down, and the moon rose to reach for the center of the sky. That was when the shouts that continuously came from the training ground finally came to a halt. Huff. Burin lowered his sword and exhaled roughly. Today's training is over. The Light Wind Squad members, who were scattered all around the training ground to swing their swords, stopped their training and collapsed on the ground upon hearing his shout. Arg. I am in so much pain, I am really dying. Since everyone did their best, not a single speck of regret could be seen in their expressions. Tusk. Martha clicked her tongue. She seemed to lament the pathetic behavior of her squad members. Stand up already. You have to cool down properly since training is over. She kicked the swordsmen on the ground to force them to stand back up. See, can we do it later? I really have no strength left in me. We've been trained by both the squad leader and the general administrator today. We really are dying. Shut up and stand up. Martha glared at them, and the collapsed swordsmen stood up while staggering and started to stretch themselves. However, there was one person that Martha couldn't make stand. Yawn. Run-On was yawning while lying flat on the ground and looking at the stars in the night sky. You do it too, don't wanna. Martha tried to make her stand, but Run-On remained as immobile as if she was glued to the ground. What the gasp? A blue frost was surrounding the ground where Run-On was lying. Shed connected her back to the ground with ice to make it impossible to take her off. Have you gone insane? Martha tried to forcibly take her off, but Run-On kept pouring her coldness out to stick her back to the ground. Burin smiled while watching Martha fighting against Run-On to keep her pride. You've changed a lot. What? You told the squad members to stretch themselves because you were worried they might get injured. She would have minded her own business or simply left the training ground in the past, regardless of what others did. However, Shed recently been taking care of the squad members and teaching them, which was proof that she had changed a lot mentally. Martha had opened her heart after she talked with the head of house and Rayon. Burin wasn't aware of what they talked about, but figured that her heart finally belonged to the Light Wind Squad. That's not true. Martha blushed and released Run-On's collar before she turned around. It hurts. Run-On frowned because her head ended up hitting the ground. I'm doing Rayon's job because he's not coming back. When the hell is he coming? It's already the new year, yet he has no sign of showing up. Martha frowned while looking at the sky. I want to see the damn handsome Rayon. Run-On licked her lips just like when she had an ice cream in front of her. I thought he would be back real quick and start shouting about training, but he's not coming at all. Martha turned around and ground her teeth. He's indeed rather late. Burin narrowed his eyes and nodded. But we managed to steadily increase our skills because we had enough time. He won't be able to scold us when he returns. It was because they didn't want to be nitpicked by Rayon that they kept enduring the hellish training from the gambling monster every day, even doing personal training at daybreak and late at night. They'd been pushing themselves to the limit, and their skills had improved as a result. That was why they were prepared for Rayon's return. Indeed. I'm honestly confident I can endure any training at this point. We've completed the general administrator and the squad leader's hellish training. The vice squad leader's training will be a piece of cake. I know, right? When I think about it, the focus enhancement training is only hard because we can't sleep and stay terrified all night long, but it won't be that hard in our current state. He's probably going to be surprised when he sees us. He might be. The Light Wind members smiled while looking at each other. They were brimming with confidence because they'd been continuously training. He really might be. Burin and Martha started to nod, but their jaws suddenly dropped and they stared at the darkness outside the training ground. Honestly, don't you agree that the vice squad leader's training is way too unsophisticated? We do get stronger as a result, but he's just too rough at handling people. I felt like I was getting old. Crane continued, not noticing the expression on their faces. Training should be systematic, but the vice squad leader lacks in that aspect. It makes no sense either. He just came up with those methods on the spot because he's a genius, and that's why it's so unsophisticated, and we are the ones who have to endure him. He tilted his head as he noticed that Burin, Martha, and the other swordsmen had dropped their jaws. What's Kua? Crane tried to follow the other members' gazes and look around but fell on his ass in surprise. Vice squad leader. Rayon was there before he knew it and was smiling at him with crimson flames burning in his eyes. I see. My training is unsophisticated and makes no sense. Rayon's smile deepened as he nodded. No, that's not what I mean. It's perfect because I've prepared a new training method for you. This one makes perfect sense. Rayon's crimson eyes were glowing like a savage beast. It looks like you've been waiting for me, so there's no reason to wait. Let's start the training right now. Wait, we just finished our training. Right, the training was really difficult today. Nope, it's exactly because you are exhausted that you can draw out your power from your instincts. Yuha, even Burin and Martha closed their mouths as they saw the frightening light in Rayon's eyes. Dorian's pale lips were trembling as he observed Rayon's expression from next to him. I just saw a devil. As Rayon made a frightening smile, Run-On suddenly popped out and showed him a rectangular box. It was the bead ice cream box that Rayon had seen a lot in the past. Eat. She opened the lid and leaned it forward. Rayon could see 2 chunks of cookie and cream and mint chocolate ice cream. She must really hated the idea of training if she was giving away the bead ice creams, which even had the mint chocolate flavor. Let's see. Rayon examined Run-On's face from where it was hiding behind the box. Considering her blank eyes and unruffled expression, she didn't look like she hated the training. It looks like she really is just giving them to me as a present. Rayon had the same impression many times before, but she was such a peculiar girl because she was casually giving away ice cream when everyone else was frowning over the upcoming training. She's gotten a lot better. Run-On had reached an even higher realm than when they were in the Owen Kingdom. Considering that the realm didn't increase easily at the highest level of expert, that implied that Shed been making strenuous efforts every single day. What are you waiting for? Wrath stuck his tongue out while looking at the ice cream. Can't you even eat what's presented to you? Eat it already. He started drumming on Rayon's back, urging him to eat before the ice cream melted. I need to make them train. Training can be saved for tomorrow. You might be planning to kill them, but save it for tomorrow. I have no intention of killing them. Rayon couldn't understand why everyone was making such a fuss about it since it was just training. Rayon smiled while accepting Run-On's box. Run-On nodded, urging him to eat. Once the mood became nicer, Burin and Martha carefully walked up to him. Rayon, it's been a while. How did your business go? Why are you so late? You sounded like you'd be right back. Lots of things happened. Rayon narrowed his eyes while examining those two. They have been training properly, too. Martha and Burin had grown just as much as Run-On. It was clear that they'd been training to the best of their abilities, and the same goes for the others. It wasn't as much as Run-On, Martha, and Burin, but the other squad members had also improved drastically. They must have been working in harmony to endure the boring and difficult training. Their achievement was worthy of recognition. Slurp. They've gotten a lot stronger. You should forgive them, Slurp, for today. Wipe your drool at least. Wrath was solely focused on the ice cream, and he wasn't even looking at the squad members as drool dribbling from his mouth. We've been training really hard while you are gone. He just said that because he became overconfident, so let's just ignore him and rest for today. Yeah, he says that shit all the time. Burin and Martha leered at Crane with frowns on their faces. That's true, Vice Squad Leader. Please suppress your anger since you are the handsome one. We've just finished our training schedule for the day. It's already late at night. Let's start with it tomorrow. The other Light Wind members came rushing together with forced smiles on their faces, trying to grasp that opportunity. Run-On kept staring at the ice cream box regardless of their actions. You've definitely changed. Rayon nodded while meeting everyone's eyes. Ooh, Wrath eagerly licked his lips. He seemed to believe that it was time for the ice cream. I knew our Vice Squad Leader was a broad-minded person. We've been training without slacking a single day after all. Burin and Martha also smiled in excitement. They seemed to believe that there wasn't going to be any additional training for the day. Therefore, I'll give you an opportunity. Opportunity? What opportunity? Rayon pointed at Dorian, who was eating some snacks behind him. Since you've been doing your best, you should be able to win against Dorian, who wasted lots of time traveling with me, right? He moved his finger to point at Crane, who was standing there like an idiot. If Crane wins against Dorian, I'll let you go for today without further fussing and even give you some free time tomorrow. Seriously, you are the worst. Wrath gasped since he knew the entire story behind it. What's wrong? Crane might end up winning. Rayon snickered and looked at Dorian. He reached the highest level expert during the journey and even gained lots of confidence. The team leaders were still too much for him, but he could definitely win against Crane. But if he loses... Rayon looked down on everyone, with his eyes turned even colder than in the beginning. You will have to keep training right away until sunrise. We did it. It's an easy win for us with those conditions. The bright smiles on Burin and Martha showed that they believed in Crane's victory without any doubt. Crane, I believe in you. Make sure to win and show us you aren't all talk. Crane, show him the result of our sweat and blood. The other Light Wind members also expected Crane's victory and cheered for him while waving at him. Since Crane was a vice team leader who was way stronger than Dorian, they all believed that the match was already decided. Vice Squad Leader. Dorian came towards him in a panic. Can I even win against a vice team leader? Of course you can, because he's completely underestimating you right now. If you can't finish him off in a single strike, you will have to climb the mountain all night long all alone. Hiccup. Dorian closed his eyes for a moment and thought about what happened in Rockin', those hellish days. Rayon dropped boulders and trees from the summit while he tried to climb the rock. He was saved before he died, but he was never going to forget that experience since he really thought he was going to die. I am the only one who had to do that among the Light Wind Squad. Dorian and Mark Goat were the only people in that place who had experienced that hell. He didn't want to be the only one who went through that madness. Arg, I'm bringing you down with me. Blue flames of motivation were burning from his eyes when he opened them again. He ran up to Crane and bobbed his fingers with the training sword clenched in his grasp. "Come at me, how cocky of you." Crane bit his lip while glaring at Dorian. Rayon stood between them and lowered his hand. "Calm down, you can catch up with your swords." He raised his hand as he spoke. "Start, yeah." As soon as the spar started, Dorian made the first move. He slammed down his sword while gritting his teeth as if he were facing a desperate situation. HMPH. Crane snorted and raised his sword to block the trajectory. "You are still too impatient. You will never win against me at this ratha." He widened his eyes in panic upon feeling the power from Dorian's sword. What? Why is he so strong? He tried to block Dorian's attack to the best of his ability, but it was already too late. Dorian's sword was already right in front of him. Wait, yeah. Dorian didn't listen to Chiron at all and smashed him with the sword. Smock. The training sword bashed the center of Crane's forehead and he collapsed with his eyes rolled back. Huff. Dorian exhaled a heated breath while clenching his sword. "I'm not going down. I am definitely not going down alone. We'll be together." The way he kept murmuring he wouldn't go down sounded like he was possessed by some evil spirit. What's going on? Did Crane really lose just now? Today's training was difficult, but even so. How is this even possible? The Light Wind members dropped their jaws while watching the excited Dorian and the unconscious Crane in front of him. What did I just witness? I don't even know. Fuck this. Burren and Martha's chins were also trembling because of the unexpected situation. Clap. The sound of Rayon clapping woke them up from their panic. The match is over. Rayon rolled his lips into a smile as the gazes of bewilderment were directed at him. "You have no complaints now, right? Let's go now for my training that makes perfect sense." Rayon carried Crane on his back while saying that. He had no intention of leaving him unconscious, since the opportunity to get stronger should be given fairly to everyone. Wow. Wrath's lips trembled as he looked at Rayon's back as he began walking towards the North Grave Mountain. Even the demons nowadays don't do this kind of thing. The result was already decided when Rayon made that bet, and even the demons in Devildom didn't do such a thing. Wrath couldn't understand what was inside that evil devil's head. He really belongs to Devildom. Wait, no. Eat the mint chocolate before you go. Glenn Sieghart was walking all around the audience chamber with a frown. His slightly trembling eyes were expressing his anxiety. He walked around in circles on the platform for a while before he sat on the throne and leaned forward. Why? He lowered his eyebrows while looking at Roan, who was standing below the platform. It's already been a long time since they said he went through the main gate, so why is he still not here yet? He must be being considerate, my lord. Roan lowered his head with a gentle smile. Considerate? Yes, it is late at night after all. He looked above and pointed at the moon in the sky. He must thought that it would be rude to visit so late. He should be here tomorrow. Cheryl also smiled, saying that Rayon did it for Glenn's sake. Ahem. Glenn cleared his throat and lowered his gaze. I don't need such consideration. He still does those useless things, just like before. He licked his lips in regret. Roan and Cheryl watched Glenn with gentle smiles. In that case, should I bring him here? Rimmer raised his hand while leaning his back against a round pillar. I also want to see my student since it's been a while. I'll bring him then. Hey, he should be resting right now. Why would you do that? No, considering his personality, I'm pretty sure he's at the training ground. Rimmer clicked his tongue, saying that they still knew nothing about Rayon. What should I do? Should I bring him here? He wagged his finger while looking at Glenn. Glenn stared at Rimmer without responding. I guess not. Then I'll go see him on my own. I'm gonna have a drink with my student since he's over 20 years old now. See you tomorrow. Rimmer waved his hand. When he was about to leave, Glenn slammed the armrest of his throne. Bring him. What? I can't hear anything because it's so quiet. Bring him. What did you say? I don't understand what you're saying because this grandpa doesn't even care about his grandson. How dare you? Glenn's wrath created thunderclouds to fill the space above them. I won't be able to go if you drop this. No, I refuse to go. The lightning energy filling the audience chamber disappeared in an instant. I knew Rayon was the best solution. Rimmer giggled and opened the audience chamber's door. I'll bring him back real quick. He waved his hand in a cheeky manner and left. Catch him after Rayon returns. Yes, understood. Roan and Cheryl nodded at the same time. Cheryl's smile was icy cold as she looked at the door Rimmer had left through. We'll have to clean up an elven corpse today. Hoo. Burren bit his lip while climbing the cliff of North Grave Mountain. How did Dorian become so strong? He'd only witnessed a single strike, but he could immediately notice that Dorian's might was on a completely different level from before. He thought he'd been going through hell in the training ground, but traveling with Rayon must have been true hell. But I'm relieved that this training isn't too bad. Climbing the cliff while Aura was banned honestly wasn't too difficult, and it makes perfect sense as well. The training method where you climbed a cliff with bare hands was one of the physical training methods passed down from antiquity. Back when they were trainees, Rimmer had sometimes asked them to climb the mountain since he couldn't be bothered to come up with a regime. I was wondering what he prepared for us, but this much is easy. Martha was also smiling, since climbing a cliff was a piece of cake. HNNG. Run-On was taking it even easier since she was dozing off while climbing. The vice squad leader isn't a complete demon. I know, right? My heart skipped a beat because I thought we were doing the focus enhancement training again. I would dug a cave to hide myself if we were doing that again. Even the vice squad leader has a conscience, after all. The other squad members didn't have much difficulty either, since they were leisurely chatting with each other while climbing. He's not that kind of person, though. Crane frowned, a huge bump on his forehead. What do you mean? I mean the vice squad leader. I don't think it's simply going to end with this when he even got me beaten up to force us into this training. He's going easy on us because he's human after all. Burren shook his head, saying that Rayon was originally a nice guy. No, he's nice, but he doesn't compromise when it comes to training. Crane licked his lips. Suddenly they heard a huge noise from the summit. It sounded like something was being destroyed. What is that sound, Ak? Crane hadn't even finished speaking before he was hit by a rock that fell from the summit and fell from the cliff. He couldn't even grab anything on the way, just kept falling until he disappeared from sight. Crane, what's happening? Why did a rock suddenly fall on him? What's happening? Burr, Martha, and the Light Wind members raised their heads at the same time. Wham! Rumble, with a destructive sound, logs began falling from above. Logs, why the hell are those logs falling right now? What the hell? The Light Wind members screamed and scattered on the cliff to avoid the logs. This place is Safik. However, they started falling one by one because the rocks fell towards the places they were hiding. Dodge, our rocks are falling on us. We are going to die if we fall. The Light Wind members crawled on the cliff as fast as insects to escape, but the rocks looked like they predicted their movement because they smacked their vital spots. Arg, sniff, save me. Each time they screamed, the number of swordsmen decreased one by one. Arg, Martha barely managed to escape the rock falling upon her and raised her head straight towards the top. You crazy son of a bitch. She ground her teeth while cursing at Rayon, who must have been at the summit. Did you really go insane? Are you planning to kill every Nkaya? Martha got hit by a rock on her side before she could finish her curse and fell to the ground. Burren's jaw dropped. The only ones left were himself and Run-On, who was still dozing off. Run-On, wake up. We are really going to die. He was trying to wake Run-On up when a fist-sized rock fell towards him. Huff, Burren brought himself as close as possible to the cliff to dodge the rock flying towards his temple. However, it wasn't over yet. A large amount of rocks poured down on him from all over. I'm not going to die here. He climbed with all the strength he could muster and managed to dodge the rocks falling like meteorites. Whoosh! When he barely managed to avoid a rock falling towards his shoulder, a fist-sized rock was falling towards his forehead. This is easy. He fended off the rock with a faint smile on his face, but there was another one right behind it. You damn Bastarak. He got a clean hit on his forehead from the second rock and the strength left his limbs. You freaking psychopath. You even used your aura. Rayon must have really gone insane, as he de-incorporated the rock with an aura to cause mental damage. Burren couldn't hold on anymore in his weakened state. Burren almost lost consciousness and ended up falling from the cliff. He wanted to grab something during the fall, but he had no strength left. Is this how I end up dying? Because of that crazy bastard. I wanted to win against my father. Rayon had helped him when he had locked himself in the villa. He had resolved to defeat his father one day, but he couldn't achieve it in the end. In fact, he was dying because of the guy who helped him. By Evrian Ha. While he thought he was dying, something supported him from below. He raised his eyes and saw the middle-aged man who gave off a neat impression who'd come with Rayon earlier. Burren could guess that he was the one who had caught him without the slightest impact. Are you okay? Burren nodded and stood on the ground. Team leader, you are late. You lasted the longest in the end. Oh, that was so scary. The other swordsmen were also sitting on the ground without any injuries. Fuck. Martha was grinding her teeth while punching the cliff in frustration. Burren was dumbfounded, and Run-On was falling with a small groan. The middle-aged man easily caught Run-On and left her on the ground. Run-On bowed without panicking, as if Shed experienced it many times before. What are we supposed to do now? Hey, while they were looking at each other, since they didn't know what to do anymore, Rayon's voice could be heard from above. You must remember that you are supposed to train until sunrise. Climb back up right now. The area under the Light Wind members' eyes turned black upon hearing Rayon's bright and cheerful voice. Arg, what are the demons and devils doing right now? They should take him to become one of theirs. Wrath heard Martha's voice from above the cliff and shook his head. The King of Essence apologizes, beef girl. Even the King of Essence can't handle him. Rayon smiled while watching the Light Wind members as they started to climb the cliff once again. They are definitely talented. Even though they'd only experienced it once, they were already moving in a way to dodge the rocks more easily. They were really smart. Dorian, you got more logs and boulders, don't you? Rayon extended his hand towards Dorian, who was trembling next to him. I do have them because they are necessities. I'll resupply for you later. Take them out. Yes. Dorian nodded and put his hand in his belly pocket to take out logs and boulders. Perfect. Rayon left the logs as they were and shattered the boulders to the size of a fist. Let's go. I won't lose this time. I'm only going to be satisfied after going up there to punch that guy. I'm never going to fall. Rayon could see the light wind members climbing from below while shouting. They were extremely enthusiastic, probably from anger. Yes, this makes it more interesting. Rayon smiled coldly and rolled a log down the area where the largest number of members were climbing. Rumble. The thunderous noise sounded like the cliff was caving in as the log fell upon the light wind members. Aha! Crane fell again. Yuka and 2 people fell from a single log. Since 5 people fell in total last time, it was amazing progress. Rayon dropped the logs one after the other to eliminate more than 10 people before he picked up the rocks. The real part is only getting started. He was about to throw the rocks with a grin on his face when he felt a gentle and refreshing breeze. Why are you already harassing our guys when you've just returned? Rayon turned around upon hearing the loafer's voice. Rimmer was waving at him with the same smile as when he gambled. Squad leader. Rayon put down the rock before he stood up and examined Rimmer. What's going on? There was already a drastic change every day ever since he had received the artificial energy center, but he was looking like a completely different person. It felt like sharp lightning was filling the gaps between the cheerful wind. I can see that you haven't been playing around. Wrong, I was just playing around. He was unexpectedly rebuked even though he was just praising Rimmer. He felt like he had finally returned to the Light Wind Squad. Stop playing with them and come with me. Where are we going? Greeting the elders takes priority once you return to the house. The head of house wants to see you. At this late hour, Rayon was surprised that Glenn wanted to see him. He had been planning to visit the Lord's Manor the next day since it was already so late. Yes, Rimmer nodded with a refreshing smile on his face. He's probably giving you a gift. Squad leader, Rayon licked his lip while throwing the rock from his hand into the air. Is it an urgent call? No, we have some time. Rimmer shook his head, saying that they didn't need to run to the Lord's Manor immediately. In that case, I'll finish what I was doing. Rayon smiled faintly and clenched the rock in his hand softly. What are you even doing? Rimmer wasn't aware of what kind of training they were doing since he'd just arrived. It's simple rock climbing. Simple. He tilted his head and Rayon threw the rock towards the bottom. Swoosh. With the piercing sound of the wind, a light wind member's scream could be heard from the cliff. Quay, along with the sound of a dying pig, a light wind member fell from the cliff. Rayon turned around and smiled at Rimmer. It will be helpful to everyone since this method makes perfect sense. I don't know where you learned this crazy shit. Rimmer lowered his eyebrows while looking at the light wind member that fell a moment ago. It looks fun. He grinned and picked up a rock from the ground. Can I try it too? As expected from Rimmer, he had great taste in entertainment. Just hitting them isn't enough. The objective is to increase their senses and responsiveness by targeting their vitals. Rayon wasn't doing the training because he wanted to bully the light wind members. The purpose was to nurture their aura perception and build reaction experience by aiming their vitals with the rocks. Dorian's jaw dropped upon hearing that. I thought he was just bullying them. He used to think that Rayon was just doing it for fun because he kept throwing his rocks and logs with a silly grin on his face, but he realized there actually was a purpose to it. Now that I think about it, I could feel Crane's weakness when I fought him earlier. Surprisingly, he could feel the weak part of Crane's defense when he raised his sword to defend against him. Dorian hit that spot with his training sword, and Crane couldn't withstand the blow and ended up getting smacked on his forehead. It had a purpose all along. As expected of the vice squad leader, I'm sorry for doubting you. Dorian mused in quiet admiration and bowed at Rayon. Why are you bowing out of nowhere? Did you just insult me in your mind? Rayon frowned because of the sudden bow. And no. Absolutely not. Dorian violently shook his head to the point where his facial features became indistinguishable. Stop your weird thoughts and focus on giving the rocks to the squad leader. Ah, yes. He sighed and gave Rimmer a rock. I used to be called the flying squirrel of Sieghart in the past. Rimmer rolled his lips into a smile while fiddling with the rock. Why? Because I was good at running away. Isn't that completely unrelated to the current situation? I just wanted to say it. He unraveled his twisted waist and threw the rock. The rock carried the aura of wind and shattered into pieces upon smacking Burren's forehead. Kua. It was his second time getting hit on his forehead, and he fell backward with a brief scream. The strength must have left his body as he fell from the cliff helplessly. Sir Burien, Arg, Sir Burren is already dead. Rayon, you fiendish bastard. We are all going to die. We are so dead. The third team's members barked upon losing their team leader. How was it? Rimmer raised his arm with a refreshing smile. Not bad. Rayon nodded and gave him another piece of the shattered boulder. Let's get started, sure. While they were officially the squad leader and the vice squad leader, they were also the teacher and the disciple, and they were working in perfect harmony to throw the rocks to make the light wind members fall from the cliff they were trying to climb. Rumble. Martha managed to dodge a dozen rocks with her extreme focus, but she was eventually shot down by Rayon and Rimmer's combined assault. You son of a bitch. Her last scream resounded throughout the cold cliff. Run-On is the only one left now. Rimmer gasped upon spotting Run-On, who was sticking to the cliff like a cicada. Huh, is she really sleeping now? She was also sleeping earlier. Maybe she will develop a sleeping swordsmanship at that rate. He shrugged his shoulders and threw a rock towards Run-On. Whoosh, the rock carrying the aura of wind rushed at her like lightning, but Run-On turned her shoulder with her eyes closed to dodge it. What? Rimmer rolled up his sleeve and consecutively threw the rocks because he didn't expect her to dodge them so easily, and Run-On crawled like a lizard with her eyes closed to dodge the rocks. Rayon rolled his lips into a smile while watching Rimmer have so much fun throwing the rocks. Have fun while it lasts. After all, you will also have to climb the cliff tomorrow, squad leader. It was true that Rimmer had become stronger, but he needed a lot more stamina and physical strength because cultivation was all he'd been doing. Rimmer was also going to be at the cliff the next day. While Rayon was imagining what kind of scream Rimmer was going to make the next day, Run-On's brief scream could be heard. She must got hit by Rimmer's rock and fell to the ground. By the way, who is that man catching them at the bottom? Rimmer tilted his head. It looked like he finally became curious about Mark Goten's identity. He's going to be my vassal. Vassal, but he's a master. It just happened somehow. You have a master as your vassal. Who the heck are you? Rimmer's lips trembled in surprise. It really was a coincidence. I'll explain once we are with the head of house. Rayon shook his hand at Rimmer and went to the edge of the cliff, looking down below. Everyone fell, climbed back up. He shouted towards the bottom while using his aura. This training is going to continue until one person reaches the top or the sun rises. As soon as he finished talking, barking sounds could be heard from the bottom. You son of a bitch, just you wait. I'm going to kill you once I'm up there. He'll never forgive you for this. Let's go, let's kill him. The Light Wind members started to climb the cliff once again while shouting in frustration over getting hit by the rocks. The Light Wind squad is so much livelier when you are around. Rimmer giggled while watching the Light Wind members as they quickly climbed the cliff. He was completely unaware of what fate awaited him the next day. Rayon watched Rimmer for a while before grabbing Dorian's shoulder. Dorian, what? Yes, Dorian frantically nodded with trembling lips because he witnessed the madness inside those two. You saw how to do it, right? How to throw the rock. Yes, I'm going to Lord's Manor, so you are in charge of throwing this time. How could I? You can just throw however you want to since Sir Mark is waiting underneath. He's right. They will get hit even if you just throw randomly. Even Rimmer smiled, saying that it would be an easy task. I leave it to you. They cheerfully waved their hands and walked down the cliff through a passage on the other side. Dorian swallowed nervously while watching the Light Wind members hurriedly climb the cliff. See, can I really do it? The Light Wind members looked scary, but he was even more afraid of Rayon, the perpetrator behind their state. I don't even know anymore. Dorian frantically shook his head, took out a thick and long log from his belly pocket and made it roll down the cliff. Rumble. With a loud noise that sounded like the cliff was getting destroyed, 3 Light Wind members fell. Damn it. Damn you, Rayon Zieghardt. The Light Wind members kept swearing at Rayon while they fell. This is fun. This is so fun, I didn't think it would be. Moreover, he didn't feel guilty at all because they were insulting Rayon while they fell. Dorian smiled and discharged a large number of rectangular rocks, sharp rocks, and round rocks from his belly pocket. Fall, all of you. The way he dropped all the rocks and random junk on the Light Wind squad looked somewhat similar to the way Rayon did. Wrath was extending his body to somehow stay around and shook his head while watching Dorian. Is this human nature? Or maybe everyone goes crazy from hanging around with him. Rayon threw the doorway that Rimmer opened for him to enter the audience chamber. It's cold around here. He had the same feeling every single time that the audience chamber was the coldest and chilliest place in Zieghardt. He walked across the carpet placed at the center and looked upwards. With Roan on the left and Cheryl on the right, Glenn was sitting on the throne above the platform. Just like always, he was looking down on the world with his emotionless eyes. Rayon quietly clicked his tongue and looked at Rimmer. Is he really giving me a gift? The atmosphere felt like he should be glad that Glenn didn't start punching him rather than offer him a gift. Why is that geezer always making the same face? He looks so angry. I don't know either. Rayon took a deep breath before he went on his knees and bowed at him. Greetings, my lord. Stand up. The heavy voice told him to stand before he even finished his greeting. Rayon straightened his back and raised his head. Glenn's gaze felt even colder than usual. Why didn't you visit me right after your return? I thought it would be rude because of how late it was. Rayon planned to visit the next day since a late-night visit could leave a bad impression. However, that seemed to be the wrong choice. Rayon Zieghardt. Glenn supported his chin on his fist and glared arrogantly at him. I called for you because I have a question for you. I am listening. Cephia's president said that he would be visiting soon in order to build up the infrastructure and road network. What did you do at the company? His cold eyes told him that he didn't know about what happened with the Cephia company yet. I can understand why he's so angry. Rayon figured that Glenn was irritated by the fact that Rayon had decided to expand the infrastructure without reporting in. Maybe I should have asked him first after all. Even though it was profitable for the house, Glenn was the head of house. Reporting in first was the correct course of action. It is a long story. Is that fine? Tell me. Glenn slowly nodded in agreement. When I went to the Cephia company, President Addis Cephia said that he would start the trial to decide his successor, and Rayon told Glenn and the others about the competition to become the successor that happened at the Cephia company. He also told them about the battle against the Black Tower, but he didn't mention anything about the shadows, simply calling them assassins and poison users instead. That's why the president must be planning to personally visit our domain to examine our infrastructure and the road network. Once he said that Cephia's president decided to side with Sieghart and that he asked for the expansion of infrastructures and road network as his first request, the entire audience chamber fell silent. Cheryl's jaw dropped. Cephia has always been neutral. Countless factions had tried to maintain a close relationship with the Cephia company, but none of them managed to succeed. Amazing, Roan gasped. He also seemed surprised by the Cephia company's decision. Moreover, the Saber of the Fallen Flower became his vassal. He actually gained a master. Indeed, that was truly outstanding. They couldn't hide their admiration because the matter with the Saber of the Fallen Flower was also surprising. Good job, you never failed to make me rich. Rimmer nodded while giving Rayon a thumbs up. His confident expression looked like he had made a great contribution to the matter. Rayon bowed to Glenn while the three complimented him. I apologize for being unable to report beforehand. Rayon Sieghart. He could hear Glenn's call when he was looking at the red carpet. He raised his eyes. Glenn's face remained cold, unlike the others. Why did you request that Cephia's president develop Sieghart? The sharp glimmer from Glenn's eyes made it feel like he was reading his mind. His fascination wasn't directed at Sieghart but at yourself. Why did you ask for Sieghart's development when you could gain personal benefits out of it? It wasn't a long question, but it was difficult to respond. Rayon tried to rack his brain but concluded that an honest response was the best course of action. I honestly didn't like Sieghart that much. I had affection for the Light Wind Squad, but I didn't think much about the house itself. However, a certain incident changed my opinion. Rayon closed his eyes while remembering the miraculous scene of the past. Something changed in my mind when I saw that people who barely knew my face were swinging their swords with their lives on the line to rescue me. I began to understand what it means to be a house and what it means to be a faction. He continued while staring at the red moonlight entering from the windows. That was when I started to occasionally think about the house rather than myself. I was angry whenever the house was looked down upon, and I wanted to step up to bring victory whenever the house lost. Glenn's eyes remained unimpressed as he stroked his chin, but he didn't interrupt Rayon. This request was the same. Sieghart is currently located at the most barren land among the 6 kings and even all the famous factions. It's extremely closed because it's cold, stormy, and brimming with monsters all year round. Rayon pointed at the audience chamber's floor with his finger. While Sieghart is closed to the outside, that is also true about the inside. The swordsmen and servants of Sieghart usually stay in their homes even during the weekends because we don't have many places for entertainment. We do have a place, but it's that kind of a place. That's why they can't be bothered to move around and instead save their money. Right, he's right. The pubs around here just aren't that good. Rimmer suddenly joined and started shaking his hands. Even when I have to find our squad leader, I only have to check one pub and one gambling house. That's how lacking it is. It was a piece of cake to find Rimmer because the old pub and the gambling monster's gambling house were the only places he went to. Was that how you always found me? I thought you managed to sneak a tracking artifact on me. Rimmer's neck was trembling because he was always surprised at how Rayon found him so easily. Once the infrastructure around the house is expanded, the swordsmen will go outside during holidays to spend their money and the commerce around us will develop further. The swordsmen can relieve their stress, and the merchants can earn money. Since people call for more people and money calls for more money, I figured it would lead to the expansion of the house. Once he finished talking, the entire audience chamber fell quiet as if no one was inside. So that was what you thought. You really have changed a lot. Cheryl smiled gently. She raised her hands and sent a round of applause. Many swordsmen and servants will rejoice once that happens. Roan also applauded alongside Cheryl with his signature smile on his face. Rimmer was staring at Rayon without saying anything. Hey, what are you doing? Why aren't you applauding? Cheryl smacked Rimmer's side with her elbow. I was admiring my student's growth. Rimmer frowned while rubbing his side. Who is your student? Isti the teacher here. People say that a lot. He smiled faintly at Rayon. He never opened his heart except for the annex building and the Light Wind Squad, but he must really started to care about the house now. Rayon had possessed excellent willpower and talent ever since the first encounter, but he'd always hidden his heart. Even the Light Wind Squad took a long time to get closer to him, but the kidnapping incident seemed to have brought a huge change in his mind. Rayon, I want one more gambling house. Rimmer smiled brightly and applauded like Cheryl and Roan. Rayon looked up to Glenn while listening to their applause. Glenn sighed briefly while raising his gaze in contemplation. His chin looked like it was trembling slightly. I would like the people from the house to have a more comfortable and enjoyable lifestyle, and I also wish to spread our fame even higher and wider. And the expansion of the infrastructure has the highest priority for that to happen. Please accept it, my lord. Rayon was still unable to tell what Glenn was thinking. He was speaking from the bottom of his heart, but he couldn't tell whether it managed to reach him or not. Glenn covered his mouth with his hand and closed his eyes. His slightly trembling voice sounded like he was contemplating it. Rayon remained quiet and bowed to give him enough time to think about it. I didn't know you had thought that far ahead. Indeed, the house can't remain stagnant forever. Glenn cleared his throat and nodded. He looked like he was reluctantly granting his wish. Rayon placed his hand on his chest and bowed politely. Rimmer laughed bitterly as Glenn kept pressing on his mouth while consecutively clearing his throat. He's getting started again. He was using the muscles all around his body and aura to suppress his gesture, but the corners of his lips were ascending to the sky because he couldn't do it in the end. The bright smile of a puppy was visible once the hand covering his mouth was removed. I guess it's commendable that he managed to stop himself from fainting. On top of getting one of the 5 biggest companies on their side, his grandson even requested it for the sake of the house. There was no way it wouldn't blow the grandfather's mind. Rimmer noticed that the focus was almost gone from Glenn's eyes. It was the first time he had ever seen him like that. I can't miss this opportunity. Rimmer jumped onto the platform. He could clearly see how Glenn was trying to suppress his smile once he watched him from the side. The corners of his lips were moving as frantically as a squirrel eating an acorn. Why did you come up here? My lord, you should know better than myself how amazing his achievement is. Rimmer secretly raised his hand and continued. We can't possibly leave Rayon unrewarded with how much benefit he brought to the house. How about giving him something? He looked at Cheryl and Roan to ask for help. He's right for once. I agree that he deserves plenty of rewards this time. Cheryl looked at Rayon with a smile. I also agree. Roan also nodded along with a gentle laugh. You leave me no other choice since all 3 of you are saying the same thing. Glenn immediately straightened his back and raised his chin. I'll bestow a golden tablet to Rayon Zieghart, who attained the trade with the Cephia Company for the sake of the house. Roan went on the platform as soon as he said it. He was already carrying a board supporting a golden tablet in his hands. Rayon, go up there. Vice Squad Leader, please come this way. Cheryl and Roan pointed to the platform with their hands to tell Rayon to go up there. Because the situation was unfolding extremely quickly, Rayon couldn't get used to it and tilted his head while walking towards the platform. What's going on? Why is this happening so fast? The reward was normally given after enough discussion when it came to a mission's completion or an achievement, but it was happening way too quickly. Well, I guess it's fine. Glenn was rigorous when it came to giving rewards and punishments. That was why the fact that he was given a golden tablet signified that he did indeed deserve it. Rayon decided to be happy about it since it brought him one step closer to returning Sylvia to the direct line. Glenn's gaze was as cold as always, but he didn't seem to have any intention of canceling his reward. I understand what you think about the house. I'll be hoping that you will think the same way in the future. Rayon raised his hands to accept the golden tablet. He almost dropped the golden tablet, and he couldn't tell whether it was because his hands were trembling or Glenn's hands were trembling. I'd also like to express my gratitude to the 3 of you. Where are you going? Rayon thanked Cheryl, Roan, and Rimmer, who helped him get the golden tablet as a reward, and he heard Glenn's voice when he was about to leave. What? He turned around in surprise, and Glenn was staring at him with slightly excited eyes. I don't exactly want to give any more, but they are going to start insulting me if I only give you a single golden tablet. Tell me what you want. He bobbed his finger, saying that he was fine with any request. You can make 2 requests. It keeps increasing. What's going on? Wrath floated into the air and glared at Glenn from top to bottom. 2 requests. Why is even this icy cold geezer doing this now? Why does everyone want to give everything away to this bastard? He barked, saying that the entire world was in the wrong. My lord. Rayon ignored Wrath and stood in front of Glenn once again. Are you serious about what you just said? Indeed. Glenn nodded his chin with an arrogant posture. His long finger pointed at Cheryl, Roan, and Rimmer, who were standing under the platform. Look at them. They are going to talk about it all night long if I don't give you anything, so I have no choice but to reward you. But why did you say 2? Since the golden tablet was already a huge reward, 1 more would have been enough. That's why he couldn't help wondering why he said 2. Because what you've done is shut up and say what you want already. Glenn turned his head away and shook his hand. He seemed to be annoyed by the conversation. How long are you planning on keeping me awake? His pressure, which had become slightly warmer, returned to being ice cold and started to crush Rayon's shoulders. You damn geezer. Wrath ground his teeth at Glenn. You shouldn't give anything to begin with if you are going to be so annoyed. He declared with teary eyes, saying that he couldn't believe even Glenn became a doormat. I beg your pardon. What the hell? Rayon bowed at him, and Rimmer's voice could be heard from behind. You are the one who called for him, and now you tell him that you can't sleep. Rayon, can you understand this, Sidwalk? Shut up. Rimmer shrugged his shoulder and Cheryl smacked his ribs. Rimmer. Glenn had obviously heard him and furiously glared at Rimmer. Rayon's fingers started to tremble a little because the atmosphere became even colder. He wasn't wrong, but he's an idiot. What Rimmer had said was reasonable, but he shouldn't have said that in front of the head of house. He really did so many interesting things all the time, something I want. He did expect to be rewarded with a golden tablet for getting the Cephia Company's assistance, but he never thought about an additional reward. He quickly racked his head to figure out what he needed the most. Firstly, I need a book of martial arts about dagger throws. Dagger throw. Isn't it too late to learn the dagger throw now? I'm still inexperienced, but I'm currently learning it. Then why do you want a book of martial arts? I met the continent's blacksmith Borgos at the Cephia Company and asked him to forge some throwing daggers for me. He'd like to learn a martial art suitable for his work. The technique he knew about dagger throw was the one he'd been using ever since he was a shadow. Since he wouldn't be able to use that in the future, he was planning to get a book of martial arts from Glenn and create a whole new technique from it. Borgos. Isn't he the guild master of the Grey Hammer? I don't believe you mentioned that in your report. Glenn bobbed his finger, urging him to tell him about it. In short, Rayon told him about the trade he had with Borgos that he hadn't previously explained. I see. Glenn suddenly buried his back deep into his throne and nodded. In that case, is there a book of martial arts that you have in mind? I'll gladly accept anything that my lord recommends. Glenn had given him the Fangs of Insanity, which was worth even more than a golden tablet for a silver tablet in the past. Rayon decided to leave it to him, hoping that he would make the same request. I'll pick something appropriate for you. Glenn cleared his throat while covering his mouth and nodded. What is the second request? I'd like to get a decent saber. Rayon took a glance at the sword around his waist before he bowed. A saber? Why would you want a saber when you use a sword? It's not for me, but a weapon for my vassal. Vassal, I was going to mention this. You are being so annoying. Tell me the story already. Glenn shook his hand with a dim glow from his eyes despite what he said. Yes, I got into trouble with Palin Cephia before the trial for succession happened, and Rayon briefly explained how Mark Goten became his follower. So is this Mark Goten your follower now? Indeed. You did so many things during that short time period. Glenn gasped in surprise. However, I don't understand why you accepted him. He's just a failure after all. I believe only success awaits him now since he's experienced a long period of darkness from failure. The past can't be changed, but the future can. Rayon became certain when he saw Mark Goten climb the mountain. He couldn't ascertain that his might would increase, but his mentality could definitely reach a higher stage. Is that so? Glenn nodded. He looked bitter for some reason. I see. He snapped his fingers and a golden dimension opened up from the thin air. Dozens of sabers appeared from the majestic door of dimension to cover his vision. Every single one of them was good enough to be called a noted saber. You will pick the saber yourself. Understood. Rayon chose a black saber that had a similar shape to Mark Goten's original weapon. The name Black Hermit Sword was carved on the saber. I'll take this one. You just need the book on martial arts now. Glenn snapped his fingers for the second time and the sabers filling the space disappeared into the dimension. 2 books appeared instead. Take them. But those are 2 books. They make a set. Rayon examined the book he got from Glenn. The first book was named 100 Lightning Throwing Dagger, and the second book was titled Explosive Giant Throw. They were definitely not a set since their names were far too different. The 100 Lightning is focused on speed, while the Explosive Giant Throw is focused on power. I'm calling them a set because you should be able to combine the 2 techniques to create a new one. Am I wrong? Glenn was suddenly speaking about 1.5 times faster. Rayon hurriedly nodded because he felt like he was about to take them away from him if he said no. Since it was a good thing for him, he bowed to Glenn sincerely. Arg, Wrath stretched his body to approach Glenn's face. This makes 3 total instead of 2. This geezer is the worst of all doormats in the world. He grabbed Glenn by his collar and violently shook him. It obviously didn't have any influence on him, but Rayon's heart pounded from his worry. Rayon tried to maintain his composure as much as possible and walked up towards Glenn. My lord, there's dust around here. He threw Wrath away from Glenn's collar while pretending to take off the dust. Glenn's glare was frightening even though Rayon was well aware that he had no intention of harming him. You should leave now since you have received what you wanted. His voice was even colder as he shook his hand like he was chasing away a fly. Yes, Rayon bowed once again and descended from the platform. I'm also really thankful to the 2 of you. He expressed his gratitude towards Cheryl and Roan, who'd been cheering for him and complimented him. We haven't done anything special. It was all you, indeed. It is your achievement, Vice Squad Leader. They smiled, telling him to go back to rest already. Hey, what about me? Rimmer pointed at himself with his finger since he was the only person that Rayon didn't thank. were you still around? What? You would never gotten those rewards if it wasn't for me. You can't even repay this favor by giving me all of your money. Rayon was just kidding and Rimmer was right. At the cliff, Rayon smiled and bowed to Rimmer. Oh yeah, good night, Rayon. Rimmer's displeasure disappeared completely as he smiled cheerfully and waved his hand. Rayon left the audience chamber with one saber, 2 books of martial arts, and a golden tablet. 1 minute after Rayon left, Glenn finally leaned his back against the throne and exhaled deeply. Heir. He smiled at Shirl, Roan, and Rimmer, who were standing below him. Did you see that? Hoo-hoo, he actually managed to convince the Cephia Company. A huge incident is happening every time he goes on a journey. The scale is getting bigger and bigger. Roan and Shirl smiled brightly and nodded. That's not what I am saying. What I mean is that Rayon managed to reach the Advanced Master's realm. I can't even tell the limit of his abilities when he managed to reach the Advanced realm so quickly. Glenn's frozen eyes melted like snow in the spring. There must be no other child in the world who is as excellent, wise, and kind-hearted as him. His voice was so affectionate that he sounded like he would have embraced Rayon if he had been in front of him. Now that I think about it, his pressure has changed. I didn't notice because the trade with the Cephia Company was too outrageous. Roan and Shirl finally remembered Rayon's pressure and nodded in astonishment. What about that part? Glenn asked a similar question as the first one. The excitement in his eyes looked like it would never fade away. I was surprised that he actually pressured the continent's blacksmith, Borgos, and got money out of him and even throwing daggers. Lots of people tried to hire the saber of the fallen flower, but he's the first one who actually earned his heart. He has a charisma that attracts people. You are both mistaken. He's talking about the trade with the Cephia Company this time. Roan, Shirl, and Rimmer shouted about the praiseworthy parts that they assumed Glenn was talking about. I'm not talking about those. Did you see how Rayon removed the dust from me earlier? He managed to find that dust in a split second and took it off for me. He's so full of affection. Glenn smiled pleasantly. He was more satisfied by the fact that Rayon had removed the dust from his clothes than anything else. Wow. Shirl and Roan's eyes widened as far as they could go because they didn't think about that part at all. This is so childish, I don't even want to be here. Rimmer turned around, saying that it was exhausting. I'm leaving now. I need to sleep already so I can deal with that monstrous guy tomorrow. He was headed to the exit of the audience chamber when Shirl and Roan suddenly appeared to seize him by his arms. What's the problem now? Our Lord said earlier that he wanted to stay longer with you. What are you even talking about? I haven't done anything. Let me go, hoo-hoo-hoo. Roan didn't let him go and held his arms so tightly that Rimmer was losing circulation in them. Please stop laughing like that. It's so freaking scary. Rimmer struggled and tried to escape, but their arms coiled around his like strong vines and he couldn't run away at all. Rumble. Upon hearing the noise from above, Rimmer raised his head with trembling lips. As Glenn shook his hand, the crimson lightning turned as sharp as a blade and spread around the ceiling. Rimmer could only gasp as he heard thunder that sounded like the growl of a monster. Is this happening again? The lightning struck him as his voice of resignation flew out of his mouth. Ack. At the peak of Northgrave Mountain's cliff, Dorian looked like he was in a pawn shop because he was surrounded by so many random items. He picked the relatively bigger ones among what he took out and kept throwing them down the cliff. Rayon, you damn bastard. A light wind member's scream could be heard every single time. This is so fun. It was bound to be fun because a member fell every time he threw a rock or a large object. He couldn't suppress his smile at all. Next one is. Dorian took out a carriage's wheel from his belly pocket with a grin on his face. It was the huge wheel from the carriage they'd used to carry the rescued villagers from the Jammery Mountain range. Here I go. He threw the wheel in Crane's direction. The wheel rolled down the cliff and smacked Crane's head. Crane lost his grip and fell to the ground alongside the wheel. Rayon, you son of a bitch. He disappeared into the fog while insulting Rayon. It doesn't even feel bad because they aren't insulting me. Since Rayon was the only one that the light wind members were insulting every time they fell, Dorian wasn't afraid to keep throwing the rocks and objects. He even threw some old chairs and desks to make the light wind members fall. He lost track of time as he relieved the stress, and the breathing sound of a person could be heard from right below him. He hurriedly examined the cliff in surprise. Burren, Martha, and Runnon were right under his nose. Why are they here right now? He thought he'd previously made them fall, but they must survive somehow and continued to climb. No, they are going to kill me if they find out. Rayon was the one who bullied the squad members, but he wasn't there anymore. Dorian was definitely getting beaten up if he was found out. Arg. Dorian quickly put his hand in his belly pocket and took out a huge boulder and a log that were bigger than anything else so far. I'm going to die if I don't kill them. Drop the log and the boulder in the three's direction. Rumble. The violent tremor made it feel like the entire cliff was going to collapse, and a powerful impact assaulted Burren, Runnon, and Martha, but they slammed their fists into the cliff and managed to endure. No, Dorian hurriedly tried to take out the entire 8-horse carriage when 6 hands emerged from the cliff. The next thing that appeared were the 3 pairs of frightening eyes. The eyes rolled around like devils before they focused on Dorian. Dorian. Was it you all along instead of Rayon? I'll kill you. Runan, Burin, and Martha jumped up the cliff at the same time and walked towards him. They looked like death gods holding a scythe. It wasn't me. The vice squad leader and the squad leader were the ones throwing the rocks, and they ran away. Dorian shook his head while walking backwards in order to survive. They ran away. Runan and Martha stopped walking and frowned. No. Burin ground his teeth while looking at the equipment on top of the cliff instead of Dorian. He picked up a funnel-shaped artifact, and the flame of anger was ignited in his eyes. This is a voice-changing artifact. He's been pretending Rayon's voice all along. I had just randomly took it out. It really wasn't me. Ack, shut up. Martha's fist smacked him, and Dorian was slammed to the ground. Step on him. Martha, Burin, and Runan started to step on Dorian, and the Light Wind members who arrived later on volunteered to participate in the noble ritual. A person's scream resounded throughout the North Grave Mountains cliff, just like in the audience chamber. Rayon touched his ear while he left the main building. My ears are ticking. I wonder if someone is talking behind my back. Strangely, both of his ears were tickling ever since he left the Lord's manor. The King of Essence is doing it. Wrath suddenly appeared with a frown. He's been insulting you and those doormats who are feeding you. I knew it. Rayon chuckled and nodded. You've been murmuring the whole time, and that was to insult me. He could feel a small sound and vibration from inside the ice flower bracelet, and it was because Wrath had been insulting him. He really never changed. Are you returning to the cliff? Wrath looked in the direction of the cliff, where the Light Wind Squad and Dorian were located. Rayon licked his lips while following his gaze. I should stop it for them since they need some rest. He was originally planning to return to the cliff and start throwing rocks again, but he became generous probably because he received some nice rewards. He decided to go easy on them even though there was still some time left until sunrise. Dorian will manage the rest. He expected Dorian to throw the rocks for some time before he stopped, so he guessed that everyone must return to their rooms already. That seems unlikely. Wrath murmured that there was no way that would happen before he turned his head. Are you returning to our home now? Our home. The fact that the Demon King was calling the annex building his home felt rather strange, but it wasn't unpleasant. Yes, then ask Pineapple Girl to make some pizza. The King of Essence has been hungry all this time. Watch the time, you glutton. Your Pineapple Girl is sleeping right now. Gee, glutton, how dare you when you are just lucky? And a certain Demon King is the one giving me all the luck. Who the hell is that? Which fool did such a thing? Rayon was walking towards the annex building while making fun of the foolish Wrath, and a dim light spread from a mansion around the annex building that had always been empty. Did someone move in? He figured someone must moved in and was about to pass by until he noticed an unmistakable presence from the mansion. It looks like my mother, and the maids are in there. Pineapple Girl is also inside. Wrath pointed his hand and urged him to go to the mansion. A faint smile appeared around Rayon's mouth as he examined the building. They must have arrived. Rayon walked up to the door of the mansion. He could ascertain once he got closer that Sylvia, Helen, and the annex building's maids were inside the mansion. However, there were others with them, and they were the ones that he wished would join Sieghart. I want to try going inside. It would have been a different story if they were sleeping, but he decided to enter since everyone was awake. Creak. He walked up to the entrance and opened the door. The warm atmosphere and comfortable dim lighting poured out towards him just like at the annex building. He could feel the touch of the annex building's maids from the neatly arranged foyer. All of them are over there. He could sense people in the largest room located on the right. Rayon carefully opened the door to avoid making any sound and entered the room. Unlike the foyer, the lighting inside the room was only directed on the platform. Yua, Helen, and the maids were controlling the dolls behind a black desk on the platform, and Rayon could see the back of the heads of the children who were focused on watching the show. They are the children from before. Wrath flew towards them and shouted in joy after confirming their faces. They were alive all this time. What a relief. He smiled brightly, saying that the young ones deserve a long life. It was difficult to believe that those kind-hearted words came from a demon king. But what are your maids doing right now? It looks like they are doing a puppet show. Yua was controlling a doll that looked like a blonde knight, and the other maids were controlling soldiers and monster dolls. The monsters' attack intensified even further. The castle walls were eventually destroyed, and the soldiers fell beneath the castle. Sylvia was reading some kind of script on the side of the stage. She seemed to be the narrator. In that crisis, where the brutal monsters approached the collapsed soldiers. As Sylvia spoke, Yua moved her hands to make the blonde doll jump down the castle walls. The hero, Rayon Sieghart, jumped down the castle walls and stood in front of the soldiers. She smiled gently and continued. The monsters were defeated one after the other by Rayon Sieghart's excellent swordsmanship. The maids, who were controlling the monsters, started to scream and threw the monster dolls on the ground. Judil knocked down a monster doll with unexpectedly realistic acting. Rayon Sieghart didn't take a single step back, remaining at the base of the castle walls to protect the people until the golden sun replaced the red moon. The maids knocked down all of the monster dolls, along with Sylvia's powerful voice. Julius crawled towards the desk and removed the model of the moon before replacing it with a sun, the one who protected the cold castle walls of the frozen plateau wasn't a knight. Yua started to sing while controlling the doll representing Rayon. Her clear and ringing voice drew everyone's gazes inside the room. Rayon smiled while wagging his finger with the tune. She's gotten even better. Yua's voice and singing had improved even further. She truly sounded like a bewitching singer. Pineapple girl, pineapple girl. Wrath was frantically shaking his round fist towards Yua. The white frost emerging from his fist was sparkling like a star. Rayon. Rayon was smiling while listening to Yua's song when Saint Frederick, who looked like a beggar, walked towards him from the side. Rayon hadn't spoken to him before because he was focusing on the show. It's been a while, esteemed saint. How does it feel to hear about your achievement? It's embarrassing. Rayon scratched his cheek and shook his head. I heard it's true. There's no reason to be embarrassed. It looks like the story was slightly modified. That girl said that it was 100% true. Frederick smiled gently while looking at Yua, who was controlling the doll version of Rayon Sieghart. So Yua wrote the script. Since she was pretty much the only one who knew everything that happened, it was obvious that she would have written the script. Rayon watched the focused children under the platform for a while before he turned towards Frederick. He straightened his back and bowed to Frederick. You don't need to thank me. Frederick shook his hand as faintly as the waves on the shore. I would have helped even if you didn't ask. Don't worry about it. He smiled, saying that it was only natural for a human being to help in such a matter. By the way, Rayon asked while watching the ongoing puppet show. Why are they doing a puppet show at this hour? The children were indeed at an age where they would love a puppet show, but Rayon couldn't understand why they were doing it late at night when they were supposed to be sleeping, because the night is terrifying for them. I heard they trained them as assassins during the night. They were tortured and learned to kill people instead of sleeping, so the night is bound to be terrifying for them. Frederick declared nonchalantly, but his trembling hand revealed his anger. That's why those children can't sleep at night. Even if they manage to fall asleep, they immediately have nightmares and wake up to strangle themselves. I see. Rayon bit his lip. That's to be expected. Rayon obviously knew about it since he'd experienced it in his previous life. The night was hell and the most terrifying moment of the day. That puppet show is a form of psychotherapy with the purpose of turning their fear into joy. I thought it would be difficult to achieve, but they gladly volunteered to help. Frederick smiled while watching Sylvia and the maids, who were focusing wholeheartedly on the puppet play. Is it effective? It's only from late at night, but they managed to sleep until sunrise without waking up in between. Does that mean it's possible to undo the brainwashing? Yes, Frederick nodded without hesitation. They can be cured because they were saved before the brainwashing was completed. Rayon was relieved and closed his eyes. He finally felt better after hearing Frederick's confirmation been worried all along over whether the brainwashing could be removed or not. Ha! Wrath also breathed out a deep sigh of relief. What a relief, the young ones must be cherished regardless of race. He snorted, once again not sounding like a demon king. What are you planning to do with the children once their treatment is over? I want to let them choose their path. Rayon responded honestly while watching the children. He wanted to grant them an ordinary life that the Rayon from his previous life and the deceased number 9 had never obtained. I didn't even need to ask. Frederick patted Rayon's shoulder pleasantly. Anyone would have done the same. I didn't do anything special. Rayon shook his hand, saying it wasn't a big deal. Frederick stared at his hand for a while before the smile disappeared from his face. I am sorry for spoiling the fun, but I need to deliver bad news. Bad news. It's not about the children, but I don't think I can save the ones with complete brainwashing. Frederick bit his lip while looking up into the dark space. The children are brainwashed through a method that consists of coiling their brain with a hundreds-meter-long wire to create an indestructible fence. It's practically impossible to undo the brainwashing once it's completed. It will never be removed unless the survival instinct takes over the body when they are on the verge of death. On the verge of death. Is that how I was freed from the brainwashing? The brainwashing was loosened because he was on the verge of death during the mission, and it gave him room to learn the Ring of Fire. It must have been a combination of multiple lucky incidents that allowed him to escape Darus brainwashing. It's so bad that I can't guarantee that it can be undone even if you catch the perpetrator. If you encounter anyone who has been brainwashed, I believe it would be best to send them off peacefully. Frederick lowered his head, apologizing for his inability to help. No, the person who brainwashed them is the one to be blamed. Rayon sighed. In the end, it was necessary to kill Darus to end the hellish battle. I need to get stronger even faster. His speed of growth was already unprecedented, but he wanted to get stronger even faster to end Darus' era. Since I delivered the bad news, I'll tell you the good news this time. Frederick raised his finger and pointed at his heart. I can't undo the brainwashing, but I should be able to solve the issue with the rage worms. Really, I need some time, but I should be able to create a method to remove the worm from inside the heart. The way he spoke implied that he was pretty much certain he could achieve it. The ones with rage worms were Darrah's closest vassals. It wasn't going to be impossible to find Darrah's weakness if he could make them talk. It doesn't matter how expensive it is. Please research it. You must earn some money from your outing. Yes, it just happened. Rayan simply nodded and told him about how Cephia's president decided to help him. The Cephia Company. Frederick's jaw dropped because he didn't expect at all that the Cephia Company would side with Sieghart. The puppet show was paused because of his shout, and everyone looked back at them. Esteemed saint, what's the matter? Rayan, young master, when did you get here? The young master is back. Sylvia, Helen, and the maids hurriedly jumped down from the platform. Boys and girls, this man is Sir Rayan. Rayan Sieghart. Yua even used aura in her voice to tell everyone Rayan's name. Rayan, the real hero. Rayan, Rayan, Rayan. Wuo, the children who were sitting on chairs came running towards Rayan like a swarm of bees. Did you really fight for an entire week to save people? Did you really defeat the Demon King? Did you also kill a dragon? He couldn't understand what was wrong with Yua's script because they even thought that he killed a Demon King and a dragon. No, that's not that girl. Rayan was shaking his head and met a young girl's eyes, who had previously introduced herself as Pine. Her eyes, which used to be filled with darkness, were now brimming with hope, and she was holding hands with her friend, the one who pointed her sword at her in the underground. Upon seeing her face, which was incomparably brighter than before, something deep inside his soul melted. It could have been the grudge from his previous life, his hope, or the resentment left behind by number 9. Yes. Rayan nodded at the children while sending off the unknown emotion. I did defeat a Demon King. Really? Did you really defeat a Demon King? Yes, this Demon King is called Wrath the Doormat. Woo! The children raised their hands and shouted in joy. Wrath the Doormat. Wrath didn't understand at first, but blue flames of anger ignited in his eyes. You bastard. The day after at noon, Rayan went to the Northgrave Mountains cliff after finishing a leisurely lunch. Since he'd already conveyed a message in the morning, every single member of the Light Wind Squad was warming up under the cliff. Unlike the day before, their expressions were extremely pleasant and cheerful as they warmed up under the cliff. Rayan. Runan was the first one to come running at him and nodded her head. You are late. Burin was the second, and he smiled at Rayan. Your past self would have arrived with daybreak. You've gotten lazy. Martha clicked her tongue at his pathetic behavior. I wanted to eat some homemade dishes since it's been a while. Wrath was sulking from what happened the day before, and he kept whining that he wanted to eat lunch at home. That was why he had no choice but to eat both breakfast and lunch in the annex building before he came out. The King of Essence is satisfied. His mood had improved, and he was floating like he's swimming on his back, a grin on his face. Rayan walked up to the gambling monster, who was leaning his back against the cliff. You are finally back after dumping all of the annoying work on me. I thought I was going to die from boredom, but the squad members have improved drastically. I was too bored to just leave them alone. Are we climbing the cliff again today? Isn't it enough with what we've done yesterday? I fell like 10 times already. The Light Wind members sighed, saying that they didn't want to do that again. Hello. Rayan looked aside upon hearing a groan, and Dorian was standing there covered with bandages all over his body. Rayan wouldn't even have recognized him if he didn't have his belly pocket. What is that sorry state? It's because of you, Vice Squad Leader. Me? What did I do? You made me throw the rocks and left yesterday. That's why everyone believed that I'd been throwing them all along. Dorian pointed at the Light Wind members, urging him to reveal the truth. Rayan chuckled while looking at Dorian and the Light Wind members. I see what happened. He could understand why Dorian was covered in bandages. He was expecting him to stop at some point, but he kept throwing the rocks instead and ended up getting caught by Burin, Martha, and Runan just to get beaten up afterward. I told you to stop after doing it the first time. Rayan shook his hand while feigning ignorance. When did you even? Dorian dropped his jaw. His mouth was wide enough for even a toad to enter. No, I did. I knew it, that bastard. You are dead to me after this. The Light Wind members glared at him with bloodshot eyes, and Dorian's pale lips were trembling in fear. Is everyone here? A weak voice could be heard from the right side. Rayan looked around and found Rimmer, whose red hair was scorched black and whose eyes had turned black from bruises. And what's wrong with that sorry state, Squad Leader? I don't even know, man. Stop asking and get started already. Rimmer leaned his back against the cliff and started complaining about his life. This is a really interesting group. Rayan chuckled and stood in front of the squad members. Line up. Since it'd been a long time since the last time he ordered them to line up, the Light Wind members who couldn't focus gathered at once and stood in a line. The sharp glimmer in their eyes looked like there would be no issues even if a battle broke out right away. I'll start by introducing him to you, Sir Mark. Mark Goten had been staying in the back, but he stepped forward once his name was called. I believe you remember his face. We do remember far too well. The only issue is that our first encounter was with him rescuing us. Burren shook his chin in disbelief while looking at Mark Goat. He looks extremely skilled. Who is he? Martha's eyes rolled like a black pearl. She seems to see him as a worthy opponent. He's good at catching. Run-on bowed slightly, saying that the landing was nice and comfortable. His name is Mark Goat. He's a saber user who used to be a knight, and while he's not part of the Light Wind Squad yet, we will be working together often in the future. You should get along with him. Rayon was planning to let him join the Light Wind Squad if that was his desire. However, he just wanted to be a vassal, which was why he was affiliated with the Annex building. Run-on stared blankly at Mark Goat. She didn't exactly seem interested in his name or position. I never heard his name before. Martha murmured Mark Goaten's name a few times. She didn't seem to know about him. Mark Goat, wait, is he the saber of the fallen flowera? Burren was going to say his nickname and covered his mouth. That's me. Mark Goaten took a step forward and nodded. My name is Mark Goat, often called the saber of the fallen flower, which implies that I am a fallen warrior. He confidently revealed the meaning behind his nickname and smiled. I was submerged at even lower than the ground level, but Sir Rayon's teachings enlightened me. I hope we can get along. Mark Goaten bowed politely to the Light Wind warriors who were far younger than himself. Welcome. Burren was the first one to applaud and smile cheerfully. He looked like he could relate for some reason. Let's have a spar later. Do you like beet ice cream? Let's get along in the future. Woa. Martha and Run-on sounded like their usual selves, and the other Light Wind members also cheered with smiles on their faces. Clap. Rayon loudly clapped his hands when Mark Goaten and the Light Wind members finished introducing themselves to each other. The Light Wind members immediately became serious and looked at him. Rayon walked in between the swordsmen and blocked their mana circuits. Yes, you guys need some pain and suffering, huh? Rayon pressed on Rimmer's neck as he giggled to block his mana circuit, and then he turned around with widened eyes. Rayon, I think you just made a mistake. You accidentally blocked my... It wasn't a mistake. You also need to participate, squad leader. Man, I am the squad leader here. You said that you would entrust your training to me until you recover your might. Rayon narrowed his eyes at Rimmer. Even so, I can't train alongside children at my age. Squad leader, I can see the fat in your belly. You skipped physical training and only focused on aura cultivation, didn't you? Aye. Rimmer flinched and lowered his eyes. I'll let you go if you manage to reach the summit once. Really? Of course. Rayon nodded and looked down upon the Light Wind Squad. The same goes for you. I'll exempt you from this training if you manage to overcome my interference and reach the summit a single time. Ooh, all right, I'm already used to it. I'll put an end to it today. The Light Wind members looked at each other and shouted that they could do it. Rayon bowed to the gambling monster next to him while listening to their cheers. General Administrator, I leave it to you. Seriously, you are making me do all kinds of stuff. He laughed bitterly at the ridiculous job he was given and went towards the cliff. The gambling monster was in charge of security because Mark Goat also needed to join the training. See you later. Rayon cheerfully waved his hand and climbed to the top in an instant. Once he reached the summit, he shouted towards the ground. The training starts now. Let's go. Today is going to be the last day of this shitty training. Yeah. As soon as he signaled the start, the Light Wind members leaped like grasshoppers and started climbing the cliff. Since it was in the middle of the day and they'd already climbed multiple times before, they were at least twice as fast as the day before. They are fast. It won't be enough, though. Rayon snickered and took out a piece of wood in the shape of a throwing dagger. He placed it between his index and middle fingers before shooting it towards the bottom. Swoosh. Along with the powerful sound of the wind, the wooden dagger smacked Crane's cheekbone since he was at the front. Q, why am I the first target, Agan? Crane screamed loudly and fell down the cliff. The gambling monster sighed but still moved to catch him. This isn't right. Rayon briefly clicked his tongue and took a book from his clothes. It was the book about 100 Lightning, the one that he was awarded the other day. Ah, the shape of my hand was wrong. Don't tell me, you. Wrath's lips trembled as he watched Rayon. Are you planning to practice the dagger throw on them? Yes, Rayon nodded proudly. I can't miss this opportunity to use such perfect targets. The most important part of throwing dagger practice was to hit a moving target. Since Rayon had already learned dagger throws in his previous life, he decided to skip the immobile targets and move on to hitting the moving targets. They can nurture their senses and responsiveness while I can practice hitting a target. This is how you catch 2 rabbits with 1 stone. What the hell is wrong with you? Wrath shook his head, saying that he really had become a freak. This is what you call an efficient training method. Rayon snickered and threw a second dagger. It flew even faster than the last time and hit a Light Wind member's armpit. The swordsman screamed like a duck from the impact and fell. It's still not good enough. The precision had increased, but the speed was slightly lacking. Rayon poured a bit more aura into the wooden dagger and threw it towards a Light Wind member who was climbing the cliff. Smack, smack, because he was fixing his shortcomings with the book and the Ring of Fire. His dagger throw gradually became faster and more precise as they assaulted the Light Wind members. While Rayan was having fun dropping all of the light wind members, Rimmer had already reached the midpoint towards the top. He was controlling the wind around him instead of his inner aura to move faster than normal. That is against the rules. Rayan shook his head and incorporated as much aura as he could in a dagger before throwing it at Rimmer. The dagger fell like lightning, but a green wind appeared the moment it was about to hit Rimmer's head, changing the dagger's direction and decreasing its speed. "Little Rayan, you are still too young," Rimmer grinned, saying that it was how adults dealt with the situation. Rayan threw a few more daggers, but Rimmer reduced their speed by controlling the wind before leaping like a cricket to climb the cliff. It can't be helped. Rayan didn't panic, drawing his sword instead. 10,000 Flames, Cultivation S. Revolving sky emerged from Heavenly Drive's blade. Wrath dropped his jaw as he witnessed that scene. Don't tell me you. You guessed right, Rayan smiled cheerfully and unleashed the fire from the blade towards Rimmer. Wham! The blade rotated like a circular saw blade and completely destroyed the corner of the cliff Rimmer was climbing. I never mentioned that I wouldn't be using the sword. Rayan, you crazy bastard. Since Rimmer was unable to use his aura just like the rest, he fell with the corner of the cliff. How did he become such a freak? Dorian, what's wrong with him? He's always been like that. Dorian shook his hand at Martha like it wasn't a big deal. You shouldn't be cheating. Rayan snickered and returned his sword to its scabbard. When he was about to throw another dagger, a person came towards him from behind with a rustling sound. Vice Squad Leader, long time no see. Rayan turned around. The leader of Shadow Agents, Chad, was bowing at him. Smack. Rayan hit Dorian's forehead with the dagger he was holding before he bowed back. What brought you here? I came to visit because I had good news to deliver. Chad smiled while putting down the box he was holding. The gift from the Beast Palace has arrived. Gift from the Beast Palace. Rayan smiled pleasantly while looking back and forth between the box that Chad had brought and the light wind members who were climbing the cliff to the best of their abilities. I think I can increase the intensity of the training with this. Are you seriously trying to kill them? Rayan smiled while looking at the box that Chad had placed down. What is that? It's a gift from the Beast Union. The box contained the 4 Clouds elixirs from Agram, the Beast Union's leader. He'd promised to send the elixirs after he lost the bet against Glenn, and they had finally arrived. I'll open it. Chad used a brown key that looked like it was made from wood to open the padlock attached to the thick box. He stepped back afterward to let Rayan open the lid by himself. Rayan bowed at Chad before opening the lid of the heavy box. The first thing he could see was a letter with rough handwriting. I kept my promise. The contents were so simple that he could tell at a glance that Agram was the sender. He wasn't even boasting when he sent over 34 cloud elixirs, which was a testament to his magnanimous personality. He put away the letter and looked inside the box. Dozens of wooden boxes the size of a fist filled the inside, and leaping vines that were even softer than cotton protected the interior. Unlike the simplicity of the letter, Rayan could see how careful Agram was with the contents. It is the 4 cloud elixirs. Chad smiled while looking at the wooden boxes inside the box. Yes, the Beast Union's leader must send them to us because of the bet. The Beast Union's people are simple, both in a good way and a bad way. They keep their promises no matter what. Just as Chad said, the Beast Union's warriors despised lies and cowardice. Rayan believed that he was going to send them, 35 in total. He counted the number of 4 cloud elixirs inside the box, and there were 35 total, which was the same number as the light wind members. He made sure to send it even though he said no. It should have been 34 in total because Rayan had gotten one when he was at Owen, but he requested 35 from Agram because there was one more person in the light wind squad. There are so many 4 cloud elixirs. This is a priceless occasion. Indeed, Rayan nodded. Aura was the only thing that the 4 cloud elixir improved, since it could even create the perfect physique to use the martial arts the user learned. There was a good reason that it was the Beast Union's pride and joy. It's nothing. Chad shook his hand, saying that it wasn't a big deal. I just wanted to deliver the good news as quickly as possible. He smiled, saying that he was glad Rayan liked the present. I'll be looking forward to hearing good news from you soon enough. Chad bowed politely and turned away before going down the North Grave Mountain without hesitation. Once he reached the midpoint of the mountain, he clenched his fist. I did it. He managed to leave a favorable impression on Rayan once again. It was worth climbing all the way to the summit while personally carrying the heavy box instead of bringing other agents. I knew my judgment was accurate. On top of defeating all of the 12 stars of the continent during the 6 Kings tournament in Owen, Rayan even managed to get the Cephia Company's cooperation. He was still young, but he was bound to climb higher than anyone else on the continent, and most importantly those 3 love him. Rayan was supported by Glenn, Cheryl, and Roan, who were the most influential people in Sieghart, and there was also Rimmer, even though he was a bit lacking compared to the others. Sieghart's future was clearly focused on Rayan. I am glad I managed to get on his good side in advance. Chad was relieved because he'd been leaving a favorable impression even before Rayon had first done anything too special. He believed that the relationship he managed to build was going to be extremely helpful for his future. This is how you live the social life and how to pick a line. Chad's footsteps were as light as a feather as he went down the North Grave Mountain with a grin on his face. Rayon narrowed his eyes while looking at the forest where Chad had left. What kind of news is he looking forward to? He couldn't understand whether he was looking forward to the Light Wind Squad getting stronger after taking the elixirs or something else. However, that line wasn't the only problem, as Chad's behavior was suspicious overall. He's strange, isn't he? Indeed. Wrath lowered his eyebrows and nodded. It already doesn't make any sense that the leader of an information agency brought the box here alone. Indeed, Chad had trustworthy subordinates working for him. He could simply sent them or asked them to carry the box for him, yet he had personally brought it by himself, which was too suspicious. Leaving a good impression couldn't be the only reason. He must be plotting something. He would have believed Chad was just being kind to him if it were his first life, but he could tell that he had an ulterior motive because his previous life was too harsh. I need to continue remaining cautious about him. He raised Chad's rank in his list of people he needed to watch out for before he examined the 4 cloud elixirs inside the wooden box. All 35 of them were genuine elixirs without any flaws. Perfect. Rayon closed the lid and went to the edge of the cliff. The Light Wind Squad had already arrived near the summit while he was talking to Chad and examining the 4 cloud elixirs. We have to kill that devil right now. He's not even treating me as a squad leader. Rimmer was climbing at the top of the line even though he'd fallen all the way to the bottom. I'll hang him on a cross. Martha's eyes were frightening as a sharpened blade as she leaped. Go ahead. I'll deliver the finishing blow. They were discussing in harmony about how to eliminate Rayon. They are all crazy. Burren shook his head but was still crawling as fast as Martha. Yawn. Run-On didn't seem to care as she slowly climbed the cliff while dozing off like a sloth. I kill you. Only death awaits you. Let's go. Recover our life of happiness. The bloodlust of the Light Wind members even managed to take shape and pierce his skin. They looked like they were going to immediately swing their swords at Rayon as soon as they reached the summit. There are so many of them. Rayon figured he wouldn't be able to drop all of them with wooden daggers alone because he'd wasted too much time. Even for you, it's impossible to drop them all with wooden daggers. Wrath sneered while watching the climbing swordsmen. This must be how this training ends. He wagged his finger, asking how Rayon felt about it. You aren't about to swing your sword once again just like when you sent shitty ears flying, right? That would be cheating. Of course I want. Rayon shook his head. He only used his sword because Rimmer was playing against the rules. He had no intention of using his sword again. Then it's ove. But I still have another way. You have another way, but they are already up here, of course. Rayon picked up the elixir box and went to the edge of the cliff. He smiled at the bloodthirsty eyes of the Light Wind members. If the situation is unfavorable for you, you just need to destroy the situation. He jumped down the cliff while holding the box. The rock climbing is over. Come down already. He nodded at the Light Wind members with his chin while falling towards the ground. Since I'm in charge of the training, I am the one who decides when it ends. Since he held the highest authority over the Light Wind Squad's training, there was no problem with his actions. AJ, just like that. What are you talking about? We finally managed to climb. You damn bastard. Where are you going? Rimmer and the Light Wind members screamed as they saw the falling Rayon. Thud. Rayon kicked the cliff before reaching the ground, landing smoothly. Seriously, you are the worst. Wrath's jaw dropped as he said that even the demons didn't do such a thing. He looked like he had fallen speechless in disbelief. The gambling monster walked up to him and lowered his eyebrows. Why are you already down here? I thought you were going to make them do this all day long. An urgent matter came up. What is even in that box for you to give up on the training despite how much you love it? This is. When he was about to explain about the box, the Light Wind members jumped down from the cliff to land violently on the ground. This isn't fair. I was almost there. Rimmer walked up to him and grabbed him by his collar before shaking him. We need to kill him today. We need to work together to beat him up. Even Burren was grinding his teeth in anger despite how calm he usually was. Brace yourself. Rimmer's fist was already clenched, ready to hit him. Run-On was still clinging to the cliff. She must not have noticed the situation because she was sleeping. You are so self-centered. Do you think you are a tyrant or something? Why did you suddenly stop the training? Dorian sniffled, saying that it was getting more and more difficult to bear with him. The other Light Wind members were also complaining with frowns on their faces. All right. Rayon listened to their complaints while sitting on the box. It can't be helped since you want my training so much. You can keep going with it, however. He opened the box with an extremely entertained smile. I'll take all of these 4 cloud elixirs for myself. Gasp, faux 4 cloud elixirs. Are they the ones that the Beast Union's leader wagered on the bet in Owen Kingdom? They've finally arrived. The Light Wind members charged at him with crimson flames in their eyes. Stop, Rayon shouted as if he were scolding a puppy and closed the box. You said you wanted to keep climbing the cliff. Gasp. Every single Light Wind member shut their mouth despite the way they'd been screaming. You shameless bastard. How the hell is he getting crazier every day? Burin and Martha's expressions hardened, saying that he was getting more and more evil. Elixir. Moreover, it's the 4-cloud elixir. But our pride. The Light Wind members couldn't bring themselves to ask for the elixir because of how angry they'd been up to a moment ago. HMPH, none of them are mine anyway. Rimmer furrowed his brow and clenched the sword hanging around his waist. I'm just going to kill him right here and... There's one for you. When Rimmer was about to unsheath his sword, Rayon pointed at the 4-cloud elixir box that he was sitting on. I asked the union's leader, Agram, to make sure to give our squad leaders share since you are also part of the squad. Really, have I ever lied about something like this? There were 35 4-cloud elixirs total inside the box, and one of them was obviously for Rimmer. Vice Squad Leader Rayon. As soon as Rimmer heard that there was one for him, he came running towards him and started rubbing his hands like a fly. His voice was even sounding coquettish because of how soft it had become. I've always held the Vice Squad Leader with great esteem. That outrageous boldness of making a request from the Beast Union's leader and thoughtfulness of caring about this foolish squad leader. I swear my loyalty to the last. He leaned forward at 90 degrees as if he were the subordinate instead. How dare you? Kneel in front of our Vice Squad Leader who worked so hard for us. What are you waiting for? While bowing at Rayon, Rimmer glared sharply at the Light Wind members who were watching the scene with widened mouths. Our Vice Squad Leader has been working hard for the sake of you weaklings. Come over here right now and apologize to him. He had completely turned into Rayon's spokesman and started to scold the Light Wind Squad, the Vice Squad Leader. Crane was the first one to read the mood and stepped forward to kneel in front of him. I will do anything my Vice Squad Leader asks me to do. I'll obey even if you ask me to die. Even though Crane was beaten and made to fall the most among the Light Wind members, he bowed faster than anyone else. He really was quick at reading the situation. Since Rimmer was the one the Light Wind members had been counting on, and Crane was the biggest victim, everyone else hurriedly moved forward and went on their knees upon seeing their surrender. Vice Squad Leader, I love you. I'll follow you for the rest of my life. Rayon, you are the light and salt of the Light Wind Squad. Even though they'd been insulting him until a moment ago, they kept praising him endlessly. Run-On finally came down from the cliff and looked around her blankly. Damn handsome, damn handsome. She didn't know what was happening, but she went next to the Light Wind Squad and started shouting damn handsome. Burin and Martha were the only ones left. He must have been either a lone shark or a real demon in his previous life. Martha ground her teeth violently as Rayon enjoyed the Light Wind Squad's praise like a religious leader. Even if he's a lone shark, we have to borrow his money for now. Burin bit his lip tightly and walked up to Rayon. You are selling your pride by going there. Can't you see our squad leader crawling on the ground? That's how adults adapt. We have to submit when we have to. We need to get stronger, even if we have to sell our pride, so that this won't happen ever again. Martha tried to stop him, but he pushed her away before going in front of Rayon and bowing. I'm honored to receive our Vice Squad Leader's unlimited grace. Welcome, third team leader. Rayon smiled pleasantly as he responded. His gaze was finally directed at Martha, who was the only one left. The Light Wind members also turned their heads to follow his gaze. Bloodshot eyes pressured Martha. She couldn't stand their gazes since Shed recently started feeling companionship towards them, walking up to him while staggering like a zombie. Rayon is damn handsome. She went next to Run-On and murmured the same thing as her. In the end, the cliff training came to an end with the entire Light Wind Squad surrendering to him. Rayon was sitting on the box with his legs crossed and smiled at the Light Wind Squad. See, this is how you destroy the situation and create a new one. Wrath's pale lips were trembling in astonishment. This is the advent of a demon king. Rayon returned to the 5th training ground and distributed the 4 cloud elixirs to the Light Wind swordsmen. With Rimmer as the last one, everyone managed to get a 4 cloud elixir, and the Light Wind members' eyes were sparkling like puppies with food right in front of them. So this is the 4 cloud elixir. Rimmer's body trembled as he opened the lid and sniffed the 4 cloud elixir. Let's take them right away. You will need to cultivate for 2 days at least after taking an excellent elixir like this. Burin swallowed nervously while hugging his wooden box. Yes, there's no reason to waste our time. Martha agreed and opened the door to a cultivation room. Impatience will come back to bite you when it comes to taking an elixir and cultivating. The gambling monster furrowed his brow while blocking the way to the cultivation room. Since the 4 cloud elixir is a powerful elixir, it's even more important to maintain your composure. He must take a liking to the Light Wind Squad since he was giving sincere advice. I'll be on guard duty along with that fiend, so you should calmly finish your cultivation, and... That won't be necessary. Rayon interrupted the gambling monster and walked up to him. He gave him the last wooden box that he was holding with a smile, because the General Administrator also needs to cultivate. What, but this is yours. No, it's for you, General Administrator. What madness are you spouting? The gambling monster's lips parted, asking why he was saying such nonsense. I already took one in the Owen Kingdom. Since taking the same elixir multiple times decreases the efficiency, the 4-cloud elixir would be even worse than a mid-grade elixir if I took it. That's why you should take this one. I requested 35 of them for this purpose. Rayon revealed the truth and gave the 4-cloud elixir to the gambling monster. The gambling monster accepted the wooden box with an awkward expression on his face. I really can't tell which is your real face. He tilted his head, saying that he was confused about whether the fiendish behavior until a moment ago or the thoughtfulness he was showing at the moment was the real one. They are both part of me. Rayon smiled faintly and pushed the gambling monsters back. It will be a good opportunity to invigorate your body once in a while. But you've been working hard for us. The gambling monster was forced to work for them, and he'd been doing his best to help the Light Wind Squad's training even though his age and position were way higher than theirs. Since Rayon was aware of how much he cared for them, he didn't regret giving him a 4-cloud elixir at all. It's better for a young one to take 2 of them instead of an old man like me. The gambling monster clenched the wooden box despite what he said. Wow, you're being so annoying when you are going to take it anyway. Give it to me, geezer. I'll take 2 of the max. Stay out of this. Rimmer came up to him and started wagging his finger, and the gambling monster kicked his stomach. Clap. Rayon clapped his hands to gather everyone's attention. I'll be protecting you from here along with Sir Mark, so you should calmly finish the cultivation and come out afterward. He ordered, and the Light Wind members went in front of the cultivation rooms. They turned around and bowed at Rayon before entering the rooms. They sincerely expressed their gratitude before entering the cultivation rooms. Rayon. Rimmer was smiling in front of a cultivation room's door. Good job. What? I'm talking about how you even got one for that geezer. He pointed at the gambling monster inside a cultivation room. It's difficult to care for people who work in the background. You will become a great leader in the future. I guarantee it. I can't really trust a gambling addict's guarantee. I've stopped gambling. I believe you were there again yesterday. I'm leaving. Rimmer hurriedly waved his hand and entered the cultivation room. Rayon confirmed a huge flow of mana from all the rooms before he turned around. Mark Goten was standing straight at the center of the training ground. I'm sorry I don't have an elixir for you. It's because Sir Mark wasn't with us when it happened. It's fine. Mark Goten shook his head, saying that it was only natural. Instead, I have another gift for you. He opened the subspace pocket he'd borrowed from Dorian and took out the black hermit saber that Glenn had given him previously. I can't let my vassal use a shabby saber like that. Please use this one in the future. This doesn't look like an ordinary saber. Mark Goten's lips trembled as he stared at Black Hermit's saber's blade. I can't accept such a precious weapon when I haven't achieved anything yet. As expected of a master, he noticed the Black Hermit saber's value and shook his head. I'm not giving it to you for no reason. He took out the 2 books of martial arts that he'd previously obtained from the pocket. Don't feel pressured, because it's a price I am paying for helping my training. Which training would that be? Since they are going to be stronger by the time they come back out. Rayon smiled while looking at the rooms where the Light Wind members were cultivating inside. We also need to get stronger. Did you just say that you'd make me stronger? Mark Goten asked with wide eyes. Indeed. Rayon nodded while looking at Mark Goten's trembling pupils. Of course, I can't immediately increase your realm, and I'll be just helping you to make better use of your ability. I'll be practicing my dagger throw at the same time. He took out some iron daggers without any blades and shook them. But you don't need to be nervous. It's just simple training. Isn't it only simple in your standard? Wrath leered at him. Maybe since he was planning to attack Mark Goten with iron daggers instead of wooden daggers, he was bound to suffer if he didn't manage to recover his original might. Understood. Mark Goten realized the meaning of the training and clenched Black Hermit saber. How do you like Black Hermit saber? The grip feels perfect. It's almost like I've been using it for a long time. I'm glad to hear that. Rayon smiled. He picked that saber because of the weight and shape of Mark Goten's previous weapon, and it must have been the correct choice. But can I really accept such a fine saber? Since Sieghart is a house of swordsmen, we hardly have anyone using sabers. It's going to end up rotting in the warehouse if Sir Mark doesn't make use of it. Mark Goten leaned forward from the saluting position. He was as disciplined and polite as when he used to be a knight. Please continue your personal training in the training ground in the meantime. I think it will take more than a day to finish the preparations. Understood. He went to the center of the training ground and started swinging Black Hermit saber. Rayon observed Mark Goten's technique for a while before he looked away. I should get started now. He opened the 2 books of martial arts that he'd received from Glenn and started reading them. He'd already finished reading them the day before and memorized them, but he was skimming through them one more time just in case he'd missed something. The head of house was right. 100 Lightning was focused on speed, while the Explosive Giant Throw had nothing but power going for it. Since they were both extremely focused on one aspect of the dagger throw, he figured that a proper combination should create a technique that excelled both in speed and power. That wouldn't be the only reason he gave me those books. Glenn must also anticipated that his realm would also increase as he created a new technique. However, I won't be satisfied with that. The technique he learned in his previous life was called the Dark Severing Throw. It was unmatchable in terms of stealth and precision, and Rayon was planning to combine it along with the two others. It will take ages for you to create a new martial art. Wrath snorted. How dare you attempt such a thing when you don't even know anything about dagger throwing? Just keep swinging a sword instead like you've always done. He clicked his tongue, saying that it would be impossible to achieve unless he became an expert himself. It will be difficult, but it won't be impossible. Rayon's first weapon in his previous life was a throwing dagger. Even though he hadn't used it that much in his new life, he was confident he had enough understanding of the dagger throw. The King of Essence would rather eat another spoonful of mint chocolate ice cream instead of watching a useless attempt like that. Just wait and see. Rayon closed his eyes and started to control. Ring of Fire. The rings rotated smoothly and resonated at once to create a clear vibration. The intense focus narrowed down his vision, and the principles of 100 Lightning, Explosive Giant Throw, and Dark Severing Throw started to mingle with each other. Once the Ring of Fire rotated around 100 times, the first design was created. This is no good, it was too focused on 100 Lightning S speed, and it was lacking in terms of power. Rayon immediately discarded it and tried to think of a second design, but it was too focused on power, and even a fly would be able to dodge it. I should use the Dark Severing Throw to neutralize them. Instead of being disappointed, Rayon immediately proceeded to the next design. This is fun. Rayon smiled while imagining tens of thousands of throwing daggers flying around in his head. A small throwing dagger sprouted like a bud inside his mental image, which had nothing but blades. Mark Goten lowered the saber he'd been swinging and wiped the sweat from his forehead. This is the best. Black Hermit Saber, the saber that Rayon had gifted him, had the perfect grip. It was as if he'd been using it since childhood. Its quality must have been even better than the saber he'd been given by the king when he used to belong to a knight order. He gave me such a valuable weapon without anything in return. He'd never heard the name Black Hermit Saber before, but he could tell better than anyone how valuable it was because he'd been using a saber as a weapon all along. It was a priceless treasure that couldn't be purchased with even a mountain of gold coins. Mark Goten briefly exhaled and shifted his eyes towards Rayon. He's really difficult to understand. He was thankful about the fact that Rayon gave away such a noted saber and accepted a failure like him after a small trial, and he thought he was just a bit peculiar. But the most peculiar part is that focus. After saying that he would prepare for the training, Rayon didn't move an inch for the entire day and a half. He looked like he was practicing martial arts in his head, and it was unbelievable that he could maintain that focus when he wasn't even cultivating. Because he was displaying a tremendous amount of focus from right next to him, his senses were sharpened, a lot more than usual. Mark felt like he could fight even better than his normal abilities in his current state. It would be nice if I could have a spar right now. Let's do it then. When Mark Goten was murmuring about his wish, a low voice could be heard. He looked around and Rayon was looking at him with his eyes open. Sir Rayon, sorry for the long wait. He stood up and smiled while warming up his shoulders and ankles. You said you wanted a spar, right? About that. We will do it, of course, since it was our initial objective. Rayon nodded after examining Mark Goten. It doesn't look like you need any preparations. Indeed. Mark Goten fixed the grip on Black Hermit Saber with sparkling eyes. He was excited for the battle because he'd been practicing the saber art all along. Let's get started right away. Rayon leaped backward and took his throwing daggers into both hands. He scattered 3 throwing daggers from his right hand at the same time without any warning. Swoosh, along with the piercing sound of the wind, the throwing daggers flew towards his thigh, shoulder, and the vital spot in his abdomen. Clang, Mark Goten swung Black Hermit Saber diagonally to fend off the throwing daggers at once. Too light. Despite his expectations, Rayon's throwing daggers weren't that fast or heavy. Honestly, he felt like the wooden daggers that he'd been throwing from the cliff were more powerful than that. How was it? It was a bit too light. I see, please wait a moment. Rayon closed his eyes while standing. He opened his eyes again after a long time, and the pressure emerging from his shoulders differed from before. Here I go again. Rayon threw 3 daggers from his left hand at the same time. Just like the previous attempt, they were targeting his thigh, shoulder, and abdomen. Mark Goten narrowed his eyes and examined the daggers flying towards him. It's the same as before him. Although they were clearly thrown with the same amount of aura and method as the previous attempt, the speed was at least twice as fast as before. It was also soundless and had a faint presence like an assassin's swordsmanship. but it's not that difficult to fend off. Mark Goten stopped his breath and unleashed the 100 spinning slash of anarchic lightning saber. The sharp curvature of the saber's trajectory went back and forth between the sky and the ground to deflect all of the throwing daggers. Clang, clang on top of speed and stealthiness, even the weight and power had increased. Because the rebound was on a whole different level from the previous attack, Mark couldn't hide his frown. Sir Rayon was this. Ah, please wait a moment. Rayon closed his eyes once again while standing. He opened his eyes faster than the last time and grabbed the throwing daggers with his right hand. Let's try again. He nimbly jumped into the air and threw the third round of daggers. They became even faster. The second set of throwing daggers was already faster than the first, but the third was even faster than that, and the improved stealthiness made them even more difficult to perceive. If they were doing it in the night, Mark wouldn't have been able to figure out where they were targeting. Clang, clang. Mark Goten lowered his body and unleashed the anarchic lightning saber technique. His aura rotated like a windmill to clash against Rayon's throwing daggers. It's even stronger than before. The speed and stealthiness weren't the only improvements. The power of the throwing daggers was also further improved. How is this even possible? It was difficult to believe the drastic improvement in power when all Rayon had done was to think about it while standing still for a short time. Huff. He managed to deflect the daggers with difficulty and exhaled intensely. He raised his head and saw that Rayon was already meditating with his eyes closed. Mark Goten swallowed nervously, and the hands holding Black Hermit's saber started to tremble. Don't tell me he's getting even stronger now. Rayon repeated the process of throwing the daggers and thinking about it 3 more times. His thoughts ended faster and faster, and the dagger's speed and power were getting unbearable. Mark Goten exhaled roughly and clenched Black Hermit's saber. He bit his lip while watching Rayon on the opposite side. Here I go. Rayon casually swung his hand to throw 3 daggers. Upon leaving his hand, the throwing daggers blended into the wind before they struck. The presence was faint, but the high speed was almost terrifying. Arg! Mark Goten bit his lip tightly and unleashed the swift lightning slash of anarchic lightning saber. The saber slashed powerfully in a zigzag pattern to clash against Rayon's throwing daggers. Clang! He was getting pushed back even though it was a clash between a saber and throwing daggers. He judged he wouldn't be able to deflect all 3 daggers, so he pulled his leg back in order to dodge one and barely managed to fend off the 2 others. PSH. A small amount of blood gushed out from his left thigh as the dagger brushed past. Mark Goten sighed roughly. It would have been really dangerous if the throwing daggers weren't targeting the same place every time. Hey, Sir Rayon gasped. Rayon wasn't satisfied with the performance and had already started thinking once again. Chills ran down his spine from a frightening premonition. I can't handle any more than this. I really can't, though. Mark wasn't confident he could deal with the next wave of throwing daggers if they became even faster and stronger just like they always did. Should I stop him? As he started walking towards Rayon to tell him it was getting too difficult to fend off, light returned to Rayon's eyes. The meditation didn't even take 10 minutes. It's somewhat completed now. He smiled cheerfully and took out new daggers. Wait. Let's start again. Rayon made his declaration and fired the daggers. The extremely fast and stealthy daggers couldn't even be seen anymore, and Mark's heart skipped a beat. Damn it. Mark Goten raised Black Hermit's saber with his trembling hands. How the hell is this training? Rayon lightly kicked the ground and threw the daggers from his right hand. The throwing daggers had turned red from the 10,000 flames cultivation S energy, and they twisted like a snake inside water to disappear. Whoosh! The throwing daggers reappeared in an instant and unleashed their frightening sharpness toward Mark Goten's solar plexus. Hop! Mark Goten bit his lip to the point of bleeding and took a step back. He twisted his wrist violently and slashed upwards with Black Hermit's saber. He was using the anarchic lightning saber S special technique, tearing lightning flash. Clayang, Black Hermit saber, wrapped in astral energy, clashed against the reddened throwing daggers. A powerful shockwave engulfed the center of the training ground. Rumble, Rayon's throwing daggers pressed upon Mark Goten's saber as if someone were holding them and crushed his body. Clang, Mark Goten was unable to overcome the tremendous power of the dagger and was pushed back alongside Black Hermit saber. The daggers brushed past his side instead of his solar plexus, which was the original target. PSH, his combat uniform was torn and red blood gushed out. Huff. Mark Goten faltered and fell to his knees. His body was covered in wounds of varied severity, just like the cut he just received. Rayon threw the dagger into the air before catching it with a smile. It's somewhat completed now. The new dagger throw was created by combining the advantages of the swift 100 lightning, the powerful explosive giant throw, and the precise and stealthy dark severing throw. It was finally getting on the right track. Flawless throw. He decided to call the new technique the Flawless throw, it was an arrogant name that implied that it was a perfect dagger throw, one without the slightest flaw. This can't be happening. Wrath narrowed his eyes in a triangular shape while watching the daggers floating in the air. You can't possibly make a new martial art in such a short time with your current skill. This is nonsense, he barked, saying that he couldn't understand it at all. You didn't reach transcendence, unlike the King of Essence or your geezer. How did you even do that? By being good. Rayon pushed Wrath away and smiled. You just need to get good. You are saying that again. The King of Essence is sick and tired of it. Well, it's just true. Of course, it wasn't a question of getting good. Rayon's most used weapon when he used to be an assassin was throwing daggers instead of a sword. It was because he had mastered the dark severing throw and had a high understanding of dagger throwing from his previous life that he managed to combine the three techniques in such a short time. I just need to polish it a little, and it should be done. Not only the flawless throw, but also... Rayon narrowed his eyes while looking at Mark Goten's trembling shoulders. He will be completed. Mark Goten's body and aura were fully activated, as if he'd been fighting on a battlefield for a long time, from fending off the flawless throw. There was a drastic improvement in skills, but he became capable of using all of his abilities, unlike before, and now I can improve his skills. Rayon smiled faintly and waved his hand at Mark Goten. Sir Mark, let's get started again. Again, Mark Goten sank to his knees and his chin started to tremble. I thought it was over. Of course not, we are only getting started. I still have a lot to polish in this technique. And I think I can improve its speed and power a bit further. I believe I won't be able to take on it anymore. He shook his hand, his face pale. That's not true. You are more than capable of doing it. I believe in you. Rayon raised his fist and shouted, you can do it, for Mark Goten. Don't give up when we are only getting started. The next part of the training was the most important part to improve Mark Goten's skills. It might be a bit difficult, and his life might be threatened on rare occasions, but that was all going to become his very blood and flesh. Are you sure about the rare part when it comes to endangering his life? Of course, he'll be controlling it for that purpose. He will be exactly on the brink of death. Rayon smiled gently and fired off another round of the improved flawless throw. The reddened throwing daggers created a soundless resonance, like a lightning dragon hiding in thunderclouds, as they rushed at Mark Goten's forehead. Huya! Mark Goten shouted loudly and unleashed his saber strike. Black Hermit's sword shined brighter than any other time, but it couldn't overcome the flawless throw's colossal power and was swept away like sand in a wave. Wham! With the powerful sound of an explosion, Mark Goten bounced back and slammed into the ground. Ack! Mark Goten raised himself while faltering. His limbs were trembling from exhaustion. Perfect. Rayon smiled while looking at him. He's definitely gotten better than before. The prowess Mark Goten had displayed was more than his level. It wasn't too great either, but he managed to climb a small stair. Sir Rayon, I am going to die at this rat. Well, continue without any breaks. Training shouldn't have any pauses after all. Wait, my training doesn't wait. Rayon unleashed the flawless throw once again. The throwing daggers advanced like a ray of light and bared their sharp fangs towards Mark Goten's left chest. Mark Goten clenched his saber with his trembling hands. I might really end up dying. His instincts as a knight and mercenary were shouting at him that he was really going to die if he failed to stop them. He mustered his grip and ignited all of the aura sleeping deep inside his energy center. Instead of a shout of concentration, it sounded more like a desperate scream as he unleashed the last special technique of anarchic lightning saber. Wham! He murmured as his vision turned as dark as if the night had fallen into the world. I think it was a mistake to come to this place. Burin exhaled deeply and opened his eyes. His blue eyes of the wind lightened the cultivation room. So this is the four-cloud elixir. An excited smile appeared on his face as he looked at his hands. Amazing. He'd taken lots of different elixirs before as a member of the direct line of Sieghart, but the four-cloud elixir was outstanding even among them. On top of increasing the quantity of his aura, even his body was altered during the cultivation. It was different from the Reformation, but he could clearly see that his body became capable of moving even faster and stronger. I should be able to use that in my current state. Burin smiled, because he had the feeling he would be able to use the Baron Wind Sword-S technique, which he couldn't use before. He chuckled while looking up at the ceiling. He helped me once again. The reason why the Four Clouds elixir was delivered was because Rayon won the Six Kings tournament. It was heartwarming to think that Rayon had given away such a precious elixir without hesitation. I need to get stronger in order to repay the favor. Rayon always thought about the Light Wind Squad's overall growth instead of himself. The only way for the Light Wind Squad to return the favor of the elixir was to get stronger even faster. Let's see, it must have been around 5 days. The hand of the clock for checking the date had moved 5 units away from the beginning. I should go outside now. He didn't manage to completely absorb the Four Clouds elixir, but it would be more efficient to go outside and start other training since he'd been cultivating long enough. Burren stood up and shook the dust off his training outfit. His face looked like he was finally returning with a great achievement as he opened the cultivation room door and went outside. The pitch-black training ground suggested that it was the middle of the night. He guessed that the others were still cultivating since the other rooms were still closed. Then where are Rayon and Sir Mark? He started looking for the two people who were supposed to be guarding them, and a small sound of explosion could be heard from the center of the training ground. Wham! Along with a powerful shockwave, someone was sent flying into the air before getting slammed on the ground. What? He strained his eyes while wondering what was happening, and he noticed that the training ground was in a strange shape. There were craters all over the place as if someone had bombarded it with magic, and he couldn't find anywhere that still remained intact. What the hell happened here? He figured a war must broken out, but he hadn't realized it because the cultivation room completely blocked the sound and impact completely. Russell, while Burren was panicking, something started crawling towards him from the location where the source of the cannon-like explosion had hit the ground. Gasp! He was about to strike with an aura blade because he thought it was a zombie, but he realized he was the saber of the fallen flower Mark Goat, who had previously joined them with Rayon, as Sir Mark. Zod save. His body was covered in blood and his pale lips were trembling as he held onto Burren's ankle. Save me? What? Burren's jaw dropped and he didn't know how to respond. Rayon walked out from the sandy dust. He threw the dagger into the air before catching it with a smile. It looks like you were successful. Rayon pointed at Mark Goat on the ground and bobbed his hand. Sir Mark, the training isn't over yet. Let's try one more time. Just one more. Burren swallowed nervously as he witnessed that frightening sight. What have you done this time? What the hell did you even do to turn him into a zombie? Rayon narrowed his eyes as he looked at the confused Burren. He got a lot out of it. Yes, he successfully absorbed the elixir. No matter how great the elixir was, it was impossible to absorb all of the energy from it. Impurities were bound to mix in while concentrating the energy of nature, and Burren looked like he'd managed to filter out the impurities while only absorbing high-purity mana. His realm hadn't increased too much, but his body had grown and the quantity of his aura had drastically increased. What the hell did you do? Burren swallowed nervously while looking at the trembling Mark Goat, who was still holding onto his ankle. We trained. Rayon shrugged his shoulders. Train? What kind of training destroys a person like this? He gasped, saying that the steadfast knight had turned into a dog in the rain. It was a simple training method where I throw the daggers and Sir Mark fends them off. Why would he be trembling like this if it was a simple training method? He must be excited because the training was so fun. Do you really think that makes any sense? Burren looked at Mark Goat after hearing the ridiculous statement. Mark Goat was frantically denying it by shaking his head at a speed where his pupils couldn't be seen anymore. See, he's so energetic. Rayon's lips curved into a smile as he watched the sight. Mark Goat started coughing like something went down the wrong pipe and hugged Burren's leg even harder. You have no shame. Wrath looked back at Rayon, his face pale. Did you just call him energetic after you almost worked him to death? The conscience in your soul must become round a long time ago. What are you even talking about? Conscience originally has a triangular shape, but it wears out whenever you do bad things and gradually turns round. And that's exactly what you did just now. This demon king believes in fairy tales. On top of being a glutton, he even started talking about a fairy tale aimed to teach morals to children. Wrath felt like a mystery at that point. Anyway, the training isn't over yet. Sir Mark, please come this way. Rayon called out to Mark Goat while spinning the throwing daggers between his fingers. Let him rest a bit before you continue. He's going to die at this rate. Burren frowned while patting Mark Goat's back as he trembled in fear. He already got enough rest. Rayon stopped waving his hand at Mark Goat and looked at the cultivation rooms. The energies inside the rooms were subsiding, and he could guess that most members had finished their cultivation. Creak, the creaking sound of doors that needed to be oiled could be heard as the light wind members came outside one after the other. Ah, it feels so good. Martha stretched and shouted loudly towards the training ground. Yawn. Run-On came out after her and yawned while blinking her eyes. How have you been? Dorian smiled while eating a snack that he took out of his belly pocket. The Four Clouds elixir is the signature elixir of the Beast Union for a good reason. Indeed, aura is one thing, and the change in my body is so noticeable. I wonder how the reformation feels like when the Four Clouds elixir is already amazing enough. I heard your body changes into one that can master all kinds of martial arts. I feel like I've gone through a reformation. I think I can win against anyone right now. The Light Wind members came out with bright expressions on their faces and smiled in excitement. Rayon unleashed the perception of the snow flower to examine the Light Wind members. All of them have changed. Every single member of the Light Wind squad was completely different from when they entered the cultivation rooms. Rayon could tell they'd focused on the cultivation even more than Burren. A smile appeared on his face as he watched their growth. Ahem. The gambling monster was the last person to come out, and he walked towards Rayon while clearing his throat. There was a bright atmosphere in his dark complexion. The quantity of his aura had increased, but the most noticeable improvement was his physical strength. It's nothing. Rayon smiled and shook his head. This is a cheap price to pay for everything you've done for us so far. The gambling monster was pretty much family to the Light Wind Squad, and he didn't regret giving an elixir to family. You will go far in the future. What is this now? Ahem. The gambling monster awkwardly cleared his throat and stepped back. Rayon looked at the cultivation room at the edge that still hadn't opened. It looks like the squad leader is going to take some more time. He could guess that Rimmer was taking longer than others because he'd been perfectly eliminating impurities from his body ever since he received an artificial energy center. Huh, what is this zombie? Why didn't you kill him already? Martha frowned while looking at Mark Goat, who was holding onto Burin's ankle. A zombie? Huh, Sir Mark. Dorian's jaw dropped before he went towards Mark Goaten. Ho, how did you end up this way? Did something happen to you? About that. What happened to the training ground? Was there a bombardment? The Light Wind members' eyes widened as they looked at the zombified Mark Goat and the training ground in shambles. It's because Rayon. Burin gathered the Light Wind members and explained what he'd learned. Hey, are you crazy? I know you love training, but you should let him rest at least. That's right, Sir Mark is limping like a dried radish leaf. Are you trying to become a real demon? Please keep it in moderation. Most people aren't monsters like you, Vice Squad Leader. Martha, Dorian, and the Light Wind members frowned while protecting Mark Goat. They must have grown closer to him while he caught them when they fell from the cliff. Do you want to be his replacement then? Rayon pointed his throwing daggers at the Light Wind members one after the other. It's a very simple training method where you just need to defend against these throwing daggers. All right, I'll do it. Me too, I'm also joining. This is nothing if I can help Sir Mark. It'll be different from the past. Burin and Martha clenched their fists and Dorian bit his lip. The other Light Wind members also shouted and volunteered. I think I can endure any training in my current state. Training like that isn't a big deal since I've just absorbed the Four Clouds elixir. It'll show him how much I've changed. Their bodies had improved, and the quantity and quality of their auras had increased from cultivating for 5 days and nights. They felt as if they could overcome Rayon's intense training with how much stronger they'd become. I like your confidence. Rayon nodded while looking at the passion brimming in their eyes. He jumped onto the training grounds wall, saying that they should move to the cliff where they'd previously trained. Gasp! Mark Goaten shook his head while watching the Light Wind members. Don't do it. Sir Rayon is currently. It's okay, we've also gotten stronger. We won't be able to last 5 days like you, but we can last for a day at least. Please wait here. We'll be back after taking our vice squad leader down a peg. Since their confidence had reached the stratosphere after absorbing the Four Clouds elixir, they didn't listen to him and ran towards the training ground walls. Mark Goaten grasped his chest while watching their backs. No, you definitely can't win against him. If their change after taking the elixir could be compared to a caterpillar turning into a butterfly, Rayon's dagger throw's improvement was a larva turning into a wasp, more precisely, a leco wasp that was capable of killing a human with a single sting. Don't do it, Sir Rayon's dagger throw. He kept trying to stop them, but Rayon turned around and raised his black dagger to his lips as a gesture to shut up. Gasp! He remembered how he'd been beaten up for the 5 previous days upon seeing the throwing dagger and became nauseous. Even though his mouth was open, he couldn't say anything. Mark Goaten's lips were trembling as he watched the Light Wind members confidently leave the training ground. I really think I shouldn't have come here. Rayon smiled while looking at the Light Wind members standing in front of the cliff. The process will be the same as the last time. You win if a single one of you manages to reach the peak. You can rest tonight and all day tomorrow if that happens. You aren't about to randomly stop the training like last time, are you? Martha growled like an angry dog. She seemed to still be holding a grudge from what happened last time. Of course not. I'll let you continue until you give up. Rayon nodded nonchalantly. If we pass, Sir Mark Goaten is also going to rest with us, right? Burin included Mark Goaten's rest in the terms. He must felt bad when he saw him faltering like a zombie. Sure, I'll allow it. All right, let's do this. We can win in our current state. The Light Wind members hit each other's fists to harden their determinations. Get ready. Rayon casually waved his hands and jumped onto the cliff. He reached the peak in no time like a soaring bird. Wait, you forgot to block her. Shut up. When Burin was trying to call Rayon back, Martha smacked his shoulder. Why did you do that? Rayon forgot about it. You don't need to remind him. Martha smiled coldly and looked towards Rayon at the peak. He always says that the one deceived is in the wrong. It's our perfect chance to pay back all of the hardships we've had so far. She's right. We aren't cheating because the vice squad leader forgot about it. Crane clenched his fist with his eyes sparkling in excitement. Let's try like this. If he complains later, we can just tell him that it's his fault for forgetting about it, just like the first team leader said. Let's climb in an instant and reach the peak. I'm looking forward to the Vice Squad leader's panicking face. I could sleep so soundly if I saw that. The Light Wind members' mouths curved into smiles as they looked forward to giving Rayon a taste of defeat. All right, Burin nodded while looking at everyone. Let's go. Following his signal, the Light Wind members started to climb the cliff at the same time. They weren't using any footwork, but they were using aura to climb at a tremendous speed. It's going to be over in no time at this rat-ack. Crane was climbing right behind Burin, but his body leaned backward after he got hit by something on his forehead. Kua! He fell to the ground with a scream that sounded like a dying pig. Crane, what happened just now? I think the Vice Squad leader threw a dagger. Wait, but why is he the first target again? The Light Wind members swallowed nervously as they watched Crane fall to the ground. Burin reduced his speed and kept climbing the cliff while maintaining the tension, and a Light Wind member right next to him got smacked by a throwing dagger on his ribs and collapsed. Smack, whack, alongside violent hitting sounds, the Light Wind members who were spread throughout the cliff fell like chestnuts falling from a chestnut tree. What's happening? I couldn't see it at all. The members fell towards the dark ground while leaving their screams behind every time they got shot down by an invisible throwing dagger. Hey, Martha came close to Burin and frowned like a fiend. Did you see it? I couldn't really see it. Burin shook his head. He only noticed a little flash and the person next to him was gone. It was a truly terrifying situation. Keep your focus and look above you. You can't be careless for an instant because the throwing dagger appears from the darkness. Burin unleashed as much aura as he could to spread his aura perception upon hearing her words. PSSH. Along with a weak sound like a vibrating string, the throwing dagger suddenly appeared and smacked Dorian, who was cowering on the right city, in the cheekbone. Quack! Dorian fell down from the cliff while making the sound that a duck would make upon being squeezed. Rayon, you demun kaya. He got hit by another dagger on his way down and turned limp from losing consciousness. Burin's lips trembled as he watched Dorian's hopeless fall. What's happening? How is such a dagger throw even possible? On top of being stealthy, Rayon's dagger was as fast as a ray of light. He had the feeling he wouldn't be able to dodge it even if he wasn't clinging onto the cliff. Smack, smack. The hitting sounds resounded consecutively, and all the Light Wind members fell in no time. The only ones left were Burin and Martha, who had stopped climbing in the middle of the cliff. We only need one person to reach the top. Martha bit her lip and looked upwards. It'll be your shield, so you should use your footwork and climb in the meantime. But you won't last for long without me. She started dashing along the cliff, saying that she would defend him against the throwing daggers. Martha. All right, Burin ran after her while thinking that Martha had changed a lot. Once they had almost reached the peak, Martha stopped running. Escape. Burin escaped to the right upon hearing her shout. Wham! Martha wrapped her fist in all of her remaining Titan's aura and punched Rayon's throwing dagger. However, she was pushed back by the daggers and ended up falling from the cliff because her reaction was too late. You idiot, keep climbing. She screamed to urge him to continue as she disappeared into the darkness. Damn it. Burin used his footwork to run as fast as he could instead of watching Martha's fall. The moment he was about to reach the peak, a crimson throwing dagger rushed towards his head. I've been waiting for this. Since Hidi witnessed how Martha was defeated, Hidi remained alert all along. Kring. Burin gritted his teeth and polished his hand into a blade. He unleashed the special technique of the Baron Wind Sword while using his hand as his sword. The physical growth Hidi attained from absorbing the Four Clouds elixir worked in harmony with his aura to unleash a powerful strike. It was the Baron Wind Sword's special technique, the Baron Barrier of Admonition, WAM. The Baron Wind Sword unleashed with his hand clashed against Rayon's throwing dagger. This should do it, Even though he managed to react in time, his hand was getting pushed back. An unimaginable amount of power was dwelling inside Rayon's throwing dagger. His special technique was unleashed to the best of his ability, but it crumbled like a dry leaf, and the dagger's blade appeared right under his nose. Smack. Burin's forehead was hit by the dagger, and he started to fall towards the ground even though he could have reached the peak with one more step. Martha wasn't too late. The power of that throwing dagger is just too insane. Damn it. Burin swore and Rayon's face suddenly appeared over the edge of the peak. He waved his hand with a smile. You worked hard on climbing, but see you next time. You damn bass grr. Burin lost consciousness and his neck went limp because of his anger towards Rayon instead of the pain. Since Runnan didn't climb, he was the last one. Rayon landed below after he successfully shot down all of the Light Wind members. It hurt so damn much. What did he even do to make the throwing dagger invisible? That's not even the problem. It's too fast to defend against even if it was visible. Even if you block it, it will push you back with sheer strength. What the hell is wrong with that dagger throw? The Light Wind members sighed deeply, discouraged by Rayon's flawless throw. Rayon went past them and walked up to Runnan, who was the only person who didn't climb the cliff. Why did you not climb? Because you didn't block my aura. Runnan tilted her head, saying that it was obvious. Wow, Wrath exclaimed at Run-On. That's Ice Cream Girl for you. It's an answer befitting the King of Essence's subordinate. Her mindset in a whole different level than a shameless bastard like you. Indeed. Rayon chuckled and nodded. All right, your honesty deserves a reward. Run-On can rest and the other members will start climbing once again. Arg, god damn it, I should've waited here. The Light Wind members slammed the ground and screamed in regret. When Rayon was about to jump onto the cliff once again, Crane came towards him and bowed. Vice Squad Leader, you forgot to block our aura. Crane rubbed the bump on his forehead that was created by the throwing dagger with an obedient smile on his face. Yeah. Rayon went on the cliff with an expression on his face that clearly said, so what? Crane shouted towards Rayon with trembling fists. You demon, this is discrimination, and stop making me your first tarjack. A throwing dagger smacked his forehead as he spoke, and he fell unconscious. Everyone was thinking the same thing at that moment. I should stayed in the cultivation room for a bit longer. Next day at noon, Rayon returned to the 5th training ground with the Light Wind members, who kept falling down from the cliff without ever reaching the summit. Their faces were as pale as a dog with its tail between the legs from losing the battle. Are you okay? Mark Goten's lips trembled as he witnessed the Light Wind members, who were bruised all over. Sir Mark. Rayon grasped Mark Goten's shoulder tightly. It was really unfortunate, but the Light Wind squad lost. Your training must be resumed. Gasp. Rayon gently waved his hand, and Mark Goten fell on his knees with a trembling chin. He almost looked like he was being taken away by a devil. Don't worry, I am not killing you. Rayon smiled cheerfully and went above the platform. Damn it. Shit, the Light Wind members lined up in front of the platform, and their narrowed shoulders were showing that their confidence used to be in the stratosphere had been brought down to the ground. As you promised, we are going to practice all night long tonight. My goal is to turn the Light Wind squad into the Light Wind division before next year. That's why we should do our best to prepare. As Rayon declared his new objective, the door to the last cultivation room burst open. It was the only room that was still closed. Wham! Rimmer came out next to the staggering door. It almost looked like his untied long red hair was unleashing the wind and creating sparkles. I've already requested a promotion to the Light Wind division. Rimmer pointed at himself with his thumb with a grin on his face. Really? Huh, now this is surprising, since our squad leader is a lazybone. Everyone widened their mouths upon hearing that Rimmer had already made the preparations. When is the trial? There will be 2 trials total, and the first one is going to be pretty soon. He narrowed his eyes. He looked like he was trying to remember when it was. How long has it been since I went into the cultivation room? It's been 6 days. 6 days. Rimmer was bobbing his fingers and raised his head upon hearing the answer. A refreshing smile appeared on his lips, which means it's tomorrow. Everyone lost focus in their eyes as they stared at Rimmer. That stupid elf did it again. Squad leader. Rayon scowled at Rimmer. What did you just say? The first trial is happening tomorrow. Rimmer proudly raised his chin with an expression on his face that was asking for praise. Rayon pressed on his temple from the sudden headache crashing through his brain. The elf's weirdness hadn't changed at all from the past. He's going to live for a very long time. There was a saying that people would die if they suddenly changed. That was why he thought Rimmer was going to live for a very long time. Shitty ears is the same as before. Wrath giggled while looking at Rimmer. He's not as crazy as you, but he's a proper madman. He's worse than me. Bullshit. The King of Essence has never seen anyone crazier than you in his life. He couldn't stop laughing at the messy situation. Squad leader. What the hell? We have no time to prepare if it's happening tomorrow. Do we have to stay up all night long? Burren closed his eyes while letting out a sigh. Martha's trembling fists looked like she was about to punch him at any moment, and Run-Un's eyes became teary upon realizing that she wouldn't be able to sleep once again. I knew he was going to make another mess when I saw how crazy he was for gambling. Maybe he's purposely doing that so he can bet some money against us. It's totally possible since it's our squad leader we are talking about. I can't believe I am being notified about the trial the day before once again. The Light Wind members glared at Rimmer while raising their swords as if they were about to stab him. Hey, calm down. A hateful smile appeared on Rimmer's face as he shook his hand like he was calming down a cow. Like I've been telling you, it's important for Sieghart's swordsmen to be able to respond to all situations without panicking. I didn't forget about telling you, I was making the preparations for your growth. Rayon exhaled his anger. Considering the fact that he specifically mentioned that he didn't forget about it, he forgot about it. Rayon couldn't understand how the hell that stupid elf even forgot. Preparation isn't that important for a warrior. The important thing is how you've been training so far and how skilled you are. Rayon controlled the 10,000 Flames cultivation, while Rimmer was spouting some nonsense, 4 in his left hand and 4 in his right hand. He incorporated the principles of flawless throw into 8 throwing daggers total and fired them at Rimmer. That's why you should keep training if you have time to blame. Gasp. Rimmer was surprised at the soundless approach of the dagger, but immediately drew his sword and unleashed the wind. He instantly created a glowing green sword barrier, that level of barrier. Rayon smiled coldly at Rimmer's sword barrier. Will be pointless, since this dagger throw is completely different from what you saw at the cliff. The 8 throwing daggers gathered at the center to break through the wind barrier that Rimmer had created before scattering like dandelion seeds to rush towards his vitals all over his body. It was the flawless throw as special technique, 8 daggers of the wind. Rimmer hurriedly stepped back and swung his sword, but he only managed to deflect 3 of them because of the tremendous power of the daggers. Smack, smack. The 5 other throwing daggers smashed against Rimmer's body like blunt hammers. Ouch! Rimmer unleashed his aura in the end to reduce the impact, but he still didn't manage to overcome the power of the daggers and slammed his head on the ground. Aw. He screamed and frantically rubbed the parts where the throwing daggers hit him. Why does this hurt so much? It feels like I was hit by a hammer instead of a throwing dagger. Rimmer was squirming like a turtle on the ground, and Rayon raised his finger. Step on him. I'm going first. You are so dead. He needs a beating. This is our only opportunity to beat him up. That dagger throw is equal to everyone. I get beaten up. He gets beaten up. Burin and Martha were the first ones to run at him, and the other Light Wind members also rushed at him to start stepping on Rimmer. They weren't using any aura, but they were stepping on him to the best of their abilities to vent the anger that had been accumulated so far. Stop. Rayon waited until they finished venting their anger before walking up to Rimmer. Are you okay? You ungrateful bastard. How could you suddenly attack your teacher in the middle of his speech? You went too far. Rimmer frowned while pressing on his bruised eyes. I only did that according to the squad leader's teachings. What? When did I teach you such a thing? You just said that it's important for Sieghart swordsmen to be able to respond to all situations without panicking. That's why I wanted to see how the squad leader responds to my attack, but that was rather sloppy. Rayon smiled coldly while repeating the exact same line that Rimmer had previously told them. Rimmer was unable to respond and lowered his head because he had actually said that. This feels so good. Once Rimmer couldn't continue his hateful speech and fell silent, it felt like a load was taken off his heart. The other Light Wind members were also stroking their chests with refreshed expressions on their faces. Since we don't have much time, please tell us. What is our first trial? Fight. Rimmer murmured the word fight while pouting. You are going to fight against the Warring Steel Division tomorrow. The Warring Steel Division. But their squad leader and vice squad leader are both direct lines. Why didn't you tell us about it earlier when we have to fight such a powerful division? What's wrong with you? The Light Wind members swallowed nervously upon hearing the name Warring Steel Division. And how is it done? It will be a group battle in an urban area. So we are going to fight the Warring Steel Division in an urban area. Rayon remembered the information about squads and divisions that Judil had given him. The Warring Steel Division, many members of the direct lines belonged to that armed organization, and it recently became a division. The squad leader was at the highest level of master. The 2 vice squad leaders were both novice masters. Since it was old information, they could gotten stronger in the meantime, but they were still a reasonable match for the Light Wind squad compared to the other divisions. However, the current Light Wind squad is still not enough. Since the Warring Steel Division managed to get promoted after claiming countless achievements over a long period of time, they were superior to the Light Wind squad in terms of might and experience. Since the 4 Clouds elixirs weren't completely absorbed yet, it was going to be difficult to win against them. Can we win against them? It will be difficult. We didn't even have any time to prepare. Starting with Dorian's cowering voice, the Light Wind members started to tremble. Why are you already looking gloomy when the fight hasn't even started yet? Straighten your backs. Martha frowned upon seeing the dispirited members. We never know who wins until we actually fight. Same for ice cream. We never know how it tastes until we actually eat it. It was a rare occasion where Run-On even said a long sentence. She must wanted to give courage to the anxious members of the squad. They are right. Rayon smiled and stood next to Martha and Run-On. However, it's also true that we are lacking in terms of might and experience, and didn't even have time to prepare because of a certain person. He glared at Rimmer while saying that. Rimmer started whistling, pretending he wasn't related to the matter. Rayon wanted to smash a throwing dagger into that whistling mouth of his, but he barely managed to suppress his urge. Hey, are you really saying that, however? Rayon cut Martha off and stared at the Light Wind squad. It won't be impossible to win if we get some help. Help? What help? Run-On and Dorian raised their gazes. I'll pull out the children who are sleeping deep inside your heart. Rayon unsheathed Heavenly Drive as he spoke. The frightening sound of the sword draw echoed inside the swordsman's ears. Why are you suddenly drawing your sword? What are you planning now? Why are you wielding a sword instead of a throwing dagger now? The Light Wind members' lips trembled as they watched the coldness emanating from Heavenly Drive. I just told you. Rayon focused his energy on his sword with a cold smile on his face, that I am going to pull out the children who are sleeping deep inside your heart. It was the last time for the Mad Dog Squad to shine before becoming a division. While the Light Wind Squad continued training on the training ground and the cliff, the Cephia Company's president, Addie Cephia, had arrived in Zeeghart. Addie Cephia knelt in front of Glenn and bowed. "Greetings, heaven of Zeeghart. I am a small peddler of Cephia. You are being too humble. Please stand up." He raised his head upon hearing a heavy voice that almost felt like it was crushing his bones. With blonde hair and red eyes, the northern giant looking down on him looked similar to Rayon but had a whole different pressure than him. His dry eyes, which seemed to have lost all passion, were giving him goosebumps. So this man is the destructive king of the north, Glenn Zeeghart. It was his first encounter with him, but the pressure was even more intense than the rumors. He was outstanding even among the leaders of the 6 kings that he'd seen before. "I apologize for the delay." Addis placed his hands on his stomach and lowered his head. "I know how busy you are, President. Don't worry about it." Glenn shook his hand, saying that he didn't need to apologize. "I don't like annoying idle chatter. Can we go straight into the topic? I also prefer it that way." Addis gave a small nod. "I heard you were going to install infrastructures around Zeeghart and expand the road network." Glenn supported his chin on his fist and lowered his eyes full of vanity. Even though Cephia Company has all kinds of merchandise as a general store, it should cost a significant amount of funds and manpower. Why did you decide to do such a thing? The gaze of the destructive king of the north was piercing him from above. It felt like his body would shatter into pieces if he lied. "I can't lie. There were 2 types of people in the world, those who were deceived by a lie and those who don't." The giant in front of him was the typical example of the latter. Addis figured he needed to answer honestly. "It's because of the vice squad leader, Rayon. Rayon, indeed. I could ascertain that my investment in Zeeghart would be returned multiple times in the future after personally seeing him." Ahem. As soon as Glenn heard Rayon's name, he opened the fist that was supporting his chin to cover his mouth and loudly cleared his throat. "Is that so?" "Ah, yes." Addis noticed that the pressure weighing on his shoulders had grown lighter and secretly straightened his back. "What part about him made you decide to invest in Zeeghart? Because of his might or talent?" "No, it was because he knows how to move people. He can move people. Everyone knows that Vice Squad leader Rayon is a powerful and talented warrior. He might become the strongest in the continent one day if he keeps growing at this rate. However, I wouldn't have invested in him if he was a self-righteous person no matter how powerful he was." The purity of light sparkling from Addis' eyes made it difficult to believe he was a merchant. "I decided to invest in him for a deeper reason than his might alone. And is it because of his personality?" Glenn lowered his head slightly in curiosity. "Yes. Vice Squad leader Rayon is capable of changing other people's on top of himself. His casual actions create a positive influence on countless other people around him. Since I've personally witnessed and felt what kind of person the Vice Squad leader is, I've decided to invest in Zeeghart." He lowered his head while honestly revealing the reason he came to Zeeghart. "Ahem." Glenn cleared his throat even louder than the last time, his face slightly red. It looked like his hand covering his mouth was shaking. "So that was why, I see." His gentle voice was incomparable to the beginning, and a warm wind was blowing into the icy cold atmosphere of the audience chamber as if a heater was turned on. Cephia's president. "What? Ah yes, do you like to drink? A little. Then let's have a drink together." Glenn pointed at the room on the right side of the audience chamber, asking him to follow. "Very well." Addis nodded while following Glenn. "Tell me about what happened in the company in detail while we drink." "Then it'll start from when I gave them the trial." "No," Glenn raised his hand to stop Addis. "Please start from when Rayon arrived in the company until he left instead. But it will be an extremely long story." "It's fine, tell me everything without missing a single detail. Something interesting is going to happen tomorrow, so you should also watch before you leave." Glenn's clenched fist looked like he was about to hit him if he refused. Addis' lips turned pale and started to tremble upon seeing Glenn's red fist and cheeks. What's happening now? Is he testing me?" It was a dark night, one where even the moon was hiding behind the black rain clouds. Rayon was standing at the center of the 5th training ground, and the Light Wind Squad surrounding him had their eyes glowing red as they raised their swords. Huff! The Light Wind swordsmen's breaths were as rough as a beast's. They unleashed their violent bloodlust as if they had been turned into beasts and kicked the ground at the same time. The 3 team leaders were the first ones to step forward. Rumble. A sharp wind emerged from Buren's sword, the heaviness of a mountain weighed down from Martha's sword, and a bone-chilling coldness stormed around Runon's sword. The Light Wind swordsmen ran after the team leaders, and the various trajectories from their aura blades engulfed Rayon's surroundings like a cyclone. Rayon stabbed his sword towards the dark sky. A brilliant flower capable of erasing the darkness bloomed from the tip of his blade to cover the space. Whap! It was the 10,000 Flames Cultivation's flame spirit. Hundreds of flower petals of fire clashed against the Light Wind Squad's incoming attacks. Wham! Powerful shockwaves appeared one after the other, and the light wind swordsmen were bounced back and slammed onto the ground. Whoosh! However, the team leaders were different. Burin, Martha, and Runnan severed the flame spirit and kept running at Rayon. Die already. Rayon looked at the three team leaders, whose techniques were full of personality, and dragged Heavenly Drive from the ground to slash upwards. Creak, the blade soared after scratching the land and unleashed crimson flame towards the team leaders' attacks. Wham! The rotating sphere of fire destroyed Burin, Martha, and Runnan's strikes and created a powerful explosion. Shit, ha. The three team leaders were bounced back even further than the other swordsmen and slammed onto the wall. Rayon lowered the red blade of Heavenly Drive and looked around the training ground, which had turned into a complete mess. Damn it, I won't lose this time. I'm punching his handsome face at least once even if I can't kill him. The light wind members stood back up with their eyes glowing yellow from madness. They looked like they had completely forgotten about their previous defeat as they clenched their swords once again. They ground their teeth like mad dogs and unleashed their murderous intent. Damn it, how is he so strong when he's not even using astral energy? Burin bit his lip and gathered all of his remaining aura. You bastard, cutting people is the only thing you are good at. He's also handsome because he's damn handsome. Whose side are you on? On my side. Arg, Burin and Runnan glared and argued with each other, but still unleashed their madness and murderous intent towards Rayon. Rumble, the light wind squad managed to completely absorb the residual of the Four Clouds elixir from getting beaten up all day long, and their auras soaring towards the sky, creating a dreadful pressure. It was giving a frightening sensation, as if a crazy beast were growling while baring its fangs. Don't they look like they're getting crazier and crazier? Wrath gasped while witnessing that scene. It would be annoying if they didn't. After all, that is what I was trying to achieve. Rayon smiled in excitement while facing the light wind squad's madness, which was trying to crush his body. The Mad Dog Squad has returned. Are you a dogman or something? Rimmer gasped as he watched the light wind squad charge toward Rayon while baring their fangs. People can actually change in the matter of a day. He wasn't just talking about the ferocity of a mad dog. Rayon was stimulating their mana circuits every time he beat them up to help them absorb the remaining Four Clouds elixir in their systems. That's not an easy task at all. Stimulating their mana circuits while fighting against them consumed a large amount of aura, stamina, and even willpower. That was the reason Rayon looked slightly tired, which didn't usually happen. He's too kind. Even though it was a difficult and annoying task, he kept doing it on his own until midnight. Such an occasion always made Rimmer realize how much Rayon cared about his companions. HMPH. The gambling monster snorted while stepping up next to him. How about you help him then? Can't you see this? Rimmer frowned while pointing at the bruised area around his left eye. He took out an egg, rubbing it around his eye and sighing. I also want to help, but I am severely injured right now. I don't see any serious injuries, though. Weren't you just watching them because you couldn't be bothered? The gambling monster narrowed his eyes. What do you mean? The physical pain is one thing, but my heart aches so much right now after getting stepped on by my subordinates. No kind of medicine can cure this. Rimmer briskly turned his head away and started sniffling. You are exaggerating. The gambling monster sighed and shook his head. Rather than that, aren't you going to tell them? Tell them what? That they aren't required to win the match. The first trial for promotion from a squad to a division was usually a match against another armed division. However, they weren't required to win because a division was obviously stronger than a squad. The reason behind the match is to see how they fight against stronger forces, not because they are expected to win. Indeed. They don't need to win, but I have no intention of telling them that. Rimmer shook his head without hesitation. No way were you planning to provoke their growth by making them try to win. I guess they should be able to win without much difficulty in their current state. I wasn't though. Rimmer smiled coldly while watching the light wind squad. I just wanted to make them suffer because they stepped on me. Your pettiness blows my mind. I can be even worse, and I'm proud of it. Rimmer giggled while calling himself petty. You are seriously the worst. The gambling monster groaned and stared at Rimmer with a pitying gaze. But it's not going to be fun at this rate. Rimmer's voice cheerfully echoed through the wind. A sly smile appeared on his face as he watched the intensifying madness of Rayon and the light wind squad. It's time for me to work as the one who preserves the balance of forces. The screams resounding throughout the square training ground were loud enough to shatter the heavens. It was the Warring Steel Division's shout of concentration as they focused on training until their gray uniforms turned brown from being soaked in their sweat. The swordsmen of the Warring Steel Division were swinging their swords while maintaining the great black steel sword formation, and their pressure was oppressive enough to send a chill down the spine. Stop. The blonde-haired middle-aged man standing on the platform raised his hand, and the Warring Steel swordsmen lowered their swords in a disciplined manner. The man who just moved the entire Warring Steel Division with a single movement of his hand was the division leader, Trevin Sieghart. Stop practicing the great black steel sword formation. Gather with your team now and operate the small black steel sword formation. Yes. The warring steel swordsmen immediately bowed to him before separating into 3 different teams and scattering around the training ground. Their small black steel sword formation didn't have the majestic heaviness from before. It looked so sharp that it felt like a person's skin was being pierced just from watching. First team, your aura at the center is being scattered. Make sure to precisely allocate your energy. Second team, your formation lost the balance. Raise your swords a bit higher. Third team. Trevin Sieghart pointed out the parts that required improvement through detailed observation and even told them how to make up for it. Upon hearing his teachings, the sharpness of the warring steel swordsman's swings became even more intense. Ha! The first Vice Division leader, Kamen, sighed while looking at Trevin's back. The training never ends. I know, right? It should be fine to be more lenient. The second Vice Division leader, Ors, shook his head. I respect our division leader, but I don't understand his cautiousness. He's a bit too careful indeed. It's because of his cautious personality that our promotion into a division was delayed so much. They should become a division a long time ago, but their leader Trevin kept delaying it, saying that he wanted to pass the trial perfectly. In the end, they barely managed to become a division 3 years previously. I should stop him now. The members are dying. Sounds like a good idea. The 2 vice division leaders briefly sighed and walked up to Trevin. Division leader. Kamen stood behind Trevin with a smile. Shouldn't we stop now? The members need some rest since tomorrow is the match. He's right. We don't need to train so much when we are just dealing with the Light Wind Squad. Ors agreed with Kamen, and Trevin's gaze turned to look at them. Just the Light Wind Squad. Trevin's serious gaze looked almost frightening. Huff, Ors hurriedly covered his mouth, realizing that he misspoke. Did you forget that the Light Wind Squad won the Six Kings tournament? Do you really believe that they aren't a big deal when a relatively new squad like them is already taking a promotion trial? That's not what I meant. Their squad leader, Rimmer, has completely recovered his abilities yet, however. He is a monster that used to be called Sieghart's Sword of Light, and Rayon Sieghart is an unprecedented genius that even the Six Kings agree about. They aren't people that we can underestimate. Trevin continued, his oppressive voice weighing down upon the 2 vice squad leaders. Moreover, the Light Wind Squad has been training for an entire week now, without even leaving the training ground. We need to perfectly prepare ourselves to win no matter what they bring, and that's how the Warring Steel Division should be. I beg your pardon, I have no excuse. Ors and Kamen simply admitted their mistake without giving any excuse. However, letting the members rest is correct advice. Trevin looked up to the sky. The moon's location suggested that it was already past midnight. Line up, everyone. He shook his hand to gather the warring steel swordsmen in front of the platform. Today's training is over. Division leader, we can keep going. Since tomorrow is the match, we'd like to practice a bit more. You said that the Light Wind Squad hasn't come out from the training ground for a week now. We can't lose to them. The warring steel swordsmen shouted that they wanted to keep training. They must have heard the conversation between Trevin and the vice squad leaders. It is precisely because the match is tomorrow that you need to rest your bodies and recover to your optimal condition. This isn't a rest but another preparation for the battle. Trevin spoke as he pointed at the small booklets on the platform. The information about the Light Wind Squad is written inside. You should memorize everything until tomorrow's match. Understood. The Warring Steel Division responded firmly and bowed to him. Trevin narrowed his eyes while watching the Warring Steel swordsmen who were picking up the booklets. The Light Wind Squad. He expected to win against the Light Wind Squad without much difficulty in their current state. However, the Light Wind Squad had the power to overcome difficult situations. He couldn't underestimate them at all. Countless people have lost in the past because they underestimated Rayon and the Light Wind Squad. However, I am not an idiot like them. Trevin clenched his fist while looking up to the sky. I'll thoroughly destroy them and show them the difference between a division and a squad. On the day of the battle between the Light Wind Squad and the Warring Steel Division, Glenn and Addie Cephia stood on top of a red spire located east of North Grave Mountain. Is that where the match is going to happen? Addie's pointed at the destroyed urban area under the spire. Indeed. Glenn lowered his gaze and nodded. That's rather unexpected. I thought it was going to be a one-on-one match in a training ground because it was called a match. This battle is a trial to promote a squad into a division. We need to examine their power as a group instead of as individuals. Ah, that explains it. Addie's finally realized Glenn's intentions and scratched his cheek. I didn't know that because I am just an ignorant merchant. That's not true. It was because I didn't say the details. Their voices had become a lot gentler after drinking together. Is the Light Wind Squad going to become a division if they win? Not exactly. There are 2 trials total, and they can still become a division even if they lose today's match. Even if they lose, indeed. It's only natural for a division to be stronger than a squad. It would be strange if a squad won against a division. Glenn shook his head, saying that there had been almost no squads that had managed to win against a division during their promotion, which means the way they deal with stronger opponents should be the decisive factor. You have a fast understanding. Indeed, that is the goal of this battle. The reason why they fight in the urban area is also because we want to see how they react. The trials of the Six Kings are complex indeed. Addis gasped in admiration. I believe the company is as frightening as us. We only fight with words and money instead of swords. But those words and money are sometimes even more frightening than swords. It does happen sometimes. Glenn smiled faintly, and Addis shrugged his shoulders. I've made the preparations for the president to watch the battle today easily, so you shouldn't have any difficulty figuring out the situation. Addis bowed, then pointed at the swordsmen who were entering the urban area. The Light Wind Squad must be making their entrance. He put his hand inside his jacket's inner pocket and took out a portable telescope to bring it to his eyes. Indeed, Glenn nodded and turned his gaze to look at the Light Wind Squad. He looks slightly nervous with how he is biting his lip. He definitely looks confident. I wonder if he can even fight in his state. He is ready to show his skills at any moment. His clothes are wrinkled. He is as disorganized as always. His hair is nicely pushed to the back. I like it even better. They probably didn't realize the incoherence as they kept talking about whatever they had on their minds. They are both interesting. The reason for the incoherence was simple. Glenn was only looking at Rayon, while Addis Cephia was only watching Dorian as they spoke, and that was why no conversation could be held between them. I can understand how they grew intimate so quickly. He finally figured out the reason behind the warm atmosphere between them, even though they only had a drink together. It was because they had a similar personality where they couldn't frankly express their love. The young master even brought my lord a friend. Roan bowed slightly at Rayon, who was walking towards the center of the urban area. He furrowed his brow upon seeing the Light Wind swordsmen walking behind Rayon. Why are they all baring their teeth? They look so scary. Rayon kept walking towards the center while observing the ruined city with traces of destruction everywhere. This place was made for the training to begin with. The buildings and walls of the city were mobile training facilities. Rayon guessed their locations could be changed so that those who trained there wouldn't get used to the area. In that case, I can just memorize them now. He smiled faintly and memorized the entire area that he could see. He reached the center before long as he kept walking while observing the surroundings, and he could see the swordsmen coming towards them from the other side. They must be the Warring Steel Division. Every single swordsman of the Warring Steel Division looked like a sword because of their sharp pressure. There was a good reason why they managed countless achievements before and after their promotion into a division, and the most noticeable one is. Rayon looked at the blonde-haired middle-aged man who was walking at the center of the Warring Steel Division. His overwhelming pressure was unrivaled even among them. Rayon could guess that he was the Warring Steel Division's leader, Trevin Sieghart. They are all wimps. Wrath simply clicked his tongue, saying that they weren't a big deal. Your subordinates would be intimidated, but they are just weaklings, huh? He turned around to look at the Light Wind Squad and his jaw dropped. They aren't intimidated. It's because they are angry. Rayon turned around with a smile. Every single member of the Light Wind Squad was showing extreme resentment toward the Warring Steel Division, which was the cause of their hellish training. They looked like they were ready to attack at any moment once the order was given. It was because of those guys that we had to suffer so much. I'll avenge my sleep. Buran, Martha, and Runon's pressures were especially powerful as they glared at the approaching Warring Steel Division. Wrath gasped upon witnessing the madness of the Light Wind Squad. Why are they even angry at them when you are the one who made them suffer? This is incomprehensible. That's how you control people. You will teach the King of Essence. He like to learn. You need to pay the tuition. Tuition, you crazy human. He shouted in anger because of his ridiculous request. Do you seriously want more from the King of Essence when you are already taking his stats away all the time? That's a tribute that you are supposed to pay. TR tribute. Wrath's jaw dropped as he fell speechless. Rayon pushed Wrath away and looked at the Warring Steel Division instead since they'd reached right in front of them. Long time no see. The Warring Steel Division's leader, Trevin Sieghart, dipped his chin towards Rimmer. Wow, Trevin, you've grown so arrogant. Rimmer chuckled while looking at Trevin. It's bound to happen because you kept descending over a long period of time while I've been ascending. He looked down on Rimmer and the Light Wind Squad with a cold gaze. I didn't think you had this kind of personality, but well, whatever. Rimmer shrugged his shoulders to express his disinterest. Rayon narrowed his eyes while watching Trevin from behind Rimmer's shoulder. He's right about that. According to Judil's information, Trevin had a composed and careful personality. That was why Rayon could guess that he was trying to provoke them on purpose. It is the wrong choice, though. Provocation won't work against any of us. Rimmer was unaffected by provocation because his personality was as light as a piece of paper fluttering in the wind, and the Light Wind Squad had already lost their sanity, so it was meaningless against them. Rayon opened the Perception of the Snow Flower to examine the overall power of the Warring Steel Division. They got stronger than when Judil gave me the information, but there's not a huge difference. He figured that they could win without much difficulty if Rimmer could stop the two Vice Division leaders, while Rayon dealt with Trevin Zeeghart. It was the case because the Mad Dog version of the Light Wind Squad was unstoppable compared to the current Warring Steel Division. Huff. The exhaling madness and warm breath coming from the Light Wind Squad behind him felt extremely dependable. While the Light Wind Squad and the Warring Steel Division glared at each other, a middle-aged man wearing a brown uniform approached them. "I am the referee of today's match, Harrison." He lowered his head at Rimmer and Trevin one after the other. "The method is simple. You win if you either obtain the flag of the enemy camp or incapacitate all of the members of the enemy team." Harrison smiled, saying that it was simple. However, there is one special part about today's match. The names of those involved will be announced whenever someone defeats an opponent. Why is that even announced? Trevin frowned at Harrison. "I'm not sure either, since I'm just following orders." Harrison lowered his head apologetically. "Are you the one who decides whether they are incapacitated or not?" "Yes, the assistant referees who are scattered around the surrounding area, and I will decide." Additionally, withdrawal will also be announced as being incapacitated. "All right," Trevin nodded. He looked like he didn't have any more questions. "How about the Light Wind Squad? Do you have any questions?" "Not really." Rimmer shrugged his shoulders and showed his disinterest. "The match will start in 30 minutes. Please go to the west for the Light Wind Squad and east for the Warring Steel Division." According to his instruction, the Light Wind Squad and the Warring Steel Division went past each other in opposite directions. Rayon nodded with a smile. "West, that's perfect." Since he entered from the east, moving to the west signified that he could analyze the entire battlefield. The same went for the Warring Steel Division, but Rayon was confident he could make better use of the area. "I'm looking forward to the fight against the Warring Steel Division leader." Rayon walked towards the east while looking forward to a fun battle, but his expectations shattered into pieces soon after the battle started. The Light Wind Squad leader, Rimmer, has been incapacitated. 10 minutes before the start of the match, Rayon smiled while watching the yellow flag in the Light Wind Squad's base. "This reminds me of the past." The flag reminded him of the group battle he had against the 6 training grounds trainees back when he used to be a trainee. "Shitty ears notified you the day before, just like this time." Wrath giggled like a kid. "Yes, he did, however." Rayon frowned and turned to look at Rimmer. "He's also participating this time. Why did he only tell us the day before again?" His actions in the past could be explained by the fact that it was a match between the trainees, so he just did it for fun. However, Rimmer was also part of the battle against the Warring Steel Division. Rayon couldn't understand why he still only notified them the day before. Rimmer yawned while stroking his hair, which was sticking out from oversleeping. Once he met Rayon's eyes, he tilted his chin with a grin on his face. "What, have you never seen a handsome elf before?" It was nothing. Rayon briefly sighed and waved his hand at the Light Wind Squad. "Assemble." The Light Wind Squad gathered around the flag with a faint madness glowing in their eyes. "I've analyzed this entire area. I'll draw a map down here." Just as Rayon was about to devise a plan based on his analysis, the ground started to shake violently, and the walls and the buildings in the urban training ground started to move. "The urban training ground will be modified to make it fair." The voice of the referee, Harrison, was heard over the turbulent mana and dust rising from all over the urban area, starting the urban battle between the Light Wind Squad and the Warring Steel Division. 30 seconds later, the walls and buildings that were randomly moving around suddenly came to a halt alongside Harrison's voice. Did they change the location once again? Burren furrowed his brow while looking at the training ground, which was still dusty. "Did you not expect this to happen? I guess even a monkey falls from a tree." Martha grinned while looking at Rayon. "We need to analyze the terrain once again." "No, we are fine." Rayon shook his head while drawing a map on the ground. "I already assumed that the terrain might change. You actually managed to predict it." Burren dropped his jaw in astonishment. "I noticed that the terrain could change one more time." After he confirmed that the devices inside the training ground could be moved, he predicted how the buildings and the walls would be displaced. Since even the Warring Steel Division shouldn't know how the terrain had changed, Rayon expected to gain an even bigger upper hand by analyzing the area with the perception of the snow flower. HMPH. Martha turned around with a frown. "You are no fun. Whose side are you on?" Rayon laughed bitterly and unleashed the perception of the snow flower to the maximum output. With the sensation of his skin expanding endlessly, he could feel everything in the area. Rayon. As he was slowly analyzing the urban area starting from the nearest part, Rimmer raised his hand. "I'm going to scout." "What, scout?" Rayon furrowed his brow while looking at Rimmer. There's no way he would volunteer to scout. A chill ran down his spine upon hearing that he wanted to scout, as taking a nap from behind was more like him. "No, I'll be the scout. The leader shouldn't be doing such a task personally. It's me, Rimmer, the leader who leads by example. You can show that example by taking care of the 2 Vice Division leaders of the Warring Steel Division. That will be more than enough." Rimmer was indispensable in the battle because he needed to fight the two vice division leaders. Don't worry, just count on my great self, who is about to become the division leader. Rimmer cheerfully waved and jumped onto a building with collapsed walls. Wait. I'll be right back. Rimmer turned into the green wind and ran towards the east before Rayon could stop him. What's the matter with the squad leader? Is he feeling sorry because he notified us about the match too late? There's no way. He just took the wrong drugs. Burin gasped and Martha snorted. He must be sick. Run-On nodded with blank eyes. Maybe he thinks this is happening in his dream. Or he might have wagered his entire fortune on us. Ah, that must be it. He must be gambling. The other Light Wind members also gave various reasons to explain Rimmer's unusual behavior, but none of them were positive. It feels like Shitty Ears is going to cause a huge trouble. I'm also feeling it. I need him in this fight. If Rimmer wasn't there to deal with the two vice division leaders, all of his plans were going to go awry. Rayon wanted to follow him, but he couldn't exactly reverse the situation, so he decided that quickly devising a plan was the better course of action. Rayon drew the map of the urban area that he de-analyzed with the perception of the snow flower on the ground. Come here, everyone. I'm going to explain the plan. Since the right path is the longest, the first team. As he was explaining the terrain and the strategy, he could hear Harrison clear his throat. Don't tell me. The Warring Steel's vice division leader, Ors, has been incapacitated. Despite the anxiety that was causing his violent heartbeats, the announcement was about the elimination of Ors, Warring Steel's second vice division leader. Ooh, look at this. The squad leader did it. Is the squad leader finally doing his job? The sun is going to rise from the west tomorrow. Whoa, Rimmer. Rimmer's achievement was making the Light Wind members cheer hard enough that the madness disappeared from their eyes. Did Shitty Ears actually do something? He defeated the vice division leader. Our squad leader did. Rayon and Wrath gasped at the same time, but Harrison hadn't finished. The Light Wind squad leader, Rimmer, has been incapacitated. As soon as they heard that voice, the swordsmen fell silent at the same time. Rayon and every member of the Light Wind squad were thinking the same thing. That damn elf dropped out on purpose. The Warring Steel division leader, Trevin Sieghart, frowned as he watched Rimmer sitting in front of the collapsed wall. What are you even thinking? What do you mean? Rimmer casually shrugged his shoulders with a peaceful expression on his face that made it look like he was enjoying tea time. I'm asking why you dropped out right after knocking Ors unconscious. The stupid elf attacked Ors from behind while he was scouting and made him faint before heading straight to the Warring Steel's camp just to surrender. Trevin was getting ready to fight him, but his action left him dumbfounded to the point that he felt like a fool. I got tired. Rimmer sighed and shook his head weakly. I've grown old now and my joints hurt. That's why I can't fight for a long time anymore. You don't look like it at all. Trevin tightly bit his lip. He is different from before somehow. Wind wasn't the only energy that Rimmer had used when he attacked Ors. An even more violent energy was dwelling in his sword. What is your goal? Money is my only goal. Stop your nonsense. It's true. Don't mind me and keep moving according to your plan. You should quickly go to the Light Wind squad and destroy them while they are still confused. Rimmer waved his hand, telling him to run right away. Trevin sighed deeply. What is his goal? He prepared countless plans to counteract the Light Wind squad's moves, but that situation was completely unexpected. He couldn't even begin to guess what Rimmer was trying to achieve by surrendering. What are you waiting for? Go and defeat the Light Wind squad already. Rimmer anxiously stamped his foot, saying that it would be too late if he kept hesitating. Trevin clenched his back teeth as he watched the floundering Rimmer. He couldn't give any orders because he couldn't understand the situation. He felt like something was clogging in his chest like indigestion. Division leader, we can't trust that man. He is often called a scammer. He must be plotting something. He's always been a great liar. The Warring Steel swordsmen also believed that Rimmer had an ulterior motive as they glared at him. Arg, this is frustrating. I'm not plotting anything. You will have a huge advantage if you attack them right now. Rimmer twisted his lips while slamming his chest. Sir Rimmer, you shouldn't be talking so much since you've already been eliminated. One of the assistant referees came towards Rimmer and covered his mouth. You guys are so dumb. Attack them already. Go there and beat them up. This isn't the time to be Caudio MMM. He kept shouting at them to attack the Light Wind squad until the very end as he got dragged away by the assistant referee. Trevin bit his lip tightly as he watched Rimmer getting dragged away. I don't understand. He couldn't understand why the crazy elf would say and do such a thing no matter how he saw it. The Warring Steel swordsmen were also anxious and swallowed nervously. It's definitely a trap at least. The Light Wind squad wasn't a brainless group that solely relied on their power. There was definitely a special plan that led to his actions, but he couldn't figure it out no matter how he thought about it. Division leader, shouldn't we try attacking them? The first vice division leader, Kamen, walked up to him and suggested an attack. No, they are definitely plotting something. Start by scouting for now. Trevin ordered them to scout in small numbers instead of an all-out attack. It will be fine as long as I don't get defeated, or the flag isn't taken away. There was no way for them to lose as long as they could avoid those two scenarios. The scouts from each team should scatter to the designated directions. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead while giving orders. Damn it, I feel like I am being drawn into an invisible swamp. Adisephia's chin was trembling as he took his eyes off the telescope. What's going on right now? Why did the Light Wind squad leader suddenly drop out? He was shouting in joy when Rimmer defeated a swordsman who seemed to be a leading figure of the Warring Steel Division, but the next thing he did was to raise his hands to declare his withdrawal instead of running away or fighting. He couldn't understand why Rimmer just gave up when he didn't even look exhausted. Glenn clenched his fist to the point where his hand turned white. I believe the elf over there doesn't want to live anymore. Ah. Addies swallowed nervously upon hearing his dry voice. Boo, but he's still a famous swordsman who used to be called the Sieghart Sword of Light. There must be a plan behind it, right? Since he has a head on his shoulders, he must have a plan. However, Glenn turned his eyes to look at Addies. His red pupils were expressing his burning anger, a method like that only deserves a beating, and that's going to hurt so much that he will wish he was dead. His flickering fingers looked like he wanted to run in there right away to beat Rimmer up. I see. Addies smiled awkwardly and raised his telescope once again to examine the Warring Steel's camp. Despite Rimmer's withdrawal, they kept observing the situation with a few scouts instead of attacking. Why is the Warring Steel Division not attacking yet? They should be able to cement their victory right now. Glenn clicked his tongue briefly while looking down on the Warring Steel Division leader, Trevin. He has too many thoughts. What does that mean? The Warring Steel Division leader has been careful and thoughtful since childhood. He is too surprised by Rimmer's eccentric actions and is unable to make any judgment calls. Ah, so it was because the Sword of Light was eliminated for no reason. Addies finally understood the situation and clapped his hands. Indeed, since the Warring Steel Division leader couldn't have foreseen this scenario, he is panicking and is trying to gather information before he moves. Glenn narrowed his eyes while watching Trevin bite his fingernail. He still hasn't managed to fix his shortcomings. Trevin had excellent skills, focus, and patience, but his excessive caution sometimes became a drawback. If he just brushed it off as Rimmer doing Rimmer things and boldly ordered a charge, he could have started the battle with a huge advantage. Glenn's eyes turned to look at the western camp, where the Light Wind Squad was located. Those children are getting an interesting chance. Huhehehe, Wrath burst into laughter while wiggling his round arms. He withdrew on purpose. Shitty Ears is as crazy as ever. He was blabbering that he couldn't stop liking Rimmer because of that aspect. Shut up. Rayon frowned while pushing Wrath away since he kept adding unnecessary noise. It's so obvious what that idiotic squad leader was thinking. Rimmer must dropped out on purpose even though he was fully capable of returning after defeating the Warring Steel's second Vice Division leader, Ors. And the reason must be to make us suffer. He was definitely trying to take his revenge for getting stepped on by everyone by creating a really difficult situation to win. I guess we would have won without any issues if we fought normally. Everything except for my fight against Trevin Sieghart would have been an easy win. The original plan was for Rimmer to take on the two Vice Division leaders and the Light Wind Squad to defeat the Warring Steel Division. Since they were pretty much out of their minds and were further improved after absorbing the Four Clouds elixirs, the battle was going to be an easy win for them. However, Rimmer only defeated one of the Vice Division leaders, and the situation was completely reversed. If the Warring Steel Division charged at them right away, it was bound to be an extremely difficult fight because of their advantage in overall number and the difference in the most powerful members. What are you going to do now? Burin sighed deeply while walking up to him. What else? We just need to fight without that stupid elf and pummel them to the ground. Martha responded instead of Rayon. Let's go. Run-On immediately drew her sword. She looked completely unaffected. It's over. It's seriously over for us. We won't be able to win. Human despair is always so entertaining to watch. Dorian sank to the ground while covering his head, and Wrath was grinning next to him. Stay quiet for a bit, everyone. Rayon hit Dorian and Wrath's heads before he walked to the front. He increased the perception of the Snowflower-S range until the aura consumption reached a serious degree to observe the eastern camp. Are they not going to attack? He thought the Warring Steel swordsmen would be running towards them since the big mountain called Rimmer was gone. However, they weren't moving at all. No, they are moving, but their numbers are too small. The Warring Steel Division was moving in groups of 3 in 3 different directions at an extremely slow speed. Wait, are they scouting right now? Scouting was the only way to explain their movements. Rayon narrowed his eyes while analyzing the movements of the swordsmen. Why did he send the scouts instead of attacking right away? Once he started thinking about why they sent the scouts while taking Trevin's personality into consideration, the fog dissipated from his head. The Warring Steel Division is also confused about this situation. They were bound to be surprised since the opposing leader suddenly dropped out after defeating one Vice Division leader. Since Trevin Sieghart had an extremely cautious personality, he was even more surprised and decided to send the scouts instead of ordering an attack. He's overestimating me too much. Just like his careful personality implied, he was holding Rayon Zieghart's fame in an excessively high regard. There is more than enough space to take advantage of. Rayon bobbed his hand to gather the Light Wind members and explained the situation to them. Is this really happening? How can they believe that our damn squad leader's crazy action was part of a plan? Can we attack them now? Burin laughed bitterly, Martha laughed in relief, and Run-On looked like she wanted to fight already so she could head back as she fiddled with her sword. Yes, Rayon nodded at Run-On. This is our chance to push them. If they kept moving in a way that Trevin didn't expect, he was going to panic once again without making any moves. He'll perform a surprise attack with the dagger throw to eliminate the 1st Vice Division leader, Kamen. After that, we will return to the original plan and have the teams clash against each other. Wait, Martha raised her hand. The composed expression in her eyes was a rare sight to behold. About that Vice Division leader, can I try fighting him? It will be impossible to win. Rayon shook his head. He acknowledged Martha's talent, but it was impossible at her current level to fight a master who'd surpassed the wall. What if I join her? I'll also do it. Burin and Run-On also stepped up. Why are you barging into this? He said you can't win on your own. Yeah, Martha is too weak. Shut up. Rayon nodded while watching the 3 growl at each other. This looks pretty good. 1 or 2 of them wouldn't be able to win against him, but 3 should be enough to last. Since it was a spar instead of a real battle, it could be used as an opportunity for them. Let's go. Rayon smiled while taking out a throwing dagger with blunt edges. Let's show them that simple is the best. At the eastern camp of the Warring Steel Division, the swordsman who left to scout hurriedly returned. Die Division leader, the Light Wind Squad is coming. Boo but. The swordsman swallowed nervously while looking back. They are just charging at us randomly without any formation. Trevin Zieghart nodded while biting his lip. I'm also aware of it. He denoticed the Light Wind Squad's beastly charge without any order or rule through his widened aura perception. What are you planning, Rayon Zieghart? That was the only part he was anxious about. He couldn't feel Rayon's presence among the Light Wind swordsmen. He must have been making a separate move. What shall we do? Fortify the defense. Trevin exhaled roughly and told them to be ready to activate their sword formation at any moment. I have to block any possibility of their victory. Rayon's target was going to be one of the 2. The flag at the center of the camp and Trevin himself. The Warring Steel Division would never lose as long as those 2 remained protected. They are coming. He looked at where the 1st Vice Division leader, Kamen, was pointing, and he could see the Light Wind Squad running towards them like crazy. They were literally running like mad dogs with yellow madness glowing from their eyes. They really are the mad dogs instead of the light wind. Trevin frowned and raised his hand. Open formation, open formation. The Warring Steel Division started to operate their formation upon hearing his shout. The moment the swordsman's auras gathered at the center of the formation, throwing daggers blazing in red sparked from the darkness behind the wall. I knew it. Trevin's eyes sparkled upon finding Rayon, who was throwing the daggers. They aren't ordinary daggers. On top of being fast and stealthy, they even had tremendous power behind them. I wased his target all along. He looked at the 1st Vice Division leader, Kamen, instead of the throwing daggers rushing towards his heart and neck. Kamen, heart and neck, block those parts with your special technique. Understood. Kamen unleashed his most powerful technique towards the throwing daggers rushing at him without suspecting the sudden command in the slightest. Wham. Kamen's feet were buried on the ground up to his ankles because of the tremendous power of the throwing daggers, but the proper measures he took allowed him to take pretty much no damage. We did it. Upon confirming Kamen's safety, Trevin deflected the throwing daggers that had almost reached his skin. He managed to redirect the throwing dagger's energy without much difficulty because he'd been paying attention all along. Resume the formation. When he was about to order them once again, screams could be heard from the Warring Stead Division. The 3 team leaders collapsed while grasping their vitals. Don't tell me. You guessed right, along with a frightening voice, Rayon Zieghart slashed. Wham! The violently rotating sphere of fire at the tip of his sword crushed the land and stopped the black steel sword formation from being completed. Thinking too much can come back to bite you. Simple is sometimes the correct answer. Rayon smiled coldly while clashing his sword against Trevin's. Mad Dog Squad. Violent madness became visible in the Mad Dog members' eyes upon hearing their owner's call. Bite them all. Rayon Zieghart. Rayon narrowed his eyes as he watched Trevin Zieghart grind his teeth. He looked angry and his skin had turned red. Is this sorry mess the plan made by you and Rimmer? As expected, Trevin believed that Rimmer's withdrawal was part of their plan. His eyes were glowing in shame from losing to psychological warfare. Let's provoke him even further. The situation was already decent, but he wanted to destroy the Warring Steel Division's mental state a bit more. Plan. Rayon tilted his head, pretending he didn't understand. I'm talking about making Rimmer withdraw. I've never made a plan like that. What are you talking about? Then why would Rimmer withdraw? He probably just wanted to. What? Our squad leader always does whatever he wants because he's a simpleton. Rayon lowered his center of gravity and unleashed the 10,000 flames cultivation. The red radiance emanating from Heavenly Drive's blade started to crush Trevin's body. I don't understand. Why would he do that in such an important match? I don't even know myself what goes on in that gambling addict's head. He actually knew why Rimmer withdrew after defeating one Vice Division leader, and he also thought about a way to beat him up later, but there was no reason to tell him about that. Trevin's chin trembled as he got pushed back by Rayon's violent flame. So was he telling the truth all along? That implied that Rimmer wasn't lying about it when Rimmer was shouting earlier that they should run into the Light Wind Squad right away to attack them. Damn it. It was absurd how a single crazy elf could mess up the situation so much. He was boiling in anger. He wanted to immediately run into the waiting room and punch Rimmer in the face. Rayon smiled faintly while looking at Trevin's face, which had turned as red as a heated saucepan. There's a good reason why he's the leader of the Mad Dog Squad. He's the craziest one among us. As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful energy rushed towards him from behind. I told you many times already. We are the Light Wind Squad, not Mad Dog. Burin pierced into the battlefield with a frown on his face. His violent barren wind created a path toward the first Vice Division leader, Kamen. Rayon is crazy. Run-on spread icy waves to prevent the warring steel swordsman from protecting Kamen. You are the craziest one among us. Martha unleashed the Titan's aura and dashed through the path created by Burin and Run-on. Rumble. The Light Wind Squad, wrapped up in a violent madness, followed the three team leaders and charged toward the Warring Steel Division. Wham! The Light Wind Squad and the Warring Steel Division clashed with sheer strength without any formation. Clang! Shockwaves burst all over the battlefield as they unleashed their powerful auras against each other. How dare you? Kamen tried to push the Light Wind Squad back with a frown on his face when Martha dashed at him and slashed. I am your opponent. Martha unleashed a powerful strike to keep her advantage from the surprise attack. Attack, please. Rayon tightened the grip of his sword while listening to Dorian's weak voice as he commanded the Light Wind Squad instead of the team leaders. Let the dogfight begin. Rimmer put on a woolen hat on his head to hide his ears and hair. He disguised himself as an ordinary swordsman before leaving the waiting room where the eliminated people were supposed to stay and climbed the hill where the spectators were gathered. I didn't expect this to happen. This is dogshit. That's why they are called the Mad Dog Squad instead of the Light Wind Squad. Seriously, I can't predict the Mad Dog Squad's actions at all. Rimmer made this so interesting. The spectators were laughing so hard while watching the battlefield that fell into utter confusion. Since most people preferred a dogfight where they randomly bite each other rather than a boring battle of strategy, the spectators' faces were filled with excitement. Woa, Rayon, I believe in you. Trevin, don't choke now. Warring Steel Division, don't lose to them. Mad Dog Squad, bite and devour the Warring Steel Division. The spectators were cheering for them while calling the Light Wind Squad the Mad Dog Squad instead as if that was their name. HMMH. Rimmer walked past the spectators while humming and went to the corner of the hill. PL please. I won't even be able to pay my rent if I lose this one. That bastard Rayon, how did he even figure out that method? Damn it, Trevin, why did you decide to do nothing back then? You should have seized the opportunity. Unlike the other spectators who were having fun, the people in that place were clenching their gambling tickets with their eyes trembling in anxiety. The gamblers are always so fun to watch. Rimmer went past the gamblers and looked at the blackboard at the edge of the hill. The odds are 1 to 7. It was written on the blackboard that betting on the Light Wind Squad's victory would yield 7 times the return if it happened. Hey, where have you been? The old manager of the gamble smiled at Rimmer while baring his teeth, a few of which were missing. The withdrawal was worth it. There were 2 reasons behind his withdrawal. The first was to prepare the foundation for the Light Wind Squad's growth by forcing them into a difficult fight instead of an easy victory, and the second one was the gamble, because the bets aren't closed right away when it comes to a group battle. Unlike the other matches, where the bets weren't accepted once the match began, people were still allowed to bet for a while until the 2 teams showed their strategies in group battles. Since he knew that would be the case, he immediately withdrew from the match right after defeating a Vice Division leader so he could join before the bets were closed. The ratio was 12 before the match, but it's 17 now. What a great success. Rimmer grinned while checking the number on the blackboard once again. This is how you catch 2 rabbits with 1 stone. The Light Wind Squad gained an opportunity to get stronger, and Rimmer himself was earning money. It was truly beneficial for everyone. I believe in you, Light Wind Squad. Warring Steel Division. Show me the power of a division. Trevin, don't lose to a youngster like that. The spectators in the gambling area were waving their fists while shouting their heads off for the Warring Steel Division. Rimmer smiled in satisfaction and started leaving the gambling area, then he secretly looked upwards. He felt a frightening amount of murderous intent from the hill on the opposite side. I might be in danger. Glenn must have been the one watching him from above, and he was going to be slightly extra melodangerous, but he couldn't miss such a great opportunity. Well, he's not going to kill me, wait, he's not really going to kill me, right? Glenn's pressure was telling him that he might really die, but he still put the gambling ticket into a rubber pocket. I can't lose it the same way. He didn't want to repeat the terrible experience he had in the Owen Kingdom, where his gambling ticket was burnt up. He took the countermeasure against Glenn's lightning and stood at the edge of the hill. Rayon, my god of wealth, my light and salt, and my brightest hope. He put his hands together while watching Rayon's clash against Trevin. As always, I believe in you. The Warring Steel's 1st Vice Division leader, Kamen, ground his teeth when faced with Martha. How dare you? You sound like a third-rate villain. Martha snorted and slashed with her heavy battle sword. The powerful strike fell towards Kamen's head. Clang, Kamen swung his sword like he was chasing away bugs, easily deflecting Martha's attack. Know your place. That sounded like a line from a thug in the backstreets. Shut up. He charged at Martha while glaring at her. The tip of his sword was extended like a ray of light towards her chest. HMPH, Martha didn't step back. She unleashed the Titan's aura to the best of her abilities and dashed forward instead. Wham! The clash between the auras filled the space with blue sparkles. Are you really a master? You are too weak. While the swords clashed, Martha rolled her lips into a smile while looking at Kamen. Ha. Kamen briefly exhaled and opened his furious eyes. I wanted to finish this fight so I could help the division leader, but you're leaving me no other choice. His pressure erupted like a volcano, and a materialized aura emerged from the sword he was holding. It was astral energy, the symbol of being a master. Creak, Kamen's decisive slash cut through Martha's aura like tofu. Arg, before Martha could withdraw, Kamen's astral sword tried to hack at her waist. At that moment, a green aura blade interfered from the right. Kring, Burin managed to block Kamen's astral energy and groaned. Ack, he told you, you can't do it on your own, damn it. Martha was pushed back before she could thank Burin for saving her from that crisis. It's still impossible even if you help her. Kamen snorted and unleashed astral energy towards Burin. Kring, the tip of his sword turned white from the rapid and sharp strike, and Burin's aura blade ended up getting destroyed, just like Martha's. This is the end of the line. Kamen was about to slash horizontally to attack Martha and Burin at the same time, but a cold energy spread out from behind him. It was Run-On whom Kamen couldn't finish Burin and Martha off and had to turn around to fend off Run-On's frost. PSSH, the frost was affecting his hand and he couldn't completely block it. Why are you here now? Martha clenched her back teeth while looking at Run-On. Because Martha is too weak. Run-On nodded blankly at Martha. Who are you calling weak? Martha. She casually stated and even raised her finger to point at Martha. Don't ignore me. Kamen melted down the frost that was appearing on his hand before charging at Run-On. Whoosh. Run-On tried to slow Kamen's movement with her frost, but he unleashed his aura to push back her ice and slashed like lightning. It was a performance befitting a master. Run-On blocked Kamen's strike by swinging her ice sword into a semicircle. However, she lost to the overwhelming power, and her aura blade was scattered into pieces. Kring. When Kamen's sword was about to reach her shoulder, Burin came running once again to block his astral sword. Creak. His aura blade couldn't last much longer, and when it was about to split apart, Martha dashed from Kamen's left to strike. Whack! Kamen couldn't ignore the heavy strike coming from his left and was forced to change the trajectory of his sword, which was about to attack Run-On, to block Martha's sword. You are being as annoying as fruit flies. Hand holding his sword was trembling as he glared at Burin, Martha, and Run-On. Fruit flies can't be as big as we are. Martha stepped on the wall to charge at him and slashed consecutively. The bundle of aura blades made from Titan's aura covered Kamen's surroundings. We aren't flies, we are mad dogs. Run-On followed from the left side and assisted Martha's strike. Wham! Since they were at the highest expert realm, they managed to withstand a master's astral energy for a short time. We are the mad dogs. We are the light wind. Burin didn't miss the small time frame that they'd earned for him and unleashed the Baron Wind sword from Kamen's back. Kring, the silver blade engulfed in the northern wind rushed towards Kamen's right arm. Once again, Kamen failed to finish Martha off and had to step back while grinding his teeth. You dirty bastards. This really is working. Burin smiled faintly while watching as Kamen's trembling lips disclosed his panic. We can really deal with a master. Even a highest-level expert couldn't deal with the astral energy of a master on their own. However, 2 of them could last a bit longer, and having 3 even allowed some room for a counterattack. Burin could guess that they were more than capable of winning if they continued. Why are you the ones attacking? Martha stomped the ground. Crimson flames ignited in her eyes, and a powerful energy surpassing her aura blade burst from her blade. It was Berserk, the special technique that allowed her to win the Six Kings tournament's duel, igniting once again on the battlefield. Wham! Martha's violent energy exploded as she charged towards Kamen. It wasn't going to be easy even for a master to fend off the diagonal slash because of how powerful it was. Tusk. Kamen briefly clicked his tongue and stepped back. Dealing with Martha wasn't an issue, but it could become problematic if Burin and Run-On followed up. He examined Burin and Run-On while dodging Martha, who was full of insanity, but the other two weren't moving at all. Wait, are they? He narrowed his eyes and looked at Martha. Her amplified energy from Berserk was spreading around her, making it impossible for Burin and Run-On to approach. This is my chance. Kamen was being pushed back, but he put force into his ankle to dash forward instead. He unleashed as much astral energy as possible and thrust his sword. Kring. The moment his astral energy was about to pierce through Martha's shoulder like a sharp awl, her eyes suddenly returned to the clear color of a lake. Wham. The energy that was randomly spreading out from Martha assembled into her blade and clashed against the astral energy. Yo-you. Kamen wanted to cut it off, but he couldn't pull out his sword because Martha was focused on defense. Arg, I don't like this, but it'll be the sandbag today. As soon as she coughed up blood, Run-On and Burin rushed in from behind Kamen. Wham! The barren wind spreading from Burin's sword surrounded the frost emerging from Run-On's sword to strike Kamen's back. Ahak. As expected of a master, Kamen managed to defend by covering his back with aura, but he still took a large amount of damage from Burin and Run-On's attack as blood gushed from his mouth. He must have gotten a serious internal injury. A combined attack, you are playing dirty. He was extremely irritated and increased his aura's output to the maximum to barrage them with attacks. The sword strikes covering the space were falling on them like a rain of arrows. Wham! Run-On was the first one to step forward. The frozen flower petals followed the trajectory of her favorite sword, Snow Flower, and decreased the astral energy's flow and power. Kring. Burin acted right next to her, and a cold wind stormed from his sword. The extremely sharp blade made of barren wind chipped through the slowed astral energy like sandpaper. Martha charged between Burin and Run-On with the explosive Titan's aura. The tip of her sword sparkled in yellow and broke through the dried-up astral energy to pierce into Kamen. Kamen couldn't withstand the combined attack of the Light Wind Squad's 3 team leaders and collapsed on the ground while coughing up blood for the second time. Who? And my shoulder hurts. A master isn't a big deal. Martha, Burin, and Run-On walked up to Kamen while faltering and raised their swords. While wait, have you ever seen a mad dog listen? Die. Since they didn't have any strength left to use their aura, they smacked Kamen's back with physical strength alone. Smock. With the sound of a pumpkin being destroyed, Kamen's head was slammed into the ground. He lost consciousness. Huff, he's called a master for a reason. Martha sat on the ground and watched the battlefield. Since a dogfight was the Light Wind Squad's specialty, they had the advantage all around the battlefield. No, you shouldn't go that way. Go to the right. Hey, please listen to me. Moreover, Dorian, who was assigned as the temporary leader because he was the strongest after the team leader was unexpectedly giving proper orders, and they didn't even suffer many losses. Martha's lips rolled into a smile as she watched Rayon and Trevin's fight at the center of the battlefield. It's up to you now. The Warring Steel's Vice Division leader, Kamen, has been incapacitated. The Warring Steel Division's Jacob has been incapacitated. The Warring Steel Division's George has been incapacitated. The Warring Steel Division's James has been incapacitated. The Light Wind Squad's Crane has been incapacitated. The Warring Steel Division's Oliver has been incapacitated. An entertained smile appeared on Rayon's face as he listened to Harrison's voice as he acted as the referee. Everyone did it. After their Vice Division leader, Kamen, was defeated, the Warring Steel Swordsmen followed one after the other. There was a questionable name in the mix, but it wasn't a huge problem. How is this happening? Trevin swallowed nervously while listening to the endless news of the Warring Steel Swordsmen's elimination from the battle. Mad dogs never let their target go once they bite. It's best to not get bitten in the first place. Rayon pushed Trevin back with sheer strength before he unleashed the 10,000 Flames Cultivation's Flame Spirit. Whap! He raised Heavenly Drive in the midst of the firestorm raging throughout the battlefield. His eyes looked even hotter than the fire itself. Let's put an end to this fight, Warring Steel Division leader. Addy's Cephia's jaw dropped as he watched the Light Wind Squad push the Warring Steel Division into a corner. The tide has been reversed completely. He thought the fight was already over when the Light Wind Squad leader dropped out after defeating only one of the Warring Steel Vice Division leaders. Since both camps were confused, the Warring Steel Division obviously had the upper hand because they were stronger overall. However, the Light Wind Squad was the first to regain their composure and managed to overcome the disadvantage. While the Warring Steel Division locked themselves up to figure out the situation, the Light Wind Squad quickly devised a plan before attacking and managed to break the Warring Steel Division's balance. He'd been watching, but he still couldn't believe that such a bold strategy had just happened. Addy swallowed nervously and looked at Rayon, who was standing in front of the Warring Steel Division leader. That man. The one who brought the Light Wind Squad to their feet in their confused state, the one who devised the plan to defeat the warring Steel Division, and the one who'd been keeping their leader Trevin in check was Rayon alone. If it weren't for him, the warring Steel Division would have already won the battle. However, I still have a bad feeling about this. He heard that Trevin, the warring Steel Division leader, was at the highest level master. Even if Rayon had become stronger, there still must have been a huge difference between them in terms of might and experience, and he couldn't stop worrying about it. Addie sighed and looked at Glenn, who was standing next to him. He was clenching his fist while glaring at the spectators instead of the battlefield. Red sparks flashed from his fingers, expressing his anger. He head of house. Can the Light Wind Vice Squad leader win against the warring Steel Division leader? Glenn's eyes were finally directed at the battlefield after hearing that question. Since the warring Steel Division leader is a highest-level master, shouldn't it be impossible for the Light Wind Vice Squad leader to win against him as long as he stops panicking? That would have been the case if he were an intermediate master. Glenn slowly nodded while looking at Rayon. His pressure turned gentle, and the sparking lightning subsided from his fist. That boy has already reached the advanced master level. At advanced master, Addis' eyes widened. He's already in the advanced realm despite his age. He might really become the strongest in the continent at this rate, but that's a matter for the future. Even though he reached the advanced realm, his opponent was a highest-level master and had more experience than him. Since Trevin was better in every aspect, Rayon's victory looked unlikely, but the warring Steel Division leader is at the highest level of master. Indeed. It's normally impossible to overcome the drastic change between realms. However, Glenn continued while looking at Rayon warmly. That boy has the power to overcome that drastic change. It's a quality rarer than any talent in the world. Just as Addis was attracted to how Rayon could change people, Glenn looked like he was in love with Rayon's unyielding spirit. Keep watching. A gentle smile appeared on Glenn's cold face. That boy will splendidly betray the president's expectations. Rayon briefly clicked his tongue while looking at the warring Steel Division leader, Trevin Sieghart. Did the extreme panic make him regain his composure? Trevin's pupils had been trembling before, but they started radiating a deadly light instead. He looked like he had managed to forcefully pull himself together despite the way he was losing his mind from the endless news of the warring Steel's eliminations. Trevin sighed and narrowed his eyes. He had a look of deep admiration on his face while looking at Rayon. Amazing. I was aware that you possessed excellent might and strategy, but I didn't know about your boldness. I've been thoroughly defeated in terms of strategy and group battle. He honestly admitted his defeat, unlike the other members of the direct lines. However, I am still a division leader of Sieghart. I cannot remain defeated when my subordinates are falling because of me. Trevin raised his sword, and his energy soared endlessly like a sharp spearhead. He almost looked like he had turned into a sword himself. I'll defeat you with my sword and bring victory to those who followed this foolish leader. It's a nice plan, but I have no intention of losing. Rayon smiled coldly and moved. Flame spirit S-pieces from all around the battlefield. Whap! When the huge firestorm was about to destroy the battlefield itself, Trevin thrust his sword. The tip of his sword multiplied into hundreds and pierced through all the flame petals of fire. It was the steel penetration sword. Bang, bang. As the astral energies bared their fangs at each other, magnificent light burst from the space. As the white light subsided, Trevin's eyes were sparkling coldly. He seemed to have regained his usual composure. He's destroyed every single flame spirit. He is indeed powerful, but he seemed to know my technique. Speed wasn't everything in Trevin's swordsmanship, since his movement felt like he was reading the flame spirit's trajectory. Rayon's eyes turned serious as he fixed his grip on Heavenly Drive. Let's test it out. He kicked the ground to advance and unleashed the revolving sky. The sphere of fire concentrated around the tip of his sword spread a powerful energy with its rotation. Kring, Trevin swiftly dashed forward. He thrust his sword while lowering his posture, and the white light surging from his sword severed the center of the revolving sky. Wham! The revolving sky's fire exploded before it was completed and scattered like a fountain to cover Rayon's vision. Did he erase the revolving sky before it could gain momentum? Rayon didn't panic, engulfing Heavenly Drive with Glacier's energy as it was bounced back from the previous clash. He found Trevin's presence and slashed the fire covering his vision diagonally. Kring, the moment the frozen strike fell alongside Heavenly Drive's trajectory toward Trevin's collarbone, his eyes sparked with white. Clang, Trevin unleashed the steel penetration sword's principles one after the other to deflect Rayon's blade and frozen blade at the same time. Rayon furrowed his brow while putting force into his trembling arm, so he really knows my techniques. He wasn't simply aware of the fact that the Frost Pond consisted of 2 strikes. He even knew where he was about to attack and how fast the second strike followed up. Strength wasn't all Trevin had. He seemed to have analyzed everything about Rayon Zieghart's swordsmanship. Have you studied me? Indeed. Trevin nodded calmly. Being famous isn't entirely advantageous for a swordsman because your technique, movements, and aura will be analyzed by the enemy. He simply nodded with his chin and raised his sword. Rayon Zieghart. I'll be fighting while considering you an equal opponent. Should I be honored? Rayon's eyes looked rather entertained. I'll be hoping that you won't change your mind. Trevin narrowed his eyes while looking at Rayon's charge. His footwork allows him to leap through space. Rayon's footwork was a mysterious one that allowed him to disappear and reappear like blink. However, the distance was limited and he couldn't use it consecutively because it was still incomplete, which was bound to reveal his movements at some point. Behind me, he must be using the Fangs of Insanity. The ferocious strike was from the intuition sword called Fangs of Insanity, which was capable of forcing an opening into the opponent. It's an amazing technique. Butit's not unstoppable. Intuition swords consisted of piercing into the opponent's openings. He just needed to purposefully create multiple openings to bait the trajectory. Trevin unleashed the Steel Penetration Sword Steel Whip Slash. Clong. The twisting sound of steel resounded throughout the place from the clash between the swords. Tusk. Rayon briefly clicked his tongue and slashed downwards. He wasn't using the Fangs of Insanity. It consisted of an extreme sharpness that was capable of severing the weapon alongside the opponent by creating a line of fire in front of his sword. I also know this one. Trevin gritted his back teeth and unleashed the Golden Upper Slash. The strike surrounded by the white light parried Rayon's sword right before it was completed. Clang. Rayon was pushed back along with his sword and kicked to the ground to charge once again. He unsheathed his sword, which had been returned to the scabbard at some point. The blade of sound. On top of blocking his hearing, Trevin blocked all of his senses throughout his body and unleashed the Steel Flower of War. Clang. The silver blade stopped Rayon's sword draw and the sound ceased to create chaos. Thud. Rayon couldn't withstand the colossal power of the Steel Flower of War and ended up leaving deep footsteps on the ground as he stepped back. Trevin straightened his back and smiled. It worked. Precision, speed, and penetration were the Steel Penetration Sword's strong points. Since it could reach faster despite being activated slower than the opponent's technique, Trevin was confident in dealing with an opponent that he already had information on. As I said before, I don't underestimate you. Even though he was winning, Trevin remained unexcited. He couldn't be careless, as Rayon was a savage beast capable of reversing the situation. I'll defeat you to the best of my abilities. Rayon rushed in without any response and unleashed the techniques that created his legend in the continent. The fire soared to reach the sky, and the coldness froze up the entire battlefield, but Trevin didn't step back. Wham! He consecutively unleashed the Steel Penetration Sword's special techniques to destroy Rayon's special techniques one after the other. Blood was flowing from Rayon's mouth as he stepped back. He seemed to have gotten an internal injury from the Steel Penetration Sword's high aura penetration. Ha! Trevin gasped while grasping his trembling wrist. Amazing. He endlessly studied Rayon's swordsmanship, and he was at a higher realm than him. It was still difficult to counter his techniques. He could ascertain that the monster called Rayon was bound to reach even higher after the fight, but I'll be the winner this time. The fight was pretty much decided at that point. But Trevin examined Rayon while biting his lip. Why does he look like he's having fun? Even though Trevin was blocking all of Rayon's techniques, his eyes were not defeated. It was actually the opposite, as his pressure felt like it was getting more and more intense. So you have really studied me, sir. Rayon's voice was jumping in joy. The usage of the honorific felt as natural as flowing water. Why are you suddenly adding an honorific? Because you deserve one. What? Division leader, I thought at first that you were the same as the idiots who are counting on their blood and position, but I realized it wasn't the case from this fight. Rayon smiled faintly. Trevin couldn't understand why he was smiling despite losing in all aspects. You didn't simply investigate my martial arts, but also predicted that my aura would increase. Indeed, since you have an unpredictable rate of growth, I took into consideration that your aura's quality and quantity might increase. Trevin nodded. Rayon had always become stronger than before whenever he returned from a mission in the past. Based on that fact, Trevin assumed that Rayon's might would have reached advanced master and prepared himself. I can only describe your preparation as rigorous. However, I believe you considered my swordsmanship from the Six Kings tournament, am I right? Indeed. Then you should be careful now, sir, because starting from now. Rayon fixed the grip on his sword while smiling in excitement. He didn't look like there was any special change in him, but a chill ran down Trevin's spine. I'll be a bit different. Rayon dashed at the same time and thrust with the Fangs of insanity. He was faster than before, probably because he was going all out with his aura. Kring, Trevin pierced the steel penetration soared into the ferocious strike bending towards him. Clong, even though he reacted with the same timing as in the previous clash. The steel penetration sword S principles didn't work. He was bounced back instead. What's going on? He was using more aura, but it couldn't possibly make such a huge difference. However, he had no time to think about it because Rayon's strikes were still coming. Hop, Trevin smashed the steel penetration sword's 100 steels slash into Rayon's sharpened attack. Clong, a powerful shockwave burst from the engagement between the swords to engulf the surrounding area. Trevin groaned while shaking his wrist. A frown appeared on his face because he could feel the impact in his bones, unlike in the previous clash. Rayon also seemed injured by the penetration ability of the steel penetrating sword, as he was bleeding harder than before. However, what was important was the fact that Trevin didn't manage to counter his technique. We're only getting started. Rayon lowered his body like a swallow and approached. It only took an instant before the sword covered in coldness was already in front of Trevin's face. Double strike. It was an extremely fast technique that consisted of slashing with the real blade followed by the blade of ice. Trevin bit his lip and engulfed his blade with the principles of Lion's Assault, the steel penetration sword S special technique. Clang, clong, there were two clashes just like the last time. However, Rayon's first blade was fast, while the second blade was slow. That small difference created a gap in the Lion's Assault. Trevin got pushed to the right and bit his lip. The nausea he felt implied that he was injured internally. He can control the speed of his technique. Rayon's sword skill was a double strike that used its extreme quickness to defeat his opponent. Trevin didn't expect that he would change that speed to break his balance. Whap! Rayon's sword was swung into a soft curve. A raging fire bloomed into flowers on top of that line. Is he using the Flame Spirit? It was Rayon's specialty, which he previously managed to counter. Wham! Countless pieces of fire rushed at him as the flowers finished blooming. The entire world was engulfed in the red flower petals. It'll destroy it once again. Trevin's breath caught as he pulled his sword back. White light surrounded his sword as he thrust it. He was using the steel penetration sword S special technique, the White Destruction's Overflow. Rumble. Explosions occurred one after the other from the endless clashes between the red and white astral energies over the aloof sky of the battlefield. Trevin swallowed nervously as he defended against the Flame Spirit. This has also changed. He could previously analyze the exact trajectory, but the hundreds of flower petals were randomly moving around unlike before, and even his bones were hurting from the tremendous power behind them. Every single one of them felt like a real blade. PSSH, the flower petals that passed through his defense cut through his uniform and caused a burn and had him bleeding at the same time. He gritted his teeth from the intense pain. Clong. Trevin forcibly pushed Rayon back and exhaled roughly. His blue eyes reflected Rayon's shape, wavering once again. How did you? Rayon smiled faintly while watching Trevin's surprise. The Warring Steel Division leader's prediction of my growth must have been limited to my aura. The Warring Steel Division leader did understand the techniques he was using and had prepared countermeasures. Rayon could tell that the efforts he made were worthy of admiration. However, aura wasn't the only area where I improved. He didn't skip swinging his sword for a single day after he left the Owen Kingdom. Whenever he was unable to practice, he thought about the parts that needed improvement and trained by fixing them in his mental image. Since he'd been continuously fixing the drawbacks and improving the strong points, the drastic change in his swordsmanship was nothing but a natural outcome. Rayon softly stepped on the land and thrust Heavenly Drive. The raging sphere appeared from the tip of his sword and rotated fiercely to unleash a huge amount of energy toward Trevin. As for the Revolving Sky, the activation time has been reduced. Revolving Sky S activation was previously slowed down in exchange for increased power, but the speed had gone back up through endless training. Wham! Trevin thrust his sword one step faster, but the Revolving Sky was already complete. The clash between the two special techniques created a huge explosion. Trevin created a barrier of astral energy and stepped back. The left side of his upper body had turned red from the Revolving Sky S damage. Tusk. Rayon clicked his tongue. His right arm was hurting like a spear had stabbed through it. Trevin's sword had stabbed his opening despite his confusion, and it was a performance befitting a highest-level master. However, Trevin's wavering eyes were showing that he was losing his spirit. Rayon could tell that he couldn't be affected by the pain since he had to take another step forward. Thud. Rayon used the Supreme Harmony steps. He leaped through the space and slashed down from Treven's right side. Kring, a line of fire appeared on Heavenly Drive's blade to attack Treven's chest. Damn it. Treven bit his lip and thrust the steel penetration sword. It was rushing with a frightening amount of sharpness and speed. Clong, the head-on clash between the 10,000 Flames Cultivation S. Crimson Slash and the steel penetration sword as special technique created an orange storm of astral energy. Rumble. Treven almost got washed away by the storm and was pushed far back while he exhaled roughly. A clear scar was left on his chest from a diagonal slash. Were you hiding your strength in the Owen Kingdom? His hand holding the sword was trembling in disbelief. Spit. Rayon spat the blood that was flowing up his throat and shook his head. No, I've gotten stronger because I kept training. That's even more difficult to believe. Treven laughed bitterly and raised his sword. Since my information ended up being useless, I should finish this fight quickly. Clear light gathered around his blade. The light soaring on the blade almost looked like a huge spear wielded by a god. I accept. Since Treven had acknowledged him, he also wanted to respond accordingly to his all-out attack. Rayon pulled Heavenly Drive back. The fire burst from the tip of his sword and engulfed the entire blade. The fire burst out like the head of a dragon and revealed its crimson jaws. Rumble. Treven stomped the ground, and the steel penetration sword's last special technique, the White Army's pinnacle, was unleashed toward him. The tremendous wave of power created by a highest level master was crushing his bones and tearing his skin. Ha! Rayon caught his breath while the white light covered his entire vision. There was no reason to be afraid, like an inextinguishable flame. Like the everlasting glacier. All he needed to do was to believe in the sword that he'd been practicing all along and take another step forward. The moment the astral energy of the White Army's pinnacle reached under his nose, Rayon pushed Heavenly Drive forward. The crimson dragon descended on his blade and roared like a raging fire. Wham! The white spear, which looked like it was thrown by a war god, clashed against the flame dragon's breath. White and red. The two astral energies with distinct colors were rushing toward their opponent's souls. Rumble. Because a tremendous amount of energy was focused at the center of the battlefield, the land started to collapse. Even though the urban training ground was being destroyed, Rayon and Treven didn't withdraw from the battle. Creak. Rayon clenched Heavenly Drive as he witnessed the waves of astral energy crushing each other. This won't be enough. Because Treven had poured his heart and soul into that attack, it wasn't easily defeated. He needed to take one more step in order to achieve victory. Wham! Rayon lowered his center of gravity in preparation for the next technique, and the steel penetration sword's special technique, and the flame dragon art exploded at the same time to create a huge shockwave. The astral storm was starting to subside but surged even higher. This is my chance. Rayon kicked the crumbling land. He increased the Ring of Fire and the 10,000 Flames Cultivation's outputs to the maximum as he charged into the storming astral energy. PSSH. His shoulder and waist were scratched by the astral energy and blood gushed from them, but Rayon kept running without paying any attention. He'll finish this off, huh? A white flash was unleashed from the opposite side. It was Treven's doing. He was also running towards them through the astral storm. I predicted your dash. Treven smiled coldly and thrust his sword. It was one of the steel penetration sword's techniques that he'd already seen, but it was even faster and sharper than before. Did he also become stronger? It looked like Treven had also achieved growth throughout the battle. This is rather frightening. Rayon laughed and unleashed the Fangs of Insanity's principles that he'd prepared. The savage beast that had been hiding behind the darkness to look for an opportunity finally revealed its sharp fangs. Clang. Heavenly Drive and Treven's sword entangled with each other like a snake and a vine before getting pushed to the sides. Thud. Rayon shook his wrist to reduce the impact. He kicked the crumbling ground with his right foot to dash towards Treven. Hop. Treven kept thrusting his sword while being pushed back. It was difficult to tell whether his willpower stemmed from his obsession with victory or because he didn't want to end the fight. PSSH. Rayon dodged Treven's sword, which was targeting his right arm with a paper-thin difference, before using Heavenly Drive to slash downwards from where he'd pulled it to the right. Clang. Treven recovered his sword and managed to block it despite being late, but he couldn't stop the laceration on his shoulder and chest. Arg. He gained distance by rolling on the ground before he raised his head. His eyes were still undefeated even though he had various injuries, and his aura was almost exhausted. Not yet. Treven stood back up, faltering as he raised his sword. His legs and waist were trembling, but it was interesting that his sword wasn't wavering at all. My sword wasn't defeated yet. He pointed his sword. Even though his aura and stamina were clearly exhausted, a chill ran down Rayon's spine. He had the feeling that it was the most dangerous moment so far. That man. Wrath jumped onto the bracelet and licked his lips. He has shabby skills, but he's rather decent for a human. Indeed. Rayon gave a big nod. Might, willpower, and mindset. He isn't lacking in any aspect. Trevin did his best in the given situation, without insulting his opponent or resorting to any underhanded tactics. Rayon couldn't believe that a warrior like him was a member of the direct line like Karun. Ask him what kind of food he can cook. The King of Essence shall make him his subordinate depending on his answer. Of course, he will need to show him how he cooks. Go away, please. Rayon smacked Wrath away as he kept murmuring that he'd like him to bake some pies and raised heavenly drive. This shall be the last. Indeed. Trevin nodded and looked at the tip of his sword. The technique I'm about to use is the basic of the steel penetration sword, single pierce of sharpness. I'll be using a technique called Twilight of Insanity from the Fangs of Insanity. Rayon nodded and faced Trevin. As they pointed their swords at each other, a pebble fell from the storming astral energy. Tap. As soon as the pebble hit the ground, Rayon and Trevin thrust their swords at each other. PSSH, they were coincidentally both using stabs. The blades advanced like a ray of light towards the opponent's shoulders. Clang, the extremely thin extremities of the blades clashed against each other. Zap. The contest of power was equal at first, but gradually turned to Rayon's advantage. It wasn't because of his aura or strength, it was a result of the difference in proficiency with a sword. Whack. In the end, Heavenly Drive destroyed Trevin's sword and pierced his shoulder. Trevin groaned and fell to his knees. He raised his head. He was smiling even though his body was trembling from exhaustion, seemingly satisfied with the battle. Your sword was faster and sharper than mine. He honestly admitted his defeat without any regret. Despite his cold appearance, he was an honorable and truthful warrior. Rayon bit his lip while lowering Heavenly Drive. I can't do it. He was originally planning to forfeit right before the victory to ruin Rimmer's gamble while still earning a high score for the trial. However, he would be trampling on Trevin's heart after their clash of swords and hearts, and he couldn't bring himself to raise his hand. Yeah, I shouldn't make fun of a person like him. Since it was a rare encounter with a nice warrior, he didn't want to turn him into a laughingstock. Moreover, it would have been foolish to act like Rimmer just to screw him up. Rayon turned. The light-wind swordsmen who were staying far away from the fight were nodding at him with consent. That's the correct thing to do. Wrath snorted and nodded. Even the demons don't make fun of serious opponents like him. He often made it sound like demons were nicer than humans. That's why you need to make sure to mess shitty ears up. Indeed, he'll take his money and pluck his ears off. Rayon nodded while chuckling. Ha. Trevin raised his hand with a refreshing smile on his face. I lost. As soon as he admitted his defeat, Harrison cleared his throat. The Warring Steel Division leader, Trevin Sieghart, has been incapacitated. The Light Wind Squad emerges victorious in the urban battle. Harrison's declaration echoed throughout the area, and the Light Wind Squad raised their hands. Whoa, we won. We defeated the Warring Steel Division. Light Wind Squad, Light Wind Squad, Light Wind Squad, Mad Dog, Mad Dog, Mad Dog. The Light Wind Squad and the spectators surrounding the battlefield were shouting together. Let's stand up. Rayon extended his hand to Trevin, who was sitting on the ground. He took his hand and stood up. I thought I was thoroughly prepared, but I never knew that you would grow even beyond my expectations. It'll add an extra level to my prediction next time we fight each other. Trevin chuckled at Rayon. Next time, are we fighting again? Your personality feels different from before. He smiled, saying that he was going to try and fix his careful personality. I'm aware it won't be easy to fix this personality I have, but I'd like to have a spar with you from time to time. Trevin extended his hand to Rayon this time. Of course, Rayon took his hand with a smile. The spectators' cheers resounded over their handshake. Glenn exclaimed while watching Rayon and Trevin's handshake. He even started clapping his hands and nodded in satisfaction. President, you said that before, didn't you? What? Which one? Addis was smiling while watching Dorian's bruised face and briskly turned his head upon hearing the question, about how Rayon has a talent for changing people. Ah, indeed, I think I've just witnessed that aspect of him. Glenn was watching Rayon with a gentle smile on his face, one that looked like it would melt at just a touch. Trevin was originally a careful child who quickly gave up in difficult situations. However, he seems to have changed from the battle against Rayon, so I wasn't mistaken after all. Addis smiled, saying that he was confident in discerning people's qualities at least. Roan. Glenn turned around and called for Roan. Did you write down everything Rayon said just now? Of course. I wrote it down on the second page of Rayon's gospel. Roan took a booklet from his clothes and shook it towards him. The white color gave off an almost holy impression. Nice. Since the match is over, let's... Glenn narrowed his eyes while watching a tall man getting his money from the gambler. No, I still have some business left here. Crimson lightning burst from his grasp. That man needs to be killed. Hoo-hoo-hoo. Ha, Martha gasped while looking at Rayon. You really became strong enough to defeat a highest-level master. Rayon had returned even stronger than during the matches in the Owen Kingdom. It was an absurd amount of growth in the short time he was gone. He almost looked like a monster instead of a human being. I can only describe it as crazy. Buran blankly shook his head. I already resolved that I wouldn't be disturbed by his rate of growth, but this is still shocking. I can't tell how far he is going to reach. Defeating a highest-level master at 20 years of age must have been an extremely rare occurrence even in the long history of the continent. He couldn't tell if it was a blessing or a curse that a monster like him was living in the same era as him right next to him at that. Can I sleep now? Run-on was nodding off while rubbing her eyes. She looked like she thought that sleep was more important than the joy of victory. Did you hear them? While the three of them were talking, the first vice division leader of the Warring Steel Division, Kamen, walked up to them. Your vice squad leader and our division leader want to spar against each other in the future frequently. He narrowed his eyes and shoved his face onto Buran, Martha, and Run-on. I won't lose to you next time. We are going to win again. I'll defeat you on my own next time. Buran nodded while clenching his fist, and Martha smiled confidently. Who? Run-on tilted her head. She looked like she couldn't recognize Kamen because his face was swollen. Arg. Hey guys, Kamen ground his teeth because it hurt his feelings, and Rimmer appeared among the spectators. Good job, everyone. I believed in you all along. Rimmer danced cheerfully, but the Light Wind Squad didn't react. I realized once again that it was the correct move to retire from the battlefield and leave the rest to you. Everyone looks like they've grown even further. Why is no one responding? I did it for your sake. We have nothing to say to a squad leader who abandoned his squad. Rayon walked up towards Rimmer with a cold expression on his face. I didn't abandon the squad. I forfeited on purpose to make you stronger. Look, we've got great results. Rimmer smiled awkwardly and rolled his eyes like a goldfish. You must done it for your money. I bet you got a nice amount because the ratio was increased to 7 times. What do you mean? I didn't even go close to the gambling area today. He frantically shook his hand in denial. There's no way a dung fly would ignore dung. Rayon snorted at Rimmer. Do dung. Rimmer swallowed nervously and stepped back. You have no proof. I have the proof. A majestic voice could be heard from the sky. Rayon raised his head and saw Glenn stepping on the air like it was a set of stairs, descending towards them. My lord. Rimmer's chin was trembling in fear. He must have known that Glenn was around, but his participation must have been unexpected to him. Snap. Glenn snapped his fingers, and Roan suddenly appeared to put a woolen hat on Rimmer's head and attached a mustache. Everything was done in a blink of an eye. He's the guy who bet money on the Light Wind Squad. Moreover, he bet the highest amount. An old man who was missing a few teeth shouted. He was the one who was managing the gamble from the hill. Wow, wait, which means... That bastard did it again. Did he play another trick? I'm going to cut his wrist. Rimmer hurriedly took off the hat and removed the mustache, but it was already too late. The people who were gambling were staring at him with deadly glares. I overlooked the gambling because it can be a good stress reliever, but I can't overlook it when you rig the match right in front of my eyes. Rimmer shrunk like a mouse facing a cat upon hearing Glenn's emotionless voice. I don't want to sully the Light Wind Squad and the Warring Steel Division's best efforts with rigged gambling. The gambling today will be nullified, and... Roan came to Glenn and gave him a subspace pocket. It was the pocket that Rimmer was keeping in his clothes. Since the Light Wind Squad leader tried to rig the match, his money will be confiscated and placed in the house's treasury, and the Light Wind Squad leader will have reduced wages for 6 months. Please wait. That's an excessive punishment. I'm not done talking yet. Glenn lowered his hand. Crimson lightning sparked from the cloudless sky. Rumble. The lightning fell without any sign and struck Rimmer's head. It didn't only happen once. The lightning struck 3 times total, crushing Rimmer's body. Rimmer twisted his body like a roasted squid and screamed, engulfed by the crimson lightning. PSSH. Gray steam was coming out of his open mouth. He looked like he had lost consciousness. Are you dead? Everyone was surprised by Glenn's dignity and was unable to move, but Run-on brought a branch from somewhere and started poking Rimmer's cheek. Rimmer twitched like a fish outside the water, and the white branch was smeared with black ash. Tap, tap. Glenn casually shook the dust off his hands and stepped on Rimmer's back to walk toward Rayon and Trevin, Warring Steel Division leader. Yes. Trevin straightened his back and raised his chin. Being careful is a huge advantage, but it can become a drawback and make you miss an important opportunity. A bold decision can sometimes bring a better result. Yes, you shall look for the right compromise. Trevin nodded, his face turning red upon hearing Glenn's advice. He seemed even more impressed because he had realized it himself. Light Wind Vice Squad leader. Yes. Rayon bowed at Glenn. Did you know about the Warring Steel Division leader's personality? Since we didn't have enough time to prepare, I started by investigating the opponents. You didn't have enough time to prepare. What do you mean by that? Rayon, don't say IQA. Glenn dropped a small lightning bolt to shut Rimmer's mouth. Actually, we heard about this battle yesterday. Rayon told him about how they learned about the trial too late because of Rimmer. As soon as Rayon finished talking, 2 lightning bolts slammed Rimmer's head into the ground. He couldn't even scream anymore. His weak groan and the grilled scent of his flesh were the only things spreading from him. "Are you really dead?" Run-On was staying away from the scene, but quickly ran up to him and poked him with her branch. "Ha." Glenn sighed and looked at Rayon. "You've created the best results with the limited information you had in an unexpected situation. It was an excellent decision." His eyes turned to look at the Light Wind Squad. "I could see your courage and willpower in the battle. Light Wind Squad, congratulations on passing the first trial to become a division." He met Rayon's eyes for the last time before he turned around. He looked like he had taken a step away, vanishing from the training ground. "Whoa. We passed the first trial. We are going to be the Light Wind Division soon. We are finally becoming a division." The Light Wind Squad held each other's hands and shouted in joy. "Wait." Rayon raised his hand to stop the Light Wind Squad. "It's not over yet," he declared, pointing at Rimmer, who was lying on the ground. "Oh right, we still have that damn squad leader to deal with." Martha clenched her fist and bared her teeth. The madness burning from her eyes was even more intense than before. "I won't be stopping you today." Burin walked up to him with a dangerous gleam from his eyes. Warm steam was flowing from his mouth. "I can't stand it either. I really had a hard time." Dorian took off the piece of cloth that was stopping his nosebleed and snorted. "I know, right? We are going to thoroughly trample him." "Crane, you stay out of this." "Yes." Since Crane was eliminated in the early stage of the battle, he voluntarily slammed his head on the ground upon hearing Rayon's cold voice. "Hey guys." "Everyone," Rayon pointed his finger at Rimmer, who was trying to stand up with difficulty. "Step on him." Die is a bit excessive, Martha." "Croak, I like that one." Every member of the Light Wind Squad joined forces to step on Rimmer. "Qa." Rimmer was hardly trying to stand, but he was slammed back onto the fissured ground as his students trampled upon him. "Let's do it together." Rayon pointed at him and Trevin nodded. "Let's join them." "Yes, that damn elf ruined everything. How dare you underestimate us?" Since the Warring Steel Division was saddened by the fact that they couldn't use the plans that they'd prepared, they gladly joined and started stepping on Rimmer. However, there were still a lot more people who were holding grudges against Rimmer. "You damn bastard. Give my money back. I worked so hard to win it. It was 7 times. You are so dead to me." They were the gamblers who'd bet on the Light Wind Squad but only ended up with their initial funds. They came running at Rimmer and started stepping on him. In the end, Rimmer left a new record in Sieghart by getting stepped on by over 200 people in total. Even Wrath was starting to worry about him because of how bad it was. Isn't he really going to get his ears pulled out at this rate? He deserved it. Can it be reassembled? The storm known as Human Wrath finished rampaging through the urban training ground. Rimmer raised himself from the cracked land covered in hundreds of footprints. "Ouch." Rimmer groaned in pain, his shoulders trembling. I really could have died." He wasn't even joking. He would have been on his way to the underworld if he hadn't used all of the aura that he saved during training sessions for his defense. Even the head of house's attack was less painful in comparison. This must be human malice. The punches from the Light Wind Squad and the Warring Steel Division were painful, but the most painful ones were the kicks from the gamblers. They were supposed to hit the jackpot with 7 times the return, but they barely managed to get their original sum. The anger coming from that fact pierced through Rimmer's aura and offered intense pain in his bones and flesh. "Phew." Rimmer sighed deeply and shook his head. "It hurts and I'm penniless. I'll have to eat Nadine bread for a while. That's why you shouldn't have done that." A quiet voice could be heard from the right when he tried to stand up by using his sword as a cane. Rimmer raised his head. Rayon was walking towards him with a frightening pressure around him. Gasp. Rimmer was startled and tried to move away. "Were you still around?" Rayon stared at him with cold eyes instead of answering. His reaction was even more frightening. "Are you going to step on me again? Don't tell me you are going to. I am really going to end up in the afterlife if you beat me now since I've already exhausted my aura. I'll fall straight to the netherworld." Rayon didn't stop his steps no matter how he tried to convince him. He reached the spot right in front of Rimmer and lowered his bloody red eyes. Rimmer became nauseous and started to hiccup upon seeing those eyes. I am sorry, Rayon, but I really wasn't trying to cause trouble." His chin was trembling in fear over his unpredictable fate, but Rayon sat next to him instead of punching him. "I'm not here to hit you. You are making me sound like a bully." Rayon chuckled and put his hand into the subspace pocket. He took out the round snack that Dorian usually ate, some beef jerky and 2 bottles of whiskey. He placed them on the ground. What? Rimmer dropped his guard, no longer trying to defend his vitals, with trembling lips. "Let's have a drink." Rayon opened the whiskey and gave it to Rimmer. Rimmer accepted the whiskey as awkwardly as an octopus with entangled legs. Rayon chugged the whiskey like he was drinking water. Since Rimmer didn't want to get beaten up, he also started drinking. It's a good one. He could taste the vanilla flavor from the whiskey. It must have been a high-quality product. He also liked the intense flavor of alcohol hitting his throat. It's pretty good. After sipping the whiskey, Rimmer started eating the snack that was placed in front of him. He looked like he was starting to get tipsy. It's a cheap side dish compared to whiskey, but this is also nice. Squad leader. As Rimmer was getting intoxicated from taking another sip, Rayon started to speak. Were you planning to give the division leader position to me? Rimmer's hand moving towards the beef jerky came to a halt upon hearing his quiet voice. Rayon smiled faintly while looking at Rimmer's trembling pupils. So he really was trying to give that position to me. Rimmer was acting differently from usual. Glenn was obviously going to attend since it was an important trial to promote a squad into a division, but the trick he played was way too conspicuous. Because of that, people even started to say that Rayon Sieghart should become the leader instead of Rimmer when the Light Wind squad was promoted to a division. When Rayon heard them saying such a thing, he finally realized what the stupid elf was trying to achieve. Rimmer was trying to create a situation where it was normal for Rayon to take over as the division leader by plummeting his own reputation and increasing Rayon's as much as possible. That was a pointless thing he did. Wrath understood what he meant and snorted. He's kind-hearted and foolish, by the way. What, can you try pulling his ears to see if they can really be reassembled? Please go away. Wrath examined Rimmer's long ears from different angles, and Rayon smacked him away with the back of his hand. Why did you do that? Rayon bit the beef jerky while asking the question he was curious about. Ha. Rimmer sighed briefly instead of answering. It was the perfect mood, but you are making me sober. Why are you so quick to catch on? He chuckled and chugged the whiskey. Rayon, you are growing faster than I expected, or rather, I should say faster than anyone anticipated. You are exaggerating. I am not. You are fully capable of doing a division leader's job in your current state. Rimmer smiled, saying that he had the abilities and qualifications to become one. Rayon poured the rest of the whiskey down his throat while listening to Rimmer's casual voice. Because he swallowed straight away, his throat and stomach felt like they were burning. Rayon opened his mouth along with that heat. I don't really want to be a division leader because the head of house will call on me a lot more often. Squad leader, you should continue doing the annoying job and get scolded by him since I'm going to keep teaching the members from the back. Hey, it's also hard for me. That geezer starts shooting lightning at me whenever he sees me now. I have more lightning than wind in my energy center at this point. Rimmer barked, saying that his energy center was going to shatter if it continued. I'm not doing it anymore. You are going to surpass me soon enough, and the others are growing as fast as bean sprouts. You should take this promotion as an opportunity to become the division leader and... Squad leader, no teacher. Rayon lowered his bottle and interrupted Rimmer. I think a teacher isn't simply a person who teaches me the martial arts. The one who taught him the assassination skills in his previous life was called a trainer instead of a teacher. Since all he learned was how to kill people, Rimmer taught him what a real teacher was, and the relationship with him was extremely precious and important to Rayon. The Light Wind squad and I still want to advance while watching the squad leaders back. Becoming a division leader wasn't too important. Rayon just wanted Rimmer to remain as the Light Wind squad's teacher for a bit longer. I also brought this liquor because I wanted to have my first drink with my teacher. Rayon, you. Rayon finished the whiskey bottle and stood up. I'll be looking forward to your lessons in the future. He nodded at him and left the training ground. Ha. Rimmer sighed deeply and lowered his head. His shoulders were trembling slightly. He's such a nice student. He finished off the whiskey bottle and curved his lips into a smile. I can't stay doing nothing after what he told me. Tusk, what a shame. Wrath licked his lips with regret for some reason. What do you mean? Rayon tilted his head at Wrath. You should have checked if those shitty ears can really be reassembled. Rayon shook his head and headed towards the main building. The Light Wind squad had been waiting at the training grounds entrance and came running towards him. Vice squad leader. Dorian waved his hand energetically since he wasn't eliminated until the end of the match. You are finally here. Why did you tell us to wait when the match was already over? Burin smiled peacefully, Martha frowned, and Runun was dozing off. Hiccup. Crane was staring at the ground with trembling shoulders. He looked like he was facing his natural enemy. Rayon smiled gently while standing in front of the Light Wind squad. Good job, everyone. There was a huge issue because of a certain person, but you all fought nicely and according to the plan. Of course we did. After all, we went through that hellish training. We managed to win because everyone worked together. Martha snorted, and Burin raised his clenched fist. This much is easy since we even managed to pass the Vice Squad leader's training. I really thought I was going to die so many times back then, so we only need to pass one more trial before we become a division. I'm looking forward to it. We will be the Light Wind Division. The Light Wind Squad laughed in anticipation of being called the Light Wind Division. Today, the Light Wind Squad stopped laughing upon hearing the cold voice from Rayon. One person made a grave mistake even though everyone did their job. As soon as he declared those words, everyone looked at Crane. Crane raised his hand while trembling. I wasn't eliminated because I wanted to be. What do you mean? I was defending Dorian because he couldn't watch his back while he was leading. That's why they managed to defeat me. He bit his lip, blaming Dorian for his carelessness. Me, it wasn't my fault. I was properly defending myself all along. Dorian's hands couldn't even be seen anymore because of how fast he shook them in a panic. It's true, I was defeated because I was protecting you. Stop lying, I'm telling the truth. I had to protect you since you were the commander. I could have easily dodged that because I have eyes behind my back. They shouted at each other and argued about it. Clap, Rayon clapped his hands. Crane and Dorian fell silent at the same time. Regardless of whose fault it was, it doesn't change the fact that Crane was the first to be eliminated. Hoo-hoo, Crane's chin trembled and a victorious expression appeared on Dorian's face. I should be punishing Crane for this, but I'm thinking about what Burren said just now. I said something. Yes, you said that we managed to win because we all worked together. The corners of Rayon's lips floated into a smile and anxiousness appeared in the Light Wind Squad's eyes, which means the mistake of your companion is everyone's mistake. It's time for supplementary training for everyone. The crazy bastard strikes again. Burren and Martha's jaws dropped at the same time. Are we really doing supplementary training after we won the match? He's seriously insane. I'm pretty sure training is the only word in his brain. The Light Wind swordsmen also shouted while their widened eyes trembled. Well, to be honest, Crane wasn't the only issue during the fight. Martha didn't consider cooperating with her allies when she charged at her opponent. Burren should have taken the initiative instead of acting like a cushion in the middle, and Run-On was also too focused on defense. You would have defeated Kamen more easily if you moved quickly to bring the pace into your favor. And Dorian. Rayon enumerated the Light Wind Squad's mistakes one after the other, as if he'd been watching their battle instead of fighting Trevin. How did he see all that? Does he have 4 eyes instead of 2? He's a demon. It's impossible for a human being. Does this mean that we really have to train now? But we just finished the trial sniff. I'm pretty sure demons would want to be friends with him if they saw him. The Light Wind Squad furiously ground their teeth. The King of Essence is sorry. He's not even a friend. This bastard is holding him on a leash. Wrath sniffled, saying that he was suffering the same pain as them. Kai, kill him. We are going to die if we don't kill him. Martha is right this time. Let's go. This is our last opportunity since he is exhausted. The Light Wind Squad charged at him while screaming. An entertained smile appeared on Rayon's face as he watched the Light Wind Squad's fighting spirit, which was even more powerful than during the battle against the Warring Steel Division. The resistance makes it even more fun. Glenn frowned while looking at Rimmer, who had suddenly visited the Lord's manor. What brings you here, my lord? He was thinking about throwing lightning as soon as he said anything funny, but Rimmer raised his head. The sharp glimmer in Rimmer's eyes looked like he'd returned to his past self before that incident, back when he used to be called Sieghart's Sword of Light. I must have been too hasty. Rimmer smiled faintly at Glenn. My lord must already realized it, but I was planning to make Rayon the division leader after this trial, and stray away from the scene by becoming a vice division leader or a guard myself. However, I decided to keep watching them from above for a bit longer. Glenn wasn't surprised at all as he stared at Rimmer. He must have already realized his intentions. What made you change your opinion this time when you've only been doing foolish things? The change happened from the outside. It was so powerful that I couldn't resist. Rimmer faintly nodded while looking outside the window. Rayon realized that I was trying to make him into the division leader. He's so damn sharp. What did he say? He told me that a teacher doesn't simply teach martial arts and asked me to stand at the front for a bit longer. Glenn licked his lips and stared at Rimmer. His eyes used to be dead like a rotten fish, but they had become rather lively. It'd been such a long time since the last time he'd seen him like that. Seriously, that boy. Rayon looked extremely cold-hearted on the outside, but he was warmer than anyone inside. Glenn could tell that Rimmer was encouraged by him. So what do you want to do? I guess I don't even need to ask. In the past, I wanted to watch the children's growth and see Rayon reach the peak of the house, but now. Rimmer raised his head with a hearty smile. I'd like to join them in their path. I think I'll need to work more seriously from now on. I see. Glenn smiled faintly and nodded. His cherished subordinate had regained his original appearance, and the fact that his cherished grandson was the one who managed to achieve that feat brought a smile to his face. Roan, I am writing. I think this line goes to the first volume. Roan started writing the famous line that Rimmer had told them in Rayon's Gospel. Drinking with Rayon reminded me of the past. What? The warm atmosphere turned ice cold because of Glenn's cold voice. What did you say just now? I had a drink with Rayon. It must have been his first time, but he was drinking so Rimmer couldn't finish his sentence, his jaw dropping. An unprecedented amount of lightning energy was covering the audience chamber's ceiling. My lord, why are you doing this now? Rimmer couldn't understand why he was gathering a fatal amount of lightning energy when the conversation was going smoothly. I really didn't do anything bad this time. I only had a drink with Rayon. That's a deadly sin. What? Glenn gritted his teeth and dropped the lightning. His expression looked even more furious than when he fought against the Fallen and the White Blood Religion's leader. Wait, die. Rayon went to the Annex building after training with the Light Wind Squad until midnight. Everyone was happy. Rayon had announced a week-long holiday when their eyes were full of spite from being worked to the bones after the trial. Their eyes cleared up like the sky after the rain. Wrath groaned while looking at him. He doesn't understand. Why are they so happy about it when they were supposed to have that week's break to begin with? He murmured that he couldn't comprehend why they liked the demon who made them train even after the trial. This is how you handle subordinates. The most important part of dealing with the subordinates was when and how to give the carrot and the stick. They thought the training would continue for several days because of Crane, but it ended in a single day and they even got the week-long break that they were supposed to have. It was only natural that they would be happy about it. So you start by bullying them but go easy on them afterward. Wrath started to scribble on his round hand. What are you doing? He's writing down how you train humans. He turned his head and a broad smile appeared on his face. The King of Essence is going to use this method once he returns to Devildom or takes over your body. He might even be able to conquer the entire dimension once he masters this method. I see. Conquering the dimension was too ambitious to understand, but handling subordinates properly wasn't an easy task. It was necessary to understand every single person's emotions and condition to take appropriate measures. However, Wrath was incapable of reading such things, and he probably was going to make them faint before they became obedient. Do your best. Try not to kill your subordinates, huh? Rayon was patting Wrath's fluffy head when his jaw suddenly dropped. A small hedgehog was waving its paw towards him from the top of a tree in front of the Annex building. A hedgehog is waving its paw. It can't be. Rayon swallowed nervously while looking at the young hedgehog waving its hand. Hedgehogs are supposed to hibernate. It was winter in Zeeghart all year long and they were in the coldest period of the year. Wild hedgehogs were supposed to be sleeping underground with full stomachs. That was why it was impossible to have a smiling hedgehog waving its hand at them. Why are you thinking so hard about this? Wrath's chin was trembling as he watched the grinning hedgehog. It's obvious, the madwoman is here. He quickly went into the ice flower bracelet while mumbling that she was too scary. I know. Rayon was obviously aware of who was inside the hedgehog, but he was clinging onto a faint hope just in case it was a real hedgehog. Rayon sighed deeply and met the hedgehog's eyes. Merlin? Yeah, the hedgehog nodded with a cheerful smile. His hope didn't come true. How did you even get here? Yesterday's match was nice to watch. As expected of Merlin, she kept saying whatever she wanted to say without responding to Rayon's question. You didn't panic over the sudden problem and overcame a difficult situation alongside your companions. It was really cool. Merlin gave him a thumbs up to praise him. It was surprising that a hedgehog could make that gesture. Did you really watch that? Rayon's lips parted in surprise. Even the head of house was around. Glenn was in the urban training ground where the battle took place the day before. Rayon could only gasp at her boldness, watched it until the end even though she could be caught and killed at any moment. It's worth spending my lifespan to watch you as you take command in battle. Merlin laughed shyly while twisting her body. She's literally a madwoman. What the hell? It could have been taken differently if someone else had said it, but it wasn't since it was Merlin. Cold sweat was flowing down his back. Heave-ho. Merlin came down from the tree and slowly crawled towards him. She was slow since she was using a hedgehog's body, but she reached Rayon's feet in no time because she wasn't too far away. I have something to tell you. Can you pick me up, but you have spikes? It will be fine since I won't be putting them up. Don't touch my side, it's embarrassing. Her face became flushed as she said that touching her body from the side felt embarrassing. This is driving me nuts. She kept twisting her body, and Rayon couldn't understand why she was so embarrassed when she was a hedgehog. However, he couldn't refuse because he could tell that she had an important piece of information to share with him. Rayon sighed deeply and picked Merlin up. She must have been able to control the spikes as they curved slightly to the inside. See, it doesn't hurt. Merlin waved her small hand at him, saying that she was right about it. It looked so cute that Rayon almost wanted to hug the creature if only the madwoman wasn't inside. So what were you going to tell me? The Black Tower is targeting you. Her voice was frightening despite her cute appearance. Targeting me. Rayon narrowed his eyes while looking at Merlin. They must be aware that I killed the Black Commander. They were simply aware in the past, but they decided that you are a target for elimination now. A blue light was glowing in Merlin's dark eyes. The Black Tower is stealthy and persistent. The Black Commander was from a lower floor, but you still defeated their floor overseer. They are definitely going to investigate you and send a stronger opponent after you now, I guess. Rayon nodded, because they are nasty fellows. The Black Tower didn't care about consequences, as expected of the ones who use the energy of darkness. They were definitely going to attempt to get revenge by any means, but how did you learn about that? The shadow agents in the black market were also investigating the Black Tower. That was why Rayon didn't expect Merlin to be the one delivering the news to him, because I infiltrated them. Merlin laughed cheerfully while scratching her round nose. Infiltrated? Did she really just say infiltrated? He couldn't believe that the top brass of Eden had infiltrated the Black Tower. Was it because of me? Of course. Why did you go so far? Because I am worried about you. Merlin tilted her head, wondering why he was asking such an obvious question. Ah. Rayon's mouth felt dry every time she said those words. He was thankful but also terrified at the same time. Wrath groaned in surprise from the bracelet. I think Eden is also preparing something, but I'm not sure what it is. Merlin frowned, saying that the Fallen had been acting on his own recently. Even you can't tell what it is. The Fallen might be suspicious of me, as he's only giving me trivial missions while taking care of most things by himself. He suspects you. Because you used to be my goal, he might think that we are keeping a connection. He's a smart one. She reassured him that he didn't need to worry about it too much since the Fallen hadn't found out yet. I need to clear up the suspicion for now. That's why I'll have to be more careful in the future. Merlin waved her small hand. I'll come back if I get some important information from the Black Tower or the Eden. Stay safe until then. She waved her small hand energetically, saying that she had to leave. Give 20 worms to this one. That was the promise we had. Merlin winked with her hedgehog eyes and disappeared. Wait, how am I supposed to get worms from here? Gee, the hedgehog stood up on 4 legs from his hand and stared at him. The way it narrowed its eyes looked like it was urging him to give the food already. Rayon's lips trembled as he supported the hedgehog in his hand. How am I even supposed to get worms now? Since he never expected to meet Merlin inside Sieghart, his subspace pocket was completely empty as well. The hedgehog's scream became louder as it straightened its spines. What are you waiting for? You have to keep the promise. Start digging the ground or something. I didn't make any promises, though. Rayon sighed and spread the perception of the snowflower to look for worms or insects around him. Honestly, though, he barely found any trace. Can I make it 10 instead of 20? Okay. Rayon shook his head and started digging with his bare hands where he could feel a faint energy from below. The King of Essence is afraid of that madwoman, but Wrath came next to him and started to giggle. The way you are panicking makes him unbearably happy. Shut up and help me look for the worms. I am going to eat the worms otherwise. You. Rayon barely managed to find the 20 worms and dug a hole for the hedgehog to sleep before he could finally escape from it. The hedgehog gave him a thumbs up with a satisfied expression before it went to hibernate. I am so tired. The King of Essence is hungry. Wrath went limp on Rayon's forearm because he'd been looking for the worms with him. Let's eat something as soon as we return home. Sleep comes first. Eat and wake up. What are you even saying? I'm telling you to eat before you do anything else. But everyone must be sleeping right now. He was trying to enter through his window treeing to avoid waking up the other people inside the house when the annex building's door was opened. Rayon, come over here. Sylvia came out from the door and waved her hand towards him. Mother, Rayon went towards her with wide eyes. I thought you'd be sleeping. You sleep less in the morning once you get older. Sylvia smiled, saying that she had just woken up. But Mother, you should sleep a bit longer. It's difficult to fall back asleep once I wake up, by the way. She narrowed her eyes while grabbing his dirty hand. Why aren't you calling me Mom anymore? I'm over 20 years old now. Rayon thought it would be more natural to speak politely since he was over 20 years old. Don't do it. Sylvia frantically shook her head while looking at Rayon. I don't want you to become an adult yet. She smiled, saying that he should act like a baby even at his age. I'm already way past that age. I guess you've never acted cute even when you were a baby. Rayon couldn't refute that. Since he had the mind of an adult ever since he was a baby, it was impossible to act as cute as a baby. You are still a baby to me, though. Sylvia caressed his cheeks. The people from outside considered you the pinnacle of warriors, calling you a hero or a sword dragon. Actually, a lot of people came to see me to gain your favor. Is that so? Rayon smiled faintly. The groundwork to restore Sylvia's status to the direct line must have been working. But I am refusing them all and I don't even care about them. Sylvia smiled while meeting his eyes. Don't worry about making your mom a part of the direct line. Instead, focus on what you want to do. You never told me about it, but you have something you have to do, don't you? How did you know? Rayon's eyes widened. He was surprised because he never told Sylvia about his goals, because I am your mom. Judith is on duty today, so I'll make some sandwiches for you with her. You should wash up for now. Sylvia waved her hand and went to the kitchen. Mom, you are the best. Rayon opened the door to his room after he finished his bath and Judith bowed at him. Welcome back. She told him to eat the sandwiches and milk on the table while pointing at them. Her sandwiches are pretty decent. Rayon agreed with Wrath, as Judith's sandwiches were rather delicious with their nutty and clean flavor. Rayon sat at the table before taking a bite of the sandwich, and Judith came up next to him. The black market sent the information about the 5 demons while you were away for training, young master. Would you like to read it by yourself, or shall I tell you about it? Tell me about it. Since Judith was extremely talented when it came to managing information, hearing it from her made it a lot easier. First of all, the 5 demons have become a lot less active. The South-North Union and the Black Tower are the only ones active, but they haven't done anything significant. It must be because of the conference of the 6 kings. Yes, they must decided to hide temporarily because they realized that the alliance of the 6 kings is as solid as before, and our head of house is still powerful. Judith nodded and her gaze became serious. But we can't let our guard down since they are definitely nurturing their power while hiding. Indeed, Rayon licked his lips. The 5 demons were lunatics who wouldn't stay quiet for an extended period of time without causing any trouble. They were definitely plotting something from the shadows. The Black Tower's activity was meant to gather information, and it's about. Rayon chuckled at Judith. Did you already know about it? It's obvious. What about the information about your brother? We have none so far. You can express your regret if you feel that way. I am fine. Judith shook her head nonchalantly like an emotionless doll. But you were acting really well during the puppet show last time. Your scream was so realistic when you went yo young master. Her face became flushed for the first time. She apparently felt embarrassed about that. Judith left the room with red ears. HNNG. Wrath started taking notes on his round, bread-like hand while looking at the door Judith had left through. It's important to pretend to care about the subordinate. I'm not just pretending. Anyway, this isn't a difficult task. No demon king in Devildom cares about their subordinates as much as the king of essence. Can you stop writing them down? He already said it yesterday, but he should at least gain something from this when you keep stealing his power. He frowned, saying that nothing is free in the world end. That was when the messages appeared. You've achieved victory against an opponent at a higher realm. All stats have increased by 8. The precise sword and sharp sword's proficiencies have increased. The messages were announcing the increased stats and proficiencies from winning against Trevin. I knew it. Rayon had noticed that it was easier to control the precise sword and the sharp sword's principles after the match, and those messages confirmed that he wasn't imagining it. Why are you giving this to him again? Wrath dropped his round hand from where it was taking notes. You said it yourself. Nothing is free in the world. Rayon shrugged his shoulders while watching Wrath's trembling lips. It's today's lesson fee. Shut up. The King of Essence has already paid enough fees for his entire life. This is a scam. Report me then. I guess you have nowhere to report though. You damn bastard. He can't take it anymore. Wrath flipped out like he hadn't done in a long time, and Rayon managed to gain extra strength and agility as a result. Hua. Julius gasped while looking up to the North Grave Mountains cliff. Am I really supposed to climb that? He must be insane. The cliff was so stiff that he was going to fall if he made the slightest mistake, and he could only think that Rayon must have been out of his mind. Come up here. Rayon's shout could be heard from the peak. I am really going to kill him today. Rayon's personality is damn ugly. Let's go. Martha, Runnon, and Burn started to climb the cliff to show an example as the team leaders, and then the other light wind swordsmen followed them. The light wind squad crawled towards the top at a tremendous speed, even though they were wearing lumps of metal called black converters around their wrists and ankles. They looked as swift as cockroaches, though Julius felt reluctant to describe his seniors that way. How are they climbing so quickly while carrying those things? Weight was one thing for the black converters, but their effect was to block aura circulation. Julius couldn't believe that they were climbing so quickly without even using their aura. We should also get started. Yua clenched her fist. She had become the Light Wind Squad's trainee swordsman alongside Julius. Nothing scares this kid. Yua's flushed face looked like she was looking forward to climbing. She was apparently not afraid of the cliff at all. Aren't you afraid? But we've been training for 3 months for this. It wasn't for this, though. Julius shook his head. They followed the basic training for 3 months after the match between the Light Wind Squad and the Warring Steel Division, but he couldn't bring himself to think that he could easily climb the cliff, because Crane was falling down the cliff after a throwing dagger hit him like a rock. He quickly removed his black converter to protect his body with aura before he reached the ground. Wham! The land trembled violently as he smashed into the ground. He barely started to talk with trembling eyes. Rayon, you bastard. Why am I always the first Onak? A rock came from somewhere and smashed his forehead as he swore at Rayon. It looks fun, Yua jumped up and down in excitement, and Crane's face turned pale. Don't worry. The gambling monster came towards the 2 children and shook his head. I'll catch you even if you fall. He said that he didn't need to catch the other members because they were already used to it. As soon as he said that, the Light Wind members started to rain down from the cliff. Damn it. Why is that crazy bastard getting better at throwing daggers every time? The Light Wind members smashed into the ground one after the other while screaming. Let's go. Yua started to climb with an excited smile that Julius couldn't understand. She was climbing pretty quickly because she wasn't wearing a black converter. Julius gritted his teeth and put his hands on the cliff to follow Yua. I can't lose to her. He didn't want that smiling girl to be the only one praised by the esteemed Rayon. Julius overcame his fear and climbed the cliff to the best of his abilities. Rayan smiled while watching little Yua and Julius climb the cliff. They are pretty good. He thought it would still be difficult for them to climb the cliff without using their aura because they hadn't trained for long enough, but they were doing relatively well. Yua is having fun and Julius doesn't want to lose. Yua was enjoying the training itself, and Julius was gritting his teeth because he didn't want to lose to her. This is the nice part about having a rival. Rayan chuckled and threw the dagger between his fingers under the cliff. The throwing dagger fell towards Dorian's forehead without making any sound whatsoever. Oh no, Dorian noticed the danger and tried to dodge to the right, but the throwing dagger smoothly curved like a leaf in the wind and smacked his ribs. Smock. Even though a throwing dagger was hitting his flesh, it sounded like he got smashed by a steel hammer. Quack, Dorian fell and left tears behind. You demon. He couldn't bring himself to insult him, calling him a demon before he disappeared. He's not just a demon, he's a demon king candidate. Wrath shook his head, saying that he was way worse than a normal demon already. I'm not becoming a demon king. Rayan chuckled and hurled the throwing dagger from his hand. The dagger fell like lightning to hit a light wind member's shoulder. I think it can match up to a sword now. Flawless Throw was growing even faster than the Light Wind Squad's growth. Rayan had even made a few special techniques, and there was a long way for the Light Wind Squad to go before they could conquer the cliff. I should try mixing it with that, since he got accustomed to the Flawless Throw. He figured it wouldn't be a bad idea to mix it with the piercing dagger that Darius had given him previously. I should fix a day to focus on. While Rayan was thinking about the piercing dagger's principles, he felt someone's presence behind him. He looked around to find Roan smiling gently at him. He's always so stealthy. Roan was far better at hiding his presence than Rayan, which was expected since he was an assassin called the Assassin King. Greetings, Light Wind Vice Squad Leader. Roan politely bowed. Long time no see, Sir Roan. Roan bowed even deeper and greeted him back. The head of house wants to see you. Roan smiled gently and nodded. He wants to see me, yes. I think the second trial has been decided. Rayan licked his lips while looking at Roan's soft smile. It's finally here. He hadn't received any messages in the 3 months since the first trial, the group battle against the Warring Steel Division. They seemed to have finally decided on the second trial. It took them long enough. The next trial should happen within a month, but it must have been delayed because of the Black Tower's threat and Rimmer, who went to train in seclusion. Those were boring but happy days. Wrath grinned while rubbing his flabby cheeks. Even his spiritual form had gotten fatter because Ewer and Helen's cooking was too delicious. By any chance, do you know what kind of trial it will be? I'm not sure. Roan shook his head with his usual expression on his face. Rayan couldn't tell if he was telling the truth or not. His expression was the most difficult to read in the house, as expected of an assassin. Are the children able to follow the training? Roan went to the edge of the cliff and looked down. Rayan nodded and threw the dagger he was holding. The throwing dagger advanced like a ray of light towards Martha's shoulder, who was climbing from the right side. Damn it, Martha frowned and pushed the cliff with her arms and legs at the same time. She bounced away like a beast to dodge the dagger, but Rayan had already predicted that move. Smock. The throwing dagger nimbly changed its trajectory to smack Martha's waist as she tried to grab the cliff once again. Ack. However, Martha kept holding onto the cliff even after the dagger hit her. It was the result of her unwavering patience. She's gotten pretty good. Martha's body and willpower had become strong enough to endure a hit as a team leader. Rayan was proud of her, but she was a bit frightening at the same time. You've gotten a lot better at dagger throwing. Roan came up next to him with a smile. I've been practicing. May I give you some advice? I'm all ears. Since Roan was an assassin called the Assassin King, he must have mastered the dagger throw. Rayan earnestly looked forward to his advice. Vice Squad Leader, you are mainly using your arm to throw the dagger. It could be even stronger and faster if you used everything from your shoulder to the tip of your fingers, and your entire body on top of that. Roan demonstrated how to throw the dagger, from the shoulder to the tip of my fingers. Rayan murmured thus. Flawless Throw-S principles while thinking about the movement of Roan's hand. He incorporated the same amount of aura as the last time and threw the dagger based on Roan's advice. The throwing dagger fell towards Martha without making any sound. Smock. Martha got hit on her right arm before she could even react and started to fall towards the ground. Why are you suddenly raising the difficulty? You damn bastard. She cursed him like she always did before she disappeared. Ah, my bad. Rayan waved his hand at Martha and looked at Roan. All I did was to remind you of the basics that you had temporarily forgotten. That's the important part. I think I can understand how those children grew so quickly. Rayan smiled while looking at Ewer and Julius, who were climbing from far below the others. Without mentioning Ewa's talent, she simply enjoys everything. That personality itself is her greatest talent. Ewa could finish her training with a smile no matter how difficult it was, and she even brought a smile to the faces of the people around her. That was a talent in itself. Her excellent rhythmic sense and keen observation skills made her perfect for learning an intuition sword. She's Pineapple Girl, the King of Essence's subordinate, for a good reason. Rayon couldn't understand why the cotton candy was bragging about it when he didn't do anything for her. Julius hates to lose a lot despite his formal personality. He sees Yua as a rival, and it allows him to complete tasks that he normally can't achieve. Yua was slightly better in terms of talent, but Julius hated to lose so much that he always managed to catch up to her. It was a perfect talent for the precise sword, which was stiff and systematic. They are both interesting children. Hoo-hoo-hoo. Roan laughed gently while stroking his beard. You see them correctly. I'm glad I sent them to the vice squad leader instead of Sir Rimmer. It's only natural for me to take responsibility since I am the one who brought them here. Rayon was planning to take responsibility for the children who were raised as assassins, just like Yua and Julius. I'll be glad if you can teach the children when you have some free time. Of course I will. Roan smiled while watching Yua and Julius. Let's get going then. He was about to turn around, but his eyes widened upon seeing Mark Goten, who was the closest one to the peak. Was it my mistake? No, he's changed. Mark Goten's realm used to be rock bottom of the novice master level, but it had increased even though it was almost unnoticeable. He's gotten stronger. I thought you would notice. Rayon nodded confidently. He managed to climb, even though it's a small amount. He will reach even higher in the future. Amazing. Roan honestly admired Mark Goten, who was getting started again even in his old age, and Rayon who made that happen. He can change people, he said. He finally realized the meaning behind Adi Sephia's words when he described Rayon to Glenn. The man called Rayon Sieghart was capable of creating a huge and positive influence on others. Roan had felt pity towards him at first and was proud of him recently, but he started to see him as a grown man at last. He could almost see the immense qualities he had, if a boy like him becomes the head of house. Rayon went to the Lord's Manor after asking Roan to help the Light Wind Squad's training. He walked through the coldness covering the audience chamber and knelt at the center of the room. Greetings, my lord. Spare the unnecessary greetings. Stand up. Glenn shook his hand like he was chasing away a fly. Rayon bowed before he stood up. It looks like you are still going with that crazy training. The ragged Saint Frederick waved his hand while leaning his back against a pillar on the right. It's not crazy. It's just slightly difficult. Rayon smiled faintly and shook his head. Light Wind Vice Squad Leader. Glenn called with a heavy voice as if he were trying to interrupt the conversation between Rayon and Frederick. I called you because the Light Wind Squad Leader is still training in seclusion. Yes, Rayon lowered his gaze. He's indeed taking longer than I thought. Rimmer suddenly declared that he was going to train in seclusion after the match against the Warring Steel Division and went into the cave behind the main building. He hadn't come back since. Rayon predicted that he would return in less than 3 days, but he was still there after 3 months had passed, which surprised everyone. We would normally wait for the Light Wind Squad leader's return, but we cannot postpone the second trial forever. Glenn's gaze became colder as he raised his chin. The Light Wind Squad shall take the second trial in your current state. Understood. Rayon nodded without being surprised, as he expected that to happen ever since he was summoned. May I ask what kind of trial it is? I'll give you one of the house's missions and see how you deal with it. I knew it. Rayon strained his fingers. It was exactly the same as the method that the gambling monster had previously told him. Do you know about House Arian? I am only aware that they are one of Sieghart's vassal houses. Arian and Sieghart started together, and they've been defending a location called the Swamp of Death all these years. Swamp of Death. Rayon remembered once Glenn mentioned the Swamp of Death. House Arian was located at the west of Sieghart's domain, and they were in charge of defending the Swamp of Death, where low-ranking undead appeared. Swamp of Death. Wrath crawled up to the bracelet and licked his lips. That's a fancy name. The King of Essence likes it. You won't like it anymore once you see it. Despite the scary name, the only monsters that appeared were low-ranking monsters like zombies and skeletons. The same went for House Arian. They weren't exactly famous for their might. Boring. Wrath lost interest and returned to the bracelet, and House Arian contacted us. What would it be? They said that the number of undead has increased and the water level of the swamp has become higher. They asked us to dispatch swordsmen to investigate. Rayon could guess what Glenn was going to say after that. The Light Wind Squad's second trial is to investigate the reason behind the increase in the undead at the Swamp of Death and resolve the issue. Glenn lowered his eyebrows while supporting his chin with his fist. Tell me now if you think it will be too difficult for you. Is he being considerate? Rayon felt like he was being considerate by giving them a relatively easy task for the second trial because Rimmer was missing and they had a nice performance during the battle against the Warring Steel Division. Well, do it. Rayon nodded. He didn't have a choice anyway, since he had to do it in order to climb higher. Glenn stared at him with a fiery gaze. If you request any reinforcements from the house because the Light Wind Squad isn't strong enough to protect House Arian, the mission will be over for you. Understood. Rayon responded calmly since he was stating the obvious. When do we leave? It's up to you. What? A division has more freedom with their missions compared to a squad. You can depart whenever you want as long as you complete the mission. Having more freedom wasn't always a good thing, since they would be punished more heavily if a problem occurred. I should be careful. Rayon figured that he needed to think a lot harder than before and thoroughly plan his moves. Understood. Rayon bowed and looked at Glenn. He thought Glenn was going to tell him to return, but he kept staring at him with narrowed eyes. Rayon Zeeghart. Yes, do you like drinking? What, He couldn't think straight because he hadn't expected that question from Glenn. What does he mean? He couldn't understand why Glenn was asking whether he liked to drink. Drink. Rayon obviously couldn't drink in his previous life and didn't exactly enjoy it in his new life. He'd only drunk alcohol twice in the past. The first time was to win the gamble against the gambling monster, which made the drink he had with Rimmer the only proper occasion. I'm not exactly a bad drinker, but it felt like a warm wind was blowing to melt down the icy cold atmosphere of the audience chamber, even though Rayon didn't even finish talking. I don't exactly enjoy drinking. Rayon nodded, thinking that a warrior should stay away from drinking. As soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere became multiple times colder than before, even though it was starting to get warmer. What's going on? There was definitely a problem, but he couldn't understand why. He was meeting Glenn's eyes without saying anything, but it was getting more and more difficult to understand. Then Rim. What? Nothing. He shook his head, his eyes emotionless. You may leave. Yes. Rayon bowed with a puzzled look on his face before leaving the audience chamber. Why did he suddenly ask about drinking? Rayon tried to rack his brain while scratching his chin. Does the head of house like to drink? You idiot. That's not why he said that. Wrath emerged from the bracelet and snorted. That cold-blooded geezer suddenly asked about drinking. Isn't it obvious why he did that? Obvious. Indeed. He's asking to buy some delicious liquor and side dishes from the region. Wrath shook his finger, calling Rayon stupid for not even realizing that. The King of Essence will find the most delicious side dish for you. We should start by visiting famous restaurants. Please go away. Glenn bit his lip tightly while looking down at the center of the audience chamber where Rayon used to be. He doesn't like to drink. He accepted that Rimmer had to be his first drinking partner because he was his teacher, ignoring the drink he had with the gambling monster since it was a gamble. That was why he wanted to be the second drinking partner and asked that question, but he never expected Rayon to say that he didn't like to drink. He shouldn't have drunk with Rimmer if he was going to say that. Glenn unconsciously clenched his fist because he felt like his precious grandson was deceived by that damn elf's temptation. He wanted to immediately barge into that cave and pull Rimmer's ears off. Smash! Because he couldn't control his strength, the throne's armrest was destroyed and crimson sparks appeared in the air. Huff. Seriously? Glenn was trying to catch his breath when Frederick went up onto the platform. You should have said so if you wanted to drink so much. Frederick clicked his tongue while watching Glenn's frown. There's no way Rayon would understand such a roundabout offer when you keep scolding him all the time. Rayon would have understood that Glenn wanted to drink with him if he was usually kind to him, but there was no way he would understand what he meant when he always crushed him with pressure before he suddenly asked about drinking. Ahem. Glenn cleared his throat and shook his head. Yo, you are mistaken. I was just a bit worried he might get bad habits because his drinking partners were that drunkard the gambling monster and that punk Rimmer. I'm not particularly interested in drinking with him. Quickly shook his hand, saying that it wasn't a big deal. Well, you aren't exactly wrong. They aren't exactly exemplary adults to drink with. Frederick agreed while stroking his beard. Since that's the case, do you want me to arrange for you to drink together? Ray, really? Glenn extended his neck like a giraffe even though he just said he wasn't interested. Yes, before he leaves. That will be difficult since he must be busy preparing for the mission. He'll set it up as soon as he returns. Ahem. That's true. Glenn nodded awkwardly. He went down the platform and headed to the room where he'd previously drunk with Addies. He started to examine the liquors while quietly humming. The first drink should be this one. No, this one is milder. No, the top shelf would be better. His face was slightly flushed as he chose which one to drink with Rayon. Seriously. Frederick gently laughed while watching him. I've never seen anyone who is fonder of his grandson. Instead of immediately leaving for House Arian, Rayon taught the Light Wind Squad how to walk on a swamp inside an indoor training ground with a pool. Making preparations was the correct choice, as the swamp of death could be dangerous. Walking on a swamp is similar to walking on water. You release the aura from your feet with the same flow as the water to maintain your balance. Why you make it sound easy. Burin frowned from the water. You are the only one who can walk on water's surface while being an expert. Martha's fist was trembling in frustration. Water feels good. Run-On fell asleep while floating on her back instead of stepping on the water. Hee. Hey, you are disturbing them. Yua was playing around by swimming and Julius was busy trying to stop her. Attention. Rayon clapped his hands to gather the light wind squad's attention. Just like you said, you can't really walk on the water until you become a master. However, a swamp is a mixture of water and sand, and you should be fully capable of walking on it. Since it took longer to fall into a swamp than water, the light wind squad should be able to walk on it. Start again, everyone. He ordered the light wind swordsmen to train and stayed back. They felt the energy outside their body and lasted longer than before until they fell into the water. They must have gotten better. They should be able to stay on a swamp after around 3 days of training. He estimated that they would be able to walk on a swamp with a bit more training. Sir Mark can already do it. Since Mark Goten was obviously capable of walking on the water as a master, a swamp was no different from land to him. We should be able to leave next week. Rayon nodded in satisfaction and was about to give directions for the next step when the gambling monster entered the training ground. Those were delivered to you in your pocket. He put down 2 wooden boxes that he brought. Rayon smiled while looking at the 2 gray hammer symbols engraved outside the boxes. It's finally here. They were the gifts sent by the Grey Hammer Guild's blacksmith Borgos and his disciple, Dorian. Rayon bobbed his hand at Dorian, who was standing upside down on the water before he opened the first box. The heavy shape of the sword it contained was exactly what Dorian had ordered. Did you call for me? Dorian walked up to him while panting. This is your sword. Rayon gave him the sword that was inside the box. Oh, ooh, Dorian immediately drew the sword. The sharpness emanating from the blue blade that resembled the pool's water looked intense. It's heavy and perfect for the grip, but the sword feels a bit cold. You felt it right, the drake we killed had the power of ice. It was normal for the monster's attribute to be transferred to the weapon if it had won. A powerful amount of coldness was flowing through Dorian's sword. You should thank the Grey Hammer Guild instead of me. Dorian bowed once again to express his gratitude. It's fine. You should send them a message later. Rayon was opening the second box at the same time, but his hands came to a halt. His eyes widened as far as they could go. This is. The throwing daggers inside the box were completely different from his expectations. Rayon finished opening the lid of the wooden box and picked up the throwing dagger from inside. It has a powerful bloodlust. A frightening amount of bloodlust dwelled inside the throwing dagger, which looked like a mixture of an awl and an arrowhead. He couldn't believe it was emanating with such a powerful energy when it hadn't even killed anyone yet. Is this what a real throwing dagger should look like? A throwing dagger was normally made for killing rather than incapacitating an opponent. A dagger throw's purpose was to stab the enemy's vitals and kill them in an instant. The weapon he was holding seemed to be the epitome of that purpose. It has bloodlust instead of coldness. Borgos must remove the coldness from the drake's teeth and increase the sharpness and bloodlust as much as possible. Wrath furrowed his brow while looking down on the throwing dagger. That shorty made a grotesque item. Yes, it's rather extraordinary. Rayon nodded while gripping the throwing dagger. I thought he would make something decent to send me, but he forged such a special throwing dagger. Regardless of the results, he was pretty much threatening him in the process. That was why he hadn't expected anything amazing. However, the throwing dagger from Borgos didn't lose to Heavenly Drive or the Blade of Requiem, and there are 2 of them. He did ask him to send a package, but he would have been satisfied with one with how good it was. Borgos must have overworked himself to send 2 of them. That shorty doormat. Wrath ground his teeth violently while slamming his hand on his chest. Why would he make those weapons for you after all you did to him? This is impossible to understand. It must be his pride as a blacksmith. Borgos was feeling competitive when he saw Heavenly Drive, made by Vulcan, and the Blade of Requiem, made by Kuberad, showing him those 2 blades must have been more effective than he thought. This is abnormal. Why do doormats keep flocking towards you all the time? They just keep coming to you like flies gathering around shit, I wonder. Rayon chuckled while watching Wrath as he trembled furiously. Maybe because I have the incarnation of a doormat with me. Everyone around him in his previous life tried to take advantage of him, yet so many people were trying to give things away in his new life. It must have been the demon king of the doormat's influence. Rayon smiled at Wrath, who kept complaining while floating in the air. This is an amazing item. The gambling monster gasped while looking at the throwing dagger. Yes. Sir Borgos must have worked hard on it. Master blacksmiths never take it easy on their work because of their pride. He slowly nodded and gave him the paper that was inside the wooden box. Rayon accepted the paper and spread it out to read. The throwing dagger's name was written on it along with a short line of greeting. Heaven-slaying dagger. The frightening name Borgos gave to the bloody dagger implied that it would kill the heavens. What a scary name. That dwarf has always been famous for giving his weapons nasty names. The gambling monster shook his hand, saying that the dwarf had always been like that. Rayon bowed slightly at the heaven-slaying dagger to express his gratitude towards Borgos. He put the 2 throwing daggers in his clothes. He almost couldn't feel their weight at Allah's if they were parts of his body. Rayon smiled while patting the area around his chest where the throwing daggers were located. There's only one thing left now. Rayon finally returned to the annex building at daybreak after he finished training the Light Wind Squad. Knock, knock, knock. He was sitting on the bed after taking a shower and was listening to Wrath's complaints about being hungry when 3 solid knocks could be heard. Enter. As soon as he told her to enter, the door was opened and Judil entered the room. She placed a dish covered by a lid on top of the table, took a booklet from her skirt, and showed it to him. I've put together the information about House Aryan and the Swamp of Death. Rayon had only told her that he had a new mission, but she had already gathered the information and made a booklet for him. It was nothing. Judil shook her head and lifted the cover off the dish that Shed placed on the table. There were 2 ham, egg, and cheese sandwiches on the plate. I brought them because I thought you would skip the meal. She told him to take his time eating them while placing the lid next to the dish. Brilliant information, girl. You are always great at bringing snacks. Wrath grinned, saying that she deserved to be his subordinate at that point. Eat them before they get cold. He started hitting Rayon's shoulder like a drum, urging him to bring the sandwiches to his mouth. Stop whining. Rayon briefly sighed and started eating the sandwich. The harmony between the crispy bread baked with butter, ham, cheese, and the nutty scrambled egg brought a smile to his face. Delicious, it's decided now. Information Girl will be the King of Essence's subordinate from now on. Sure, as you wish. Rayon ignored Wrath to play by himself and opened the booklet. They only have 1 swordsman division and their division leader is a novice master. He was already aware that House Aryan wasn't that powerful, but he didn't expect that their strongest member would be a novice master with only 1 division in the house. They were even weaker than he expected. House Aryan was originally famous for their might. Records mention that they hadn't even lost to Sullian in the past. Judil started to explain as if she had read Rayon's thoughts. However, they gradually started to overlook their martial art practice because the Swamp of Death that they are defending only has weak monsters like zombies and skeletons. Rayon started to understand as he listened to her. Moreover, they are cultivating the swamp grapes, which are famous for being expensive. Since they have an abundant amount of money as a result, they've been lazy for a long time. I understand what you mean. Rayon smiled coldly. He could tell how House Aryan functioned even though he hadn't even seen them. Are the zombies and skeletons the only monsters from the Swamp of Death? The records are saying that undead at around the level of zombies are the only monsters from the swamp ever since the Arch-Lich born from that place started a war and was annihilated by Sieghart and Aryan. Judil answered all of Rayon's questions without any issues. She must gathered all that information in a short period of time. Ring of Fire. Does that mean that this swordswoman called Wendy managed to reach master level despite their situation? She's pretty much carrying House Aryan. She doesn't have that much authority, but she is the most trusted person among the residents. I can see how I should make my move at Aryan. How are the Central Martial Palace and the True Martial Palace doing nowadays? Rayon asked while returning the booklet to Judil. They are busy trying to gain achievements. Achievements? Yes, Judil nodded. They must felt threatened by the achievements that the collaterals and people from outside have gained with the Light Wind Squad as the lead. They are struggling to maintain their lead by quickly solving various missions. She sneered faintly, saying that the direct lines were apparently starting to feel the pressure and the threat he posed. I like that part. Rayon couldn't stop his smile upon hearing that the direct lines were moving their heavy asses when they used to act as if they were the head of house. The only direct lines he liked were Crane, Trevin, and Martha's father Denier. That was why Rayon wanted them to suffer even more. Are there any other messages? This is information from the black market. Judil hid the booklet in her skirt and lowered her hand. A man called the Pirate King has appeared. The Pirate King? He calls himself the Pirate King because he traveled all the oceans in the continent. They say that many factions acknowledge him because he is extremely powerful. A king, he says. Many people called themselves king, but few were acknowledged by others. Her explanation signified that he must have been rather skilled. He's not worthy of attention since he's far away from our location. All right, have a good rest. I'll be leaving. It was nothing. Judil nodded and left the room. A self-proclaimed pirate king, huh? Rayon nodded with a faint smile on his face. Interesting things keep happening in the continent. It doesn't matter whether he's a pirate king or whatever. Stop drumming in the middle of a meal and eat your sandwiches already. Gray castle walls were built on top of the land dominated by olive-colored swamps. The colors didn't match, but they also blended nicely in a way. Such a land was House Aryan and the Swamp of Death. Archers were standing with bows on their backs on the castle walls, and their blurry eyes looked like they had been drinking. The archers were yawning in boredom when people in their workwear came up the walls. They tied the security ropes around their waists and jumped down the walls. Thud. The workers walked around the castle walls by using the security ropes to apply mud and insert pebbles into the destroyed part from erosion. This is so annoying. I know, right? I don't understand why we have to do this when there are only low-ranking undead around. The zombies can't even approach the castle walls to begin with. Lady Wendy is such a worrywart. That's her problem. Just half-ass it. It just needs to look fine on the outside. They were apparently unsatisfied with fixing the castle walls, as they only focused on the appearance while doing a sloppy job on the inside while pouting. Many locations needed to be fixed, but they half-assed it, so hard that they managed to finish their work pretty quickly. The middle-aged workers climbed back up the walls. The youngest man was checking for the last time when a small resonance could be heard from the swamp. The young man turned around and frowned. Zombies. A corpse with melting flesh was slowly walking towards the castle walls. Altal, he shouted towards the top of the wall, and a yawning archer's head appeared. Aren't you lazing around too much? A zombie is coming. Ah, my bad. I was thinking about what to eat for dinner. The archer called. Altal licked his lips and attached an arrow to the bowstring. He casually pulled and released the string, then turned around without even confirming his target. Swoosh. The arrow flew through the wind and pierced the zombie's head before landing in the swamp. However, the zombie simply faltered for a moment and kept walking towards the walls instead of falling. Woo, Altal, the young worker frowned and shouted above once again. Did you forget how to shoot an arrow? It's not dead yet. Huh, Altal tilted his head and took up his bow once again. I definitely hit it though. He couldn't understand how the zombie was alive because he couldn't have missed it with that trajectory. He attached another arrow and pulled the bowstring taut while aiming at the center of the zombie's forehead. Smock, the arrow hit the middle of the zombie's head and fell into the swamp before sinking into it. That was annoying. You should have hit it with your first shot. I told you I hit it. That zombie was the strange one. It's true. Altal shook his head and put his hand on the castle wall. Let's stop thinking about this trivial matter. How about some beer in the evening? Are you buying it? I have no money because I've already spent this month's salary. You have to buy it. What the hell? They were speaking casually when a frightening gaze appeared from the swamp where the zombie had previously sunk. The frightening glow of the eyes looked like it was observing everything about House Arian. Rayon left the annex building after he finished his preparations for departure. Sylvia and the maids were standing in a circle in the garden, surrounding Yua and Julius. Yua, you should make sure to eat wherever you are. I've made some dried jerky. You should bring it all with you. You got the cooking ingredients, right? Make sure to greet your seniors. The maids were packing all kinds of things for Yua since she was like a younger sister to them. Her backpack became inflated in no time, and it looked like it was about to explode. Yua smiled cheerfully while carrying a backpack which had grown even bigger than her on her back. She hugged the maids one after the other to say goodbye. Always watch out for your surroundings. Since you are the youngest, you should take the initiative when it comes to working. You get bitten by the bugs a lot. Remember to activate the bug-repellent incense when you sleep outside. If a fight breaks out, you should watch how your seniors act from behind and move accordingly. The maids also put a jacket on Julius with teary eyes. It'll bring honor to the annex building. Julius slammed his chest as if he'd become a knight, a confident expression on his face. Oh, you're so cute. I think it's still too early for you to leave. Stay with us for one more year. Yeah. The maids pouted because they were worried by the fact that the children they'd raised were going to a dangerous place. They said it won't be too dangerous, but you should always be careful. Sylvia smiled while caressing Ewer and Julius' heads. Hide behind Rayon if it becomes dangerous. Yes, I can't hide behind my benefactor as a swordsman. Ewer gave her a big nod while Julius strongly declined the request. They are exaggerating. Rayon chuckled and went towards Ewer and Julius. However, Sylvia, Helen, and the maids kept caring about Ewer and Julius without paying the slightest attention to him. It's not enough no matter how much food you tack them. Sylvia raised her head while checking their backpacks. You are here. That was all she said before she continued to check Ewer and Julius' conditions and backpacks. It must be time to leave. Return safely. I said it many times before, but run away if it gets dangerous. The maids were the same. They kept caring about Ewer and Julius without paying any attention to Rayon. Rayon was standing there awkwardly and licked his lips. This feels a bit. He usually didn't like Sylvia and the maids' attention because they made him embarrassed, but his heart felt heavy when they completely ignored him. What a troublesome guy. Wrath snorted, saying that his personality was weird. Young master, we are ready. Ewer and Julius approached him after they finished saying goodbye to the maids. Let's go. Rayon, take good care of Ewer and Julius. Young master, I leave the children to you. Make sure to feed them. Sylvia and the maids were only worried about Ewer and Julius even though they were leaving. Don't worry. Rayon nodded faintly and walked towards the training ground. The two children followed him while chatting. Rayon was thinking that they didn't even tell him goodbye when Sylvia and the maids' voices could be heard. Rayon, you should be careful too. Don't do anything unreasonable. Ewer, make sure that the young master is eating his meals. Julius, stop the young master if he wants to train forever. They were worried about Rayon instead of the two children. See you later. Rayon furtively turned around to give them a way bigger nod than before, then left for the 5th training ground. You are Suwu troublesome. Wrath sighed while looking at the back of Rayon's head. Rayon walked towards the 5th training ground while telling Ewer and Julius what they had to be careful about during the trip. He opened the training ground door and entered. He could see the Light Wind Squad lined up in front of the platform. He sent Ewa and Julius to the back of the line before going up onto the platform. Rayon looked down on the light wind squad while standing at the edge of the platform. You look ready. Their gazes were as sharp as a polished blade. On top of their bodies and skills, even their mindsets were nicely refined. It's not supposed to be a difficult mission, but it might be different in reality. No one in the Mad Dog squad is stupid enough to let their guards. Make sure to do your best in all situations. Yes, the light wind squad's shout echoed throughout the training ground. Rayon nodded in satisfaction. By the time we return, we will be called the Mad Dog Division instead of the Mad Dog Squad. Woha, the light wind squad shouted loud and clear once again. Ooh, Mad Dog huh. Burin was shouting with a flushed face and suddenly stopped. Didn't they notice something is wrong here? Even though Rayon said Mad Dog Squad twice already, the swordsman kept shouting. What the hell? He raised his chin and glared at him. We are the Light Wind Squad, not the Mad Dog Squad. Why do you always want to turn us into rabid dogs? Lake Bighorn was located between House Sieghart and Arian. It wasn't as large as Lake Porven, but the charming silver color of the surface made it a famous tourist spot. The Light Wind Squad entered a restaurant on the edge of the lake for lunch. Wow. Burin exclaimed while watching Lake Bighorn sparkle under the sunlight. I heard it was a lovely sight, but I didn't expect it to be so beautiful. He couldn't take his eyes off the lake, a gentle smile on his face. It's just a lake no matter how beautiful it is. Martha seemed disinterested in the lake as she gave a menu to Burin. Order food before you enjoy the scenery, everyone. She shouted at them to start ordering already without disturbing the staff. Runon's lips parted as she stared blankly at the lake. It'd feel good if I slept over there. She bobbed her feet while saying that she wanted to lie down at the center of the lake under the warm sunlight. Her blinking eyes showed that she was getting sleepy just thinking about it. It might look warm, but it must be cold in reality. Crane shook his head, saying that the lake was still cold during the season. Well, we won't really fall under the surface because we've been training. He confidently raised his chin with a grin. Rayon was checking the menu but raised his head to look at Crane. What are you doing right now? Ordering a meal is sacred work. Listen to Beef Girl and focus on ordering. His posture made it look like he was a devoted priest praying to a god as he read the menu. The King of Essence wants to eat the grilled jelly pork and the cucumber chili lamb chop. I have a bad feeling about those names. Grilled jelly pork and cucumber chili lamb chop. Food is meant to be a new challenge. Start ordering already. The King of Essence will broaden your world. Ha. Wrath looked like he was going to keep whining if he didn't order it, so Rayon ended up ordering the ones he wanted. 3 waiters took the Light Wind Squad's orders, and Rayon waved his hand at Crane after they returned. Crane, yes, you said just now that you want fall under the surface, right? What? I did say that. Crane nodded. His trembling lips showed that he had a bad feeling about it. I like your confidence. Rayon smiled in excitement and stood up. He went to Crane and grabbed his shoulder. Vice Squad leader. Crane bit his nails while raising his gaze. Since they said it would take some time until the food is ready, what about we train a bit in the meantime? What if you manage to stay still on the lake for 30 seconds? We won't train anymore until we reach Arian. Gasp, we won't train, Ray really. Since the training continued like always until they reached the lake, every member of the Light Wind Squad widened their eyes, including Crane. In return, you will all have to train in that lake until tonight if you don't manage. Rayon nodded with a smile. 30 seconds. That's perfectly doable. You can do it. The Light Wind Squad stared fiercely at Crane, saying that 30 seconds was a piece of cake. Crane's shoulders were trembling, intimidated by the madness coming from their eyes. You idiots. Wrath poked his head out and shouted at the Light Wind Squad. This bastard is a 100-year-old snake. Don't let him deceive you. He must be plotting something. Rayon pushed Wrath away as he kept shouting that Rayon was lying and looked down on Crane. Are you going to do it? I will. Let me prepare. You don't need any preparation. Rayon smiled coldly and grabbed Crane's shoulder, then flexed his arm. Wait. You'll be looking forward to it. He picked Crane up and threw him out the window. Since his strength had surpassed human limits, Crane was sent flying like a ball and landed at the center of the lake. Crane shouted, but still managed to regain his balance and landed on the lake on his feet like a real warrior. Splash. However, he couldn't use the footwork to float on the water like he learned. He started to drown because his legs had been submerged during the landing from Rayon's tremendous strength. Crane floundered his arms while screaming. It's so cold, I'm going to freeze to death. He failed. Rayon turned around. He looked down on the Light Wind Squad with a smile even colder than the lake. Wait, you never said that you were going to throw him. No one will last if you suddenly throw them with your stupid strength. Rayon, so cheap. Everyone including Burin, Martha, and Runon frowned, calling it unfair. Are you going to call it unfair when it happened during a real battle? The 3 team leaders shut their mouths once he mentioned a real battle. Moreover, I never said that I wouldn't throw him. Dorian was previously sitting next to Crane, and Rayon grabbed him by his collar while saying that. I am not ready ye. I'll count you at the count of 3. Gasp. 3. Dorian was catching his breath in preparation, and Rayon shouted 3 skipping 1 and 2 and threw him outside the window. Dorian screamed, but he managed to flip around before reaching the surface. He managed to stop after his ankles were submerged, as he was a highest-level expert despite how he looked. I am going to freeze to death. You got used to the water, but it's still difficult to stay on the surface when there's an external factor. Rayon clapped his hands while listening to Dorian scream, which means you still need a lot more training. You should start training by yourself before I throw you in there. Please throw me. Mark Goten came running at Rayon, asking to be thrown like Crane and Dorian. This is why I like him. Mark Goten had never slacked on his training since he decided to follow Rayon. He deserved to climb even higher. All right. Rayon nodded and threw Mark Goten with his full power. Even though a tremendous amount of power was applied, he managed to control his body mid-air and landed on the lake on his feet since he was a master. Swoosh. It looked like an explosion had occurred on the surface with a large amount of water splashing around, but he safely landed on the water, unlike Crane or Dorian. Let's go, Light Wind Squad, damn it. Shit, the Light Wind swordsmen ran towards the lake while screaming. They apparently didn't want to be thrown away like Mark Goten. We should join them. Ewer and Julius jumped over the window to run towards the lake. After the Light Wind members who were occupying over 10 tables in total jumped into the lake, Rayon was the only one left behind. The people in the restaurant widened their eyes while watching the Light Wind members, who started to walk or run on the lake. What are they doing right now? They ran into the lake in this cold weather. Are they insane? Who the hell are they to be so crazy? They are crazy indeed. The middle-aged man, who seemed to be the owner of the restaurant, laughed bitterly and nodded at the confused patrons. They are the famous Mad Dog Squad from Sieghart. Mad Dog. Did Sieghart have a squad like that? I remember. The Light Wind Squad is called the Mad Dog Squad. Correct. The owner nodded while looking at Rayon's back. Because of the madness they showed during the tournament in the Owen Kingdom and their crazy method of training, people call them the Mad Dogs instead of the Light Wind. I don't know who started it, but it's a perfect name. I know, right? They look exactly like Mad Dogs. People nodded in agreement. Who the hell is calling us Mad Dogs? Martha shouted towards the restaurant. She must have heard them. Which means, is she the Miss Rakshasa? Yes, it's pretty obvious. I can see the madness in her eyes. Rakshasa. Her name is so scary. It's not Miss Rakshasa. It's the sword of Rakshasa. A huge wave occurred as she stomped the lake like she was going to come running at them. Even the people from here are calling them the Mad Dogs. Stop bullying them. It can't be helped. Rayon twisted his lips while watching the Light Wind Squad struggle to stay on the cold water, because it has to be done. Since anything could happen in the swamp of death, making them capable of handling their bodies in all situations was the minimum measure he needed to take for their safety. Moreover, they aren't exactly in good condition. House Arian had forgotten the glory of the past and had become lazy. Since Rayon didn't want to show any weakness to them, he wanted them to be capable of floating on a swamp at least. Rayon turned around and shook his hand at the panicking staff. I am sorry, but can you bring the food in an hour? Sure. The staff quickly nodded and went to the kitchen. In an hour. Wrath jumped at Rayon with a trembling chin. Stop bullying the King of Essence too. They still couldn't stand still yet, but they could last for a relatively long time while using footwork. Rayon furrowed his brow while looking at a road, which was already muddy like a swamp even before they had reached House Arian. So the water level has also increased here. When he heard that the water level of the Swamp of Death had increased, he guessed that it would be the same in nearby locations. He was right. What? There's no road here. Burns' jaw dropped as he looked at the swamp where the road should have been. I don't think it's already supposed to be a swamp here. Martha also seemed surprised as she narrowed her eyes. I wonder if it's fluffy. Run-On tilted her head. She must have been considering the swamp as a possible bed. Do we have to walk through the swamp now? There's no other choice since there's no more road. Since they'd already gotten used to using the water walking footwork, they casually stood on the swamp. It's easy here, indeed. A swamp is easy peasy since we practiced on water. Wow, it was worth training all along. Is this the sense of fulfillment? The Light Wind members also stepped on the swamp after Burin, Martha, and Run-On. They smiled in admiration for their own ability to walk on the swamp without too many issues. It's still difficult for me. Rayon went to the front and turned around. He rolled his lips into a smile while meeting the Light Wind Squad's eyes. You should remember who allowed you to stand on the swamp. I told you it was going to be useful. Yellow madness burst from the Light Wind Squad's eyes upon hearing his declaration. Arg, we suffered so much. This is frustrating, even more frustrating because I can't argue against him, this cheeky bastard. The Light Wind members bit their lips while remembering how much they'd suffered because of Rayon, but they had to swallow their anger because he wasn't wrong. Let's go. Rayon snickered and pointed to the west. House Arian is going to send someone to fetch us, but there's no reason to wait for them. The Light Wind Squad followed the direction he pointed and started to move towards House Arian. Despite their frustration towards Rayon, their smooth steps looked like they were walking through a plain. In the Lord's manor of House Arian, a swordswoman wearing a yellow uniform walked into a red room that was even more extravagant than at Zeekhart and went on her knees. "My lord, the reinforcements from Zeekhart have entered the house's domain." The swordswoman's gaze was glowing sharply towards the platform. "Please allow me to send the rangers to meet them." There was no response from the platform. A cold gaze piercing her was the only response. "Since you called them on your own accord, why won't you decide that on your own, my lord?" An increase in water level and the number of monsters has always been a common occurrence. "Why did you have to call Zeekhart to make this annoying?" An extremely irritated voice could be heard from the platform. "It would be a good thing if it wasn't a big deal, but if trouble occurred because of this, the people would be harmed. I just wanted to prevent that trouble from happening. I know this house and the swamp better than anyone. You only need to swing your sword outside, but I am the one who has to greet them. I have to kiss the arse of some brat now. Do you realize how hard this is? I beg your pardon, Tusk." The man on the platform clicked his tongue and shook his hand. "I didn't start this issue, but I shall put an end to it. Bring the rangers and carriages to receive the Zeekhart swordsmen." The swordswoman bowed. She stood up right after and started leaving the audience chamber. She could hear small voices from behind her. "I seriously don't understand why she's causing all those issues. I know, right? The call of swords is already annoying enough. She doesn't even know that much about the swamp. Wendy has always loved to make a fuss about everything." The swordswoman bit her lip and pretended she couldn't hear them as she left the Lord's manor. 2 rangers were waiting for her once she came out. "Prika." "Yes." A red-haired ranger bowed at her upon hearing the call. "I leave it to you. Bring them here carefully and politely. Consider it done." The ranger called Prika smiled faintly and nodded. "Wellies, don't play any pranks." "There's no way I'd play a prank on the great people of Zeekhart. Some of them might fall into nature's welcoming party, though." The black-haired ranger called Wellies grinned at her. "That's what I'm talking about. But they are going to fall anyway, even if I don't do anything. Prika, I'm counting on you. Don't worry about it." Prika bowed and went towards the eastern gate with Wellies and the rangers. A horse with webbed feet followed them from behind. "Let's go." The rangers loaded the baggage on the carriage, led by the horse before leaving House Arian. "Ha." The swordswoman sighed briefly while watching the rangers leave. Whenever Wellies made that face, a few of them ended up covered in mud. Considering their faces, she could tell that they were planning to play a prank for the welcoming party. "I hope they won't go too hard." Prika scowled while looking at the swamp on the ground. "The water level has also increased here. They must be stuck over there." Wellies nodded and shook his hand to the back. The rangers riding the horses accelerated their pace. "Who are you expecting?" Prika looked aside while pushing the bushes that reached his forehead. "I'm not sure. Since we shouldn't matter too much for Zeekhart, one of the squads should be coming." Even though Arian was a vassal house of Zeekhart, they rarely interacted with each other, and the issue wasn't a big deal either. That was why he guessed that some unimportant people would be dispatched, but they should be sending some decent people since we're paying so much tribute to them. Maybe that famous light wind squad is going to come. They are the hottest topic among people recently. They aren't going to send such valuable people to us since we aren't a big deal. It should be some average squad. We never know. Well, it won't change the fact that they will have a hard time regardless of who they are. Welly smiled while scratching his cheek. "That's true," Prika nodded, "because this place is different from inside the continent. House Arian was surrounded by swamps in all directions. Moreover, with the increase in water level, even the rangers who'd lived there for a long time could hardly move without the swamp boots. It was literally the welcoming party of nature. Even though the warriors came from Zeekhart, it was practically impossible for them to traverse the swamp in that state. "Let's go faster. We will leave the eastern swamp today." Yes, Prika issued orders, and the rangers including Wellis kept running towards the east without any rest. The afternoon came to an end, and by the time it was evening, multiple people could be seen from afar. "Halt." Wellies at the lead raised his hand to stop everyone. "What's happening?" Prika narrowed his eyes while looking at the front. "Was there other scouts besides us?" "No, there's no way. There were only 3 scouting parties in House Arian. Since the other 2 scouting parties never left the house, the people in front of them couldn't be the scouts. They aren't merchants either." Wellies shook his head, saying that none of the merchants would be traveling in that situation. "Stay alert." Prika took the bow from her back and caught her breath. At first he thought that they might be the swordsmen from Zeekhart, but they must have known about the area when you considered how easily they were walking on the swamp. The rangers lowered their bodies and stayed alert. The fog eventually dissipated and revealed their appearance. The man leading the group was extremely handsome with blonde hair and red eyes. He couldn't feel any presence from Himas if he wasn't even human. He lowered his gaze while thinking he must have been a ghost and noticed the burning sword emblem engraved on his chest. Zeekhart, which means they are. He immediately remembered who he was. He must have been one of the most famous young warriors of the continent, the the White Sword Dragon Rayon Zeekhart and the Light Wind Squad. Boo, but how? Since Rayon Zeekhart was a master, it was understandable that he could walk on a swamp without any issue, but the other swordsmen behind him were also casually walking on the swamp like it was dry land. The two little children looked like they were having a hard time, but everyone in the Light Wind Squad, including them, was still having an easier time than Prika's group, which was wearing specialized boots. What's happening? How are they walking on the swamp so easily? What the hell? Wellies and the Rangers were also surprised and their jaws dropped. Prika lowered his bow and swallowed nervously. What the hell is wrong with those people? Prika furrowed his brow while looking at Rayon Zeekhart and the Light Wind Squad's shoes. They are ordinary boots. They were easily walking on the muddy ground, even though the combat boots they were wearing were nothing but a hindrance when it came to walking on a swamp. Countless people had visited the swamp in the past, but it was his first time seeing an entire squad having no problem with walking. Moreover, unlike Rayon Zeekhart's void presence, which felt like he didn't exist at all, a frightening madness was glowing from the eyes of the Light Wind members. Prika couldn't see straight into their eyes and groaned. What kind of people even have that look in their eyes? He heard the rumor that the Light Wind Squad was often called the Mad Dog Squad, but they were even worse than anything he imagined. He hurriedly lowered his head because he felt like he would be devoured if he kept looking at them. Is that the Light Wind Squad? They're a bit different, no, a lot different from the rumors. I can't even look at them. Rangers including Wella swallowed nervously, frightened by the savage pressure coming from the Light Wind Squad. Rayon approached them without making the slightest sound, as if he was walking on dry ground, and smiled. Did you come to fetch us from House Arian? Yes, I am the third team leader of the Rangers, Prika. Prika bowed while hiding his panic. Nice to meet you. I am the Light Wind's vice squad leader, Rayon Zeekhart. Rayon's bow wasn't rude or excessive. His heart was throbbing upon realizing that the famous White Sword Dragon was greeting him back. We welcome to House Arian he. Prika saw the three warriors behind Rayon while raising his head and unconsciously screamed. The pressures behind the green, black, and purple eyes made his heart shrink in fear. Rangers, I can tell that they are agile, but they look like wimps. Can they even fight with those bodies? Their shoes look special. The three of them were casually talking about him, but he couldn't open his mouth because their pressures were crushing him. They must be the Light Wind Squad's team leaders. He heard the rumor that the Light Wind Squad's team leaders had excellent results in the Six Kings tournament, and he could tell that they were monsters beyond what the rumors stated. Contain your pressures already. Rayon clicked his tongue while looking behind him, and the entire Light Wind Squad, including the three-team leader, suppressed their pressure. It was proof that Rayon was in perfect control of the squad. I'll follow your guidance. Understood. Let's leave right away. Prika was going to depart right away but suddenly stopped. He opened the carriage behind him and took out the swamp boots. Those are the vine boots that allow you to walk on the swamp. It should be a lot easier to move around while wearing those. In that case, please give us 2 pairs of them. Rayon nodded and extended his hands. 2 of them. Since walking on the swamp is part of their training, everyone except for those children will keep walking like this. He pointed at the 2 small children. They were the ones who seemed to be having a hard time standing on the swamp, unlike the other Light Wind swordsmen. Young master, I'll keep going without them. Mr. Mark said he would help me. The twin-tail girl energetically waved her hand. I'm also doing it if you are. Vice squad leader, I won't wear the boots either. The boy who was giving a sharp impression clenched his fist as if he were competing against her. You heard them. I appreciate the offer, but I must decline. Rayon smiled faintly and shook his head. Understood. Let's go. Prika extended his hand and pointed ahead. Wellies, you should guide them from the front. I'll follow after cleaning up. Okay. Wellies swallowed nervously before he advanced, and Rayon followed him along with the Light Wind Squad. Even that idiot isn't going to play a prank on the Light Wind Squad. Prika put the boots back into the carriage and examined the swamp and the carriage's condition before following the party from behind. Wellies bit his lip while walking in the front. I'm so screwed. What am I even supposed to tell the higher-ups? They'd even paid him to soak the Zeekhart swordsmen in mud, so they wouldn't be able to move for a while, yet not a single one of them fell in the swamp. They were going to arrive at House Arian in perfect condition. There's nothing I can do when they are walking perfectly fine without any boots. He walked while looking at the ground and noticed that an area in the swamp ahead of him had a lighter hue, the clear swamp. It was the area of the swamp with a higher proportion of water because the sand either subsided or spread sideways. Even the Light Wind Squad would end up falling into the swamp if they went over there. All right. Wellies changed the direction slightly to guide the Light Wind Squad toward the clear swamp. Unfortunately for them, it was dark in the area because the sun was setting, and he could guess that Rayon and the Light Wind Squad wouldn't be able to avoid getting their clothes wet no matter how powerful they were. Wellies guided the Light Wind Squad towards the clear swamp in a natural manner and secretly looked back when Rayon was about to step on the swamp. And Wham! Along with a tremendous noise resounding throughout the swamp, the mud soared like a fountain before falling back down. Whack! The mud fell straight on Wellies and he had to roll on the ground. QE. Every single piece of the mud felt as painful as a bulky man's punch. It hurt so much that he couldn't even stand up. GRR. He was about to sink into the swamp when a hand suddenly appeared and grabbed him by his collar to drag him back out. It was Rayon's doing. He took him out of the swamp with a gentle smile on his face. Are you okay? Thank you. He was trying to express his gratitude when he noticed the frightening glow from Rayon's eyes. His teeth clattered because he seemed to be telling him that his head was going to roll if he did anything funny again. I beg your pardon. Wellies suddenly bowed to the point where his head reached the swamp instead of thanking him. He's the type of person I should never offend. He thought he was gentler compared to the Light Wind Squad, but it was a grave mistake. There was a good reason why he had those monsters as his subordinates. Hey, you idiot. Prika came running from behind and smacked the back of Wellis' head. I told you to stop it. He immediately turned around and bowed to Rayon. I'm sorry, he's just too mischievous. He'll be guiding you from now on. It's fine. Rayon smiled faintly. He pointed to the front as if it wasn't a big deal. Let's get moving. I'd like to arrive before it's too late. Rayon narrowed his eyes while looking at the gray castle walls on the swamp. Are these House Arian's castle walls? He could feel a sturdy and unshakable pressure, as expected of castle walls that had survived a long period of time. However, he could feel openings from various spots despite their proper appearance. It implied that it wasn't maintained too well. How peculiar. Wrath furrowed his brow while looking at the castle. The one who built this castle must have been rather strong. How do you know that? It has a perfect balance. Balance. The castle was made with a perfect balance, and it's impossible to achieve for an ordinary person. It's completely broken, though. He lost interest and sat on Rayon's shoulder to start murmuring that they should eat something already. He's not wrong. The first head of House Arian was supposed to have subjugated the Swamp of Death alongside the first head of House Sieghart. It was only natural that he was a powerful person. A castle floating on a swamp. How lovely. Burren seemed to be surprised at the castle's existence as he nodded in approval. Are you finding everything lovely or something? Martha was also surprised, but she frowned without showing her emotion. How pretty. Runon's eyes were sparkling. She must like the contrast between the castle's appearance and the swamp. Wham! While everyone in the Light Wind Squad was surprised while looking at the castle, the gate was violently opened while pushing the swamp away. They must have taken some kind of measures so that the mud from the swamp couldn't enter the castle. A swordswoman with a brown ponytail walked out from the opened gate. She seemed to be in her early 20s, but she must have been older than she looked. She must be Wendy Arian. She was the only master of House Arian and the youngest daughter of the head of house that was mentioned in Judil's booklet. Wendy Arian bowed to Rayon. She seemed to have figured out Rayon's identity at a glance. Rayon lowered his head and examined Wendy's energy. She's trained properly. She seemed to be lacking in experience, but she must have been continuously training her aura blade for a long time. She was at the entry level of master and was weaker than Mark Goten, but she had the potential to climb higher if she trained properly. She's better than I expected. Rayon had thought that everyone would be a mess because there was only one master in House Arian and the other swordsmen were supposed to be weak. However, that wasn't exactly the case. Wendy Arian at least had the eyes of a true warrior. While Rayon was observing Wendy, she was also examining Rayon and the Light Wind Squad. Wendy narrowed her eyes upon noticing that no one in the Light Wind Squad had any mud on their clothes. What's going on? Rayon's case was understandable since he was a master, but no one in the Light Wind Squad was wet even though they were clearly wearing ordinary boots. The only one covered in mud was Wellies even though he was a veteran ranger. She looked aside and his team leader, Prika, shrugged his shoulders. He seemed to be telling her that he brought it upon himself. He must tried to pull a prank and got it right back at him. As the vice team leader of the 3rd Scouting Team, the swamp was no different from dry land for Wellies. Considering the disgraceful shape he was in, Wendy could guess that Rayon and the Light Wind Squad's skills exceeded the rumors. And that's not the only thing that surprises me. Wendy's fingertips trembled as she looked at the Light Wind Squad standing behind Rayon. None of them are weak. People in the world often said that Rayon and Rimmer were the only noticeable people in the Light Wind Squad, but she could see that not a single member of the Light Wind Squad could be called an easy opponent. There was one master among them, 4 people at the highest level of expert, and the rest were either at the peak of intermediate expert or advanced expert. Except for the 2 children, their formation was flawless. Is this what a real armed division of Sieghart looks like? Sieghart rarely sent swordsmen and employees to inspect the Swamp of Death, but she'd never seen people with such powerful pressures before. Wendy lightly tapped her forehead to return to her senses and extended her hand. Please come this way. She politely raised her hand towards Rayon and the Light Wind Squad. Our head of house is waiting. Understood. Rayon nodded and followed her toward the center of House Arian. What an extravagant place. Wendy walked towards an extravagant mansion that looked like it was recently built. Despite the splendid appearance, Rayon couldn't feel any decent pressure from the guards. They are even more disappointing than I thought. No one met his standards except for Wendy and her subordinates. The laziness must have been even more prevalent than he thought. The Lord's Manor of House Arian was smaller than the Ziegharts, but not in terms of splendor. This is the audience chamber. Wendy opened the arch-shaped door at the end of the Lord's Manor. The huge door was opened without any creaking sounds. The oil must have been nicely applied. Rayon could see a stair-shaped platform past the dazzling lighting coming from the audience chamber. People standing on both sides of the platform seemed to be the executives of House Arian, and a brown-haired old man was sitting at the top. His greasy and plump cheeks and jelly belly exposed how much he'd been eating. Rayon walked across the red carpet at the center and bowed at him. "Greetings, head of House Arian. I am Zieghart's vice squad leader of the Light Wind Squad, Rayon Zieghart." Rayon bowed politely because he was still the head of a house that had been Zieghart's ally for a long time even though it was a vassal house. "So you are the White Sword Dragon. I can feel the spirit befitting your name." A greasy voice could be heard from above the platform. Rayon straightened his back and looked up to the platform. So he must be the head of House Arian, Weijin Arian. Unlike the heads of Zieghart and the other houses, who were radiating with pressure just by existing, the old man in front of him created his presence through the dazzling lighting from the ceiling. There was no powerful pressure, iron will, or calculated intelligence in him. Is that really a head of house? Wrath also furrowed his nose in surprise. His potential is above average, but his achievement is god-awful. I agree. Wrath was right. His fatness seemed to be the only achievement he had. How is the destructive king of the north doing? He's doing fine. I'm glad to hear that. Weijin Arian nodded. He smiled faintly, saying that he should visit him in the near future. I've prepared a banquet for the Light Wind Squad since you came all the way here. Please enjoy it to your heart's content tonight. He clapped his hands, saying that it would be entertaining. Rayon could hear the gritting sound of teeth from Wendy behind him. I appreciate the warm welcome, but I have to decline. Rayon shook his head at Weijin Arian. I came to House Arian because of a request for reinforcement. It would be fine after I am done with the job, but I believe now isn't the right time to have a banquet. Weijin tapped on the armrest while showing his displeasure. The flesh on his forearm trembled to the wind. You probably don't know this, but the water level of the Swamp of Death has always changed often. It's not a big deal here. I heard that the number of undead monsters has also increased on top of the water level. They are just zombies and skeletons. A few arrows can easily deal with them even with the increase in number. Undead monsters are incapable of thinking by themselves. They might be scouting the surroundings from the orders of an advanced monster that appeared. Rayon said what he guessed on the way to House Arian. But that's just a guess. Weijin cleared his throat and buried his back into the chair. I've been living in this land for my entire life. This occurrence has repeated every 10 years sometimes. It's not a big deal that's worth worrying about. In that case, why did you ask for reinforcement from the main house? The Amber Blade Division leader was worried for no reason. He frowned while saying that the reinforcement request was Wendy Arian's independent action and that she hadn't asked him for permission. Rayon kept staring at Weijin instead of looking at Wendy. This is exactly what I expected from him. The reason why Weijin was being so uncooperative was to hide his incompetence and laziness. He just believed that the Swamp of Death would remain safe forever because it hadn't changed for hundreds of houses, and Rayon could guess that he hadn't even sent out any scouts or subjugation teams in a long time. If a problem occurred in the swamp, he was obviously going to be condemned by Zieghart. That was why he was trying to avoid the situation at hand and deal with the case afterward without Zieghart's help, which explained his attitude. He will make his move after I leave. However, that won't work anymore. The money and entertainment he offered would have worked on the other swordsmen and employees dispatched from Zieghart, but it was meaningless against the Light Wind Squad since they were only focused on their growth and mission. My lord, we still need to confirm even if it already happened before. I am the head of house here. Wendy stepped up and went on her knees, but Weijin frowned instead. The same goes for you. You don't need to do anything unnecessary. Consider this as a vacation and rest. We will deal with the incident since we know this place better than anyone. I've mentioned before, but I need to do my job. You don't seem to realize, but you can't enter the Swamp of Death without my permission. Even the rangers have a hard time passing through that swamp, so just rest for now. I am sorry, but... Rayon raised his eyes. Weijin's flabby neck trembled upon facing the crimson eyes erupting like a volcano. I was given full authority over the case from our head of house. Taking responsibility signified that he had the authority. Glenn didn't actually mention that he was giving him full authority, but he did say that the Light Wind Squad would take responsibility. That was why what Rayon had said wasn't completely groundless. Full authority. What do you mean? Weijin dropped his jaw. He apparently didn't expect him to say full authority. Are you telling me that you want to do whatever you want here just like during the Call of Swords? Rayon didn't respond and stared at him even more fiercely on purpose. He was baiting Weijin into falling for the trap himself. I am impossible. Even though you are the white sword dragon, you are nothing but a squad. Weijin's lips trembled, and a middle-aged man with an intimidating appearance came next to him to whisper something. Rayon couldn't hear him, but he could guess that he was talking about how the Light Wind Squad managed to traverse the swamp without wearing the special boots. It worked. His small lie managed to soak the water and grow bigger and bigger. It was worth teaching the water walking to the Light Wind Squad for the past few days. Weijin clenched his back teeth while looking at Rayon and the Light Wind Squad. They walked on the swamp with those boots. The fact that they walked over the swamp without the special boots implied that they were powerful enough for water walking. The entire squad managed to achieve that feat, meaning that their skills exceeded the rumors. They are just children, yet their gazes are so. Examining the Light Wind Squad was making his knees wobble as if he were facing some savage beasts. Every single one of them had an extraordinary pressure. He couldn't find anyone he could win against except for the two little children. The Light Wind Squad is such a powerful team. Considering their might and pressure, it was completely believable that Glenn gave them full authority. Damn it, there was no other way. He nodded while hoping that nothing special was happening in the Swamp of Death. That's rather unusual of you to decline a vacation. You can do as you wish. Rayon politely bowed before he walked backward. Weijin tapped on his armrest when Rayon glanced at Wendy to tell her to leave. Wendy, you should stop. I apologize for the intrusion, but can I have the Amber Blade Division leader accompany us? I have questions to ask about the swamp. Weijin shook his hand, telling him to do as he wished. Rayon bowed once again before he turned around. The Light Wind Squad was still glaring at Weijin, and Arian's executive like predators even though the talk was over. It was worth raising them. Rayon casually shook off his black dragon coat and walked through the Light Wind Squad. Let's go.